Lin Ning, who was heartlessly dumped by his girlfriend and lost his job, unexpectedly obtained his sign-in system. Every day he signs in, he can receive various rewards: luxury cars, mansions, school district housing, yachts, islands, as well as various high-tech gadgets and skills, allowing him to quickly reach the pinnacle of life and start an unrestrained life of leisure. Chapter 1. Lin Ning, let go of me. Let go of me. If you keep this up, I'll report you. In the lobby on the first floor of the Global Trade Center, a commotion suddenly broke out. Two strong security guards, one tall and one short, were forcibly escorting a relatively handsome young man in his mid-20s, wearing a jacket and jeans and carrying a backpack, towards the exit. "Shut up, or I'll slap you," the tall security guard said, glaring at the young man as they walked. The shorter security guard remained silent, with a very serious expression. Seeing that protesting was futile, the young man's expression quickly shifted from anger to an ingratiating smile. "Brothers, please, it's not easy to make a living. Don't drag me out like this. There's so many people here. Do I have no dignity?" "Dignity?" The tall security guard sneered again. "With your kind of behavior, a flyer distributor, you still dare to talk about dignity? Ridiculous. What's wrong with being a flyer distributor? We're also human. We earn our living through hard work. Why do you look down on people?" The young man was also enraged, his face turning red. "Enough. I'm not going to waste my breath with you. The building doesn't allow idle people to enter. Hurry up and get out." Chapter 2. Daily sign-in system. Not far from him, a young couple walked over, looking intimate. The man was handsome, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, dressed in a tailored suit, wearing an expensive Cartier watch on his wrist, cultured yet with a cold and somewhat arrogant expression. The girl was very beautiful, with a hot figure, a curvy silhouette, big eyes with long eyelashes, long black hair like a waterfall, and fair, smooth skin. She wore a pink tank top and denim shorts, carrying an LV bag, and had a pair of diamond-embedded crystal sandals on her feet. She was Lin Ning's ex-girlfriend, Gu Weiniang. Both security guards were stunned. Lin Ning was also momentarily taken aback, but soon returned to normal. "Lin Ning, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. We've been broken up for so long, and you're still clinging to me. Haven't I made it clear that we're not compatible? Stop fantasizing," the girl said as she approached, immediately starting to scold him before he could speak. "Weiniang is not what you think," Lin Ning hurriedly explained. But Gu Weiniang didn't listen at all. "You don't need to explain. I found true happiness now. This is my boyfriend, Zhang Zhuliang, a director at Jinfeng Investment Group, a financial genius with an annual salary of $1 million. Can you compare to that?" Chapter 3. Manager, you have a fierce dog at home. I am currently at the plaza of the building. Lin Ning's tone was flat. "At the plaza?" Zheng Yiming was startled and hurriedly asked, "Why don't you come up? There are two very fierce dogs blocking my way at the plaza, barking at me, and I dare not go past." Lin Ning stepped back a few paces as he saw two security guards approaching and spoke heavily into the phone. "What? There are fierce dogs blocking you at the plaza?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Yiming was drenched in sweat. If the boss gets bitten, the consequences would be unimaginable. "I will send someone to investigate immediately. Mr. Lin, you must believe me. This has never happened in our building. Please wait and take care of yourself. I will come down to pick you up right away." After hanging up, Zheng Yiming immediately dialed another number. As soon as the call connected, Zheng Yiming didn't wait for the other person to speak and started cursing. "Wang Feng, you bastard. What are your subordinates doing? Do you know there are two fierce dogs at the plaza?" "Fierce dogs? At the building plaza?" In the building's control room, a burly man in his 30s was embracing a heavily made-up woman, engaged in inappropriate behavior. Chapter 4. Shocked. Who is this young man? Not only the few security guards, but even the security team leader couldn't believe their ears, standing there dumbfounded. "Hurry up and bow to the boss." Zheng Yiming's words were like thunder, shocking everyone awake from their confusion. Everyone hurriedly bowed to Lin Ning, but all were thinking the same question: when did the owner of our building change? The two security guards, one tall and one short, were completely lost, sweating profusely, their faces pale and dazed. "Did we just knock down the boss's boss?" "Boss, what about the two fierce dogs you mentioned on the phone?" "I didn't see them." After bowing, Zheng Yiming asked with a smile, "Just now, when I was about to enter the building, I was stopped by two people who said I was distributing flyers and couldn't enter. They even threw me to the ground and wouldn't listen to my explanations. Later, an enemy of mine came and had those two people kick me out, and they obeyed him." Manager Zheng, don't you think such people are like fierce dogs? Lin Ning's tone was light, but it sounded like he was not angry. However, the more Zheng Yiming listened, the more fearful and angry he became. Chapter 5. inhumanity, not to mention these people. At this moment, under Zheng Yiming's guidance, Lin Ning did not use the few public elevators. Instead, after walking a distance, he turned a corner, revealing a long, empty corridor. At the entrance of the corridor, there was a turnstile that could only be accessed with a card, and two neatly dressed security guards stood next to it. Upon seeing Zheng Yiming and his group, the two guards stood even straighter. Zheng Yiming didn't say much, approached the turnstile, put away his umbrella, and took out a shiny gold card to swipe it on the machine. With a beep, the turnstile opened. Zheng Yiming smiled and let Lin Ning go first. Lin Ning also didn't stand on ceremony and was the first to pass through the turnstile. After Zheng Yiming passed, he waved his hand behind him. "I'll take the boss up. You guys go do your jobs." "Yes, yes." The security team leader and several security guards did not dare to express any dissatisfaction in their hearts. After watching Lin Ning and Zheng Yiming walk in, they returned to their respective posts. The two arrived at the elevator, and Zheng Yiming swiped the gold card again, opening the elevator. The interior was spacious, and in Lin Ning's eyes, it was at least twice the size of an ordinary elevator. Chapter 6. The Goddess's Birthday, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window. The cars below looked as small as matchboxes, and the pedestrians were so tiny that they were almost invisible. In the distance was the estuary of the Pujiang River, offering an unbeatable river view. Lin Ning took a deep breath and then exhaled. His eyes became increasingly bright. "All of this is mine, with the sign-in system. One day I will stand at the pinnacle of the world and look down on humanity." Unknowingly, Lin Ning's mindset was quietly changing. "Manager Zheng, please bring me all the documents that need my signature." Lin Ning calmed his emotions and said to Zheng Yiming, "Okay, the documents are ready. I will have someone bring them up right away." Zheng Yiming replied respectfully, feeling a shiver in his heart. The young man who was just a naive bumpkin had transformed into someone composed and calm in an instant. He truly felt this transition. He wondered which prominent family this young Mr. Lin belonged to. His respect for Lin Ning deepened even further. Soon, a stylishly dressed woman, approximately 33 or 34 years old, pushed a small cart into Lin Ning's office. The cart was filled with documents, roughly counting around 20 to 30 volumes. Chapter 7. Cures all ills, don't all girls like this? His ex-girlfriend had no resistance to bags, especially the kind that claimed to be globally limited editions. She had to have them. Lin Ning's current debt of over 100,000 came from this. There was no way, at that time, he didn't have much money to fill this bottomless pit for his girlfriend. But now it was different. With 700 million in his bank account, what kind of bag couldn't he buy? While he was lost in thought, Lin Ning suddenly noticed that the sky had darkened a bit. Looking up, he realized that the afternoon sun was being blocked by a taller building nearby. That was the Zhonghai Mingzhu building, known as the tallest building in Zhonghai City. Standing at 633 meters tall, with 130 floors, its market value was 100 billion. In front of this skyscraper, the Global Trade Center was just a younger sibling. "Just wait. How dare you block my sunlight? One day, I will make you mine." Lin Ning raised his fist to the sky, roaring silently. He felt a little inflated after taking a nap, but this feeling was truly delightful. Picking up the golden card from a fruit platter, Lin Ning swiped it to go down the elevator. As he passed through the turnstile, he noticed that the security guards had changed shifts. Chapter 8. I'm going to pack these bags. Let me introduce these to you first. Zhang Xiaowen enthusiastically led Lin Ning around the store, introducing each product. There were items ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands, but she did not introduce the high-end princess bag. Zhang Xiaowen knew that ordinary people couldn't afford that bag. She left Lin Ning some face. "How much is that bag?" But Lin Ning, completely oblivious, pointed at the princess bag and asked, "Sir, that bag is a limited edition, with only 99 in the world. Our store has the only one in Zhonghai." Zhang Xiaowen sighed internally and still honestly introduced it. In the distance, several other salespeople could no longer hold back their laughter. Just as I was about to continue mocking, a man and a woman walked in from outside. Both were dressed very stylishly, and the woman had an LV bag hanging from her arm, worth 13 for 100 yuan. The female staff member who had mocked Lin Ning's earlier suddenly brightened up. Her previously gloomy expression instantly softened, and she broke into a smile. She put the drinks aside and rushed over before anyone else could react. Chapter 9. A peculiar pair of man and woman, one of each bag? Do you think this is a vegetable market? What a big mouth you have. Do you know how much these bags cost? No one moved, and the disdainful looks intensified, as if they were looking at a big fool. Some staff members were holding back laughter, their faces flushed. "What's wrong? Don't you plan to do business today? Lin Ning asked. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, I really can't hold it in. Gu Ning laughed so hard she was shaking all over. Lin Ning, I didn't expect you to be so humorous. Why didn't I notice this quality of yours before? You're willing to lose face just to show off, right? All right, you have nothing now, so having face is useless, right? Lin Ning glanced coldly at Gu Ning, ignoring her, and instead took out a bank card and handed it to Zhang Xiaowen. Go, do as I say, calculate the total cost of these bags, and then swipe the card. Oh, Zhang Xiaowen instinctively took the card and walked toward the counter, pulling out a calculator to start calculating. Hey, what are you doing? The female staff member who wanted to drive Lin Ning away pressed down on Zhang Xiaowen's hand, displeased. He told me to calculate the total price, didn't he? Zhang Xiaowen replied timidly. I told you were foolish, and you really are. Chapter 10. The Grand Hotel. All right, let's go. I will report their behavior to the store manager today. I will definitely help you vent your anger. Darling, you are so nice. I'll reward you tonight. Hee hee. The hot spring room at the nearby Shengshi Grand Hotel is nice. Shall we go try it? I'm listening to you. Anything is fine. The two chatted as if no one else was around, making all the staff members blush. Seriously, do you want to be more blatant? Making such a show in public. The world is going downhill. At this point, several staff members had prepared the bags, filling the entire counter. Lin Ning reached out to grab the most expensive princess bag, asked for scissors, and cut off the price tag in one go. Wrap it up. Use the best packaging, Lin Ning said flatly. Yes, yes. We'll wrap it for you right away. The staff members hurriedly got busy, panicking. They really cut the price tag. That means it can't be returned. This person is really a wealthy tycoon. Everyone understood now. If it were borrowed money, who would dare to play like this? It could be deadly, you know? Next. With a snap, Lin Ning didn't hesitate at all and cut off the price tags of the other 22 bags as well. Impossible, impossible. How could you have so much money? Chapter 11. You have pearls. I have bags where? No matter how good the necklace is, it can't compare to my one. Haha. Just thinking about the possibility of conquering the city tonight, Lu Qi couldn't stop smiling. Other classmates quickly showered him with flattery, praising how beautiful the necklace was and how generous and grand Lu Xiao was. Yin Zhaowen frowned slightly, a bit displeased. She was just going along with it because she had no choice. Who knew Lu Qi would put on such a big show? Was he trying to announce his claim to the world? At that moment, she suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards her. It was Lin Ning. Yin Zhaowen felt her heart race a few beats, her face slightly flushed. No one present expected that the beautiful Yin, who was indifferent to all men, actually liked Lin Ning. Of course, Lin Ning himself didn't know either. During school, he and Yin Zhaowen hardly had any interaction. After graduation, although they were in the same city, they rarely talked, only occasionally chatting a few mundane words in their class group. At this moment, other classmates also saw Lin Ning and stood up to greet him. Lin Ning is here. Hurry, hurry, come take a seat. You were the last one. Hearing the voices, other classmates turned their heads. Then, everyone froze. Lin Ning was holding a beautifully packaged box. Behind him, a group of uniformed beauties followed, each holding several identical boxes. What's going on? Everyone looked confused. What trick is Lin Ning up to this time? This guy's style was different. Everyone remembered clearly the last time he gave a female classmate a cross-stitch he bought from a street vendor for her birthday. It was also beautifully packaged. The girl was overjoyed, but when she opened it at home, she was furious and posted a photo in the group to complain. Could it be that this time he was pulling the same stunt? But why bring so many beauties? The more everyone thought about it, the less they understood. Yin Beauty, wishing you eternal youth, happy birthday. Ignoring how everyone looked at him, Lin Ning handed over the gift. Thank you, come take a seat. Yin Zhaowen also stood up, took the box, and smiled sweetly at Lin Ning. Wow, did I just imagine that? Yin Beauty smiled. Lu Qi's face immediately turned cold. I put in so much effort, throwing a banquet and giving a necklace, and this little BTCH didn't even give me a proper look. But she smiles so brightly at this pretty boy who gives her a broken box. No way, I can't stand it. He secretly signaled. And the female classmate sitting next to Yin Jia, one understood, and quickly snatched the box, shaking it. Haha, there is really something inside. The female classmate pretended to be surprised and called out. Lin Ning, this time at 1TB, another cross-stitch from the street vendor, right? Let me tell you, if you give me a cross-stitch, I 1T hold it against you, but for Yin Beauty, you can't just brush it off. Look at Lu Xiao. How generous he is. A string of South pearls worth 100,000. Everyone burst into laughter. looking at Lin Ning mockingly. Lu Qi crossed his arms, his sense of superiority overflowing. This assist is perfect. I'll give you an extra chicken leg when we get back. Lin Ning's expression remained calm, unfazed by the praise or scorn, offering no rebuttal. Zhang Yuting, who had been standing behind him, couldn't hold back any longer seeing her benefactor being humiliated. She jumped out. What is so great about a string of pearls? The gift from the boss is an LV princess bag, globally limited to 99 pieces, priced at 570,000. Who can compare? What? Is that true? Everyone's gaze shifted from Lin Ning to the box in the female classmate's hand, filled with uncertainty. Chapter 12. Please start your performance, but immediately after, Zhang Yuting dropped an even bigger bombshell in the crowd. Not only that box, but even the boxes we have in our hands are filled with LV bags, totaling to 38 million. Shocked, astonished, amazed, can't believe it. Spending 38 million on bags. Isn't that insane? Besides, when did Lin Ning become so wealthy? Could he be a hidden rich second generation, now revealing his true identity? Ha ha! That girl from earlier laughed loudly. Little sister, if you just said the box in my hand contains an LV bag, I might barely believe it. But now you say that all the boxes contain LV bags, it's hard for me to accept. Little sister, how much did he pay you to help him stage this? Zhang Yuting, inexperienced in the world, blurted out. The boss gave each of us 500 to help him carry the boxes over. Ha! Everyone laughed even louder. It's confirmed. Lin Ning hired people to perform just to show off. This time it's even more exaggerated than last time, but also more dramatic, and everyone is having more fun. It seems like they helped in the wrong way, and Zhang Yuting, anxious, stomped her feet with a flushed face. Yan Zhaowen couldn't bear it, stepped forward and said, All right, we're all classmates, just a little joke is fine. No matter what gift Lin Ning gave, I'm very happy. Wow, what's happening with the goddess? Actually helping this show-off guy? Everyone was shocked. Eyes darting back and forth between the two, there was some tension. Lu Qi's face was very grim. Staring coldly at Lin Ning, his gaze sharp. I spent 100,000 and didn't even get a word of thanks from the goddess. This poor guy just wrapped a pretty box and staged a show, and he gets the goddess's favor? No, I can't stand for this. I must bring him down. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Qi stood up and applauded with a big smile. I didn't expect our Lin classmate to be a genius. His performance was so lifelike. I almost believe it too. You coming to our school is a waste of talent. You should have studied acting. Who knows? Maybe we could even meet a big star. Haha, Lu Xiao is right. Lin classmate's performance was really amazing. Just like real, if Lu Xiao hadn't mentioned it, I would have believed it. That's how Lin classmate is. Doing things unexpectedly, yet reasonable. I heard he just broke up with his girlfriend, lost his job, and is now working at a small company doing ads. Is that so? Lu Qi pretended to be surprised, unable to hide his glee. I said, Lin Ning, if you're in trouble, just say it. We're classmates, everyone can help. My family's company just happens to have a vacancy. Why don't you come? I guarantee you won't be treated poorly. No thanks, I don't need money right now. Lin Ning smiled faintly. Stit pretending. That girl spoke again. Is it really that hard to bow your head and admit you're not good enough? How can a man like this be relied upon by a woman? As she said this, she secretly glanced at Yan Zhaowen, and seeing her listening intently, she became excited. No wonder your girlfriend broke up with you. If I were her, I would do the same. You all, your classmates, how can you do this? Zhang Yuting really couldn't take it anymore and spoke up for Lin Ning again. Chapter 13, let's play a game. Little sister, it's precisely because we're classmates that I say this. Love runs deep, hate runs deep, right? Yes, we're not bad people. We just want Lin Ning to face himself, accept society's criticism, and grow. You guys. Zhang Yuting's little face was puffed up like a red apple. All right, thank you for speaking up for me. Lin Ning smiled and ruffled Zhang Yuting's hair. Then looking at the classmates, is there really a bag in the box? It's simple, just open it and see. Are you sure? Sure. Lin Ning nodded. Okay, then I'm opening it. Opening it now, the girl with the box asked eagerly. Go ahead, don't stall. Lin Ning said casually. However, just as that girl was about to tear open the wrapping paper, Lin Ning spoke again. This seems a bit boring. He looked around and smiled. Today is Goddess Yan's birthday. Why don't we play a game, classmates? What game? Everyone's attention was on Lin Ning, unsure of what he was planning. Lin Ning smiled and first had the girls from the LV store put down the boxes. Previously, the boxes were blocking the view, so no one could see clearly. Once the boxes were down, everyone noticed that the girls were all very attractive. with long legs wrapped in black stockings and fitted uniforms that were even more enticing. Those uniforms were custom tailored with the LV logo embroidered on them, clearly authentic. At that moment, all the classmates fell silent. No one spoke. Everyone had a vague feeling that perhaps Lin Ning and the girl behind him were telling the truth. Lucci suddenly had a bad premonition, his face showing a bit of panic. There are 23 boxes here. Minus the one for Goddess Yin, there are 22 left. There are a total of 16 girls here today. He counted and then said, "Why don't we play a game where we open the boxes for prizes?" "How do we play?" As soon as Lin Ning said this, all the girls' curiosity was piqued. The guests at other tables in the hall had also seen what was happening, and, hearing about the game, they curiously gathered around. "You all don't believe that the boxes contain LV bags?" Lin Ning pointed at the pile of boxes beside him, smiling. "Then I invite each girl to come up and choose a box. If there is no LV bag inside, I'll compensate." "How will you compensate?" someone eagerly asked. "Slap me in the face, how about that? Because I deceived everyone's feelings. But if there really is a bag inside, then as a reward, that lucky girl gets to kiss me and the bag will be hers." "Wow, really?" As soon as Lin Ning said this, everyone became excited. This game is fun and thrilling. The crowd erupted in cheers, some whistling, the hall was lively, and the noise was overwhelming. Even some distinguished guests in the upstairs private rooms were stirred and came out to see the excitement. Excited, thrilled, hearts racing. Although these girls didn't believe the boxes really contained LV bags, they all hoped they did. The conflicting feelings made their faces all flush red. Meanwhile, the boys exchanged glances, feeling as if Lin Ning had transformed into a different person. Confident, flamboyant, and with a hint of the domineering CEO aura. Hurry up, hurry up. Many people raised their phones to urge on. There was also a cute little internet celebrity who started a live broadcast. Chapter 14. The fun game begins. Good evening, babies. It's not even time to start the broadcast yet, but Meow Meow-chan discovered something particularly fun and couldn't wait to share it with you all. Meow Meow-chan's wife is so cute. The broadcast started so early today, I'm still eating, planning to eat my fill, and then shout 666 later. What's going on? Is the sister going outdoors today? The little internet celebrity had quite a good following. As soon as she started the broadcast, 200 to 300 people gathered in the live room. The number kept increasing, and more people were on their way. The screen was filled with rapidly scrolling comments. "This isn't outdoors. This is the Imperial Garden Hotel, where I am dining, and I suddenly discovered someone playing a prize opening game. So I hurriedly shared it with all the babies." The little internet celebrity continued to enthusiastically introduce it. "What's so fun about opening boxes for prizes? I want to hear Meow Meow sing. Singing isn't great. Let's dance instead." Meow Meow said there would be benefits. "Babies, of course. I wouldn't recommend ordinary games to you all. Right now, we're opening boxes for prizes, and it's LV bags, with a total of 23 boxes. Come on, everyone guess. With so many boxes, how many bags are there? Or maybe none at all." The little internet celebrity was excitedly laughing and squeezed into the crowd, finding the best vantage point. "Did you see that handsome guy standing at the front? He's the owner of these boxes. I guess there are none. LV bags are expensive. The cheapest one costs several thousand yuan. That handsome guy, although really handsome, is wearing such tattered clothes. He probably doesn't even have 200 yuan. How could he afford so many expensive bags?" Someone concluded firmly. "Perhaps he's just playing low-key. Looking at his shabby clothes, he's actually a billionaire. Buying a few bags is just a small matter." Someone immediately raised a different opinion. On the screen, 23 beautifully packaged boxes were piled on the ground, surrounded by 5 beautiful store staff in LV uniforms, creating a grand scene. It really is. If all 23 boxes have bags, it would be at least over 1 million, right? That guy is so rich. I want to date him. I also want to meet someone unforgettable. Give me a bag, and I can unlock various poses. The live room went crazy in an instant. Driving is no longer enough. Flying is a bit low. Why is everyone not moving? Hurry up. The bags inside range from tens of thousands to over 100,000. Don't miss out. Lin Ning smiled and urged. "I'll go." The one who always opposed Lin Ning was the first to rush forward. She quickly walked to the boxes, casually picked one, tore off the outer wrapping, and opened the box. It's opened. Is there something inside? I don't know, look closely. As the girl moved, the crowd's hearts rose in anticipation. Some even unconsciously clenched their fists, more nervous than her. The barrage in the little internet celebrity's live room temporarily disappeared. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the result. So thrilling. Under everyone's gaze, the girl reached in, Her expression changed, and she incredulously pulled out an item. An LV shoulder bag, priced at 29,800 yuan. Zhang Yuding promptly announced the price. Wow, there really is one. A bag worth over 20,000 yuan. I love it. I want it so badly. Want to have rich friends to play the box opening game with me. The crowd gasped, mixed with a hint of envy. Chapter 15. Opening boxes for prizes, so satisfying. The girl was also stunned, unable to believe her eyes. The bag in her hand was small, unique, and elegant, whether in material or style. Anyone with an eye could tell it was extraordinary. The girl couldn't put it down. She subconsciously turned to look at Lu Qi, only to see his face pale, looking extremely displeased. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoen's eyes sparkled, beaming with a happy smile. She had promised Lu Xiao that she would help him win over the goddess today. Otherwise, why had she been targeting Lin Ning earlier? But now this bag, oh my, I love it so much. What to do? So conflicted. Even harder was that this bag matched her perfectly. Wearing it made her feel several levels elevated. Then why hesitate? The girl immediately made a decision. Lin Ning, I'm lucky. I was the first to draw, and we agreed that whoever draws gets it. You wouldn't go back on your word, right? The girl said with a smile. Of course I keep my word. This bag is yours. Lin Ning waved his hand, giving it away without hesitation. Thank you, Lu Xiao. The girl smiled, so widely she could hardly close her mouth, hugging the bag tightly. The other classmates looked at her enviously, and no one believed that all 23 boxes would actually contain bags. Lin Ning's generosity made the crowd gasp in astonishment. A bag worth over 20,000 yuan. Given away without batting an eye. How rich must he be? Then, the girl quickly ran back to her seat, took out a lipstick from her bag, applied it heavily on her lips, and ran back to Lin Ning. In front of the Imperial Garden Hotel, upstairs and downstairs, countless eyes and countless phones. She hugged Lin Ning's head and unhesitatingly kissed his right cheek. A bright red mark was stamped on it. Another round of cheers erupted. Next, who will go? Lin Ning smiled unconcernedly, not wiping his face, and asked next. I'll go. As soon as Lin Ning finished speaking, a second girl eagerly ran over. She chose the biggest box, tore it open, and reached inside. Amid the crowd's anticipation, her eyes lit up as she pulled out a larger, more exquisite bag. An LV limited edition, worth 93,600 yuan. Zhang Yuding immediately quoted the price. Wow! An exclamation burst from the crowd as everyone stared in shock. According to the game rules, this bag belonged to her now. Lin Ning smiled generously. Congratulations, your luck is good. Thank you, Lu Xiao. The girl who drew the bag was grinning from ear to ear, slinging the bag over her shoulder and posing in various ways. Click, click, all around were flashing phones. At that moment, the girl was like a supermodel on a T-stage, the center of attention. The little internet celebrity was also astonished, her mouth agape. Babies, babies. Did you see that? A bag worth over 90,000. Just like that, it's given away, so extravagant. Jiang is heartbroken. Why don't I know this handsome guy who is bursting with extravagance? She was so excited that she was incoherent. Jiang, it's not 90,000, it's 123,400. A bag was just taken away. Someone reminded slyly. I don't want to live anymore. Jiang, don't be like this, you're so cute. You can find a rich and handsome guy to add on WeChat later, flirt with him, really flirt with him. I will work hard. Thank you babies for the encouragement. All right, everyone, let us watch the game. At this moment, the third female classmate also walked up. She was a bit excited, rubbing her hands, and glanced at Lin Ning, picking a box. She tore off the packaging and opened it. The female classmate took a deep breath and reached inside. Wow, another LV bag, worth 58,100. 3 consecutive wins. Chapter 16, the biggest prize, is about to be drawn. The onlookers felt their hearts were about to jump out. It was so thrilling. There can't really be a bag in each of these boxes, right? Everyone couldn't imagine. At this time, Lin Ning had 3 bright red lip prints on his face, which looked quite funny. But no one laughed at him. Lu Qi's face turned completely black, and his fists were clenched tightly. Looking at the goddess Yin Zhaoen smiling like a flower beside him, he hated Lin Ning. His carefully organized birthday party was shattered under the bombardment of 3 LV bags. No, Lu Qi suddenly thought. Not 3, but 23, including the globally limited edition princess bag Lin Ning gave to Goddess Yin, worth 570,000. How terrifying. Could it be that Lin Ning is the son of some super wealthy family? Has he had enough fun and doesn't he want to pretend anymore? entering an invincible crushing mode? Thinking of this, Lu Qi felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, he didn't confront Lin Ning directly. Otherwise, offending this super-rich young man would surely lead to a miserable end. With this thought, he moved his chair and quietly retreated, creating a little distance from Yin Jiawen. Yin Jiawen noticed Lu Qi's small movement, and the corners of her mouth slightly rose, her beautiful eyes gently falling on Lin Ning. In just a few minutes, more bags were claimed. Not a single one was empty. Everyone's mood shifted from surprise to shock, and then to numbness. The guessing game changed from whether there was a bag in a box to how much the bag inside was worth. And the most expensive one was a bag worth 300, which excited the girl who drew it to death. Lin Ning's face was stamped with several seals. Now, Lin Ning's face was covered in red lip prints, with no place left to kiss. Among the 16 female classmates, excluding Yin Jiawen and those who had drawn their bags, 8 classmates remained. These 8 were eager to show off their skills. The 7 bags. The cheapest was the one taken by the first female classmate. Originally pleased with herself, she regretted it so much. Why did she have to step forward first and ended up with the cheapest one? Looking at the other classmates who were so excited, this female classmate sighed and put the bag behind her, no longer showing it off. At this moment, all of Lin Ning's male classmates had red eyes. Continuously saying he favored girls over boys, it was unfair. In response, Lin Ning just smiled and didn't explain. Right now, he was just that extravagant. Next, the same thing kept happening. Indeed, every box had an LV bag. In the little internet celebrities live broadcast room, the popularity was rising rapidly, soon reaching 50,000. Everyone was discussing fervently. The little internet celebrity was also tirelessly leading the rhythm, and with a few waves, received a lot of gifts like flowers and chicken legs. Someone even sent a yacht, which thrilled the little internet celebrity. Soon, the 16 female classmates had drawn all 16 boxes. Without exception, each box contained an LV bag. No one questioned the authenticity of these bags. Not only among these female classmates, but there were also those who were very knowledgeable about luxury goods in the crowd. Many people in the onlooking crowd recognized these bags, as if they were precious treasures. Fakes? Not possible, for a tycoon who spent so extravagantly. Questioning him was the greatest disrespect. At this moment, although he still wore cheap clothes that cost no more than 200 yuan and were even fading, everyone only felt that Lin Ning was low-key and cultured. For a tycoon, no matter what he wore, he was still so handsome and unique. The female classmates' attitudes underwent a perfect transformation. Each of them coveted Lin Ning, wishing they could eat him up. Next came the highlight. The largest box, packaged most luxuriously, belonging to Goddess Yen. Countless pairs of eyes were on her, making her a bit nervous. She cleared her throat to ease her tension. Then, with a charming smile, her delicate, fair fingers gently hooked, and the packaging ribbon slipped off, the box was opened. Chapter 17, The Princess Bag. Blindingly bright, a bag embedded with a circle of diamonds, stunningly beautiful, was taken out from the box by her. The atmosphere in the hotel lobby instantly reached a climax. Wow, so shiny it dazzled my titanium alloy dog eyes. It really is a globally limited edition bag of only 99 pieces. I love it. The little brother is so handsome. Little brother, you're so mighty. Do you need a thigh pendant? Little brother, I could do all kinds of poses. Want a date? In an instant, the crowd erupted. Yin Jiawen put on the bag and casually walked a few steps. With her long legs and a beauty score of over 95, her cool expression added to her allure, radiating charm. At this moment, she became the focus of the entire scene. Lu Qi sat dejectedly on the side, looking ashen. After showing off, Yin Jiawen walked gracefully in front of Lin Ning. At 7 meters tall, she didn't need to look up to meet Lin Ning's eyes. Closer, even closer. Under the lights, Yin Jiawen was stunningly beautiful, her snow-like skin radiating a glow. Lin Ning suddenly felt a bit nervous and breathless. Kiss him, kiss him, kiss him, everyone shouted. The little internet celebrity screamed, as if she wanted to kiss him herself. The audience watching the live stream couldn't help but yell loudly across the screen. Under the gaze of everyone, Yin Jiawen smiled charmingly. In an instant, all the lights dimmed. She held Lin Ning's face, slightly closed her eyes, and heavily, forcefully, pressed down. The world fell silent, and Lin Ning's mind went blank. Only the warm, soft, and fragrant lingered between the lips and teeth, with an endless aftertaste. Lin Ning's hands, hanging by her side, suddenly gripped her pants tightly. I can't believe it. I was kissed. Lin Ning felt frustrated. This script is wrong. I am the main character. I am the overbearing president. However, once the dust settled, everything could not be undone. Of the 23 boxes, the female classmates took away 16, leaving 7. Seeing the resentful expressions of the male classmates, their hands empty, Lin Ning felt a pang of sympathy and announced that the remaining boxes would all be 10 off. This sparked another wave of excitement. This time, with too many monks and too little porridge, the male classmates vied for the purchasing rights, nearly coming to blows. The female classmates fanned the flames from the sidelines, eager for chaos. The onlookers still sat happily on their benches, munching on sunflower seeds, drinking mineral water, and enjoying the scene. Everyone completely forgot about Lu Qi's existence. In the end, it was still Lin Ning who stepped forward, using the ancient and fair method of rock, paper, scissors to end the dispute. Afterwards, Lin Ning saw Zhang Yuding and others off, added her WeChat, and transferred 3,000 yuan as a service fee for her to distribute to the others. The young girl naively reminded Lin Ning that she had transferred too much. Lin Ning smiled wryly and told her that the extra 500 was a reward for her. Only then did Zhang Yuding thank her and accept it. When Lin Ning returned, her colleagues surrounded her, both envious and jealous, congratulating her for meeting a benefactor. The female clerk who initially looked down on Lin Ning sourly reminded her to seize the opportunity. Such a man must not be let go. She even said to ask her if there was anything she didn't understand. She'd teach her everything. Zhang Yuding's face turned red, but she felt a strange sensation in her heart. As for Lin Ning, upon returning to the hotel, the crowd of onlookers had dispersed. The classmates had sent him to the main seat, sitting beside Yin Zhaowen. Although Yin Zhaowen had acted quite boldly earlier, now that things had quieted down, she felt a bit embarrassed. Her face flushed, making her even more alluring. Lin Ning, with a face full of lip prints, looked comical, and everyone wanted to laugh. Yin Zhaowen took out a wet tissue, suppressing her laughter while helping him wipe off the marks. Lin Ning enjoyed it without guilt, and the other classmates felt it was only natural. Chapter 18. The next day, during check-in, the Koenigsegg one, a goddess like Yin, was only worthy of a wealthy person like Lin Ning. The birthday banquet ended on a high note. Only Lu Qi wore a bitter expression. Having lost both the lady and the soldiers, he organized the birthday banquet, spent his money, but in the end, it benefited others. He felt bitter but had no way out. He couldn't afford to provoke a wealthy person like Lin Ning, so he could only endure. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the banquet was over. However, everyone stayed, which puzzled Lin Ning. Today, everyone was supposed to keep vigil for the beautiful Yin. One classmate clarified. It turned out that Lin Ning understood. He waved his hand and said, "Perfect. Isn't there a night banquet, KTV nearby? Let's go there to keep vigil." Great. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. The night banquet KTV was also very famous, with high consumption, reportedly costing at least tens of thousands for one night. Among Lin Ning's classmates, except for Lu Qi, who came from a decent family, the others were ordinary and couldn't afford the expenses there. Following Lin Ning, the wealthy would broaden their horizons. A crowd of 16 girls, each carrying an LV bag, instantly lit up the entire street. Especially Yin Zhaowen, with her beautiful looks and stylish bag, was very eye-catching. However, the man beside her was somewhat lacking in support. Although equally handsome, his attire was not commendable. Everyone felt it was like a beautiful flower growing on a stem that wasn't worthy. Upon arriving at the night banquet KTV, they were welcomed by doormen. The night banquet KTV, indeed, lived up to its name, with extremely luxurious decorations that dazzled everyone, who couldn't help but praise it. Lin Ning dutifully requested the largest private room, which could accommodate over 30 people, with complete facilities, including a private restroom, so they wouldn't have to squeeze into common areas with others. However, the price for the room was shockingly high, costing 50,000 for one night. If Lin Ning hadn't paid, even Lu Qi wouldn't have been willing to spend that much. It was simply too expensive. Lin Ning was generous, covering all expenses for the night, allowing everyone to drink freely. This thrilled his classmates. They ordered countless fruit platters and snacks, along with an endless supply of beer and drinks. Lin Ning even took the initiative to order 3 bottles of 888 yuan red wine. This caught the attention of the lobby manager, a charming woman named Hong Jie, around 34 or 35 years old, who personally came over to toast everyone. Everyone felt particularly honored. Lucci mentioned that this woman had a strong background and was involved with a certain powerful figure. It was said that all the restaurants and KTVs on this street were under her protection, with hundreds of subordinates, wielding considerable influence in both the legitimate and underworld spheres. Although Hong Jia was the lobby manager, no one dared to provoke her. Those spending under 100,000 would never see her. The classmates were having a blast at the KTV, singing and dancing in a lively atmosphere. Soon, it was midnight. Yin Jiaowen stood in the center, wearing a sparkling silver crown specially prepared by the KTV. Everyone surrounded her, turning off the lights, each holding a lighter. The flickering lights resembled stars in the sky. As the clock struck 12, the voices of well-wishers rang out simultaneously. Goddess Yin, happy birthday! At the same time, the voice Lin Ning had long awaited echoed in his mind. Ding! Daily check-in system refresh completed. Please start check-in as soon as possible. Check-in. Congratulations. Check-in successful. You have obtained a Koenigsegg 1, valued at 100 million. The check-in reward has been stored in the temporary warehouse provided by the system and can be retrieved at any time. Warning. The temporary warehouse only exists for 24 hours. After 24 hours, the temporary warehouse will disappear and unclaimed rewards will also vanish. Lin Ning stood opposite Yin Jiaowen, gazing at her stunning beauty. With the corners of his mouth curling into a slight arc. Chapter 19, the birthday banquet, concluded perfectly, costing a total of 340,000. After making the payment, everyone exited the night banquet KTV together. As a high-end entertainment venue, they naturally offered a service to call cars for guests. Since everyone had drunk quite a bit, they essentially opted for taxis or designated drivers. Lucci, feeling down, didn't drink any alcohol at all. He suddenly remembered that Lin Ning had come a business car and he hadn't driven. In an instant, his mind became active again. To impress girls, he had just bought a Mercedes worth over 700,000. If he drove it out now and showed off in front of everyone, accepting their admiration and jealousy, he might just win back the favor of the goddess Yen. A bold move could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. For the happiness of his lower half, he decided to give it one more shot. With that thought, Lucci squeezed into the crowd and approached Yin Jiaowen. Hey, where's Lin Ning? Why isn't he with you? He asked, feigning concern. I don't know. I didn't see him as soon as we went out. He might have left first, Yin Jiaowen replied, frowning slightly, not very sure. But inside, she felt a bit unhappy. That Lin Ning was really lacking in manners. Not only did he not think to take her home, but he even left without saying a word. Chapter 20. The goddess is happy. Lucci is completely deflated. Everyone turned their heads in unison. A uniquely designed supercar slowly drove up and stopped in front of the crowd. Koenigsegg. It's actually a Koenigsegg 1. Oh my God, am I seeing this right? I can't believe this supercar is here. Someone recognized the car and immediately screamed. The others were dumbstruck, quietly watching this supercar that made their hearts race. The window of the Koenigsegg rolled down, revealing Lin Ning's calm smile from the driver's seat. 1, get in, I'll take you home. Okay. Yin Jiaowen smiled sweetly and got into the Koenigsegg 1. Then, Lin Ning nodded to the other classmates, pressed the gas pedal, and the supercar roared away, leaving behind a crowd of stunned classmates and a dejected Lucci standing there anxiously. Competing for a girl with someone who can drive a Koenigsegg. Is he really tired of living? At the same time, a thought arose in his mind. Just a few days ago, Lin Ning was a broke man with a cheating girlfriend and 100,000 in debt. How did he become so extravagant and wealthy today? As a rich second generation, he was quite familiar with the world's top supercars and immediately recognized that Lin Ning was driving a Koenigsegg 1. Chapter 21. I must find this car at the Four Seas Hotel on the top floor in a luxurious presidential suite with an unbeatable sea view. Two figures were locked in a fierce battle. At that moment, a phone suddenly rang nearby. A handsome man frowned, straightened up, and angrily grabbed his phone to take a look, then hung up. A few minutes later, the man stood up, picked up the phone, and dialed the number he had just seen. Hey, Brother Jiang, so quick today? As soon as the call connected, a lewd laugh came from the other end. Get lost. I'm answering your call. The man known as Brother Jiang scolded with a laugh. Spit out quickly. If there's nothing, I'm hanging up. All right. The voice on the other end dropped the playful tone and spoke seriously. Brother Jiang, weren't you always looking for the Koenigsegg 1? We have news now. What? Brother Jiang paused, then raised his voice. Speak clearly. What's the news about the Koenigsegg? Brother Jiang, this car appeared in our Zhonghai today. Impossible. Brother John declared. I had someone inquire yesterday. That car hasn't even been brought to Huaxia. Chapter 22. The debt collector has arrived. He slept very comfortably. When he woke up, it was already 10:30 a.m. He hurriedly grabbed his phone to check, and there were 7 or 8 missed calls. One was from his ex-girlfriend, Lin Ning, which Lin Ning chose to ignore. The rest were from Lin Ning's boss, an older woman who had been in a long-term, unharmonious relationship and was now going through menopause. The old woman was hot-tempered, loved gossip, and was sharp-tongued. She must have called to scold him because he didn't go to work today and didn't ask for leave, feeling her dignity was provoked. Lin Ning completely ignored it. A text from the bank yesterday showed that the 700 million in his bank account was still there. Am I going to please a dissatisfied old woman? Dream on. He stretched lazily and was about to get up when his phone rang again. Lin Ning glanced at it, frowned. It was that annoying woman again. He decisively hung up. But the old woman seemed to have gone mad, calling constantly. Damn it, I must resign today. Lin Ning muttered, but still answered the phone. Lin Ning, you little brat. How dare you hang up on me? I tell you, your bonus for this month is gone. As soon as the call connected, the other side immediately started berating him. Chapter 23. A family in a fast food restaurant. He knew Lin Ning was very poor, so poor that he had no money to pay back debts. That's why he had moved out of his previous decent neighborhood and ended up here. To find Lin Ning, Brother Hua had put in quite a bit of effort to track him down to this current neighborhood. This time, Brother Hua came prepared for Lin Ning to run away. So he brought a few more brothers along, just in case. Unexpectedly, Lin Ning didn't run at all and generously offered to transfer the money immediately. This made Brother Hua feel something was off. Was this guy saying this on purpose to distract me, so he could escape? He secretly signaled a few of his younger brothers, who understood instantly and took a few steps forward, tightening the encirclement around Lin Ning, including principal and interest. It's a total of 175,000, Brother Hua said with a smile. All right, give me the IOU, and I'll transfer the money to you. Lin Ning heard the amount and didn't even blink, nodding calmly. Okay, Brother Hua, although puzzled, felt secure with his brothers surrounding Lin Ning. So he wasn't worried about any tricks. He opened his briefcase and pulled out a piece of paper. Lin Ning took it and saw it was the IOU he had signed with his signature and red thumbprint on it. Chapter 24. The parking attendant is very friendly. The people behind didn't know what had happened in front, but they were still very happy about suddenly being able to enjoy a free lunch. Hey, hurry up and give me some food. This person just said he's treating. So I don't have to pay, right? When they heard Lin Ning was treating, the old woman also had a beaming smile and hurriedly urged the young girl again. Unfortunately, the young girl had to pick up the spoon, but was suddenly stopped by Lin Ning. Wait a minute, he smiled. I have one principle when treating, which is not to treat impolite people. You. The old woman glared angrily at Lin Ning. Grandma, why isn't the food ready yet? I'm starving. A little boy playing with toys in the distance complained loudly. Here it comes. Just a moment. Baby, wait a little longer. The old woman, who dotes on her grandson, waves at him, then turns to Lin Ning. You country bumpkin, you've starved my grandson. I'll make you pay. The old woman threatens Lin Ning fiercely. Lin Ning remains unfazed, calling for the little girl to serve the people in line one by one. One comes, he pays once. One comes, he pays once. Everyone eating lunch here is grateful, and they all say thank you as they pass by Lin Ning. Chapter 25. Is Lin Ning really a big shot? Huang Boss is afraid. The car stops beside him, and the window rolls down, revealing a beautiful face. In the passenger seat of the BMW sits a middle-aged man in his 40s. His face flushed and his demeanor arrogant. Su Lu, hello. Lin Ning nods and smiles at the beauty as a greeting. Su Lu is a colleague from the same company, and their relationship is quite good. You bought a car? Lin Ning casually asks after greeting. I'm just a small salesperson. How could I afford such a nice car? This car belongs to this boss. Su Lu smiles after glancing at the man in the passenger seat. This boss intends to develop a business with our company. So we had lunch together. He wanted to inspect the company, and since he had a bit to drink, he let me drive. Su Lu explains, then continues. Lin Ning, why are you only just arriving? Our manager has been angry all morning, yelling that you're absent and wants to fire you. No one dares to provoke her. Lin Ning smiles faintly at this, not taking it to heart. But the middle-aged man in the passenger seat then turns to Lin Ning, frowning as he asks, Miss Su, who is this? Chapter 26. I want to resign upon entering the company. Huang Boss sees a woman in her 40s pointing at Lin Ning and cursing loudly. The others are keeping their distance, each fearing trouble. Su Lu follows Huang Boss in, walking briskly and pretending to cough. Just as the old woman is enjoying her scolding, she suddenly gets interrupted and turns around, ready to scold the intruder, but freezes when she sees Huang Boss. Su Lu quickly steps in front of the old woman, softly introducing, "Manager Lu, this is Huang, the vice president of Jinfeng Investment, here to inspect our company." Upon hearing this, Manager Lu's expression instantly changes. Jinfeng Investment controls billions in funds and is well known in the industry. Many companies aspire to connect with this big shot, and she cannot afford to neglect him. Thinking of this, Manager Lu immediately greets him with a beaming smile, extending her hand. "Hello, Huang Boss. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." But to her surprise, Huang Boss doesn't even glance at her. Instead, he walks straight up to Lin Ning and bows deeply. "Mr. Lin, I was blind and offended you earlier. Please forgive me." Chapter 27. Zhonghai Snack Street. No matter what Huang Boss is thinking, Lin Ning drives back to his rented place. His roommates haven't gotten off work yet, so he's alone at home and a bit bored. He opens his phone and starts watching a live stream. He really likes a streamer who follows an ancient style. She's a beauty who streams for 3 hours every afternoon. During her live streams, she wears traditional clothing, plays the piano, and sings. Unlike other streamers who sing and dance to attract attention, this beauty plays ancient melodies that are tranquil and healing. During the time he broke up with his girlfriend, he felt very down, and it was listening to her music that helped him return to normal. This streamer is very quiet, complimenting the serene music she plays. Each time she starts, she simply greets everyone and then plays without much fuss, because she doesn't rely on revealing this or that. Nor does she drive views with flashy antics. Her popularity isn't high, with only about 100 fans. These fans also tend to be quiet, simply listening to the music and occasionally sending a few free flowers. Lin Ning opens the live streaming app and finds the ancient-style beauty's room. The familiar tunes flow like a mountain stream, resonating soothingly. Chapter 28. Conflict on Snack Street. This handsome guy is rich and super caring. He'll definitely be a great dad in the future. I've decided to be the mother of his future child. Nearby girls' eyes turn to hearts. "With your looks, you want to be a mother? I'm afraid you'll ruin this handsome guy's excellent genes. Only a woman like me, with a good figure and high IQ, is worthy of being a mother. You should stay out of it." The onlooking women immediately turn into fierce competitors, battling for their rights. Lin Ning shakes his head at the scene, quickly slipping into the snack street. If he doesn't run now, he fears he might lose his dignity. The snack street is bustling, with various snacks on display, and everyone is enjoying themselves as they walk and eat. There are also some barbecue stalls with great flavors and friendly prices. Lin Ning used to come here often. He quickly spots a few roommates at a table in a place he frequents for skewers: Wang Fong, Fang Yin, and another boy named Wang Chaming. However, besides the three of them, there's also a handsome boy sitting closely with Wang Fong, looking quite intimate. Fang Yin and Wang Chaming's expressions darken. Chapter 29. Is it about the number of people? "Damn it, you shameless woman, dare to hit me." Jiang Che is furious and wants to retaliate, but Fang Yin and Wang Chaming block in between them. Their expressions are icy, knuckles cracking as they grip tightly. Their goddess is facing such a scumbag, and they want nothing more than to beat Jiang Che up. "You better not regret it," Jiang Che shouts, his bravado a facade. "Regret what? Get lost." Wang Fong takes off a ring from her finger and throws it hard at Jiang Che, then disappears into the crowd of onlookers. "Stupid woman. If I ever catch you again, you'll be sorry." Jiang Che's face turns pale as he swears. Then he picks up the ring from the ground and leaves. "So, what will it be? Do you want me to beat you up? Or do you want this woman to come over for drinks?" The arrogant young man continues after watching the breakup drama unfold. Hearing this, Wang Fong's heart trembles, and she bites her lip. This situation is her fault. She can't let others suffer. Gathering her emotions, she tries to approach, but is stopped by Fang Yin and Wang Changming. "As long as we are here, you won't be bullied. Fine, you have guts. Looks like my friends need to loosen your bones a bit." Chapter 30. I scan the code so smoothly. I can't stop. He instinctively scans the code, just about to pay when he suddenly feels something's off. Looking up, he sees a long-haired beauty with big eyes and delicate skin. "Go away. Don't disturb me. I only want men." Lin Ning waved his hand, trying to send her away. "Little brother, I just want to help you a bit. Please don't chase me away." The beautiful girl spoke timidly, her voice sweet and soft. Lin Ning almost lost control and could only say, "How about this? You're not good at fighting. I'll give you 200. Can you just stand by and cheer? Okay, little brother. I can definitely do it. The beautiful girl smiled widely, her teeth neat and white. After scanning the code, she cheerfully ran to the mercenary group and somehow produced 2 glow sticks, raising them high above her head. Her body began to sway left and right, chanting, "Go, go. Little brothers are the best." The girl was tall and slender, wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt and a plaid skirt, with long and straight beautiful legs. Sporting a pair of sneakers, exuding a youthful and vibrant aura that wafted through the air. This aura was like rocket fuel, igniting a strong wave of hormones among the group of men. Chapter 31. A set of houses in Shengshi Huading, worth 1.8 billion. What is 1 billion? Their current old house is probably worth 3 million, so 1 billion is equivalent to 33 houses. A billion in cash stacked up would be half a wall. This car is incredibly expensive. How wealthy must one be to afford such a car? Tens of billions? Or hundreds of billions? They couldn't imagine it. They could only look at Lin Ning with admiration. A big shot wearing a 200 yuan cheap, customized outfit. "Please accept our kneeling." With a clap, the 3 of them knelt down in unison. "Hey, what are you doing? Get up quickly." Lin Ning hurriedly helped them up. My legs just went weak." The 3 smiled awkwardly. "All right, you 2 can take a taxi. I'll take Wang Fong first." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Fong swiftly dove into the car. Even Lin Ning felt a blur before she disappeared. So fast, the 3 men smiled and then dispersed. Once Lin Ning got into the car, he saw Wang Fong sitting in the passenger seat, her eyes darting around, her hands touching everything. So luxurious, so extravagant. I've never been in a car worth 1 billion before. Just this seat must cost over 1 million, right? Chapter 32. I want to move to a new home. This community is located by the Pujiang River. Next to it is the most famous financial district and shopping street of China overseas. Here, 5-star hotels and shopping malls abound, with traffic flowing in all directions. It is undoubtedly a prime location. Shengshi Huading lives up to its reputation as a top luxury residence by China overseas. The entrance of the community is built very grandly, entirely sculpted from high-quality Han white jade, with the community's name inscribed by a highly respected old calligrapher from Huaxia, adding a unique charm. There are 2 security guards at the entrance, both around 27 or 28 years old, looking very fresh. With red lips and white teeth, they wear a sharp security uniform. When Lin Ning arrived at the community's entrance, he was stopped by the security guards. They said he could not enter without a vehicle entry permit. And even showing the property certificate only elicited repeated apologies from the guards without granting him access. Or, if an owner inside came to pick him up, he could apply for a temporary entry permit. After all, not everyone coming to the community is an owner. They could also be guests of the owners. It would be quite rude to make guests park outside. However, Lin Ning felt a headache upon hearing this. It was his first time here, and he didn't know any owners. Chapter 33. Dog son, dog mommy driving back to Shengshi Huading. This time no one stopped him. The barrier automatically lifted after scanning the license plate. After getting the suitcase down, he saw my Ziki wandering around, looking idle. When she saw Lin Ning, she quickly ran over. "Mr. Lin, you're back. Let me help you with the suitcase." "No need, I can carry it myself." "Don't you have to work? Did you forget? I'm your dedicated service staff. Serving you is my job. If you don't let me serve, I'll be fired and unemployed. You know how hard it is to find a job now. I still have to pay rent, buy clothes, and cosmetics. If I'm unemployed, I want to have money for those." My Ziki spoke pitifully, with tears welling up in her eyes. Her expression could melt even the hardest heart. Lin Ning felt a bit reluctant and said, "All right then, just help me move the suitcase to the elevator." Okay, thank you, boss." My Ziki beamed, using all her strength to move the suitcase. She didn't expect it to be so heavy. When Lin Ning brought it down, it seemed very easy for him. Chapter 34. Overbearing CEO My Ziki. At that moment, an angry voice came from nearby. "Mom, we can't apologize to her." With this voice, a young woman in her 20s wearing sportswear ran over, supporting the cleaning lady and glaring fiercely at the arrogant internet celebrity woman across from her. "We are human beings. Why should we apologize to a dog? Besides, you didn't do anything wrong. The dog peed everywhere. What is wrong with driving it away?" Little girl, you're quite something. The property manager just said that if you don't apologize, you'll be fired. So what if we leave? What's so great about it? Mom, let us go. We're done with this job. After saying that, the beautiful girl was about to take the cleaning lady away. Lin Ning saw the girl from a distance and smiled. This girl was none other than Zhang Yuding, the best server at the LV store. He originally didn't want to get involved, but now that he encountered someone familiar, he felt it necessary to curb that arrogant woman's arrogance. So he walked over and said to the property manager, "What you're doing is very unfair. I saw the whole thing just now. It was that woman's dog that wasn't on a leash and urinated everywhere. The cleaning lady only tried to drive it away and didn't even touch the dog." Chapter 35. The dog mom's revenge in the parking lot once everyone had left. Zhang Yuding helped her mother over to thank Lin Ning. "It's nothing." Lin Ning waved his hand and said, "I don't like that woman either. By the way, Yuding, why don't you invite this gentleman to dinner as a way to thank him properly?" The cleaning lady suddenly suggested. "Sure, I wonder if Mr. Lin would honor us?" Zhang Yuding looked at Lin Ning with a hint of expectation. When her mother suggested dinner, she had secretly pinched her arm. Zhang Yuding immediately understood what that meant. Wealthy and just, and he is handsome too. She had lost sleep the first night she met Lin Ning. She recalled the whispers from the older sister in the store. "If you have any questions, ask her. She will teach you everything." It seems she really needs to get closer to that sister. Don't all men like women who are knowledgeable and easygoing? Lin Ning couldn't help but wonder what Zhang Yuding was thinking in her little head. Otherwise, he would have definitely given her a few brain pops. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. "Okay, but let's have Annie come along too." No, I have work to do. And we have a cafeteria here with food that suits my taste. You young people go eat. I won't interfere." Zhang Yuding's mother hurriedly found an excuse to refuse upon hearing this. Chapter 36. The cooking Zhang Yuding to atone for her sins. Huang Cheng put in a lot of effort and stayed by her side, running back and forth. He found a familiar doctor who was the best and booked an expensive VIP hospital room. After a series of checks, it turned out there was nothing major wrong. Just some superficial injuries and shock, and a few days of rest would suffice. After confirming with the doctor, Lin Ning sent Zhang Yuding a message, asking her to come to the hospital. Zhang Yuding was still in class. After receiving the message, she skipped class, asked the teacher for leave, and took a taxi to the hospital. When she saw her mother lying pitifully on the hospital bed, she burst into tears. Lin Ning comforted her for a long time before she finally stopped crying. He then asked Huang Cheng to bring the group over to apologize. Once everything was settled, Lin Ning left the hospital. Back at the 600 square meter superflat, he opened the live streaming platform. The ancient-style girl was live streaming as usual. She lit incense, brewed a cup of tea, and sat by a beautifully landscaped pool, playing the piano to herself. In the live stream, about 100 fans were quietly listening to the beautiful music without saying a word. After entering, Lin Ning first registered an account, casually named "I am a fish," and then topped up the account with 50,000 yuan. Chapter 37. The dominant streamer sister. Why don't you let Fish Brothers send yachts? Isn't it good for your popularity? Exactly, it can boost your popularity and earn money. So nice. The higher the popularity, the more people will come to watch the sister. Isn't that good? Not good. The streamer sister shook her head. "Doing that wastes money, and the platform takes 60, I only get 40. It's not worth it." Haha, the sister is too straightforward. Love it. The sister is really bold, daring to diss the platform. I admire you from now on. I'm a diehard fan. Sister, be careful what you say about the platform, or they might ban you. There were also kind-hearted reminders. Whatever, I'm not live streaming for money anyway. Just a personal hobby. Has anyone in the live stream ever asked me for gifts? If the platform wants to ban me, then go ahead. I could just switch to another place. The streamer sister said it lightly, with an air of aloofness, stunning a crowd of nerdy fans. Sister, if you leave the platform, I'll go with you. Wherever you go, I go, life and death together. Yes, I've decided to support this sister for life. I've never seen such a unique streamer. I'm a fan. Chapter 38. The legendary brother Fong Ping and Li community? The most prestigious school district housing in Zhonghai, no doubt. Because it hosts the best middle school in all of China, Zhonghai No. 4 Middle School, a century-old prestigious institution with an excellent admission rate. Those who live in this community are all prominent figures from various fields, high-ranking officials, and social elites. The price per square meter reaches 100,000. And what Lin Ning acquired was not just one unit, but an entire building. 18 floors, 6 units, 2 households per elevator. With an average of 90 square meters per household, monthly rent of 20,000. The entire building's monthly rent is 32 million. For Lin Ning, who has 700 million in cash, a few million isn't even considered money. What he cares about is those 216 school district apartments. Definitely a housing king, a life winner. Eagerly, he opened the warehouse, and the red little book was piled high. With a swoosh, he took out all the property certificates, spreading them across the big bed, which was indeed shocking. Just as he was admiring it, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin?" The voice on the other end was steady, with a hint of hesitation, sounding like a woman in her 30s. "It's me, who are you?" Lin Ning politely replied. "Oh, hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the tenant of Unit 1101 in Block 2 of Ping and Li." Chapter 39. Brother. "I want to borrow your car." Just as he left the underground garage, a young man was waiting there, looking quite handsome, dressed in designer clothes, exuding a good vibe. Lin Ning initially thought he was Jiang Tuo, but after greeting him, he learned that the young man's name was Zhang Chao. He said, "Brother Jiang is waiting for you inside." The underground garage's roads are winding and hard to navigate. But what surprised Lin Ning was that at each intersection stood a man in black with sunglasses, who immediately pointed him the way upon seeing his Koenigsegg. Lin Ning counted. There were 5 intersections and 5 men in black. They must be the bodyguards of that young Master Jiang. Quite impressive. Lin Ning felt a bit envious and thought that maybe he should also hire some bodyguards to match his 700 million identity. After turning the last corner, at the end of the road stood a man even more handsome and charming than Zhang Chao. He looked a few years older than Lin Ning and kept waving at him. After parking, Lin Ning noticed that the surroundings were filled with luxury cars, the cheapest being a Porsche worth over $1 million, and the most expensive costing $8 or $9 million. Any one of these cars would be unattainable and envy-inducing to ordinary people. However, Lin Ning's expression showed no change, not even a hint of surprise. Chapter 40. Our feelings have dispersed like smoke. Lin Ning sat alone in the Westin Hotel restaurant, feeling quite depressed. Originally, Jiang Tuo and Zhang Chao had promised to accompany him for lunch. But who knew that as soon as the 3 of them arrived, Jiang Tuo received a phone call. He couldn't make out what was said, but heard a woman's voice. After the call, Jiang Tuo apologized to Lin Ning, saying he couldn't stay for this meal. His future girlfriend was calling, and it was urgent. Lin Ning expressed understanding, jokingly scolding him to leave. Alone, he lost much of his appetite for food, and since he had to go change a contract in the afternoon, he just casually ordered a few dishes and a drink. While eating, a woman hurriedly walked in from outside the restaurant. This woman was dressed quite fashionably, but her face was hard to compliment. Her hair was messy and greasy. Her eyes were deeply sunken with dark circles, and her complexion was pale and lifeless. As soon as she entered, her eyes were fixed on Lin Ning, and she walked straight towards him. Many diners in the restaurant were attracted by this disheveled woman. The once lively restaurant suddenly became quiet. Lin Ning was startled by the sudden change in atmosphere, and when he looked up, he was taken aback. Chapter 41. I want to have a daughter to be your wife. About half an hour later, he arrived at the Ping'anli community. Although this community was a bit old, it was strictly managed because most of the residents were social elites. Not only were people and vehicles separated, but you couldn't even enter without a pass. Lin Ning parked his Ferrari in a roadside parking space and walked into the community. In front of his building, there was a small square with some exercise equipment, where some elderly people were playing with children. Lin Ning sent a message in the group to announce that he had arrived. Within 3 minutes, the once silent building suddenly became lively. Countless women streamed out from the 6-unit doors, like 6 long dragons, gathering powerfully towards the small square. These women ranged in age from around 30 to over 50, creating a magnificent scene. The sight startled the people who were exercising in the square. A few elderly people with children pulled them close, looking somewhat confused. The women who came out of the building crowded into the small square, surrounding a handsome and young guy, smiling and asking about his well-being. So the landlord is a young guy, and he really handsome. Chapter 42. The community Annies are too enthusiastic. Hey, honey, where are you right now? What? Eating with a client? What are you eating for? What time is it? I give you half an hour to get home and hand over goods. I want to have a daughter. The small square was bustling like a big market. It soon attracted the attention of the property management. After receiving the news, the property manager immediately brought 4 or 5 security guards over. Seeing the noisy scene, he thought they were holding another promotional event for credit cards or gifts. He was furious. Similar events had occurred in the community before, and back then, the property management was lax, resulting in chaos due to too many people, which led to a serious stampede incident where many people were injured. Because of this, the then property manager not only lost his entire year's bonus, but also almost ended up in a detention center. The subsequent successors took this incident as a warning. For years, there had been no large gatherings in the community. Unexpectedly, he had only been in office for a month or two, and such a large gathering appeared. It seemed like everyone from the building had come down. Although the order was still relatively good this time, the property manager was still very angry. Chapter 43 Delivering Takeout. Just as he walked out of the Ping-only community, he received a video message from Jiang Ta. It was clear that he was very excited, shouting and yelling, with the background being his own Koenigsegg car. Dear brother, I will never forget your great kindness. I am happy now, all thanks to you. Brother, let me show you my sister-in-law. As he spoke, he turned the phone, and a petite and cute, but voluptuous little beauty appeared on the screen. Hi, Lin Ning. The little beauty was also generous, pouting and making cute faces at the camera. Haha, as long as you guys are happy, that's fine with me. Lin Ning smiled. His own Koenigsegg could even act as a matchmaker. He was quite happy about it. Big brother, I'm really sorry I didn't have lunch with you. I'll set up a table in a few days to make it up to you. Jiang Tuo was beaming with joy. No rush. You and your sister-in-law enjoy yourselves first. We can talk about the meal later. Okay, brother. If there is anything in Zhonghai, just let me know, and I'll go through fire and water for you. Lingo, I'm here too. Schwimmer, who was also a fun-loving person, came over boldly and said, My husband and I can conquer the entire Zhonghai together. Be sure to take me along for any fun activities. Chapter 44, another several billion in assets then. She took out the takeout, smiled charmingly, and handed it to Lin Ning. As Lin Ning took it, she pretended to be casual, brushing her fingers lightly across his hand, leaving a faint scratch from her long nails. Then she turned and walked into the elevator before he could react. What is this about? Lin Ning looked at the mark on his hand, shook his head with a bitter smile, closed the door, and went back to enjoy a nice meal. To be honest, the takeout tasted pretty good, though it was a bit oily. After the meal, Lin Ning rubbed his belly, wondering if he should exercise a bit. Spending all day just eating and waiting to die, he would eventually turn into a big fat guy. After finishing the meal, he felt like he had gained a few pounds. The evening was as boring as ever. The ancient-style girl never streamed live at night, and he didn't know what she did in real life. Lin Ning turned off all the lights in the rooms, then turned on the giant projector, took a bottle of soda from the fridge, and happily drank while watching a movie. The subwoofer was hung around the living room, and the explosive sounds from the movie surged out of the speakers, making him feel like he was right in the middle of it. Chapter 45 Squeeze. It won't get pregnant, the Global Trade Center. ISNT, there a helipad right next to my office. Just put it there. I want to even take the elevator in the future. I'll just fly up every day. Haha, you'll be so envious. However, that old man Gandalf Loki dared to set me up like this. I'll definitely teach him a lesson when I officially take over the company in America. With this thought, he came up with a very good idea and couldn't help but chuckle. At this moment, the call hadn't been hung up yet. Hearing the lewd laughter from the boss across the ocean, Loki felt a strange chill rise from his tailbone, causing him to shiver. He was startled, wondering if he would encounter something unclean after finishing the call with the boss. He definitely needed to find a tall blonde with blue eyes to climb a mountain and dispel the evil. The purpose of Loki's call was to express loyalty to his new boss Lin Ning and to discuss the helicopter delivery. Now that both matters were settled, Loki politely hung up the phone. Due to the time difference, it was now the beginning of nightlife in America, and he was going to enjoy it. Several high-end horses were already waiting nearby, and as soon as he finished the call, they immediately surrounded him. Chapter 46 The handsome guy in the elevator, her face turned even redder, burying her head in front of her like an ostrich, shyly whispering, No need to be polite. Do you have something urgent? Lin Ning had already noticed the worry on the girl's face, so he asked, The girl's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and because she was nervous, her tongue stumbled a bit. I need to quickly take some materials up. After saying these few words, the girl felt like she was going to die. Holding her breath and not daring to make too much noise, afraid of disturbing this handsome boy who looked almost like a demon in her eyes. Indeed, in this girl's eyes, Lin Ning's appearance at that moment could definitely be described as enchanting. His looks were almost so stunning that women would be jealous. Her skin is fair and smooth, with great elasticity, and her eyes are as deep and dark as the starry sky, filled with an endless, captivating aura of mystery. Lin Ning doesn't realize that after acquiring the system, he is slowly being influenced. The first thing affected is his appearance. Previously, he barely rated between 7 and 8 points, but after a few days of subtle adjustment from the system, his rating has risen to nearly 9 points. Of course, this is just the system's scoring. Whether he can attract the favor of girls still depends on the atmosphere at the scene. Chapter 47. The treasure of the Global Trade Center, but I was too nervous at the time and didn't take anything. Hearing this, the girl also felt very regretful. Did you notice which floor the handsome guy pressed? Was it the 77th floor? No, the girl recalled and said, he pressed the 78th floor. Wow. The girls collectively exclaimed in surprise. Does our building have 78 floors? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Of course it does. A bespectacled guy who had been attracted by the girls said proudly, I told you, the 78th floor of our building is the exclusive office of the building owner. And it's said to be super luxurious. Just think about it. Our building's first floor is 150,000 square meters, and the annual rent is several tens of millions. Yet it is used as an office for one person. How impressive and extravagant. If I had such a large office, I would definitely build a swimming pool and invite dozens of young models for a party. How much fun that would be. Get lost. The girls laughed and scolded the bespectacled guy after hearing this. Especially the girl who had just ridden the elevator with Lin Ning. She was even more indignant. The handsome guy is definitely not that kind of person. He must be very upright. Chapter 48. Hiring bodyguards and nannies in the center. There is a reinforced concrete building topped with the hardest alloy door in history. It employs the world's top high-tech methods, making it impossible to break open even with a nuclear bomb. From the elevator, there are numerous hidden cameras installed in very discreet locations around the walls, providing comprehensive coverage of the entire room. Inside the room, 4 or 5 security guards are gathered together chatting. Speaking of which, the security work here isn't tiring at all. Since it's a private treasury, not many people come here usually. The value of the security guards is more about dealing with unexpected events. After all, the treasury is built very solidly, able to withstand a nuclear attack. The treasury door is constructed with a dreamlike and practical design, using the most advanced security system in the world, controlled automatically by computer, updating the super password every 5 minutes, and this password book is kept by the property manager, Zheng Yiming. Wu Qing and Zheng Yiming cooperate with and restrict each other. Those who have the password book do not know the rules for how the password changes each time, and those who know the rules do not have a password book. Additionally, since the treasury door requires 2 people to input the password simultaneously, it can be said to be foolproof. Chapter 49. Black Hawk helicopter inside the room. 6 men are patiently waiting. During this time, Lin Ning thought about the banquet he has to attend that evening. He can't just wear what he has on now. That would be too embarrassing. Although he usually doesn't care much about his attire, as long as it's comfortable and clean, he still needs to dress better for such a formal occasion. After all, most people are visually oriented. This attractiveness not only refers to appearance, but also includes clothing. A man dressed fashionably in all designer brands is definitely more attractive than one wearing cheap clothes. This isn't being superficial, it's just human nature. He conveyed this concern to Zheng Yiming. Zheng Yiming smiled nonchalantly. Boss, I've attended this banquet hosted by Gene Phone Investment. The specifications are indeed not ordinary. Not only will there be prominent figures from Zhonghai attending, but even some financial leaders will be there. But don't worry, I'll handle all the clothing matters and ensure the boss stands out. Standing out is not necessary. I prefer to keep a low profile as long as people don't look down on me. Lin Ning waved his hand and smiled. Okay, I understand your meaning. Zheng Yiming nodded and then asked, Boss, do you need a female companion or do you have someone in mind? Chapter 50. Cooperation with relevant departments, seeing the boss happy. The 2 foreign pilots were also reckless, maneuvering the helicopter to perform various difficult flying maneuvers over Zhonghai. Zheng Yiming was cursing in fear, but unfortunately, the 2 foreigners, although they understood a bit of Chinese, were completely clueless about the more profound art of cursing and thought he was praising them, repeatedly saying, "Thank you." Just as they were having fun, a siren suddenly sounded from below. Lin Ning leaned over to look down. He saw 4 or 5 police cars with their sirens blaring, speeding down the road. In Zhonghai, there are usually many cars on the road, and police cars generally do not drive recklessly unless they're as an urgent mission. He looked around and indeed saw a car about 100 meters ahead of the police cars speeding dangerously, nearly colliding with other cars multiple times, causing other vehicles to swerve in alarm. But this created significant difficulties for the police cars trailing behind. The road became congested, and they couldn't drive too fast. The distance between the 2 sides was widening. What is happening down there? Are they filming a police and criminal blockbuster? Driving so fast. They're going to have an accident. Zheng Yiming tightly gripped the armrest next to his seat, unable to help but exclaim. Chapter 51. I am an ordinary citizen of Zhonghai. Task completed. Let us relax tonight. I'll treat. If we fail, I'll throw you to the construction site for a month to move bricks. Boss, we protest. You're questioning our professionalism. Haha, protests are ineffective. Hurry up and take off. Boss, hold on tight. Smith warned, pushing the control stick down. The massive body of the Black Hawk helicopter soared like a true eagle in the sky, flapping its huge wings as it rushed away, flying past the little cars like chicks. The two communication channels have been connected. Standing high, Lin Ning could see far. The escape route of the criminals was laid bare before him, and he could even guess their intentions. Based on his provided locations, orders were transmitted down. The entire security system was no longer acting blindly, but operated like a high-precision instrument. Setting up roadblocks, encircling them, all actions were orderly. At this moment, the two people in the car also sensed that something was off. Second, hurry up and check what is going on. Why does it sound like there are more and more people chasing us? With my name as the god of cars from Aokigahara, it's too easy to shake off this group of losers. Chapter 52. Please, be my boyfriend. What are you doing here? Didn't T.I. say, I don't want to see you? When Yin Jiawen saw the man, her expression changed. She stood up from her chair, pointed coldly at the door, and said, Get out. I don't want to see you. Don't be like this, Wen. I'm sincere about you. The man said with a grin. Sincere? She sneered coldly. Sorry, I feel nauseous hearing that. We're not suitable. Just leave quickly, or I'll call security. Wow, young Master Pei. You're here to see our Wen again. So many roses. Wen, I'm so envious of you. At that moment, a girl's voice came from outside the door, followed by 4 or 5 girls squeezing into Yin Jiawen's office. Upon seeing the large bouquet of roses, they all showed surprised expressions. If you like them, take them, Yin Jiawen said, her face devoid of any smile. Isn't that inappropriate? These are gifts from young Master Pei, one girl said. I've said it before. I don't want anything from him. Just take them away. Yin Jiawen raised her voice, hinting at her anger. The girls looked at Yin Jiawen, then at young Master Pei, with hesitant expressions. Chapter 53. Colorful clouds and golden armor. He's not the kind of person who blindly does whatever the goddess says. If help is needed, he must clarify the situation. What if it's just a couple fighting? If he meddles, it could lead to trouble. However, Lin Ning understood that Yin Jiawen didn't have a boyfriend, so someone must be pestering her. Sure enough, what Yin Jiawen said next confirmed his guess. It's like this. Yin Jiawen hesitated for a moment, but explained, There's a man, surnamed Pei, who keeps harassing me, relying on his family's wealth. I've rejected him many times, but he just won't listen. He came to find me again today, and I had no choice but to lie that I have a boyfriend. He said that as long as my boyfriend can convince him, he won't bother me anymore. The Pei family is quite rich, and after thinking it over, you're the only one I know who has that capability, so I wanted to ask for your help. We're old classmates. Please help me out. Yin Jiawen said pitifully. Lin Ning understood and laughed heartily. Sure, no problem. Whenever you need me, I'll show up and give him an unforgettable memory. How's that sound? Chapter 54. Pei Sheng's decision at that moment. A pleasant melody came from Yin Jiawen's phone. She looked at the number displayed on the lit screen, feeling extremely excited. I'm here to pick you up. How about that entrance? Cool enough, right? Cool, really cool. Then hurry down. I'll pick you up after work. But it's not time to get off work yet. Yin Jiawen hesitated a bit. Take a leave. I need to see you for something. I'll compensate for any loss, Lin Ning said with an undeniable tone of authority, which oddly made Yin Jiawen feel at ease. Okay, I'll go downstairs now. After saying that, she smiled sweetly, put away her phone, picked up the LV princess bag that Lin Ning had given her, and proudly glanced at the stunned crowd in the office, saying, Sorry, everyone, my boyfriend is here to pick me up. Then she turned and walked away. Watching Yin Jiawen's figure disappear, Pei Sheng finally reacted. He felt his back was soaked with sweat and was filled with dread. Thankfully, he hadn't forced things, otherwise the consequences would have been severe. Oh no, I even said a few bad words. If Miss Yin tells her boyfriend and he gets angry, what if he takes out on my family? The consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 55. Everything like a dream, Pei Sheng nodded and bowed as he sent her off, his gaze inadvertently sweeping to a corner of the cabin where someone was still sitting. When he saw the person's appearance, he was even more shocked. Sitting at the innermost part was the property manager of the Global Trade Center, Though he was called a property manager, he was a prominent figure in Zhonghai, with extensive connections and great power. Wherever he went, he attracted attention, and even the major families in Zhonghai had to give him some respect. But such a person willingly sat in the corner of the helicopter, clearly a subordinate. Does this mean that Yin Jiawen's boyfriend has a status even higher than Manager Zheng? How old is he? He looks only about 24 or 25, younger than me. Who on earth is this man? Pei Sheng racked his brains, but couldn't he think of any family in Zhonghai that had such an outstanding person? This person is so mysterious. He must not be offended. I'll have to ask my dad about it later. Deciding on this, Pei Sheng smiled even more, almost obsequiously. The Black Hawk helicopter, under Smith's control, slowly took off. At this moment, the wall of security guards finally couldn't hold up and collapsed. The girls surged forward, rushing to the bottom of the helicopter, wildly waving their hands and screaming and crying. Chapter 56. You are so beautiful. My heart is in chaos attending a banquet, but I haven't prepared anything, and I haven't done my makeup. It's fine. You're naturally beautiful. Even without makeup, you can outshine a crowd of women. Hee hee, you really know how to flatter. But I still need an outfit for the banquet. That is basic etiquette. Yin Jiawen had attended many such events, so she was quite experienced. The annoying young Master Pei. Didn't she meet him at a banquet? Miss Yin doesn't need to worry about clothes. The chief designer of Armani will be coming over shortly. At this moment, Zheng Yiming respectfully smiled from the side. Soon, the chief designer of Armani for the Chinese region arrived. The designer was a foreign man in his 60s. Not very tall, but very spirited, with bright, lively eyes that seemed curious about everything. He also brought several large boxes carried by several burly men. Boss, this is Mr. Hank, the chief designer of Armani Group in China. Hank, this is our boss, and this is the boss's friend. You must bring out the best clothes from your store. Zheng Yiming first introduced both parties. Upon seeing Lin Ning and Yin Jiawen, the old man's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 57. The boss is impressive, all right. It's about time. Shouldn't we head out? Lin Ning said as he checked the time. Yes, it's about time, Zheng Yiming echoed, boss. Do you need a car? No need. I have my own car. Just find a car for them. Lin Ning turned to the bodyguards beside him. Boss, we are professionals. We could drive any car except for large construction vehicles. Oh, Lin Ning's face turned red, and he awkwardly smiled. As long as you can drive, just follow my car. My car can only fit 2 people. I can't take all of you. Boss, what car do you drive? We don't want to make a mistake later. One of the bodyguards asked. It's not a fancy car, just a Porsche worth 100,000 or so. It belongs to a friend. I'm just borrowing it temporarily. My Koenigsegg was borrowed by a friend to impress girls. Lin Ning said it casually, but those listening changed their expressions dramatically. The old boss, Zheng Yiming, asked with an unnatural expression. Are you talking about the Koenigsegg that only has 6 in the world? Yeah, what's wrong? It's just a car. Why the fuss? Lin Ning asked, puzzled. Chapter 58. Who dares to report me? I'll seal them up. What do you mean in front of so many people? A man in his 40s walked up to the girl, questioning her with a dark face. What do you mean? The girl didn't back down and rolled her eyes at the middle-aged man. Just what you see. It has nothing to do with you. After saying that, the girl walked away gracefully, leaving the middle-aged man there gritting his teeth, filled with resentment as he watched Lin Ning's back. Entering the Westin Hotel, there was a long red carpet leading to the elevator. On either side were reporters covering financial news, holding cameras, snapping pictures whenever someone entered. Some people were reluctant to attract attention and quickly walked past with their heads down. Others enjoyed the spotlight, stopping to pose for photos and chatting with reporters, hoping for more coverage, which was a way to advertise themselves. Lin Ning and Yin Jiawen walked in, a golden boy and girl combination, immediately attracting all the reporters' attention, even more than outside. But when the reporters raised their cameras to take pictures, the bodyguards quickly came forward, arms outstretched, blocking the two. When they arrived, Zheng Yiming had clearly told them that the boss liked to keep a low profile and didn't want excessive exposure. Chapter 59. Fighting for Women. The banquet was crowded, with people gathering in small groups, chatting and laughing. It was indeed a high-end banquet. The men wore branded suits, refined and elegant. The women wore various styles of evening dresses, vying to be the most beautiful in the room to attract men's attention. Huang Cheng brought Lin Ning to a relatively quiet spot and got them both a glass of red wine. However, Lin Ning said he couldn't drink due to allergies. Seeing him not drink, Yin Jiawen also opted out. Huang Cheng felt awkward and quickly called a waiter to replace their drinks with 2 non-alcoholic beverages. His goal today was to introduce Lin Ning to the chairman. That way, using Lin Ning's name, he could secure the general manager position. However, the chairman was currently in a meeting with several very important figures, so he had Lin Ning wait for a bit. This opportunity could also help him build a good relationship with Lin Ning. Such a powerful figure would definitely be useful in the future. Huang Chung was still unaware that Lin Ning had acquired the Siskoki company. Otherwise, he would probably kneel down and call him dad on the spot. Casually chatting with Huang Chung, Lin Ning felt a bit regretful. It was really too dull, too boring. Chapter 60. The chairman of Jinfeng Investment is shocked. All right, Huang Chung said, laughing in anger. I'm going to find the chairman and see how long you could be so arrogant. After saying that, Huang Chung apologized to Lin Ning and quickly headed toward a small meeting room nearby. That meeting room had excellent soundproofing, and with the curtains drawn, what happened outside could not be heard inside. Shifting his gaze from Huang Cheng's hurried figure, Zhang Juliang's eyes fell on Lin Ning. Throughout the entire process, Lin Ning had just been smiling faintly, as if all of this had nothing to do with him, which reignited the fire in Zhang Juliang's heart. Today, I will make you lose face in front of everyone, and that will ease my resentment. Don't think that just because Huang Chung is protecting you, you can act with impunity. Let me tell you, my uncle is the general manager of Jinfeng Investment. Where are you compared to him? Looking at Zhang Juliang, Lin Ning had a half smile on his face and shook his head with a sigh. What are you laughing at? Zhang Juliang felt his dignity was insulted. I'm wondering how someone with your intelligence has managed to live this long. Damn, just wait. I'll make you unable to laugh and kneel to apologize later. Chapter 61. He is Boss Lin. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Zhang Juliang running overexcitedly. After greeting the chairman, he couldn't wait to tell General Manager Zhang. Uncle, I told you about that kid who embarrassed me in the LV store. He actually came to the banquet today. I suspect he is a fraud who deliberately snuck in. You have to teach him a good lesson for me. Zhang Juliang looked proud, wearing a victorious smile. However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, General Manager Zhang raised his hand and slapped him. He didn't care that they were in a banquet hall with countless people watching. Smack. Uncle, why did you hit me? Zhang Juliang was stunned, covering his face as he asked. You blind fool, all you do is cause trouble for me. I'm telling you, apologize to Mr. Lin immediately and seek his forgiveness. Or don't bother coming back to Jinfeng Investment. Who is Mr. Lin? I haven't offended him. Zhang Juliang was even more confused. Damn it, who did you just argue with? General Manager Zhang scolded angrily. That kid over there. Zhang Juliang pointed at Lin Ning with a wronged expression. He has the surname Lin, but he is just a poor kid. How can he be a boss? Chapter 62. Worth having, worth cherishing. Jiang Tuo once said when he borrowed the Koenigsegg that he had booked a presidential suite at this hotel long-term, so it could be used as a changing room. Excuse me, does Jiang Tuo have a presidential suite here? Yes. May I ask how to address the boss? I'm Lin Ning. Oh, it's Boss Lin. Young Master Jiang specifically instructed that if Boss Lin comes, his presidential suite should be given to you. Is he not using it today? Lin Ning asked again. He was worried that while changing clothes, this guy might barge in, which would be quite a scene, so he wanted to confirm for safety. No. Young Master Jiang said he won't be using it for the next few days, keeping it for you. The waiter explained enthusiastically. Then I'll take that one. All right, I'll prepare the bill for you. The waiter was quick and efficient, handling everything while talking to Lin Ning. Then, he respectfully handed over the room card with both hands. I wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you. Lin Ning nodded and smiled, took the room card, and led Yin Jiawen toward the elevator. Just like that, the goddess Yin was brought by him to the top floor, where he used the room card to open one of the presidential suites. As expected, as Jiang Ta had said, the presidential suite was quite large, especially the bed in the bedroom, which was incredibly huge and soft. Chapter 63. I'm scared, stay with me. Just as he was thinking, Yin Jiawen came out after taking a shower. She was wearing a cotton casual outfit that should have been provided by the hotel, and the loose clothing concealed her beautiful figure, leaving only a pair of straight, rounded calves exposed, as white as mutton fat. Just this slightly exposed part was enough to spark the imagination. It could almost entertain one for a year. Her long black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her face was completely bare of makeup. Yet, her beauty not only remained intact, but, in Lin Ning's eyes, had actually increased by a fraction. Just a step away from perfection. Indeed, she was a stunning beauty, the kind that could mesmerize anyone. So beautiful, Lin Ning couldn't help but exclaim. Yin Jiawen, who was already a bit shy, felt even more flustered by his words, unsure where to put her hands and feet. Her face turned red, vibrant and tempting, making one want to take a bite. But Lin Ning restrained himself. This was a divine artwork bestowed upon him. It couldn't be treated too casually. You can sleep here tonight, Lin Ning said. What about you? Before he could finish his sentence, Yin Zhaoan blurted out. Then she realized how ambiguous her words were. Her heart fluttered in embarrassment, and she quickly lowered her head, not daring to let Lin Ning see her awkwardness. When he came out of the bathroom, Yin Zhaoan was already lying on the bed. She had wrapped herself tightly in a blanket, looking a bit like a cocoon. Not only that, but she occupied the other side of the bed, and if she turned over slightly, she would fall off. Lin Ning chuckled, threw the towel he had used to dry his hair aside, and shouted, I'm here. Ah! A startled cry came from within Yin Zhaoan's blanket, followed by her curling up into a ball. Ha ha! Lin Ning laughed and lay down on the other side, turning his back to Yin Zhaoan. After waiting for a while, the romantic movie scenario did not unfold. Moreover, there was no other sound in the room. Yin Zhaoan quietly made a hole in the blanket to peek out. She then realized that Lin Ning was far from her, lying on the bed asleep, snoring softly. At this moment, Yin Zhaoan's mood was a bit complicated. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're not going to be a bit more assertive? Just a little more assertive, and I would comply. In an instant, she lost confidence in her own charm. After getting ready, the two of them went out. But as soon as they stepped outside, they were stunned by the scene before them. In the corridor, besides the 4 bodyguards they had brought, there was a large crowd gathered. At the front stood 2 men and 1 woman. The man in the center, probably in his 50s, was tall about 9 meters. He had white hair, a high-nose bridge, deep-set eyes, and green pupils that exuded a unique charm. He was a foreigner. At this moment, he was smiling, stooping slightly to try to align himself with Lin Ning, which seemed a bit strenuous. To his left was another man, in his 30s, wearing glasses, his eyes flickering, appearing very capable. On the right was a woman in uniform, similar in age to the man on the left, with a beauty score of 85. Her hair bound at the back of her head, and a decent figure, still possessing charm. Behind these 3 stood 2 rows of over 30 people, both men and women, all dressed in hotel uniforms. Upon seeing Lin Ning come out, the 3 people at the front quickly bowed and greeted him in unison, Hello, boss. At the same time, those behind them also bowed and shouted, Hello, boss. Having already received this news, Lin Ning's expression did not change upon seeing this grand scene. He remained calm, composed, and restrained. Soon, various exquisite breakfasts were served. A large table was filled with colorful dishes, and a bowl of hot rice porridge was placed in front of Lin Ning, its aroma wafting and whetting his appetite. Lin Ning enjoyed his meal, praising it continuously. Their large group entering drew the attention of the other guests in the restaurant. Some recognized the general manager, Mr. Martin, and greeted him warmly. Hi, Manager Martin, good morning. In the past, the affable Martin would have gone over to chat. Regardless of whether he recognized them or not, it was never a bad thing to mingle. But today he was unusually cold, merely nodding and smiling at others. What's going on? Why is Manager Martin so indifferent today? It's not like him. Some began to wonder. Yeah, he's usually very friendly, even gives us discounts. Why is he ignoring us today? Look at that young man. He has quite an imposing presence, with so many people around him. I noticed that too. It seems Manager Martin is placing a lot of importance on this person. Look at how far behind he is. Could it be that someone from headquarters has arrived? They say to win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. But she couldn't cook. What to do? As she pondered this question, Yin Zhaoan felt a strong sense of crisis. No, she must sign up for a cooking class. While she was lost in thought, Zhang Yong, upon seeing that it was indeed Lin Ning, his former colleague, also let down his guard. Yeah, my wife and I have already registered our marriage, and we're planning to hold a wedding. How have you been lately? Did that issue get resolved? Zhang Yong smiled, wrapping his arm around the girl next to him. At this moment, the girl stopped arguing with him and cooperatively smiled at Lin Ning. Zhang Yong knew about Lin Ning's breakup with his girlfriend and the troubles he faced with loan sharks. He had wanted to help, but was busy discussing wedding matters with his father-in-law at that time and didn't have much money, so he felt powerless. Hello, sister-in-law. Lin Ning first greeted her and then continued, Brother Zhang, thank you for your concern. Everything has been resolved, and I'm doing quite well now. Wen, this is Brother Zhang, who used to take care of me often. Brother Zhang, this is my new friend, Yin Zhaoan. Lin Ning exchanged pleasantries and introduced Yin Zhaoan to him. The Westin Hotel is 5-star, Even one building must be worth over 100 million, right? Globally, it's said to be worth hundreds of billions. A poor boy from 2 months ago, meeting again, now possesses such immense wealth. No one would believe it if told. But the facts are right in front of them, leaving no room for disbelief. Zhang Yong steadied himself and said with difficulty, "Boss Lin, you really shouldn't go to such lengths." Zhang Yong had intended to call him by his name, but suddenly felt it inappropriate and quickly changed it. Lin Ning, however, laughed heartily and said, "Brother Zhang, there's no need to be so formal. I'm still me. This can be considered my congratulatory gift for your wedding. You took care of me so much in the past. Now let me return the favor." Well, Zhang Yong felt a wave of emotion. Even though the person was so wealthy, they hadn't forgotten their small kindnesses. "Brother Lin, you're getting married tomorrow, right?" Lin Ning asked again. "Yes, Brother Lin. The wedding is set for 9 a.m. on a good auspicious day. You must come and have a drink then." "No problem. I'll definitely be there tomorrow," Lin Ning promised cheerfully, and then added, "Someone from the hotel will contact you shortly. If you need them to do anything, just let them know. If they don't listen, just call me." Chapter 69. No soliciting this time, nothing else happened, and everyone smoothly found Lin Ning's car. It was simply too eye-catching. No one could ignore the power and luxury radiating from the Koenigsegg. When Jaiden, Martin, and Danny saw this car and realized it was the boss's vehicle, they couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. The boss truly was the boss, capable of things others couldn't. In all of Huaxia, only the boss owned this car, standing out uniquely. Thinking about it, it wasn't hard to accept that the boss, at just over 20, had acquired all the shares of Weston. Getting into the Koenigsegg, Lin Ning let out a sigh. Driving his own car was indeed the most comfortable. Other people's cars always felt awkward. He started the engine and pressed the accelerator. The luxury car roared to life, as if it was also excited to be back with its owner. "Wen, fasten your seatbelt, we're off," he said, lightly pressing the gas. And the Koenigsegg shot out like a bolt of lightning, merging into the morning traffic. The 4 bodyguards quickly started the Audi and followed closely behind. Fortunately, it was rush hour, and with so many cars on the road, the Koenigsegg couldn't go too fast. Chapter 70. Chen Sifong, is this person crazy? Asking for 100,000 a month. Even my dad's bodyguards don't charge that much, and they come from a martial arts family with real skills. I think he's a lunatic too. He didn't even write his name or provide a resume. How can anyone believe him? Look at his half-asleep appearance. He's a drunkard. It's surprising he even gets to protect himself, let alone be a bodyguard. It's ridiculous. Unless he's lost his mind. Who would hire him? Should I go tease him? Someone wanted to have a little fun, but was stopped by a friend who pushed him along. Let us go. Let us go. What a waste of time here. It's better to go in and submit a few more resumes. Otherwise, we'll only be drinking air next month. The crowd murmured, throwing disdainful glances at the man, with no one showing any interest. The man didn't care, sitting on the ground, leaning against the flower bed while drinking. He finished off a gourd of liquor in just a few sips. Lifting the gourd to pour more, he realized it was empty, pouted, and hung the gourd at his waist. Crossing his arms, he twisted his body to find a comfortable position and close his eyes. Chapter 71. Sparring. The martial arts hall was in operation. Upon entering, one could hear the sounds of exertion and shouts coming from inside, likely practicing. A few people approached the front desk, and a young lady sitting behind the counter immediately stood up with a smile and asked, "Hello, gentlemen. How can I help you? We'd like to rent your boxing ring, if possible." Lin Ning smiled. "I'm sorry, sir, but I've never encountered a request to rent the boxing ring. How about I call the director for you?" "Sure." Lin Ning nodded. The young lady picked up the phone from the counter, dialed, said a few words, and then hung up. "Please wait a moment. Our director will be here soon." After a few minutes, a strong man wearing a tank top walked out from inside, asking in a deep voice, "Who wants to rent my ring?" "It's me. We just need it for a little while. The price is up to you." Lin Ning replied with a smile. "What do you want to use the ring for?" The director frowned and asked, "I have a few people who want to spar a bit. It's not convenient outside, so I'd like to use your fine place." Upon hearing it was a competition, the director became interested. Chapter 72. Astonishing skills. The bodyguard on the ring was furious, shouting as he stepped onto the ring, launching himself at Chen Sifong like an arrow. At the same time, the bodyguard transformed his palm into a fist, roaring as he struck towards Chen Sifong's chest. The punch was quick and fierce, like a bolt of lightning. Everyone watching couldn't help but feel a cold sweat for Chen Sifong. The director also looked tense, fists clenched, eyes glued to the ring without blinking. in the entire venue. Only Lin Ning remained completely unperturbed, his expression unchanged, still calm and composed. Just as the bodyguard's fist was about to hit Chen Sifong, he suddenly moved, his figure darting like a ghost. The bodyguard was startled, seeing a blur before him. And then he was gone. Alarmed, panic spread across his face, but before he could react, he felt a heavy blow to his back. Everything went dark, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The martial arts hall fell silent, as if time had stopped. Everyone, except Lin Ning, wore the same expression, eyes wide, mouths agape in disbelief. Chapter 73. Boss, let me be your nanny returning to the bank to withdraw money. Lin Ning transferred $251,000 to Chen Sifong's card. Boss, you've given too much. Chen Sifong checked the balance and reminded him. Use the extra to buy a phone and get yourself a few outfits, Lin Ning smiled. All right, thank you, boss. I'll take my leave now. Please give me an address, and I can finish things today. I'll come find you tomorrow morning. Sure, Lin Ning nodded, giving him the address for Shengshi Huading. He didn't ask Chen Sifong what he needed the money for. His intuition told him that this person was hiding a big secret. However, he didn't sense any danger from him, so he didn't pursue it further. Ordinary people have their little secrets, let alone someone like Chen Sifong, who possessed great power. As long as he didn't pose a threat to Lin Ning, that was enough. After all, Lin Ning had his own secret with the system. As for whether Chen Sifong would run off with the money, Lin Ning believed that someone like him wouldn't do such a despicable thing. Even if he did, Lin Ning wouldn't care. Over 200,000 was just a number. After Chen Sifong left, Lin Ning also drove back to Shengshi Huading. Chapter 74. The ancient-style young lady appears to withdraw from the group. Yes, 2 apartments just became available, but I have clients who have been looking to rent. So as soon as the apartments became available, they signed the intent without even seeing them. Sure, here is the translation of your content. Okay? You keep one set of the 2, the one in a better location. I have an acquaintance who wants to rent it. If any compensation is needed, I will take care of it. Lin Ning felt relieved upon hearing that there was a vacant unit. He knew that the houses here were in high demand, and as soon as one became available, it was rented out before even being posted online. For those already moved in, Lin Ning certainly felt embarrassed to force them to move out. But if only a letter of intent was signed and nothing else was done, it was just a matter of providing some compensation, which was not much. The key was to have an opportunity to show off in front of his girlfriend. All right, Boss Lin, I'll take care of this matter. You don't need to worry about the compensation. I have a way. I'll keep the west unit on the 4th floor for you. It's a good location, quiet, suitable for children to study. The property manager also understood that most tenants here were renting for their children's education. Okay, do as you see fit. Thank you for handling this. You're too polite. Boss Lin, you've given us such a big business. Doing this little thing is the least I can do. Chapter 75. The landlord, an enviable life at this moment. Lin Ning's mood was entirely different as he sped along the road to meet the beautiful woman. He was obedient and indeed did not drive the Koenigsegg. Instead, he took out the bodyguard's Audi. He didn't bring any bodyguards with him. They were all left at home. The security in Zhonghai was very good. The purpose of having bodyguard was not just to show off, but also to disperse crowds when being watched, which was not very useful otherwise. Yin Zhaoan got off work at 5:30, and Lin Ning arrived at 5:20. He sent her a message and parked by the roadside to wait. After a while, he saw Yin Zhaoan come out of the building with a stylishly dressed woman in her 30s. This woman was also quite attractive, with fair skin, a curvaceous figure, short hair, and high heels, clearly the type of a strong woman. Lin Ning got out of the car to greet them. Dear, this is my leader, Gao Hongmei, whom I mentioned to you. Yin Zhaoan came to Lin Ning's side and immediately linked her arm with his. Hello, Ms. Gao. Lin Ning took off his sunglasses and greeted politely. Hello, Mr. Lin. Gao Hongmei's eyes sparkled with surprise when she saw Lin Ning, momentarily lost in thought, but quickly regained her composure and shook his hand gently. Chapter 76. Who exactly is he? Yin Zhaoan was extremely excited. She loved watching movies and kept urging Lin Ning to watch one. Since securing this apartment, Lin Ning had yet to use these things. In the past, listening to music was enough with just a phone. He had no idea how good a sound system worth millions would be. So he found a remote and handed it to Yin Zhaoan, letting her pick a movie she liked. At that moment, he discovered that the system was considerate enough to provide a membership to a movie website, allowing for online streaming with a wide variety of films. Eventually, Yin Zhaoan chose a romantic movie, and they settled into the soft, comfortable sofa to watch. The plot was intricate and vivid. The male and female leads loved each other painfully, which was somewhat torturous. Yin Jiawen was so moved that she cried, using up more than half a pack of tissues on the coffee table. She didn't even eat her favorite snacks, fully immersed as if she were the heroine in the story. Lin Ning, on the other hand, found it tedious, thinking the leads were foolish, going on and on without any substantial progress, purely for love's sake. Is this even a movie? I could shoot something better. But since women loved it, he could only pretend to be engrossed and occasionally comfort his girlfriend's wounded heart. Chapter 77. Older women are truly terrifying. Chun Sifang's expression changed slightly, and there was more wariness in his eyes when he looked at Lin Ning. Boss, rest assured, since I've accepted your hiring, I will never betray you. I still have that much credibility. If you want any proof, I'm sorry, I can't provide that. Upon hearing Chun Sifang's words, Lin Ning couldn't help but chuckle softly. I don't need proof. A man's word is his bond. I believe you. Have you eaten? Want to come over and eat together? Chun Sifang laughed too, saying calmly, I've had breakfast. In the future, I will prove to you that I can handle this reward. Good, I look forward to it. After breakfast, Lin Ning sent Yin Jiawen to work. As his girlfriend, it was too inappropriate for her to take the bus or squeeze on the subway. A group of people made their way down to the underground parking garage. The bodyguards who had come down earlier were already prepared to depart. Lin Ning saw that it wasn't too late, and there weren't many cars in the garage. So he felt a bit restless and decided to try out the system's advanced driving skills to see what the hype was about. He asked the others to wait a moment and sat in the Koenigsegg. The moment he got close to the car, he felt an entirely new sensation. Chapter 78. The wedding might not be held on schedule, just as he was considering how to escape this terrifying place. He saw a group of people bustling in from outside. They were all young, both men and women, handsome men and beautiful women, dressed very fashionably in designer brands, instantly attracting a lot of attention. Who were these people? He didn't recognize them, but they were all wearing high-end brands. Look, Armani clothes, Gucci bags, and Patek Philippe watches. Wow, that watch alone costs over 200,000. They must be a bunch of rich second-generation kids. Zhang Yong is so capable. He knows these people. Maybe he's just keeping a low profile. I heard even this wedding was funded by a mysterious big shot. Otherwise, how could they book such a haul of the Westin? TSK. This kid Zhang Yong seems to be about to take off. No, when he arrives, we need to get him to drink more and see what's going on. If we can connect with these people, even if we can't fly up, at least we can jog a little. The crowd was buzzing with discussions, filled with envy. That group of rich second-generation kids, after entering the hall, kept moving towards the table where Lin Ning was sitting. More than 10 people, led by Zhang Yong's mother and mother-in-law, who were chatting with Lin Ning, suddenly stood up, looking flustered. Chapter 79. Brother, your days are going to be tough at that moment. Among the group of rich second-generation kids who came with Jiang Ta, a girl with heavy smoky makeup suddenly chimed in with a smile. If they could fly like Superman, it would be great. They could just fly over. Shut up. What a stupid idea. There are no superheroes in this world. You're so naive. A boy who seemed to be her boyfriend quickly scolded her. Not daring to be so reckless in front of these big shots. What's wrong with being naive? You were having fun when you played, weren't you? The girl retorted defiantly. The rich second-generation heir, dressed in designer brands, frowned and was about to continue cursing back when Jiang Tua spoke up. All right, stop the noise. Don't you see where this is? If you keep arguing, get out. Jiang Tua held a high reputation among these people, and his words frightened the two, making them shiver and quickly shut their mouths, not daring to speak again. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener had a purpose. Lin Ning's eyes lit up at the mention of fly. Right? Since they can't come over by land, why not fly over? Thinking this, he looked at the elderly people and smiled slightly, asking uncles and aunts, can I let them come over from the sky? Chapter 80. The new boss. The wedding was held on time, and everyone was very happy. The major contributor, Lin Ning, was especially admired. Being able to mobilize a Black Hawk helicopter made him someone you couldn't ignore. Everyone wanted to get to know this impressive figure, so they could brag about it in front of others in the future. Therefore, once the wedding ceremony ended and free activities began, these people naturally started to gather around Lin Ning. They didn't expect the big shot to know them. They just hoped that when they met again on some future day, he would remember that they had attended the same wedding and would find them familiar. Lin Ning didn't drink, and at first, he could greet these people's disturbances with a smile. But as more and more people joined the queue, his mood began to sour, and his expression darkened. Seeing this, Chen Sifong exchanged glances with a few bodyguards. The bodyguards immediately understood and started to drive people away, and their attitude was quite rude. Those who were sent away felt regretful, but were not dissatisfied, thinking it was nothing compared to the treatment received by Zhang's young master and a group of wealthy heirs from Zhonghai, who were all respectful in front of Lin Ning. Chapter 81. Does your grandfather know you're asking him to compete with me? When his subordinates informed him that a Koenigsegg had arrived at the club, Deng Sui didn't pay much attention. His mind was full of thoughts on how to please the new boss. Should he offer a few beauties or hold a grand welcome ceremony? He was a bit indecisive. Staring at the young and handsome face with a calm smile on the profile, he felt that the idea of introducing beauties seemed more reliable. After all, no man dislikes beautiful women. In this regard, men are all emotionally devoted creatures. General Manager, the Koenigsegg that caused a sensation in Zhonghai has come to our club. The person reporting to him, seeing that he remained nonchalant, had to remind him again. I don't care about any Koenigsegg or whatever. Deng Sui waved his hand. Feeling a bit anxious, Xiao Zhang, don't worry about anything else now. Call Hongjie immediately and ask her to send over the most beautiful and sexy beauties from her team right away. Manager Deng right now? The man called Xiao Zhang looked outside and said doubtfully, those girls should still be sleeping. They probably won't come. She dares. Deng Sui glared, saying sternly, just tell Hongjie that I don't care what her girls are doing right now. They must appear in front of me within an hour. Chapter 82. Jiang Tuo lost the people brought by Li Wenbing were on another platform. There were no barriers between the two sides, and they could see each other. Jiang Tuo and Nakata from Japan were both getting ready. Soon, a hair-raising roar came from the racetrack. Everyone rushed to the railing of the viewing platform to watch. Jiang Tu was driving Lin Ning's Koenigsegg 1, while Nakata was driving a McLaren with red stripes, which was also expensive but paled in comparison to the Koenigsegg in terms of both price and performance. When the Koenigsegg appeared, Li Wenbing almost fainted in the stands. Damn it, you're cheating. A frantic shout came through the earpiece. What's the matter? Jiang Tu casually scratched his ear and frowned. You didn't restrict what car to use for the race, did you? If you think it's unfair, you could get a Koenigsegg too. I want to be like you, whining like a child. He knew that being able to borrow this car was also a skill of his. Jiang Tuo smiled proudly. He loved watching Li Wenbing get furious. Chapter 83. I'll race you, ha ha. Mr. Nakata, you're amazing. Li Wenbing excitedly hugged Nakata and patted his shoulder, provocatively facing Schwim Manor and others, grinning widely. Do you know how nervous I was just now? I thought I was going to lose again. But I didn't expect Mr. Nakata to be invincible and capitalize on Jiang Xiao's mistake to overtake him. Not only did you restore my face, but you also won 50 million. I'm so happy, ha ha ha. Mr. Nakata, tonight at the Imperial Luxury Club, it's my treat. Let us find a few small celebrities and drink until we drop. At this moment, Jiang Tu also got off the Koenigsegg looking dejected. Schwim Manor and Zhang Chao immediately came over with people to comfort him. Jiang Tuo's driving skills are just SOSO. I'm very disappointed. It seems that the news I heard in the country was somewhat exaggerated. It's a pity that I didn't get to compete against a real expert in Huaxia. I wonder where they all went. I heard this club also has a racing team, but why haven't I seen them so far? Perhaps their skills are better than someone like Jiang Tuo, who is not a professional. Chapter 84. Winning the race with overwhelming dominance, Lin Ning's action surprised Jiang Tuo and the others even more. Everyone looked at Lin Ning in confusion, seeing that he didn't seem to be joking at all, and they were curious where this confidence came from. Only Chen Sifong and a few bodyguards that Lin Ning brought had unchanged expressions. They had already witnessed their boss's extraordinary driving skills in the underground parking lot. Dealing with a Japanese person was indeed too easy. Lin Ning's words also made Nakata feel humiliated. The Japanese have an innate sense of servility. Strong people look down on them, and they accept it as natural. But if someone they regard as weak also looks down on them, it becomes a humiliation. In Nakata's eyes, Lin Ning was the lowest kind of weakling. Being humiliated by such a person made Nakata furious. Mr. Li, please allow me to accept this challenge. Li Wenbing actually didn't want to race, but Nakata was a guest he had invited, and he needed to give him the necessary face. Moreover, the opponent did not use the Koenigsegg, which had superior performance, but rather a slightly inferior Porsche. He felt he had no reason to lose, so he nodded and said, "All right, we accept this challenge." Chapter 85. The little devils go crazy now. It was Jiang Tao and the others' turn to hold their heads high and feel proud. They swarmed over and surrounded Lin Ning, who had just stepped out of the Porsche. Boss, you're awesome. I'm impressed. Brother Lin, you're amazing. Now let us see the little Japanese country act all high and mighty. They've been slapped in the face. Just moments ago, they had been suffocated by the pressure from the Japanese, and their mood was extremely low. As they were laughing and joking, the Porsche, which had been emitting white smoke, suddenly made a series of popping sounds, and a pungent smell suddenly wafted from the engine area. The white smoke quickly turned into black smoke, billowing out with red flames mixed in. The Porsche is on fire. Oh no, the car is burning. Someone come help. Everyone was startled and hurriedly dodged to the side. The club staff, who had been on high alert, rushed in with professional firefighting equipment and quickly extinguished the fire. After cooling it down a bit, the staff opened the hood and were horrified to find that the engine had caught fire due to overheating. Jiang Tuo and the others gathered around, looking at the charred engine, and they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Brother Lin has completely ruined the car. Chapter 86. Get out of Zhonghai. Don't let me see you again, young Master Jiang. I didn't expect to see you here. From a distance, Hong Jie spotted Jiang Tuo and immediately greeted him with a bright smile. Hello, Hong Jie. What brings you here? Aren't the girls supposed to be resting at this time? Jiang Tuo walked over, smiling and chatting. Oh, don't get me started. It's Manager Deng from the club who gave me a strict order to bring the girls over no matter what. People like us have such a hard life. I've faced a lot of complaints just to get this lazy bunch up. Hong Jie was adept at handling people, speaking with just the right amount of charm and keeping the conversation lively and pleasant. Haha, does old Deng dare to order you around? Jiang Tuo found it hard to believe. Young Master Jiang, how can you say that? I'm a businesswoman, and he asked the boss. How could I dare to disobey? As she spoke, her captivating eyes slowly swept over Jiang Tuo and the others. Everyone's gaze was glued to Hong Jie and the girl she brought. Only one young man, when locking eyes with her, had a pure gaze like a clear spring, free of any impurities, making her, who had navigated the worldly affairs for over a decade, feel a flush of embarrassment. Chapter 87. They are here for rehearsal. His voice was soft, yet in the hall, everyone heard it clearly. Confusion appeared on the faces of others. When did the club owner become this young man? Only Deng Siwei, upon hearing this, suddenly felt a shock in his heart. After carefully examining Lin Ning's appearance, he found it perfectly matched the image in his mind. Then, sweat began to bead on his forehead, his face turned pale, and his body trembled. Hong Jie, standing nearby, noticed his change and hurriedly supported him, asking concernedly, Manager Deng, what's wrong? Get away. Deng Siwei roughly pushed Hong Jie aside and stepped toward Lin Ning. Without his command, the security guards, despite being prepared, did not dare to move. Everyone watched as Deng Siwei slowly approached Lin Ning. Chen Sifang's right leg muscles tensed. If Deng Siwei dared to make any move against the boss, he would kick him without hesitation. As a bodyguard, he was professional and worth the 2 million. However, the next scene shocked everyone. Thud! Deng Siwei unexpectedly knelt in front of Lin Ning, crying and begging, Boss, it's my fault. Please spare me. Don't fire me. Chapter 88. It turns out to be a big shot. Deng Siwei, trembling, explained himself and couldn't help but praise his own cleverness. You come here. After listening, Lin Ning's expression didn't change at all. He scanned the many staff in the hall and casually pointed to a girl in uniform who was closest to him. The girl was startled, quickly tidied her clothes, and ran over to bow. Hello, boss. Tell me, is what he said true? Although Lin Ning's tone was calm, it carried an undeniable authority. Yes, boss. What Manager Deng said is true. The girl answered hurriedly, not daring to be negligent. After our club's team returns, we always hold a friendly match. It has been a tradition. However, Manager Deng wanted to try some new ideas this year. Oh, I see. After hearing this, Lin Ning felt a bit of his anger dissipate. It seemed that this Manager Deng usually took care of the staff, as no one was trying to take advantage of the situation, indicating he had a good reputation. But gathering a bunch of KTV princesses was a bit inappropriate. All right, let's leave it at that. He nodded and said, let these women go back. Chapter 89. The drink tastes off in front of Yin Jiaowen. Lin Ning did not act aloof, but warmly greeted Gao Hongmei, which surprised her with joy. Gao Hongmei was perceptive. After a few pleasantries, she took her leave, giving time to the two who were very much in love. Lin Ning took Yin Jiaowen to a nearby upscale restaurant for a lavish dinner. Then, like ordinary couples, They strolled hand in hand down the street. Unlike others, however, Chen Sifong and 4 bodyguards followed faithfully about 20 to 30 meters behind them. Chen Sifong occasionally took a sip of his drink. However, the liquor in the gourd had long been replaced with something bought from the market, and its taste was simply not to his liking. Every sip made him frown. Lin Ning and Yin Jiawen, with him being handsome and her being beautiful, attracted attention as they walked down the street. However, Lin Ning's clothing made it hard for people to compliment him. Though it wasn't that cheap-looking faded stuff that cost 200 yuan, it was still considered overly plain in the eyes of others. Everyone thought he was a pretty boy clinging to a wealthy woman, feeling both envious and jealous. As a girl, Yin Jiawen's thoughts were also delicate. Chapter 90. The brewery. Just as they were talking, the bedroom door opened. Yin Jiawen came out, fully dressed. However, her eyes were still a bit sleepy, and she kept yawning. It's still early. Why not sleep a bit more? Lin Ning smiled. It's already past 8. Not early at all. Yin Jiawen stuck out her tongue and made a super cute face. She then turned to Chen Sifong. Good morning, brother Sifong. Morning. Chen Sifong also greeted her with a smile. Yin Jiawen could sense that Chen Sifong was someone Lin Ning valued highly, so she treated him with respect. As for why Lin Ning valued the other person, she had no idea and didn't want to know. All her body and mind were now focused on Lin Ning. Not only because he was her first man, but also because he was the one she had silently admired all along. An inexplicable affection. As long as he was happy, she would be content. She asked for nothing in return, and even when she learned that Lin Ning had a girlfriend, she felt no pain or jealousy in her heart. Only blessings for them. And now, being able to stay by the side of the man she loved made her very happy. Love is indeed a strange thing. After breakfast, when Lin Ning mentioned helping Chen Sifong find wine, Yin Jiawen agreed without a second thought. Chapter 91. A new world, a new era, however. Sun Yi still held onto a glimmer of hope. After all, they came here intending to buy wine. They just didn't know what kind of wine to buy, or if they could meet their requirements. Thinking of this, Sun Yi asked them to sit down and inquired, May I ask what type of wine Mr. Lin wants to buy from our winery? Actually, I don't drink, Lin Ning smiled. One of my subordinates likes to drink and has specific requirements for the taste of wine. The store that previously supplied him has closed down, so we wanted to find other wineries to see if we could find the same wine. Haha, I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be so considerate of his subordinate. Sun Yi complimented, then continued, I'll have someone bring over all the varieties of wine we produce for you to choose from. That would be great, thank you. Miss Sun, Lin Ning smiled. It's no trouble, it's my duty. Please wait a moment, I'll be right back. After Sun Yi finished speaking, she turned and left the conference room. In just a few minutes, she returned. Behind her were 6 or 7 employees in work uniforms, each holding a bottle of wine. Chapter 92. 100 million. A tycoon-esque pocket money, however. It seemed that the wine still didn't fully meet his requirements. Lin Ning asked this question. It's almost there, but not quite. I'm already very satisfied to find this. Chen Sifong smiled. This is a brewing formula my dad stumbled upon. If you're still not satisfied, I can take you to ask my dad. Sun Yi, recovering from her shock, said, All right, then please take us there, Miss Sun. Lin Ning stood up and said. He was also curious. If all the injuries could be suppressed and Chen Sifong could perform to his fullest, what level he could reach. Therefore, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up on finding that wine and bringing it back to light. Thus, under Sun Yi's guidance, they walked deeper into the factory. As for the mess in the conference room, someone would naturally clean it up after they left. The factory was lush with trees and had a pleasant environment. There were several tall factory buildings emitting the aroma of wine. Many workers were coming in and out, creating a busy scene. They walked all the way to the end and found an elderly man in his 50s, bare-chested and barefoot, with a flushed face in one of the factory buildings. Chapter 93. It seems to be Yilin's call. After sorting out Chen Sifong's wine, Lin Ning took his leave. The group drove to the largest commercial street in Zhonghai. It was a full 2 kilometers long. The shops were numerous, and the flow of people was dense, making it very prosperous. Restaurants, clubs, KTVs, and large shopping malls were all available, providing a complete range of food, drink, and entertainment. Yin Jiawen's birthday had been celebrated here. However, that was at night, and the daytime scene was somewhat different. It was less extravagant and had more of a human touch. Lin Ning came here to pick a gift for Yin Jiawen's roommate. The two strolled through a few stores that specialized in small accessories and bought 2 small items, a diamond necklace and a jade bracelet, each priced at around 20 to 30,000 yuan. This made Yin Jiawen feel heartbroken and she repeatedly urged Lin Ning not to buy them. She even wanted to take him to the nearby small goods street to buy something cheaper. But Lin Ning disagreed. In his words, "You're my girlfriend, and I can't be too stingy. Otherwise, it's not just your face that's at stake, but mine too." Yin Zhaoan thought about it, and this made some sense, so she stopped insisting. After buying the gifts, they went home. After dinner, Lin Ning sent her back to the dormitory. Chapter 94. Lin Ning is furious. Lin Ning walked past the two people on the ground without even looking at them, his expression unchanged. Chen Sifong led the way, pushing open the two tightly closed doors at the end of the corridor. When the door opened, unlike other private rooms, this one was brightly lit, and the entire room was in full view. Directly opposite was a wide and soft sofa, large enough to be used as a bed. On the sofa sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, pale-faced and bearded, looking cultured, but his eyes were narrow and long, exuding a cold, sinister light like a poisonous snake, making people shudder. Not only that, but there was also a scar running from below his right eye to the corner of his mouth, curving like a thick earthworm, making his face look even more hideous and terrifying. The man was savoring a glass of blood-red wine. Beside him sat two young women with light makeup, looking very pure. They were fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, dressed in high-slit cheongsams, with glimpses of beauty beneath the skirts. Their curvy bodies were tightly pressed against the man, constantly rubbing against him, while he shamelessly touched the women around him, laughing heartily. Chapter 95. The boss of the commercial street. Yifeng Chen Sifong still wore a faint smile, turning to Lin Ning with a playful look in his eyes, not revealing what he was thinking. Just then, the scarred man, seizing the opportunity while Chen Sifong was distracted, attempted to make a move. However, it was as if he had eyes on the back of his head, with a slight movement of steel blade. A faint blood mark appeared on the scarred man's neck. "Don't move, or I'll slice your artery." The scarred man's face turned pale, and he dared not act rashly. Hong Jie and the other two beauties were now huddled together in a corner unnoticed, trembling in fear, their eyes filled with terror. After a while, Lin Ning gradually regained his composure. He took off his jacket and draped it over the dazed Yilin, then gently stroked her long hair, softly saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm a fish." Upon hearing this, everyone else was puzzled. But when Yilin heard this, her hollow gaze suddenly filled with color. She looked carefully at Lin Ning. Then, with a cry of wow, she threw herself into his arms and began to cry desperately. "You're here, you finally came. I thought I would never see you again, and I would never see my parents again. I'm scared, I'm really scared." Chapter 96. Yifeng's background, however. Before Lin Ning could speak, a single sentence from Chen Sifong caused Yifeng's expression to change dramatically. "Young Master Yi, I didn't expect that after 10 years. You are still as adaptable as ever. I admire you." His expression became serious as he fixed his gaze on Chen Sifong and said in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you? Who I am is not important. What matters is that I know who you are." Chen Sifong picked up a gourd, pulled out the stopper, took a sip, and leisurely exhaled a breath of alcohol. Then he suddenly sprang up and knocked the back of the head of Hong Jie, the two women in Chi Pao, and the thug who was subdued by 4 bodyguards. These individuals all went limp and fell to the ground. Yifeng did not speak, but his pupils contracted sharply, revealing that he was not calm at the moment. Seeing Lin Ning looking at him with a surprised expression, Chen Sifong smiled slightly and nodded to Lin Ning's 4 bodyguards. The 4 quickly lowered their heads and exited, gently closing the private room door behind them. "Boss, please take a seat." Chen Sifong cheerfully gestured for the bewildered Lin Ning to sit in the main seat, then turned to look at Yifeng. Seeing him staring blankly at the fallen Hong Jie, he smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I just knocked her out. She will wake up in a little while." Chapter 97. Terrifying. Signing the entire commercial street, Chen Sifong took a sip of wine and laughed, is the abandoned son of a Yi family in the capital. Speaking of which, he is considered a business genius, having controlled more than half of the Yi family's assets by his 30s. Unfortunately, the Yi family offended a terrifying big shot, incurring his wrath. In order to appease that big shot's anger, the Yi family had no choice but to push Yifeng's family out. His parents died because of this, and he went missing in the chaos. Everyone thought he was dead long ago, but unexpectedly, he was hiding in Zhonghai. Even after appeasing the big shot's anger, the Yi family paid a hefty price, suffering a severe setback and never recovering. However, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. The current Yi family in the capital, while not as glorious as it was 10 years ago, should not be underestimated. At least, they're more than enough to deal with Yifeng. So that's how it is, Lin Ning nodded thoughtfully. He thought that with his current wealth, he should be able to stand on equal footing with those super rich people. But after Chen Xifeng's explanation, he realized that the waters here are still very deep, deep enough to drown him easily. Chapter 98. I am willing to serve you after Martin left. Lin Ning's playful gaze fell on the two people at the door. One was kneeling, and the other was standing. The one kneeling was Yifeng, whom he had seen at the night banquet KTV last night. The other was a middle-aged man, full-bodied and sweating profusely. Although Lin Ning did not know him, he understood that this person was definitely a senior management personnel of Shangyuan Commercial Street. Sure enough, when he saw Lin Ning's gaze sweep over him, he hurriedly bent down and bowed, his facial features squished together, revealing a flattering smile. Hello, boss. I am Fang Datong, the general manager of the management committee of Shangyuan Commercial Street. I apologize for disturbing you. I wanted to report to you about the recent production and operation situation of the Commercial Street. Fang Datong's attitude was extremely humble. When facing Lin Ning, he even seemed a bit fearful. Sweat flowed continuously from his forehead, and he did not dare to wipe it away, still maintaining a smiling expression, which was really hard work. But no matter how hard it was, he had to endure it. This young man in front of him was truly terrifying. Shangyuan Commercial Street. What a massive entity, worth over 500 billion. Yet he took it over overnight. While everyone was still dreaming, the Commercial Street had quietly changed hands. Chapter 99. A woman's shopping paradise. A man's watching sports paradise. Their conversation did not intentionally avoid Fang Datong. And Fang Datong was definitely a smart person, with excellent skills in reading the room. While Lin Ning was talking to Yifeng, Fang Datong was in a daze, as if he had not heard or seen anything. Then it was Fang Datong's reporting time. Because the breakfast cart was right in front of them, Fang Datong did not dare to waste time and succinctly introduced the situation of the Commercial Street in just 3 minutes. How many shopping malls, how many shops, how many entertainment venues, and what the annual revenue was like. Lin Ning listened and was also very shocked. The Commercial Street's income actually reached over 10 billion a year. This figure was terrifying. According to the system's rules, after signing the Commercial Street, another sum of money would be deposited into his account. Calculating the amount in his account, Lin Ning was somewhat numb. The money was just sitting there, not being spent, and was just a pile of numbers. But now, he couldn't find a place to spend money, which was a bit of a headache. At that moment, a waiter came out of the bedroom and whispered something in Lin Ning's ear. His brows furrowed. Yilin's condition was not very good. Chapter 100. 1 million. The lovesick men and women who came here with various purposes obviously disagreed and were filled with rage. They rolled up their sleeves and were ready to seek justice. However, when they saw the long line of men in black clothes, black pants, black shoes, and black sunglasses, with their muscular chests bulging and serious expressions, they immediately backed down. If they weren't allowed to go, then so be it. After all, one day without shopping or watching sports wouldn't kill them. Look, the weather is clear today, with no clouds in the sky. Perfect for a stroll. Actually, strolling is pretty good. It cultivates one's temperament, exercises the body, and the eyes and neck won't feel sore. So it seemed everyone thought of this, and they all began to circle around the Commercial Street. As the most prosperous place in Zhonghai City, it not only has luxurious commercial streets, but also boasts top-notch greenery in the surrounding area. The trees are lush, and the breeze is gentle. Men and women, hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, walking under the green shade, enjoying each other's company, the hormones quietly igniting. The occupancy rate of various hotels around was even 10 percentage points higher than a typical weekend. The next day, when the waiter was cleaning, he found many more small raincoats. Chapter 101. Money is just a number, what? The old man was startled and looked towards the door. I said 1 million. I want this piece of jade. Lin Ning stood at the door with his hands behind his back, calmly stating a figure. No need, Mr. Lin. 1 million is too expensive. Yilin walked over and shook her head. It's okay. Money is not important to me. What matters is to make you happy. Lin Ning smiled. This sentence sounds very light and plain, as if asking what to have for breakfast. But to Yilin's ears, it was like the sharpest sword in the world, piercing open the slightly ajar door, allowing sunlight to illuminate her heart. Lin Ning, who was already very likable, became even more impressive in Yilin's eyes. I'm sorry, sir, but I can't sell this piece of jade. The old man shook his head. 2 million. Lin Ning's expression did not change, but he stated another price. The old man's body swayed slightly, his eyes twitching a bit, And after pondering for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm sorry, I won't sell." 3 million. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Lin Ning quoted another price. 3 million. This had already far exceeded the value of that imperial green jade stone. The old man pinched himself to ensure he wasn't dreaming. Chapter 102. The elder of the Jiang family at this moment, several beautiful women were together, laughing and playing. Occasionally, spring would suddenly appear, and beautiful and stunning scenery would flash by, but unfortunately, no one appreciated it. After playing around, everyone was tired, beads of sweat glistening on their fair, delicate, and shiny skin, their breathing rapid. Rising and falling, it was magnificent. "Yilin, can you tell me about your story?" After resting for a while, Yin Jiawen lay sideways, propping up her head with her hand, and asked curiously. Yes, we also want to hear it." Xia Qianxue and Li Zhuxin rushed over like a fragrant breeze, leaning on Yilin's breathtaking figure. All right. Yilin composed herself, gently parted her lips, and began to speak slowly. The entire story was convoluted and intriguing. The other three girls listened intently. When they heard that Yilin's parents were taken away by the relevant authorities and their residence was sealed, they widened their eyes, their bodies stiffening in tension, as if they were feeling it themselves. "Hubby." After Yilin finished speaking, Yin Jiawen shouted, "What's the matter?" Lin Ning walked in with a smile. Seeing the infinite scenery on the bed, he was momentarily stunned, then quickly came to his senses. Chapter 103. Jiangshan the old man embraced the beautiful woman's slim waist, walking out of the airport under the envious and jealous gazes of countless people. Upon seeing the young man, he raised his arm and happily shouted, "Shout Tuo Ta." Jiang Tuo's expression stiffened, feeling both amused and helpless. Pouting, he came forward and said, "Grandpa, can you please stop calling me that name? Haha, it's just a habit. I can't change it, so just bear with it. After all, I'm your grandpa, and you're my grandson." The old man patted Jiang Tuo's shoulder, laughing heartily. This old man was none other than Jiangshan, the founder of Jiangshan Group. "Well, whatever, let's get in the car. I have something to report to you," Jiang Tuo said with a wry smile. "All right, you two go to another car. I have something to discuss with my grandson," the old man said, giving a playful slap on the two beautiful women's perky backsides, eliciting a playful protest. They got into a long Lincoln, and the convoy slowly drove out of the airport. At this moment, the previously laughing old man's expression turned serious. "Are you sure about the information you told me? Is that person really an agent of a hidden family?" "Grandpa, I don't have concrete evidence," Jiang Tuo smiled, then said seriously, "but I had someone check Jiang Ning's information." Chapter 104. The car is good, but the person is trash. This statement left Yilin confused. They had only known each other for a few days. How did she become his lifesaver? Lin Ning then explained, and Yilin finally understood. She brushed her hair and smiled sweetly, saying, "Actually, my music isn't that great. It's because Mr. Lin loves life and won't give up easily that he is successful like this." "Haha, Miss Yilin, you're too kind. How about you just call me by my name, or Xiao Ning from now on?" "Okay," Yilin replied with a smile. "Yilin is my real name. You can call me Xiao Lin or Li Li. That's what my parents usually call me." Speaking of this, Yilin remembered her parents who were still detained, and her expression darkened. Lin Ning was just about to comfort her when his phone rang. It was Yi phone calling. He said that the arrangements to visit Yilin's parents had been made, and the other party agreed to let them visit any time, but the time had to be short. Also, the house belonging to Yilin's family that had been sealed was a villa and would be auctioned at the Zhonghai International Auction Center that afternoon. Upon receiving this information, Yilin couldn't wait any longer. So Lin Ning accompanied her to visit her parents, driving a 1991 Bentley Mulsanne. Chapter 105. Yilin's family villa is in high demand. Damn. How dare you insult me? I'm the young master of Zhongyuan trade. Hurry up and apologize, and bring that girl over for me to have some fun, or I'll make sure you can't survive in Zhonghai. The rich brat cursed as he got out of the car, drooling at Yilin, who was not far away. This girl was the most beautiful he had ever seen, and he had to have her. Meanwhile, Lin Ning didn't take him seriously at all. He was just a pathetic loser. As long as he revealed his identity, wouldn't the brat be scared to the point of wetting himself and hand over the beauty willingly? Hearing the rich brat's words, a hint of sharpness flashed in Lin Ning's calm eyes. An apology, huh? He smiled calmly, suddenly lifted his foot, and kicked the front of the Maserati. Boom! With one kick, the enormous impact caused the entire car to bounce in place. The front of the car crumpled inwards significantly, and both sides lifted up high. The woman in the passenger seat was jolted up and then slammed back down in her seat, her face pale with fear, nearly losing control of herself. Once the car stabilized, the woman opened the door and fled, her face filled with terror. The rich second generation was also dumbfounded, staring at the nearly totaled Maserati, wanting to cry but having no tears. Chapter 106. Competing for the villa. Haha. Chairman Zhang has such filial piety. It's truly admirable. Since this is a birthday gift for Old Master Zhang, we won't compete anymore. I withdraw. Indeed, Old Master Zhang is highly respected, and I admire him greatly. I also withdraw. Yes, I withdraw as well. However, Chairman Zhang, I must shamelessly ask for an invitation in advance. Everyone chimed in, flattering Zhang Haifeng while announcing their withdrawal from the auction. Zhang Haifeng stood at his seat, repeatedly thanking everyone, unable to hide his smug expression. The villa's price settled at 1 billion. The host called for bids twice, and seeing no one else raise their price, he raised his gavel, ready to call it a third time before dropping it. However, at that moment, a laugh rang out at the auction, filled with heavy sarcasm. Wanted to buy a villa worth 1 billion with just 100 million. The Zhang family really knows how to calculate. Zhang Haifeng's expression darkened as he turned his gaze. He saw that the speaker was a young man he had never seen before, probably around 25 or 26. He immediately said, unhappily, "Young man, you should choose your words carefully. My Zhang family is not to be trifled with." Chapter 107. The plan. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes shifting between Lin Ning and Zhang Haifeng. Lin Ning sat relaxed in his chair, as if the 2 billion just mentioned had nothing to do with him. In contrast, Zhang Haifeng's face looked much worse, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He stared intently at Lin Ning and said in a deep voice, "Are you really planning to disregard me? To disregard the Zhang family's face?" "Haha, you're quite funny," Lin Ning said, tapping his ear with his pinky and blowing lightly. Not even looking at Zhang Haifeng as he laughed. "The highest bidder wins. That's what you said, right? I believe everyone here just heard it too. What's the matter? Out of money now and trying to use the Zhang family's prestige to pressure me." Zhang Haifeng gasped, his face changing colors, clearly furious, to the point that he couldn't even speak. "Stop at the you and I. Let me tell you, others may fear the Zhang family and not dare to bid against you, but I do not. Moreover, I'm representing Yilin at the auction. It's only natural for her to reclaim her own home." Seeing Zhang Haifeng open his mouth to say something, Lin Ning waved his hand to interrupt. "Don't even mention birthday gifts to me. I don't believe it." Chapter 108. The Zhang family wants to collaborate with Mr. Lin. The prominent figures at the front of the crowd all knew who was coming. Therefore, they all dressed up and waited eagerly with serious expressions. However, many younger members behind them were a bit confused about the situation. After standing for more than half an hour, they began to complain inwardly. "Hey, do you know who you're waiting for? What a big deal. We've been waiting for over 30 minutes, and they still haven't arrived. Could it be a high-level leader from the country? That's right. With so many families gathered here, even the leaders of Zhonghai wouldn't dare to keep us waiting like this. I had plans to go get my nails done with my friends, and now that's all ruined. Besides, I didn't have time to tell them. They must be complaining like crazy." At first, these people whispered among themselves, but gradually their voices grew louder. The noise reached the ears of the heads of families and chairmen at the front, causing the elders to frown slightly. Shui Manor heard the commotion and suddenly turned around, coldly sweeping her gaze over everyone. All the noise came to an abrupt stop. Among these younger members, besides Jiang Tua, Shui Manor had the highest standing. Chapter 109. A dramatic change. In the Li family, everyone's hearts were in their throats. As long as Lin Ning nodded, every family would soar to new heights. Jiang Tua also stood up nervously in the corridor. With his qualifications, he still didn't have a position at the water pavilion. But if Lin Ning agreed to collaborate, his status would change. He would undoubtedly be the next leader of the Jiang family. Lin Ning was silent for a moment, then smiled. "It is my honor to collaborate with the elders present." Boom! As soon as he said this, the entire water pavilion erupted. Excitement and enthusiasm spread across everyone's faces. Jiang Shan's smile deepened, knowing that by aligning with Lin Ning, the Jiang family would no longer be at the mercy of others. The glory of a 1,000-year-old family was within reach. "Tuer, comilla." Jiang Shan waved, and amidst the envious and shocked gazes of the younger generation, Jiang Tuo walked over. His face flushed. "Grandpa, you sit down. From now on, Our Jiangshan Group's collaboration with Mr. Lin will be handled entirely by you. After saying this, Jiang Shan stood up and, without further ado, pressed Jiang Tuo back into his original position. Chapter 110. The Etiquette of Hospitality After Such a Major Incident. Not only was the entire Zhonghai business circle shaken, but even the higher-ups were furious. They even issued a condemnation through diplomatic channels. However, the Songzhang Group categorically denied it, accusing Zhonghai of slander. Since the murderer had not yet been caught, both sides could only engage in a war of words for the time being. The Jiang family's banquet was interrupted. After Jiang Shan apologized to Lin Ning, he immediately took people to the Li family. Lin Ning followed along and called for Chen Sifang, hoping he could help. Arriving at the Li family, the murder scene was grim. The Li family head lay with his blood still warm, eyes wide open, unable to close. At this moment, the Li family was engulfed in sorrow. Li Wenbing was also on the scene. Looking at his grandfather lying in a pool of blood, his face went pale, cold sweat streaming down as his body trembled. The other Li family members glared angrily at Li Wenbing. Seeing his old friend's tragic condition, Jiang Shan was even more furious. He directly approached Li Wenbing, raised his hand, and slapped him hard. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. Li Wenbing staggered back and fell to the ground, a visible red handprint appearing on his pale face. Jiang Shan felt it wasn't enough and kicked him down again, pointing at him and shouting, "Bastard." Chapter 111. The Dragon's Fury, Get Out of the Way. The man's Adam's apple moved as he let out a low growl, his eyes flashing with a beast-like intensity. Without pausing, he charged straight for the door. "Boss, get out of the way." Chen Sifang's eyes widened as he shouted urgently. However, Lin Ning remained unfazed, his expression calm and smiling. The man, like a trapped beast, unleashed a speed that surpassed human limits, reaching Lin Ning in the blink of an eye. With his arm raised high, that strange weapon drew a perfect black arc from above, slashing down toward Lin Ning's body as if it could split space itself. Everyone was horrified, and Chen Sifang was frantic, his figure turning into a faint streak of light. But Lin Ning didn't move at all. Just as the weapon was about to strike him, the man's twisted face was clearly visible. Lin Ning suddenly clenched his fist and punched out. The punch struck the weapon the man was holding. With a muffled sound, Lin Ning's body didn't budge an inch, while the man was sent flying backward like a cannonball, flipping uncontrollably in the air before crashing down to the ground. Chen Sifang followed a few steps and shouted, kicking the man in the chest. Chapter 112. Only kneeling and licking, no resistance. All operations were led by the Jiangshan Group, and Lin Ning did not make an appearance. He merely pushed things along, allowing the companies under his name to publicly support the Jiangshan Group. After this incident, the reputation of the Jiangshan Group in Zhonghai was greatly enhanced, taking a firm first step towards the goal of becoming a 1,000-year-old family. These are all later developments. After resolving the incident with the head of the Li family, Lin Ning took his leave. He first went to the hotel to visit Yilin. At this time, Yilin's parents had already been released, and the family was chatting in the hotel room. Reflecting on their experiences over the past few days, Yilin's parents expressed their mixed feelings. When they heard that Lin Ning had bought back their villa and returned it to them, their curiosity about the young man who rescued them grew even more. Yilin's mother kept asking about the status of their relationship. However, Yilin said they were just ordinary friends. Of course, Yilin's parents didn't believe that. Which ordinary friend would spend several billion to help someone? As an experienced person, Yilin's mother held her daughter's hand and said earnestly, "The man who is willing to spend money on you is a good man." Chapter 113. Attending the Dosha live board meeting after reading Lin Ning's message, he trembled as he picked up the phone. "Hello, what's the matter?" The voice on the other end was young and calm. "Is this Mr. Lin?" The chairman of Dosha did not dare to be negligent and asked in a very polite tone. "It's me, who are you?" "Haha, I am Kong Shui from Dosha Live. You just acquired 30 of our company's shares, and I hope to meet with you." "Sure," the other side replied after a moment of silence. "Great." Kong Shui, sitting on the bed, nodded and smiled. "This morning, there's a board meeting to mainly discuss the future development direction of the platform. I wonder if you have time to attend?" "Okay, what time?" "I will be there on time. It starts at 10 a.m. You don't need a rush. I'll have my assistant wait for you at the company entrance." "All right. See you later." "See you later." After hanging up, Kong Shui realized that his back was completely soaked. The calmer and more indifferent the other party's tone was, the more uneasy he felt inside. He had to perform well at the board meeting in the morning to leave a good impression on the new shareholder and make them think he was a valuable asset. Chapter 114. A great idea, the meeting continued. After Kong Shui set the major direction, others began to design various smaller topics or ideas around this line. Lin Ning listened quietly, feeling that what was said had some merit, but the ideas were too scattered. Everyone expressed their opinions from their own perspectives, and while they seemed closely aligned on the company's major development direction, they were actually somewhat divergent. This led to the company's resources being too dispersed, making it impossible to concentrate on creating blockbuster products. Without blockbuster products, the company's performance could only be mediocre, neither good nor bad. However, among the numerous ideas, there was one particularly bold and innovative concept that caught Lin Ning's attention. The person proposing this idea was a young man wearing glasses who was fair-skinned and refined, and due to nervousness, beads of sweat appeared on his nose. Kong Shui was also very optimistic about this idea and spoke a few good words for him. However, his idea faced skepticism from several company veterans. The most vocal critic was a very arrogant young man who rambled on without making much sense. This young man was the same one who had competed with Lin Ning for a parking space, proving that enemies do cross paths. However, the man did not recognize Lin Ning and sat there dismissively regarding the idea of the refined glasses-wearing man. Chapter 115. Shaking the tiger, Fong Rong looked at Lin Ning in horror. Do you know our General Huang? Not just no, Lin Ning smiled. He took out his phone, swiped to a number, and dialed it. Hello, Boss Lin. The voice of Huang Chengchun came through, full of pride. Congratulations on your promotion, General Huang. Lin Ning said with a smile. Thank you, Boss Lin. This is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you that day. All right, we don't need to say too much about that. Let me ask you, is there someone named Fong Rong in your company? Fong Rong? Huang Cheng thought for a moment and replied. Yes, he is in our company, but he has now been assigned to Dosha Live as a director. May I ask what you need him for? Well, recently Dosha Live has been actively seeking new business opportunities, Lin Ning said smoothly. At today's board meeting, someone proposed a good business plan, but this Fong Rong was obstructing it in every way with a very bad attitude. He plans to use his director's power to prevent the proposal from passing, simply because the person who proposed it once reported him. Coincidentally, I just acquired 30 of Dosha Live stocks. Chapter 116. Royal One, Yacht Old Huang. Lin Ning had no choice but to call out to him. Boss Lin, are you adapting? Huang Cheng turned around and smiled. Adapting? I can't breathe. Looking at Lin Ning being squeezed in the middle by a group of people, Huang Cheng chuckled, pushed the girls beside him away, and walked over waving. Go, 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 stay aside. Haven't you seen a man before? Under Huang Cheng's urging, the many beauties ran away giggling. Only then did Lin Ning feel that he could breathe easily. He looked around nervously and whispered, Old Huang, is it always this terrifying here? Terrifying? You should say it's exciting. Huang Cheng lewdly smiled. Come on, I'll take you to see some sights. Just stay here for one night, and I guarantee Boss Lin won't want to leave, haha. As he spoke, Huang Cheng led Lin Ning to a private room with ease. Soon, a mature and attractive woman in her 30s, dressed provocatively, entered with a group of girls. The girls were heavily made up and threw flirtatious glances at the two men sitting on the sofa as soon as they entered. Two of the girls seemed to be old acquaintances of Huang Cheng's. After giving Lin Ning a glance, they boldly sat down beside Huang Cheng. Chapter 117. A yacht at cabbage prices. Following Lin Ning's instructions, Zheng Yiming brought up all the materials from the underground vault. The information Lin Ning had left at home, which he had a chance to retrieve from the vault, was also sent over by the bodyguards. Various materials piled up on the tea table in front of several people. Yifeng and Jiang Tuo flipped through them one by one. Although they had long known about Lin Ning's vast enterprises, seeing the real, legally binding documents still left them speechless in shock. Jiang Tuo had already prepared himself mentally. In this business collaboration, he was determined to lower his stance and firmly hold onto Lin Ning, the sturdy pillar that could support the world. He always has a feeling that Lin Ning's future achievements will be limitless and unimaginable. After organizing all the documents, it was already afternoon. Jiang Tuo received a phone call, and his expression became strange. What's wrong? Lin Ning asked, shaking the crystal wine glass in his hand. However, the glass was not filled with fine wine, but with a refreshing drink. It's like this, Lin brother. The eldest son of the Shan family, Shan Baoxin, just bought a yacht and is hosting a yacht party tonight, inviting me to attend. A yacht party? Where is it being held? Chapter 118. Do you have a 100-meter yacht? I don't believe it. Although Lin Ning didn't intend to engage with him, Shan Baoxin didn't plan to let Lin Ning off the hook and continued. I know you are the famous Mr. Lin. Everyone wants to meet you, but I, Shan Baoxin, am not willing to be a sycophant. If you really have a 100-meter yacht, I'll eat S live on stream. That's not good, is it? Lin Ning looked at Shan Baoxin as if he were a fool and shook his head. Forget it, I won't take that bet. To avoid making everyone look bad later. Don't, Mr. Lin, Shan Baoxin said confidently. Seeing Lin Ning's uncooperative attitude, he was sure this guy was just boasting. If he could publicly expose the other party's true nature, wouldn't he become famous? This opportunity must not be missed. So, he pressed on Mr. Lin. You are now a celebrity in Zhonghai, and all the big families are inquiring about you. What? Are you afraid of a little bet? Shan Baoxin stared triumphantly at Lin Ning. After hearing this, Lin Ning also looked at Shan Baoxin with a rather strange expression, thinking to himself, is my S really that tasty? Jiang Tuo, who had been listening to their conversation, also looked increasingly displeased. Chapter 119. Live streaming eating S. Wow, come and see. There are jet skis here. There's even a helicopter landing pad. There's a swimming pool on the boat. This is too extravagant. Oh my god, everyone come look. There's even a small submarine under the lowest deck. This group of second-generation rich kids from Zhonghai had turned into country bumpkins who had never seen a world, wandering around and occasionally exclaiming in surprise. Meanwhile, Lin Ning stood on the highest deck, leaning against the railing, gazing out, the night breeze gently brushing against him, feeling relaxed and at ease. Captain, there should be a chef on board, right? Lin Ning stood for a while and asked. The captain, who had been accompanying the owner, smiled and said, of course, we have the best chefs on our yacht. Whatever dishes you want can be prepared. And there are various delicious desserts. All right, make a plate of S with chocolate, Lin Ning said with a smile. What? What did you say, boss? The captain was confused. The boss's taste was too heavy. Eating chocolate was one thing, but making S-shaped chocolate, this idea is quite bizarre. The captain felt a bit speechless. But since he was the boss, whatever he said, they had to do. Chapter 120. My childhood friend is here. Lin Ning was like a shining star rising in the circle of second- and third-generation rich kids in Zhonghai. At this moment, Shan Baoxin, with chocolate sauce all over his mouth, kept burping and looked at Lin Ning with a pitiful expression. Big brother Lin, spare me. This chocolate S, although delicious, is too high in calories. I really can't eat anymore. Everyone burst into laughter. Lin Ning couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. All right, if you can't eat anymore, then don't. Remember, this is just a small lesson for you. Don't be so arrogant in the future. If it weren't for meeting me, you would have had to eat the real thing today. Shut down the live stream. Yes, Boss Lin, I will listen to you from now on. Shan Baoxin flattered as he walked over to turn off the live stream. Lin Ning had someone bring him a drink to cleanse his palate. Next, he ordered the captain to set sail into the inner sea. The bright moon hung high, and the sea met the sky. The waves gently rolled, and the moonlight scattered like tiny silver pieces on the surface of the sea. The magnificent scenery was refreshing. The many rich kids also expressed their surprise, their awe of Lin Ning deepening. The captain had long instructed the kitchen to prepare various delicacies, and everyone was enjoying the feast. Chapter 121. Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Lin Ning turned to look behind Zhao Peng, where a woman with a Versace crocodile skin bag on her arm and several large jade bracelets on her wrist was swaying over. This woman was well maintained, with a good figure, delicate skin, double eyelids, and big eyes, exuding charm. However, there were wrinkles around her eyes, making her look at least 45 or 46 years old. She walked over, affectionately linking her arm with Zhao Peng's, and cast a glance at Lin Ning and Yin Jiawen, giggling. Hello? You must be Lin Ning, the childhood friend that Peng Peng often talks about, right? I am Peng Peng's fiancée, Sonia. Ah, it's me. Lin Ning was taken aback for a moment, then awkwardly smiled and said, hello, sister-in-law. After hearing the woman's introduction, Yin Jiawen was also stunned, and upon hearing Lin Ning's greeting, quickly smiled sweetly and said, hello, sister-in-law. I am Lin Ning's girlfriend. Oh my, little sister-in-law is so beautiful. Sonia's eyes lit up when she saw Yin Jiawen. Rushing over without bringing any gifts, she said, since you came, here's this bracelet for you. Don't dislike it. Saying this, Sonia took off a bracelet of decent color from her arm and enthusiastically placed it on Yin Jiawen's wrist. Chapter 122. We are family. Ah, ha. Although Lin Ning was driving, he couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. Dude, you really are something, switching to eating soft rice now. Hey, I'm really in a tough spot. Don't laugh at me anymore. I thought after clarifying things with Ying, she would understand me. After all, we are still family. But who knew? This girl is so stubborn. She disagreed and had several big arguments with her mom. This time we came to Zhonghai, besides buying wedding stuff. We also planned to hide for a few days. We didn't tell Ying, who knew how she got the news and secretly followed us. After Zhao Peng finished speaking, he sighed deeply and lay back on the seat, covering his head. Haha, I'm telling you, Peng brother, don't be ungrateful. I think Aunt Sonia looks pretty good. This is a mother-daughter flower combo. How many men would envy you? Damn, are you still my good buddy? Zhao Peng closed his eyes and scolded with a smile. Quick, give me some advice. What should I do? If you offend someone in Zhonghai, I can still help you. But for matters of the heart, others can't interfere. If you want to untie the knot, you must tie it yourself. Find a time to talk openly with the two of them, Lin Ning said with a smile. Chapter 123, A Glass of Red Wine. 80,000 leaving the room was also to give them a private space, allowing Zhao Peng and his mother and daughter to discuss their issues openly. As for Yilin's family, they left the hotel in the morning and returned home. Lin Ning stepped out, shaking his head and chuckling bitterly. I never expected my brother would end up dating someone and ultimately take her mother away. What kind of situation is this? Forget it, don't worry too much. Matters of the heart are only understood by the parties involved, Yin Zhaoan advised. That's true, Lin Ning nodded. As long as they are happy, we outsiders can't say much. However, I noticed that Sun Ning's gaze at you just now was a bit off. Yin Zhaoan looked at Lin Ning and smiled playfully. Ah, I didn't pay attention, you must have seen it wrong. It's normal for her to have some emotional fluctuation since her boyfriend is marrying her mother, Lin Ning defended. Then, he took out his phone and called Martin. Manager Ma, I need you to send 2 people to keep an eye on that young girl. Make sure nothing happens. Look, you said it's nothing. But now you're starting to care about her. Even sending people to watch over her, Yin Zhaoan said with a hint of jealousy. Chapter 124. Everyone is confused and night passed without a word. The next morning, Lin Ning woke up and began signing in. Ding! Congratulations, host, sign in successful. You have obtained full ownership of the Ferrari F1 team. Huh? Hearing the system prompt, Lin Ning was stunned for a moment. The Ferrari F1 team belongs to Ferrari and mainly participates in Formula One events. It is the oldest and most successful team in this competition, having won the championship 16 times. The F1 Team's cars are equipped with the most advanced engines from the automotive company, representing the most advanced technology of the company. The F1 team not only carries the company's glory, but also bears the responsibility of the company's survival. If a team wins the F1 championship, the car sales of that company typically 1% low that year. Therefore, companies place great importance on their teams, investing hundreds of millions in maintenance costs each year. Although the team itself does not create value, the commercial value it brings to the company is immeasurable. Now, the system has actually signed the Ferrari F1 team under Lin Ning's name. The board of directors at Ferrari must be worried sick. Chapter 125, Setting Sail. Fishing watching Zhao Peng board the Royal One, Lin Ning turned to Yin Zhaoan and said, Wife, let us go up too. Yin Zhaoan smiled sweetly and linked her arm with Lin Ning as they boarded. Once on the boat, even more shock awaited them. While on shore, they only knew the boat was large, extremely large, which made them feel a sense of oppression and insignificance. But once on board, the various equipment and decorations astonished them deeply. The swimming pool that was almost 10 meters long, the small helicopter parked on the helipad, the 2 jet skis, and the submarine in the lower cabin made everyone exclaim in amazement. Set sail. Standing on the 5th deck, looking into the distance, Lin Ning issued the command after Jiang Tuo and Yi Feng boarded. The yacht let out a long horn, turned the bow, and broke through the waves. Like a giant dragon charging toward the sea entrance. Countless pedestrians on the shore were drawn to the Royal One yacht, exclaiming in shock. Some even fumbled to take out their phones to take pictures, happily posting on social media. Soon, the yacht arrived at the boundless sea. Boss, where are we going today? The captain asked as he walked over with a brisk pace. Chapter 126, setting off. Lin Ning's eyes were sharp, constantly scanning the surface of the water. Not far away, Chen Sifong seemed to sense something, hanging his wine gourd back on his waist, his expression also serious. The others were not as sensitive, still shouting and complaining, frustrated that the fish weren't biting, lamenting their luck. Just then, Lin Ning's fishing float suddenly moved and sank sharply. The fishing rod fixed to the boat made a popping sound under the pull of the fishing line. Something up. Lin Ning was delighted, holding his breath and focusing on the water's surface. A huge shadow flashed by again, and the fishing rod was pulled tight once more. This time, the force was stronger than before. Lin Ning could feel the deck shaking beneath his feet. It's a big fish. Before he could act, the shadow appeared again. The fishing rod was pulled straight and fell toward the water surface. Lin Ning reacted quickly, grabbing the remaining half of the fishing rod, feeling an unimaginable force pulling from it, like pulling a car at full throttle. Lin Ning pushed hard with his feet, straining his arms. The muscles in his arms bulged, veins popping. Crack! Unable to withstand the pull of the two forces, the fishing rod broke again in the middle. Chapter 127 Medicinal Wine Recipe. The three of them discussed their future plans on the yacht. They also sent someone to notify all enterprises to fly to Zhonghai tomorrow. Lin Ning chose Wu Qing as the liaison, the public relations manager of the World Trade Center Property Management Company. Wu Qing's age, experience, and her work in the public relations department made her particularly suitable for handling people and serving as a bridge between the Jiang family, Yifeng, and the enterprises under their names. When Wu Qing received the notification from Zheng Yiming, she was a bit confused. She didn't expect that he would remember her after just one meeting. The image of that young, energetic, always calm and composed, handsome face appeared in her mind. Wu Qing was surprised to find that this mysterious young boss had quietly left a deep, indelible impression in her heart. Zheng Yiming gave her a list with a long string of business names and contacts. Each name on it made Wu Qing's heart race, making it hard to breathe. These were all big shots in their respective fields. But now, they had all become subordinates of that young boss. How impressive must this young boss be? How deep must his background be to make these big shots willing to bow their heads and be at his command? Chapter 128 A Man for his friends after breakfast. Lin Ning took out the sheepskin paper and handed it to Chen Sifong, saying, "Can you understand the contents on this?" Chen Sifong took it and glanced at it, shaking his head. "I can't understand it, but I guess old Sun, the distillery director, would understand." "What is this?" "It's a recipe for medicinal wine. Just right for him to take a look." The few of them went out, first dropping Yin Jiaoan off at her company. Then the convoy turned around and headed to Sun's distillery. Lin Ning invested 100 million, helping the distillery out of its predicament. The distillery now looked completely new inside and out, full of vitality. The originally modeled iron gate has been repainted, presenting a new look. Chen Sifong is already a regular here. He knocked on the door, and it quickly opened. Chen Sifong gestured, and the convoy entered in succession, stopping in front of the two-story office building. Sun Ning came down upon hearing the noise, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes when she saw Lin Ning. "Hello, Boss Lin." She bent respectfully to greet him. "Hello, Miss Sun." Lin Ning also politely smiled in return. "Xiaoying, where's your dad?" Chen Sifong asked. "He's in the underground laboratory," Sun Ning replied. "I'll go call him up." Chapter 129 Pharmaceutical Factory Planning. Listening to Sun Hao's grandiose words, Lin Ning felt very pleased. The system indeed produces top-quality products. From now on, he can no longer rely on intuition to do things. He also felt a bit guilty for misunderstanding the system. However, thinking that the system is not human, that guilt quickly dissipated. Originally, Sun Hao planned to have Lin Ning go to his office to discuss the upcoming collaboration. However, Lin Ning was very interested in his previous actions, and Sun Hao still had some steps to complete. So, he kept Lin Ning and the others in the basement for a while. He climbed back onto the shelf and waved a stick to stir. Lin Ning then discovered that the bottom end of that stick actually had a small spoon. As Sun Hao moved, the aroma of wine wafted out from the wine vat. The fragrance was rich and lingering, making one reminisce. Even Lin Ning, who is allergic to alcohol, felt saliva pooling in his mouth, swallowing continuously. Chen Sifong could hardly contain himself and shouted at Sun Hao, "Old Sun, give us some wine to satisfy our cravings. We've finished what's in the gourd." As he spoke, he lifted the gourd and shook it vigorously. Sun Hao laughed heartily. "All right, bring the gourd over." Chen Sifong was overjoyed at the words, running down to open the gourd and holding it above his head. Chapter 130 Appointment. The girl's face was flushed and her expression excited. "Let us exchange contact information." "Sure." Delrock whistled, took out his phone, listened to the girl recite a string of numbers, and then dialed. The next second, the girl's pink phone with a Hello Kitty case rang. Her delicate fingers, as white as scallions, tapped a few times on the screen, Then she smiled broadly, bowing charmingly. Thank you, I love you. Delrock's eyes widened instantly. Beneath the girl's wide collar was a patch of white skin, the deep cleavage stirring his manly nerves. No need to be polite. I'm very happy to serve you. Delrock flicked his golden hair casually, smiling very gentlemanly. Well, I'll contact you again tonight. Because I have to go back to school for class, the girl squinted and smiled. All right, I'm always at your service. Beautiful lady, Delrock made a European-style gesture, making the girl tremble with excitement. Watching the girl's graceful figure leave, Delrock realized he was starting to like this countryside-like country. Lin Ning arrived at the Westin Hotel, where Martin greeted him along with Miss Anna, the global vice president of Westin and the temporary president of the F1 team. Chapter 131. Zhonghai Lin Ning, the waiter, had a swollen face, with a blood-red handprint on each side, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, looking extremely miserable. Xiao Gao, Wu Ping exclaimed in shock. What happened to you? Who hit you? Sister Wu, it's them. The waiter named Xiao Gao cried upon seeing Wu Ping. He pointed to two big men standing at the entrance of the Imperial Hall and complained. I told them that the Imperial Hall was already reserved, but they were unreasonable and insisted on barging in. I tried to stop them, and they beat me up. Sister Wu, you have to stand up for me. Seeing her employee beaten and the reservation for a valuable guest taken, Wu Ping's anger flared up. She stood up and walked to the entrance of the Imperial Hall, glaring at the two bodyguards and scolding. Whose men are you? How dare you hit my employee? Although she was petite, she exuded an imposing presence in front of the two bodyguards. The two bodyguards remained unfazed. One of them casually sized up Wu Ping, sneering coldly. Are you the boss here? Let me tell you, our young master has taken a liking to the Imperial Hall, and that's your honor. Chapter 132. Zhao family. Zhao, who Lin Ning? Never heard of him. Before the young man could speak, the previously appearing brother Liao jumped up from another sofa, walked in front of Lin Ning, and fiercely pointed at him, scolding, Little brat, it seems you didn't take Grandpa as warning to heart. Do you want Grandpa to break your bones? Lin Ning snorted coldly, looking at the young man on the sofa in the middle, and with lightning speed, he grabbed Brother Liao's hand, exerting force without saying a word. Crack! He directly bent Brother Liao's fingers back 180 degrees. A piercing pain instantly coursed through his entire body. Brother Liao screamed, fainting on the spot, collapsing to the ground and not moving. The surrounding escort girls were terrified, screaming and rushing past Lin Ning towards the exit. Damn! At that moment, another tall man pulled out a spring knife from his clothes. The shiny blade sprang out, and the man grinned viciously, stabbing towards Lin Ning's heart. The knife was quick and fierce, showing no mercy, clearly intending to kill him. Lin Ning remained unflinching, continuing to strike. Everyone only saw a flash before their eyes, not knowing what had happened, as the dagger was already in his hand. Then he stabbed it into the man's thigh. Chapter 133. Another incident. Zhao, who also smiled and cupped his fist toward Sun Hao. Brother Sun, long time no see. His voice was rough and loud, carrying a hint of a chivalrous spirit. Come, Zhao brother, let me introduce you. Saying this, Sun Hao pointed to Lin Ning. This is Boss Lin Ning. The big business I mentioned is his. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu's eyes widened as he scrutinized Lin Ning. Seeing that he was young but exuded a calm demeanor, he couldn't help but take him seriously. Hello, President Zhao. Lin Ning stood up and greeted with a smile. Hello, Boss Lin. Zhao Hu nodded with a smile, retracting his gaze. Once everyone was seated, Zhao Hu spoke first. Brother Sun, Boss Lin, I wonder what big business you have in mind for me this time. Medicinal wine, the kind that can strengthen the body, Sun Hao replied with a smile. Boss Lin, and I hope that the raw materials for the medicinal wine will be fully handled by your Longting Chamber of Commerce. Medicinal wine? Zhao Hu chuckled in disbelief. Leaning back lazily, Brother Sun, the market for medicinal wine is too small. Are you sure you want our Longting Chamber of Commerce to handle it? Isn't that a bit of an overreach? Can't you just find any herbal merchant? Chapter 134. I am the man driving the Koenigsegg. A pale face revealed a shocking bright red palm print. Wu Ping. Sun Hao stood up with concern, supporting her and shouting, Who hit you? It was me, so what? A carefree young man walked in. He had slender eyes and a soft expression. When he looked at the crowd, it seemed as if an invisible, cold thread swept across, making people feel a wave of nausea in their hearts. Lin Ning could clearly feel that the girl sitting next to him was trembling violently, gripping his hand tighter, her face turning pale. When this young man saw the girl, his eyes lit up. He stepped forward, walking towards the girl as if there was no one around, scaring her into screaming and hiding behind Lin Ning. "Who are you? How dare you hit my woman and act so arrogant? Apologize quickly." Sun Hao blocked the young man angrily. "Brother Sun, get out of the way." Seeing this young man, Zhao Hu's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly stood up from his seat, warning him. Unfortunately, it was too late. The young man's eyes flashed with cold light. "Dare to block me? Seeking death." Saying that, he raised his hand and slapped out. He directly sent both Sun Hao and Wu Ping flying, crashing against the wall and falling to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Chapter 135. A jumping clown after resting for a while. Wu Ping finally woke up from her shock. The series of events that just happened still made her feel a bit dizzy. She scared away the young master of the Zheng family and also chased off Zhuge Ming, who slapped her. Although she didn't know much about Zhuge Ming, she was very familiar with the Zheng family. In Zhonghai, they were so famous that they could squash her with a finger. Yet, this young man named Lin Ning scared him away with just a few words. Wu Ping's attitude towards Lin Ning was no longer as casual as before. There was more awe in her gaze. On the other side, Chen Sifang had finished bandaging Zhao Hu. Being a martial artist, although Zhao Hu spat out some blood, he still looked in good spirits. His attitude towards Lin Ning also became respectful. After all, Zhuge Ming, who could easily defeat him, didn't even manage to block a single move from Lin Ning. Otherwise, how could the arrogant Zhuge Ming so easily hand over their family's healing elixir? He was clearly scared. Everything returned to normal. Although Zhao Hu's arm was inconvenient, he was still quite happy, with two beautiful women feeding him food and wine on either side. After applying ice to his face for a while, Sun Hao also came over to continue eating and drinking once the swelling went down. Chapter 136. The special passage at the airport after the meeting. He had someone book tickets home and asked Yin Zhaowen to take a long vacation. However, he didn't inform his parents about his return, planning to give them a surprise. Zhao Peng had been having a great time in Zhonghai these past 2 days and bought a lot of things, filling several large boxes. The day of their wedding was getting closer. Lin Ning planned to stay home a few more days, not only to accompany his parents, but also to attend his good friend's wedding. Of course, Lin Ning also bought the ticket home, in first class with Zhonghai Airlines, with top-notch facilities and configurations. After resting for a night, the next morning, Lin Ning signed in first. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Sign-in successful. Obtained shares of Zhonghai Airlines 51. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Ning was taken aback and then smiled. He didn't expect that after buying the ticket for Zhonghai Airlines yesterday, he would gain control of the company today. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or intentional. However, he didn't think much about it, whether intentional or not. As long as it became his, it was good. He patted Yin Zhaowen's perfectly rounded and bouncy backside, turned over, got out of bed, and went to wash up in the bathroom. When he came out of the bathroom, his phone on the sofa buzzed. Chapter 137. Don't use this person, this lady. Although the masked woman was aggressive, the staff member was equally unyielding. "I'm sorry, but I cannot let you through. This does not comply with the regulations." Behind her stood the largest shareholder of Zhonghai Airlines, and they couldn't break the rules. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to work at Zhonghai Airlines anymore. Hearing this, the masked woman's eyes widened and her brows furrowed. "Do you know who I am? I'm a leader at your airport. Even I have to be treated politely. How dare you, an ordinary staff member, block me? I will complain about you and have your supervisor fire you, putting you on the blacklist so that the entire industry will no longer hire you." The staff member was taken aback by her bold words and looked closely at her. She looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't tell who she was. Just as he hesitated whether to let her through the special passage, Lin Ning spoke up. "Forget it. Let them come along." "Yes, boss." With Lin Ning's approval, the staff member finally opened the passage. Unexpectedly, as soon as the woman saw the way opened, she rushed forward with her suitcase without even saying thank you. Chapter 138. Comprehensive ban after hanging up the phone. Lin Ning looked at Feng Xiao and smiled. "In 5 minutes, you will receive a rejection notice." "Haha, that's really funny," Feng Xiao sneered dismissively. "Do you think you are someone important, able to influence the crew's decisions with just one phone call? Do you know that I was personally designated by the director to audition? That means I'm already confirmed. Don't say it's you. Even the general manager of Tangren Entertainment doesn't have the right to replace me. You, an outsider, dare to talk nonsense here. It's really laughable." Lin Ning just smiled at Feng Xiao's words and didn't say anything more. 5 minutes quickly passed. At the same time, Lin Ning's phone rang again. Hello. Has everything been settled? Very good. Lin Ning nodded. Regarding the female lead, I will recommend someone. Okay, I will contact her immediately and have her come for the audition. Keep pretending. Feng Xiaoxiao watched Lin Ning make the call, her lips curling up. I said you acted so well, it seems like a real thing. It's such a waste not to act in a TV show. How about you apologize to me? Say you're sorry. And I might show some mercy and introduce you to the director of this show, at least get you a minor supporting role to satisfy your acting itch. How about that? Chapter 139. Going home, Yin Zhaoan had been watching Lin Ning type from the side. Of course, Lin Ning didn't avoid her. He sent Zhang Yuding's ID to the staff at Zhonghai Airlines and booked the earliest flight for Zhang Yuding. Then, he had the general manager of Tangren Entertainment call the crew to explain the boss's intentions. Although the director was a bit unhappy about the sudden change. He was the investor, the money master, and had to endure it even if he was unhappy. This small incident couldn't dampen Lin Ning's good mood about going home. The plane took off quickly. Watching the increasingly smaller buildings and vehicles, Lin Ning's thoughts had long flown to Shucheng, the city where he had lived for more than a decade. At 2:30 p.m., the plane landed on time at Shucheng International Airport. 3 black, imposing business vehicles were already parked at the pickup area. Additionally, there was a semi-trailer truck for loading Zhao Peng's boxes. These were all prepared by the head of the China Ocean Airlines, Shucheng branch. With a big shot from the company arriving, they had to be well taken care of. At this moment, Ge Wei, the general manager of the branch, stood anxiously by the business vehicle, nervously staring at the pickup area, not daring to relax for a moment. Soon, he saw a few people chatting and laughing as they walked out of the airport. Chapter 140. Farmer's Market Mom, where's Dad? Upon returning home, and after greeting everyone to sit down, Gao Mei hurried into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Since her son and future daughter-in-law were back, dinner had to be sumptuous. Your dad want to play chess with old Zhang, Gao Mei replied while busy in the kitchen. I'll go find him, Lin Ning said, pulling Yin Zhaoan downstairs toward the small garden. There was a small pavilion and a small square with some fitness equipment. Residents in the community loved to go there to play. At that moment, a group of people was gathered around the pavilion. In the center, 2 elderly men were playing chess. The game had reached the middle stage, with both sides locked in a fierce battle and only a few pieces left on the board. One of the old men looked somewhat like Lin Ning, except his hair had turned white and he was slightly balding. He was Lin Ning's father, Lin Feng. His opponent was also an elderly man with white hair, rosy cheeks, grinning maliciously at Lin Feng. I say, old Wang, you just married a new wife and are in a good mood. Your chess skills have improved. Lin Feng smirked, observing the situation for a while before placing a piece on the board. This is called a joyful spirit when good things happen. General. Old Wang proudly glanced at Lin Feng and then swiftly moved a piece across the board. Chapter 141. Saving people, Dad. Who are these people? Lin Ning frowned and asked in a low voice. They are all under Long Ge, a bunch of little thugs who collect protection fees. Lin Feng replied resentfully. Doesn't the market management do anything? Do anything? Lin Feng scoffed. When they first came, there were people who wanted to manage it, but the next day, they had their legs broken and were thrown at the hospital door. A bunch of desperate men, ruthless in action. Who would dare to manage them? Sigh. Just pay for peace. Lin Feng shook his head, giving a helpless sigh. During their conversation, the group collecting money approached a newly opened meat stall. Behind the stall stood a father and son, each holding shiny meat cleavers, their 6 eyes fixed on the group of thugs. What are you looking at? Hurry up and pay 500. One thug slammed the meat board and shoved the payment code in front of the 3. We don't have any money. One young man said. Damn, how dare you say you don't have money? If you don't have money, what are you doing here? Although facing 3 meat cleavers, the thug had 7 or 8 brothers behind him and was not intimidated at all. He pushed a large piece of fresh meat to the ground and coldly laughed. If you don't pay, get the hell out of here. Chapter 142. Dad asked to borrow money, let you go? Lin Ning sneered, pointing at the 3 men on the ground whose fate was uncertain. What do they say? I'll take responsibility. I'll take responsibility. The young man with yellow hair said with a fawning smile, nodding and bowing. I'll take care of their injuries, and I'll cover all expenses. Also, I'll compensate for all the losses today. I hope you, sir, will have a large heart and spare us. The young man didn't dare to look Lin Ning in the eye, lowering his head. You are one of Long Ji's men? Lin Ning squinted at the young man and asked. Yes, yes. Tell Long Gu that the management fees for this farmer's market are no longer needed. If you disagree, come find me. Remember, my name is Lin Ning. Yes, yes. The young man didn't dare to refute, only nodding. Seeing his men lying on the ground, his eyelids twitched wildly. So, in front of Lin Ning, he no longer had the arrogance he once had. Just then, the ambulance arrived. The young man quickly called his able-bodied subordinates and, along with the doctors and nurses, lifted the father and son who had almost been beaten to death into the vehicle. After getting Lin Ning's approval, the young man followed the ambulance. Chapter 143. Back to campus. Lin Feng's words plunged Lin Ning into deep thought. He knew which school his father was talking about. It was a century-old primary school, and also Lin Ning's alma mater. Now, Lin Feng was the principal of that school. A few years ago, when Lin Feng had just become principal, Lin Ning had visited. Both the school buildings and teaching facilities were indeed quite old. Every year, Lin Feng submitted reports seeking funding for this issue, but unexpectedly, it still hadn't been approved. At that moment, Gao Mei spoke again. Old Lin, didn't a big real estate developer say they wanted to acquire your school? Then won't there be money in the future? Why borrow money? What do you know? When it came to this matter, Lin Feng became furious, his tone growing impatient. They're not looking to invest in a purchase. They have their eyes on the land of the school, planning to buy it and demolish the school for a shopping mall. If the school is gone, where will the nearby children go to school? Divert them to nearby schools. But the closest school is also 5 kilometers away. It's too dangerous for the children to go to school. These bastards, how dare they do this? Gao Mei pounded the table in anger. These people will do anything for money. Chapter 144. Longu. He walked with a smile, glancing around. Though everything was so dilapidated, everything was also so clean and tidy. The greenery on the campus was also very good. Along the small paths, there were signs painted with childlike patterns, stating which class was responsible for which area. Dad, what does this mean? Lin Ning pointed to those signs and asked. This? Lin Feng said with his hands behind his back, his feet not stopping. These are the practical areas claimed by each class. Today, as children are spoiled and lack exercise, unable to distinguish grains. To cultivate children's love for nature, I divided practical areas based on the number of classes in our school. Each class claims one area, allowing children to get closer to nature and develop their ability to do things themselves. Furthermore, we evaluate each month to see which area is cared for best. And the school awards each child in that class a small red flower. Is that so? Lin Ning nodded with a smile. After a short while, the two arrived at the principal's office. It was also the simplest room currently in use as an office. There was only a very small window, the light was dim, and it was a bit damp. Chapter 145. Lin Ning takes action. A few minutes later, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard from outside the school. Immediately after, 7 or 8 vans rushed toward the school. With a loud crash, they knocked down the dilapidated gate and arrogantly drove onto the playground before stopping. Dozens of strong men got out of the vehicles, each carrying steel pipes and baseball bats, their eyes fierce and full of murderous intent. In an instant, they surrounded Lin Feng and several male teachers completely. In broad daylight, what do you want to do? Lin Feng pointed at Long Ge and angrily shouted. What do we want to do? Long Ge sneered coldly. Today I'll loosen your old bones a bit and let you gain some experience. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Other male teachers, seeing these fierce-looking men, also felt their legs go weak and their hearts race. But thinking about the old principal behind them, they all desperately suppressed their fear. Although they trembled all over, none of them ran away or begged for mercy. The little heads at the windows of the teaching building were also sent back by the teachers, not allowing the children to see what would happen next. Manager Zheng, are you not going to manage this? Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged man, standing not far away. Principal Lin. Manager Zheng slowly lit a cigarette and took a couple of puffs before looking at Lin Feng and speaking earnestly. Long Ge is not my subordinate. We are just collaborators. And I can't control him. Chapter 146. Mom has her eyes on a house. He stood trembling in front of Lin Ning, not daring to move at all. Lin Feng and the teachers beside him stared in shock at everything. Especially these teachers, who looked at Lin Ning with admiration. The little children saw Lin Ning, like a hero on TV, displaying great power and defeating the bad guys. The entire teaching building immediately erupted with cheers and applause from the children. Lin Feng, with a complex expression, walked up to Lin Ning and asked with concern, Ninger, are those people on the ground okay? Dad, don't worry, they're fine. The ground is cool, and I'll just let them wake up a bit. Lin Ning glanced at Long Ge playfully and smiled as he asked, Right, Long Ge? Yes, yes. Long Ji's face was pale, and he kept wiping cold sweat, trying to force a harmless smile. We were blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. We deserve to be punished. By the way, Hero, I wonder what your relationship with Principal Lin is? The principal is my dad, and I graduated from this school too. So, I plan to invest in the school. Do you have any objections? Lin Ning asked with a smile. No, absolutely not. Longa shook his head vigorously, his face serious as he replied, Brother Lin, to be honest, I also graduated from this school and have a lot of feelings for it. Chapter 147. I want to recharge 1 billion. Lin Ning left the school and took a taxi to the sales office. His mom, Gao Mei, was interested in a villa, a residential area built by the Sihai Group in the city center. The sales office was also very upscale and atmospheric, showcasing the strength of the group company. Upon entering the sales office, a huge sand table greeted him, with over 100 standalone villas scattered throughout, with varying heights and well-arranged layouts, ensuring ample privacy for each household. After all, those who could live here were either rich or noble, and no one wanted their home to be spied on. The sales office was large, but not many people were there. Lin Ning looked around and immediately spotted his mom and Yin Jiaowen. However, Gao Mei's expression was a bit off, dark and gloomy like a day about to rain, with a stiff expression. Yin Jiaowen was sitting next to a staff member, softly comforting her. Mom, what's wrong? Lin Ning quickly walked over and asked. Lin Ning, you're here. Gao Mei looked up at her son and immediately said angrily, I just finished calling you, was about to let Mississippi Lu place the order, and then some damn manager came over, saying the house was booked by someone else and told us to choose another one. Chapter 148. The chairman was alarmed. He directly wanted to recharge 1 billion to become the top-tier member. The sales office manager had never seen such an operation before. Their Sihai Group had numerous industries, and the client mentioned by the manager had reached that level after years of spending. Yet this young man intended to climb to the top in one go. No. A customer who could recharge 1 billion at once and remained unfazed was definitely their group's biggest VIP customer. Even the chairman of the group would probably want to meet him in person if he knew. The sales office manager recalled his previous attitude, becoming even more panicked, sweating profusely, nearly unable to stand. Here you go. The card has no password, Lin Ning said, lightly tossing it. The sales office manager hurriedly caught it, his smile warm as spring, his straight posture bending at a 90-degree angle. All right, sir, please wait. I'll handle it personally right away. Just a moment. The manager nodded and bowed in a flattering manner before quickly turning to leave. As he walked away, he stumbled, almost falling. Sitting nearby, Miss Lu was also dumbfounded, her mouth slightly agape as she watched this scene, unable to believe her eyes. Chapter 149. Shui Fan from the Longting Business Association. Upon arriving at the VIP hall, the sales office manager instructed the staff to bring fruit platters and tea. Then he chatted with Lin Ning, letting Miss Lu handle the related matters of the villa sale. Miss Lu returned shortly after to inform them that the villa had been transferred to Lin Ning's name, and they just needed to go out and make the payment. Mr. Lin, will this be a mortgage or a full payment? After hearing Miss Lu's notification, the sales office manager turned around and smiled as he asked Lin Ning. Based on his long-standing experience, although these wealthy individuals had money, they preferred mortgages. Their own money was theirs, and spending someone else's was much more enjoyable. While they had to pay some interest, it was nothing for the rich. They usually invested or managed their money to earn more, using other people's money for enjoyment and their own money to make money. How delightful. Although he had already recharged 1 billion at Sihai Group, the sales office manager thought Lin Ning wouldn't spend all that money on this house. But who knew that his next words would leave the manager astonished? Full payment. Lin Ning smiled. I don't like mortgages. Paying in full feels more secure. Chapter 150. The chairman of Sihai Group arrived. Immediately, his expression darkened. Kid, you dare to snatch my villa, you've got some guts. Do you know who I am? How dare you steal something from me? I see you're tired of living. Hurry up and return the villa, then kneel here and apologize. If I'm in a good mood, I'll let you off with just a hand and a foot. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't see tomorrow's sun. Shui Fan pointed at Lin Ning and threatened him, his tone arrogant and domineering. You're from the Longtung Chamber of Commerce, right? Lin Ning replied with a non-committal smile. Why do I feel like you're quite bold? Do you really think you can make me kneel? Don't you want to ask who I am? I don't give a damn who you are. If you touch my stuff, I'll make you pay. Shui Fan shouted. I'll say it again. Hand over the villa and apologize on your knees. Leave one hand and 1 foot behind, and you can get lost. As he spoke, Shui Fan disdainfully glared at Lin Ning and waved his hand. The few subordinates he brought rolled up their sleeves and walked over, surrounding Lin Ning and laughing maliciously. The sales office manager was anxious. However, he couldn't provoke Xue Fan and could only stand at a distance, anxiously tapping his foot, occasionally glancing at the door, hoping the chairman would arrive soon. Chapter 151. I want to show filial piety. When Xue Fan knelt down, the onlookers were stunned. What was happening? The person who had just been aggressive and unreasonable, shouting for others to kneel, suddenly knelt himself? Although these people had also heard Zhao Hu's furious roar from Lin Ning's phone call, they didn't really understand what the Longting Chamber of Commerce was, nor did they know who Chairman Mu and the elders were. However, Su Ming was well aware of the Longting Chamber of Commerce because he had a good relationship with Chairman Mu. Otherwise, he would have given Xue Fan face just now. Su Ming had heard from Chairman Mu about the heritage families and the four great families, knowing how terrifying their influence could be. So when he learned that Lin Ning was a VIP of his Zhao family, he was shocked. His gaze towards Lin Ning became more fervent. If he could befriend such a big shot, the benefits would be immeasurable. Thinking of this, he called the sales office manager over and quietly instructed him. The manager left in shock after hearing the chairman's orders. Meanwhile, Xue Fan, now on the ground, didn't care about his dignity in front of everyone and began to kowtow to Lin Ning. Chapter 152. Xi and me, in the end. Lin Ning himself paid for the villa that Gao Mei had her eye on, fulfilling his wish to show filial piety. Just as all the transactions were completed, two people hurriedly walked in from outside. One was in his 40s, spirited, with exceptionally bright eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts. The other was a man in his 60s, with a youthful face, rosy complexion, steady and powerful in his stance, and his arms were longer than average, almost reaching his knees. These two were Mu Yi, the president of the Longting Chamber of Commerce's Shuqing branch, and Zhao Yuding, an elder of the Zhao family. As soon as they entered, Xue Fan noticed them. His previously stable mood plummeted again. The two looked around, and upon seeing Lin Ning, their eyes lit up as they walked over. Su Ming also saw President Mu and quickly approached with a smile. President Mu. Mu Yi didn't speak, just nodded indifferently and walked past him. However, when his gaze swept over Xue Fan, he snorted coldly. Although the sound was not loud, it struck Xue Fan's ears like a death knell, causing him to tremble and kneel again, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 153. Conversation. When Zhao Hu learned that Lin Ning had a complete ancient recipe in his hands, he immediately transmitted this news back to headquarters overnight, causing the entire Zhao family to be in an uproar. All senior members of the Zhao family quickly sealed off all information and held a family meeting to discuss how to obtain this recipe as soon as possible. Two viewpoints emerged in the meeting. One faction believed that Lin Ning was just an ordinary person and not worth concerning over. They suggested sending Zhao family forces to seize it directly. The other faction advocated for a more gradual approach, emphasizing the importance of building a good relationship with Lin Ning first, appealing to emotions before plotting to obtain the recipe. The hardliners dismissed this as unnecessary. It was until the moderates presented ample evidence, proving that Lin Ning had suddenly risen to prominence and was acquiring more businesses and resources daily, that the powerful members of the Zhao family fell silent. In the end, the head of the Zhao family combined both opinions and decided to engage with Lin Ning while also informing him of the Zhao family's desire to obtain the ancient recipe, gauging his reaction before discussing which method to use to acquire it. After listening to Zhao Yuding's explanation, Lin Ning fell silent. He hadn't expected that the recipe provided by the system would possess such immense power, directly supporting four terrifying families. Chapter 154. Moving house, Mr. Lin. Our Zhao family head sincerely invites you to visit our Zhao family. Zhao Yuding said, in half a month, the Zhao family will hold a family conference. At that time, all family members will gather from around the world, creating an unprecedented grand occasion. Moreover, our clan leader intends to announce your appointment as an honorary elder of our family at the conference, granting you the most prestigious treatment. At this moment, Zhao Yuding's attitude was even more respectful than before. He regarded Lin Ning as one of his own family members, even elevating him above his own status. Lin Ning also had a very good impression of the Zhao family. He wanted to take the opportunity to understand what a family with thousands of years of heritage looked like. Therefore, he gladly accepted Zhao Yuding's invitation. The subsequent conversation became incredibly relaxed and pleasant. Zhao Yuding and Mu Yi went to great lengths to flatter Lin Ning, almost to the point of sycophancy. Lin Ning, however, remained unperturbed, his expression calm and composed, which further elevated Zhao family members' evaluation of him, nearly placing him on par with the family leader. After a joyful gathering, Lin Ning took his leave. Zhao Yuding and Mu Yi personally escorted him out and offered to drive him home in a Lincoln, but Lin Ning politely declined. Chapter 155. I'll make a call first at the Lin family. More workers were busy. They were all very professional, categorizing furniture of all sizes, wrapping them in craft paper, placing them in suitable boxes, and finally using protective foam to secure everything to prevent damage during transport. Lin Ning's mother, Gao Mei, was beaming as she loudly directed the workers. Get this packed well, yes, that's it. This is our family treasure. Be careful with it. And this one, be careful too. Thank you all. Watching his mother instruct the workers about what to move, Lin Ning couldn't help but smile wryly. Mom, can we not take this iron pot? It's been used for decades. It's time to throw it away. What are you throwing? Gao Mei's face turned serious as she pretended to be angry and said, This iron pot is my dowry. I used this pot to cook the porridge you loved to drink when you were young, which is why you turn out so well. This iron pot is a great contributor to our family, and we can't throw it away. Otherwise, the neighbors will gossip and say we've forgotten our roots. All right. If you want to take it, then take it, Lin Ning said, unable to argue with her, and had to compromise. He saw his dad and Yin Jiaoen standing by silently, so he walked over. Chapter 156. Rear-ended Lin Ning had just finished washing up and was coming out of the bathroom when a phone call came in. He picked up the phone and looked at it, revealing a strange smile on his face. After connecting the call, he held it to his ear. Hello, Mr. Su. Good morning. Why are you calling me so early? Is there something important? Boss Lin, Master Lin, please don't joke with me. Su Ming's voice on the other end was laced with a sob. I'm about to wet myself. About to wet yourself? Ha ha ha. At your age, if you can't control yourself, you might have prostate issues. You should see an old Chinese doctor. Lin Ning laughed, wiping his face as he sat on the sofa. Boss Lin, Su Ming's voice trembled. Sounding very humble, let's stop joking. Did you just acquire 73 of our Seahai Group shares? Yes, that's true. Is there anything strange about it? Lin Ning replied calmly, unfazed. Boss, that 73 stake is worth hundreds of billions. You just bought it, and everyone in the company is in a panic. Why did you buy our company as soon as you arrived in Shuqing? Chapter 157. The Zheng family's great power time passed slowly, and the taxi driver still hadn't returned. While the arguing behind him grew louder, Lin Ning waited for a while, checked the time, and frowned. It's just a rear-end collision, not a big deal. The other party is at fault. We can just go through insurance. Why is this taking so long? Lin Ning mumbled as he got out of the taxi and walked back to see what was happening. It was rush hour and traffic was heavy. Two cars were parked right in the middle of the road, further slowing down vehicles behind them. The congestion worsened, and many short-tempered drivers had already rolled down their windows to shout angrily. When Lin Ning walked to the back of the taxi, he saw the driver arguing with a casually dressed man in his 30s. The man, however, appeared arrogant and ignored the driver's words, completely unconcerned about the accident and the traffic jam. What's going on? Lin Ning approached and asked impatiently. Just right, sir, you give us your judgment. The furious driver immediately grabbed Lin Ning, hoping he would speak a fair word. I was driving normally, right? Chapter 158. An eye-popping revelation. You think you can scare me with the Seahai Group and the Zheng family? You're probably not qualified. Lin Ning smiled calmly and turned to the panicking taxi driver, saying, I'll handle this. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, he can't do anything to you. On the contrary, I want to kick him and the Zheng family out of Shuqing. You little brat, how dare you say that? Who do you think you are? The Porsche driver was furious at Lin Ning's words and questioned him sternly. Who I am is not something you are qualified to know. Saying this, Lin Ning took out his phone and made a call. Su Ming was anxiously waiting at the Seahai Group headquarters in Seahai Building. Upon seeing Lin Ning's call, he immediately answered. Hello, Boss Lin, where are you? I'm on my way. Lin Ning replied on. Let me ask you, is there anyone from the Zheng family on the board of directors at Seahai Group? Zheng family? Su Ming was taken aback, then quickly understood. Boss, are you referring to the Zheng family? Yes. Boss, here's the thing. I met the young master of the Zheng family at a gathering. Su Ming wasn't sure why Lin Ning suddenly asked about the Zheng family, but he didn't dare to be slow and quickly explained the whole situation. The young master is very interested in real estate in Shuqing, And I also want to use their connections to develop toward Zhonghai. Chapter 159. A century-long plan. Everyone looked at the chairman of the Sihai group, humble as servants, leading the young man named Lin Ning into the elevator. The entire hall erupted in speculation about Lin Ning's identity. The receptionist was also wide-eyed, unable to believe what she was witnessing. The chairman of Sihai Group, who controlled assets worth hundreds of billions, was actually so respectful to such a young man. If only this handsome young man were her boyfriend. As she watched the elevator doors slowly close, hiding the last glimpse of Lin Ning, she felt herself getting flustered. Soon, the two arrived at the conference room. It was filled with people, all looking bewildered, unsure why the chairman had suddenly called a board meeting. The news of Lin Ning acquiring shares in Sihai Group had not yet spread. Just before, the chairman's secretary had come in, and after saying something, the chairman hurriedly ran out, leaving everyone in the conference room. Now he returned with a stranger, leaving everyone genuinely confused. Upon entering the conference room, Su Ming first had Lin Ning sit down before smilingly introducing him to the board members present. Everyone, the 73 shares of our company have been acquired by Mr. Lin Ning. Chapter 160. The century-long plan. Initiated after receiving Lin Ning's call, Zhang Yuding was very happy. Her delicate face flushed like she had drunk alcohol, feeling slightly tipsy. She quietly found a secluded spot before picking up the call. Hello, Brother Lin. Hey, Yuding, how did the audition go? Lin Ning asked. Pretty good, Zhang Yuding replied. The audition went smoothly, and the director said, I have a lot of potential and am very suitable for the female lead in their play. That's great, Lin Ning smiled. Although he recommended her as the boss of Tangra Entertainment, he wasn't entirely confident about her passing the director's assessment. Now that he heard everything was going smoothly and the female lead was confirmed, he felt relieved. The stage had been set for the girl. Whether she could succeed depended on her luck and talent. Brother Lin, thank you for helping me so much. How about I treat you to a meal? Zhang Yuding asked nervously, biting her lip. Sure, Lin Ning readily agreed. Where are you? I'll come find you. I'm at. Zhang Yuding stepped outside, looked around, and told Lin Ning the most prominent sign nearby. It's not far from where I am now. I'll be there soon. Just wait a moment. Chapter 161. Signing with Zhongwei Technology. After a while, Zheng Qinxiu finally let go. The girl quickly lifted her head, swallowed hard a few times, then stood up, wiped her mouth, and poured a glass of water for Zheng Qinxiu, respectfully handing it over. After drinking a few sips of warm water, Zheng Qinxiu's gaze shifted back to the video on his phone, and with a twisted expression, he said, This time, I will definitely make that Lin Ning see what's what. I want him to know that the Zheng family is not to be trifled with. Young master, are you planning to send someone from the Zheng family to take action? The man handling the school demolition matter nervously reminded, but Lin Ning is very strong. Even the people Brother Long brought are no match for him. Fool! Zheng Qinxiu glared at him and scolded. The man who spoke shrank his neck in fear, feeling a chill run down his back. If they sent someone from the Zheng family, wouldn't that leave them vulnerable? Besides, Lin Ning is strong, but his family is very ordinary. If I can't touch him, I can certainly go after his family. Zheng Qinxiu coldly smiled. I want the people around him to suffer one by one until he is in unbearable pain, living worse than death, to eliminate my resentment. You don't need to worry about this matter. Just hold back in Shuqing for now. I have my own arrangements. Chapter 162. Science and Technology Museum. After sorting out her emotions, Lin Ning went downstairs for a meal. There wasn't much planned for today, so Lin Ning decided to take his dad to school first, and then accompany his mom for a little shopping. After lunch, Lin Ning personally drove Lin Feng to school. He then returned home to take his mom and Yin Jiawen to the most bustling area of Shucheng for a stroll. Since today was still a weekday, there weren't many people out shopping. This suited Lin Ning just fine. It was more enjoyable to walk around when there were fewer people. The family leisurely wandered the streets, not intending to buy anything, just cherishing this moment of peaceful time together. Speaking of which, although Shucheng is far from the capital and its economy isn't particularly developed, its advancements in technology and culture can be considered top-notch in southwest China. In this bustling part of Shucheng, the atmosphere of technological culture is everywhere. One science and technology museum was holding a technology exhibition, and a shiny robot at the entrance caught Lin Ning's attention. At the same time, he saw a familiar name on the exhibitor's display board, Zhongwei Technology. Lin Ning remembered that he had just become the owner of this company that morning. It would be irresponsible not to show up. So, he turned to Gao Mei and asked, Mom, do you want to see some high-tech stuff? Chapter 163. You people are no longer necessary. The boy's mother scoffed at the middle-aged man's words, coldly huffing. If this thing is really that perfect, why would it hurt people? What hurt people? The middle-aged man glared, his face darkening as he scolded. Your child was just being naughty and bumped into my robot. Stop talking nonsense and just compensate. In the span of those few words, the little boy's legs seemed to hurt even more. He tightly grasped his father's shirt, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Watching their child suffer more and more, his parents felt heartbroken. All right, just tell me how much to pay. The boy's father, unwilling to continue the argument, was focused solely on getting his child to the hospital. This robot, using the most advanced chip from Zhongwei technology, had cost the company a significant amount of manpower and resources, and now it was completely wrecked. The estimated loss to the company was around 200,000. The middle-aged man coldly reported a figure. What? The boy's parents exclaimed in disbelief. Your robot is too precious, isn't it? It got damaged just from a fall, and it's already scrapped? I can't believe it. Chapter 164. The fool's performance as you wish, Lin Ning smiled. He took out his phone and made a call. Soon, hurried footsteps approached. 4 or 5 people rushed into the hall, looking tense. Seeing the newcomers, the middle-aged man's face shifted from disdain to panic. President Ning, what brings you here? He hurriedly jogged over to shake hands with the serious-looking man at the front. However, the man referred to as President Ning calmly withdrew his hand, frowned at him, and then walked past him towards Lin Ning. At that moment, the middle-aged man's heart sank, and he felt a chill run through him. A sense of foreboding rose in his chest. President Ning quickly walked up to Lin Ning, wearing a bright smile, and respectfully bowed. Hello, boss. I'm very sorry for being late. At his words, the entire room was stunned. Except for the subordinates brought by Ning Hao, everyone else was wide-eyed in disbelief. Especially the people from the Shuqing robot company, who were all staring in shock, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The middle-aged man, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, was now trembling in shock, his face pale and cold sweat pouring down. Chapter 165. Friendship ends. Goodbye. Lin Ning switched to speakerphone before continuing. I am Lin Ning. I heard that the company recently collaborated with Zhongwei Technology in the capital to invest in the Shuqing robot company. Is that true? Lin Ning's voice was calm, but anyone could hear the suppressed anger in it. The CEO on the other end of the line paused for a moment before quickly replying, Yes, boss. After discussions in the company's investment department, everyone unanimously agreed that this company has a good development prospect in artificial intelligence for the future, which is why we decided to invest. This is completely in line with the company's development plan. Oh, Lin Ning smiled as he glanced at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face had turned a deep shade of purple. Upon hearing the voice on the phone, he knew something was amiss. That was his brother-in-law. There was no mistake about it. This young man, who seemed so out of place, really knew the CEO of Sihai Group. But when he heard his brother-in-law call the young man boss, his brain went blank, and he suddenly swayed, collapsing to the ground and fainting. Manager! The people he brought panicked and quickly rushed over to help him up. Chapter 166. The Cunning Wolf with Ning Hao's attentive company. Lin Ning hummed a little tune as he left the science museum. As for the acquisition of the Shuqing robot company, there were others to handle it. He didn't need to worry. After declining Ning Hao's invitation to go out for fun that night, Lin Ning crossed the street and entered a cafe on the opposite side. As soon as he saw Lin Ning, Chen Sifong, who was sitting at the door reading a newspaper out of boredom, stood up and respectfully greeted him. Lin Ning was taken aback for a moment, but didn't think much of it, patting him on the shoulder before walking towards the seat where his mom was sitting. Mom, sorry to keep you waiting, Lin Ning said as he pulled out a chair and sat down with a smile. It's not long before Gao Mei frowned and said, The coffee here is just too terrible. It's so bitter, nothing compares to our plain boiled water, which is healthy and free. A cup of coffee here costs over $50, it's so expensive. The old lady complained, even though you have money now, you still need to be frugal. You still have to spend money on repairs for your dad's school, right? In the future, there will be many places where you'll need money, so you should save where you can. Mom, Lin Ning said with a helpless smile, you don't need to save money for your son. Just eat and drink well. In the future, Wenwen and I will take you and Dad on a world tour to see beautiful sights around the world. Chapter 167. Lin Ning's second Aunt Lin Ning's family took a taxi to the Sihai Grand Hotel, and it was already dusk. The entrance of the hotel was bustling with cars and people, very lively. Ninger, Gao Mei said after getting out of the car, looking up at the hotel's neon sign towering several meters high. This Sea Grand Hotel is the best five-star hotel in our Shuqing. It was built with an investment from the Sea Group, and it costs several hundred million, they say. Your second aunt must want to show off by inviting us here. You have to be low-key, understand? No matter what she says, just nod along. If you make your second aunt happy, our whole family will be at peace. If you upset her, not just our family, but the others will also be unhappy. As they approached the hotel entrance, Gao Mei reminded her with some concern. Mom, I know, Lin Ning said with a helpless smile. I know what kind of temper my second aunt has. Don't worry, I will definitely flatter her appropriately. Is that okay? Gao Mei gave him a reproachful look and then felt reassured. She then took Yin Zhaowen's hand and said earnestly, Wen, if our relatives say anything inappropriate later, just endure it and pretend you didn't tea here. Chapter 168. Digging the wall, he secretly tugged at his second aunt's clothes under the table, and she understood. Oh, so the girl works in Shanghai too, his second aunt said with a smile. As she spoke, she stood up and walked behind Gao Mei, patting her shoulder and smiling. Sister, this girl is really pretty. Let's switch places. I want to talk to her. Gao Mei looked at her second aunt. Although she didn't understand why she suddenly wanted to switch seats, she obediently got up and moved. From a moment she stood up to the time she sat in Gao Mei's seat. His second aunt's eyes never left Yin Zhaowen, completely ignoring Lin Ning in between. Lin Dong also stopped playing games, focusing all his attention on Yin Zhaowen. At first, their conversation was quite normal, discussing family matters, ages, schools, jobs, where they lived, how their parents were, and so on. Yin Zhaowen responded appropriately to all of it. However, as the conversation progressed, it started to take a strange turn, with his second aunt beginning to say odd things intentionally or unintentionally. Wen, I hope you don't mind me calling you that. The moment I saw you, I felt a special connection. We might have been good sisters in a past life. Chapter 169. Why are you better off than me? When Lin Dong said this, a trace of coldness flashed in Lin Ning's eyes. Gao Mei, sitting to the side, could no longer tolerate it. She stood up abruptly, grabbing Lin Ning and Yin Zhaowen, and confronted her second aunt angrily. I really must be blind to come to this kind of banquet. We can't afford relatives like you. Let's go home. Lin Feng also stood up with a dark expression, giving a deep look at his honest and simple second brother before silently following Gao Mei out. Her second aunt sneered from behind, mocking, poor people will always be poor, they can never rise. Don't ever say you know us in the future. It's embarrassing. Sigh, Lin Ning's uncle finally had a bitter expression, pulling at his second aunt. All right, stop talking. Mind your own business. His second aunt glared, causing Lin Ning's uncle to shrink back in fear and stop speaking. Lin Dong also looked at Lin Ning's family, sneering coldly. Just then, Gao Mei yanked the door open. Someone happened to be passing by outside. The action startled the person, but before they could react, Lin Dong shouted excitedly from inside the room, Mr. Ge, what are you doing here? Chapter 170. Lin Dong's biological father has arrived. Everyone looked at Lin Ning's second aunt as if she were crazy. Only the most shameless and lowly person could say such things. Lin Ning coldly observed this scene, no longer in the mood for pleasantries. He turned to Ge Wei and said, Manager Ge, please call the company's disciplinary department to handle this. We cannot tolerate bad apples. We must clean out the pilot ranks. Yes, Ge Wei nodded humbly, then took out his phone. Lin Dong suddenly sat on the ground, his eyes vacant and terrified. Seeing her precious son in such a state, his second aunt felt immense pain. She glared fiercely at Lin Ning's uncle and shouted, Coward! You watch your son get bullied and don't stand up for him. Are you even a man? This loser is your junior. Hurry up and teach him a good lesson to vent for your son. Look at how your son has been bullied. As she spoke, his second aunt couldn't help but throw herself on a Lin Dong, crying loudly. Come on, we're all family. Can't we just enjoy a meal together? Besides, we should be happy that Lin Ning has become the boss of such a big company. Chapter 171. A vast prairie along. You heartless one. After just a couple of words from Brother Long, you pour all the dirty water on yourself. Lin Ning's second aunt was completely furious. At first, you saw my car was well-maintained, looking good inside and out, and you wanted to borrow it. I was young and naive, so I lent it to you. But you didn't buy insurance and scratched the car without taking responsibility. So I had to pay for the repairs myself. Now, in front of so many people, your son is already so big, and you still want to ride without paying? I tell you, no way. Today, I'm going to fight you. The more Lin Ning's second aunt spoke, the angrier she became, rushing over to grab Brother Long's face. She was kicked aside by Brother Long. At this moment, Lin Dong also snapped out of his daze. How dare you hit my mom? I'll kill you. Seeing his mother getting hit, he didn't care who it was. Relying on his youth and strength, he yelled and charged at Brother Long, swinging his fists. Brother Long was caught off guard, and since this was his own kin, he couldn't bring himself to hit too hard, so Lin Dong landed a few punches. The few subordinates he brought, seeing their boss getting hit, rushed in to help. In an instant, they knocked Lin Dong to the ground, kicking and punching him. Chapter 172. A sudden change. You can call me useless or a good-for-nothing. I don't care. I just hope to quietly walk through this life with you. But even this small wish has turned into a luxury. Lin Shan, you listen to me explain. Aunt Air looked at the cowardly man standing in front of her, a man she had lived with for half her life, who had always been at her mercy, humiliated and insulted, yet remained completely unfazed. Her once hard heart suddenly felt flustered. She inexplicably wanted to explain, but Jiang Shan wouldn't listen at all. Tomorrow, come with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. We'll pick up the divorce certificate. The child is yours. I don't want it, Jiang Shan said slowly. As for the other things in the house, we'll split them evenly. After saying this, Jiang Shan no longer looked at her, hunched his body, and slowly walked out of the private room step by step. Lin Feng and Gao Mei exchanged glances and quickly chased after him. Anna was dumbfounded. Without Jiang Shan, she felt an emptiness in her heart. Hey, husband, she called out at Jiang Shan's back. But Jiang Shan showed no signs of stopping, instead moving out slowly but firmly. Chapter 173. The past of Chun Sifong. The scream was so familiar. Old Lin, Gao Mei shouted in panic. Lin Ning had already turned into a whirlwind, rushing into the thicket. The scene before him made his eyes widen in rage. Under the dim light, Lin Feng was lying on the grass, his life unknown. Beside him stood a tall, thin man in black clothes. This man held a glistening sharp knife in his hand, and a drop of bright red blood slowly dripped from the tip of the knife. Lin Ning's furious heart suddenly calmed at this moment. He said nothing. His body flickered like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of the man in black, his eyes shooting out a chilling cold light as he clenched his fist and struck at the man. The speed of his punch was extremely fast, tearing through the air with a loud bang. In the darkness, the appearance of the man in black was unclear. However, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes upon seeing Lin Ning's movement. But despite the surprise, the man's hand moved no slower than Lin Ning's. He flipped his palm, and the bright sharp knife pointed upwards as he lunged towards Lin Ning. The cold gleam was piercing. Lin Ning didn't dodge or evade, his face as calm as water, merely shaking his fist slightly. Chapter 174. Investigation. After listening to Chun Sifong's account, Lin Ning fell into deep thought. After a long while, he slowly spoke. This ghost wolf. Is he your brother? Yes, we are sworn brothers, Chun Sifong said solemnly. Then why did he try to kill me? Lin Ning asked, confused. Perhaps the old man has made some enemies, Chun Sifong replied uncertainly. Impossible. Lin Ning firmly shook his head. I know my dad's temperament very well. He wouldn't make enemies. Besides, as a primary school principal, he has no power. What kind of grudge would lead someone to hire a killer from overseas? I think your ghost wolf brother came for me, but who exactly is behind it is still unclear. At this point, a cold light flickered in Lin Ning's eyes. But no matter who it is, I will make them pay a painful price. After saying this, Lin Ning picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, boss. The call was quickly connected, and Yi Feng's respectful voice came through. However, along with this voice, there was another deafening music that made Lin Ning frown. Where are you? Hearing Lin Ning's tone was harsh, Yi Feng was startled. He quickly waved his hand, and a large group of beautifully dressed girls hurriedly ran out. Chapter 175. Interrogation. Boss Lin, you are too polite. Zhao Yuding and Mu Yi laughed. Then Zhao Yuding waved his hand, and more than a dozen strong men immediately dispersed, surrounding Lin Ning's father's hospital room, vigilantly observing any movements around them. At this moment, Lin Ning's phone rang. It was Yi Feng's call. Hello, Lin Ning. He answered the phone. Boss, I found out about the matter. Yi Feng's tone was serious. Who is it? Lin Ning asked flatly. It's the eldest son of the Zheng family, Yi Feng replied. The Zheng family. Hearing the name of the culprit, Lin Ning's emotions did not change. He simply hung up the phone silently. The Zheng family? The one for Zhonghai? Mu Yi and Zhao Yuding, who were standing beside Lin Ning, were taken aback upon hearing this name. This Zheng family is not simple, Zhao Yuding said, shaking his head. The Zheng family itself is powerful, and it is said that the Zhuge family supports them. If you want to move against them, Mr. Lin, you must think carefully. Zhao Yuding reminded him earnestly. The Zheng family? Lin Ning smiled slightly. I don't take them seriously. The urgent matter is to find that killer. I don't want my family to suffer any more harm. Chapter 176. Where is he? The screams from this side startled someone in another room. He hurriedly put on his clothes and was about to run out, but was stopped by the security guard at the door. Get out of the way. I'm from the Zhonghai Zheng family. I'm a VIP of your club. He threatened the security guards fiercely. However, the normally smiling and fawning strong men were all serious today. No matter how he cursed and threatened, they remained unmoved. The security guard who held him down quickly dragged him to another room and roughly threw him on the floor. Even though it was covered with thick carpet, he still fell hard, making him feel dizzy and seeing stars, taking a long time to recover. Seeing the miserable-looking Guang Zhu lying on the bed, his expression changed dramatically. He struggled to move his gaze from Guang Zhu to Lin Ning, who was smiling at him, and he stammered, "W, what do you want?" A few simple words nearly drained all his strength, and cold sweat quickly soaked his clothes. "I'm asking you, where's the killer who wanted to kill me yesterday?" Lin Ning asked calmly. Chapter 177. The ghost wolf has run away. Lin Ning didn't wait any longer. He kicked the door open and walked in. In the empty room, a tall, thin man was pressing a panicked girl underneath him. The girl looked very young, a bit innocent, probably not over 20 years old. Although she wasn't stunningly beautiful, her features were delicate, her skin fair, and she exuded a youthful aura that drove some people mad with desire. The girl's clothes were already tattered, exposing large areas of her snowy skin. She struggled desperately, hoping to escape the man's grasp. Lin Ning's kick made both of them stop their movements and turn to look. "Help me!" The girl cried out pitifully upon seeing Lin Ning, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. The tall and thin man was indeed the cunning wolf who assassinated Lin Ning yesterday. At this moment, his face was twisted, and his eyes gleamed with a crazed, beast-like expression. However, upon seeing Lin Ning, that madness vanished in an instant, replaced by a grave demeanor. He left the girl's body, slowly standing up to face Lin Ning. The girl took the opportunity to crawl to the corner of the room, wrapping her remaining clothing tightly around herself. Chapter 178. Decision. Chen Sifong recounted his memories as he spoke. Lin Ning remained silent, listening intently. "I have already contacted the other three today. They promised to come help me," Chen Sifong said finally. "Okay," Lin Ning nodded. "Since they are your brothers, I will treat them well and ensure they are not wronged. As for that cunning wolf, I hope you won't act impulsively," Lin Ning reminded him. "Yes, I understand," Chen Sifong replied, feeling a chill in his heart, and quickly agreed. After having lunch with Gao Mei in the hospital, Lin Ning did not go out again, but stayed in the hospital. Meanwhile, the Sihai Group and the Longting Chamber of Commerce's Shuqing branch were searching for the cunning wolf in every street and alley under Su Ming and Mu Ye's orders. But this person seemed to have flown away, vanishing into thin air. Despite turning the entire Shucheng upside down, they found no trace of the cunning wolf. Zhao Yuding was a bit worried and even sent more personnel to surround Lin Ning's father's hospital room with layers of protection. Under the careful care of the doctors, Lin Feng was recovering quickly. By late afternoon, as dusk approached, he woke up and everything was functioning normally. Gao Mei finally felt relieved, but then began to complain about Lin Feng again. Chapter 179. Confrontation. Lin Ning thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. However, he also requested to go with Chen Sifong. The cunning wolf was too sly. He would run away at the first sign of trouble, more like a cunning fox than a wolf. Chen Sifong had no objections to this. However, his three subordinates looked down on Lin Ning a bit. When he wasn't making a move, he didn't exude any aura of a master, appearing to be an ordinary person. Having him along would only be a burden. But Chen Sifong had no objections, and since he was essentially their boss, the three did not express their dissatisfaction. Secretly, Wang Zhou also reminded Lei Zi to pay more attention to protecting the boss to avoid any accidental deaths. After telling Gao Mei and Yin Jiaowen that he had something to do, and separately asking Zhao Jie to protect his family well, Lin Ning set off with Chen Sifong and the others in two Lamborghini Veneno cars, leaving the hospital as per Chen Sifong's instructions. The two cars twisted and turned their way toward the suburbs. Lin Ning didn't ask how Chen Sifong found the cunning wolf's hiding place. He only cared about the result, not the process. An hour later, the two cars stopped by an abandoned factory in the suburbs. It was far from the city, sparsely populated, and surrounded by large fields. Indeed, a good hiding place. Chapter 180. The End Clang. The short blade in Lei Zi's hand finally slipped from his grasp and flew into the air. He was completely exposed to the cunning wolf. The cunning wolf whispered, suddenly appearing in front of Lei Zi. A gleaming short knife slashed toward Lei Zi's neck. The short knife sliced through the air with a chilling whistle, like a death knell. Lei Zi resignedly closed his eyes. Just at that critical moment, Lin Ning moved. He raised his hand and instantly appeared behind the cunning wolf. Spatial distance seemed to not exist for him. Grabbing the cunning wolf by the collar, he threw him backward as if tossing a small chick. The cunning wolf's body flew out, landing heavily on the ground covered with gravel, causing him to grimace in pain. His face contorted. The short knife he had held somehow ended up in Lin Ning's hand. In others' hands, it was a deadly weapon, but in Lin Ning's grasp, it was no different from a piece of paper. The cunning wolf looked on in terror as this seemingly harmless young man effortlessly bent and crumpled his short knife as if it were paper. Chapter 181. Boss. The plan is ready. Chun Sifong was quickly sent to the hospital. Given his strong physical condition and his preparedness when the cunning wolf suddenly attacked, the knife did not inflict any fatal injuries, and the poison did not enter his body. After receiving treatment to stop the bleeding and stitches, Chun Sifong was pushed into a hospital room, conveniently next to Lin Ning's father-s. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated villa in Zhonghai, Zheng Qianxiu was engaged in a friendly yet intense competition with a beautiful woman. Both were sweating profusely and panting heavily. Just as the competition reached a critical moment, a phone on the table suddenly rang. A video popped up on the screen. Zheng Qianxiu cursed in annoyance, got up to check the phone number, and his expression instantly brightened. "Hello, dear Philip, do you have good news to share with me?" he asked with a smile upon answering the call. "Mr. Zheng, I must lodge the most serious protest with you." Philip's face appeared on the screen, dark as the pre-dawn gloom. "Because of your intelligence failure, I lost my most capable warrior, and you will pay for this." "Impossible." Zheng Qianxiu couldn't help but exclaim. The opponent was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. There's no way they could compete with your subordinates. Chapter 182. Fair, just open. My name is Lin Ning, and I'm a family member of the patient downstairs. I would like to find an empty room. Lin Ning, Mr. Lin? Upon hearing Lin Ning's self-introduction, the elderly man stood up excitedly from his chair. He briskly crossed the office desk and came to Lin Ning, shaking his hand. "Mr. Su informed me early this morning. I was planning to finish up some work before looking for you, but I didn't expect you to come so soon. I will take you to see the room now." After saying that, the elderly man led Lin Ning to another room on the same floor. The room was very clean, with traces of having been mopped on the floor. There was also a fairly large table and several chairs. "How do you find this place?" the elderly man asked, rubbing his hands. "Very good, thank you," Lin Ning said as he looked around, very satisfied. "I'm glad you're satisfied." The elderly man nodded and smiled. "I won't disturb you any longer. Just call me if you need anything." "All right, you go ahead." Lin Ning waved his hand, and the elderly man quietly retreated. Soon, Su Ming arrived with two men in their 30s. One was carrying a large roll of thick paper under his arm, while the other was holding a black briefcase. Chapter 183. An invitation. "Mr. Lin, you are truly very wealthy and generous," the leader exclaimed in admiration. "Hee, in my eyes, money is only valuable when spent." Lin Ning smiled and said, "Money that cannot be spent is just a string of numbers, a pile of waste paper, with no meaning at all." "What you said is very insightful." The leader gave him a thumbs up. "I have seen many bosses worth tens or hundreds of billions, but none of them have your insight and boldness. They also want to be generous, but they don't have the money." Lin Ning pointed out those big bosses, although they appear to be glamorous on the surface, actually don't have much cash flow. Having a few $100 million is already the limit. Moreover, spending this money requires various approvals, and they are cautious. "Boss Lin is right," the leader nodded in agreement. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Boss Lin, there happens to be a charity gala in Shuqing tonight, and they sent me an invitation, but I have a meeting with the leaders tonight and can't go. I wonder if Boss Lin is interested in going there for some fun?" As he spoke, the leader stood up and returned to his desk, took out a beautifully embossed invitation from a drawer, and walked back to Lin Ning to hand it to him. Chapter 184. The little tyrant of Shucheng. The man walked over, pointed at Yin Jiaowen, and proudly said, "You belong to me tonight." "Hee." Young Master Wei really has good eyes. Someone who came with him looked Yin Jiawen up and down and immediately gave a thumbs up. This woman has eyes like water, with a hint of charm amidst her purity. She is definitely a rare beauty. Young Master Wei truly knows how to appreciate flowers. After this person's analysis, others chimed in. Young Master Wei, flattered by the compliments, continued to say to Yin Jiawen without a doubt, "Come with me. As long as you serve me well, I will guarantee you wealth and splendor, endless enjoyment. Whatever you want, you will have. Please go away. I don't know you. Don't disturb me while I'm eating." Yin Jiawen was happily chatting with Lin Ning when suddenly disturbed by this group of people, feeling extremely angry. Hee, you have quite the temper, but I like it. Yin Jiawen's reprimand not only didn't he make young Master Wei back off, but made him even more arrogant. Training a wild horse is more exciting. Ha ha. A group of people laughed lewdly. Their laughter caught the attention of many people in the hall. Everyone turned to look, and upon seeing this group, all shook their heads and sighed. Chapter 185. Our Sihai group, firmly supporting at this moment. The event organizers received the news and hurried over to check the situation. Upon seeing young Master Wei being stepped on, their faces immediately changed. The leading person pointed at Lin Ning and shouted, "Bastard daring to cause trouble here, let go of young Master Wei immediately. I will let go after he apologizes." Lin Ning ignored the organizer's words and even pressed down a bit harder. Young Master Wei cried out and struggled desperately. But Lin Ning's foot was like a mountain pressing down on his face, making him unable to move at all. Did you not hear what I said? The leader's face changed, and he darkly waved his hand behind him. Four burly men immediately rushed out, aiming at Lin Ning. These people's movements were swift, clearly trained fighters. Young Master Wei's subordinates wore smug expressions at this moment. "We may not be able to beat you, but that doesn't mean you are invincible. With 4 bodyguards attacking, let us see how arrogant you still are." But in the next second, everyone froze. Bang, 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 bang. In quick succession, the 4 bodyguards were thrown out, tumbling together. It was too fast. No one could see Lin Ning's movements clearly. The onlookers collectively gasped in shock. Chapter 186. Another heavy blow after hearing Su Ming's words. Young Master Wei was furious and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Su Ming, you have such audacity. You actually stand on this bastard's side. The wrath of the Wei family, you, a small Sihai group, cannot bear. Young Master Wei roared in anger and shame. "When I go home, I will definitely report everything here to my grandfather. The humiliation you inflicted on me today, I will repay 1,000-fold. Su Ming, you and your Sihai group are finished." However, in response to young Master Wei's threat, both Lin Ning and Su Ming remained indifferent, unbothered. He looked at the bloodied young Master Wei and was about to speak when a stern and solemn voice came over. "If one Sihai group isn't enough, how about adding my Longting Chamber of Commerce?" Everyone was startled and turned to look. They saw Mu Yi, accompanied by several bodyguards, striding in confidently. After entering, he didn't stop to look at anyone, but walked straight up to Lin Ning. In front of everyone's astonished gazes, he smiled and respectfully cupped his fists in greeting. "Mr. Lin. MHM, you're here." Lin Ning nodded slightly while stepping on young Master Wei, acknowledging him. Chapter 187. I donate 888 yuan after the video ended. The host came back with an impassioned speech, stirring everyone's emotions. Then they began fundraising. Everyone was very enthusiastic. One by one, they took out pre-prepared checks, walked up to the podium, loudly announced the amount on the checks, and after receiving warm applause, dropped them into a small donation box. Some donated tens of thousands. Some donated hundreds of thousands. The more generous ones waved their hands and donated millions, receiving thunderous applause. These amounts were nothing to them. In such a venue, it was about showing face, gaining a good reputation, which would greatly benefit the company's future development. Soon, the donation order reached the front row. Those sitting here were all big shots worth tens or hundreds of billions, so their contributions were also extraordinary. The first big shot went up and directly donated 10 million. Thunderous applause immediately erupted in the hall. The person was so excited that his face turned red. Repeatedly thanking everyone, and after saying a few polite words, stepped down. With his big shot setting the example, the others couldn't fall behind. Some took out checks, rewrote them, and quietly waited with them in hand. 120 million. Chapter 188. Final amount 888 when Lin Ning's donation amount was announced. The entire venue was in an uproar. Everyone looked at him with incredulous expressions. Over 500 million, and he donated it just like that. No blush, no hesitation. How much money must one have to make such bold statements? Immediately, a large group of attractive women became Lin Ning's diehard fans, screaming loudly from below the stage. Meanwhile, some composed guests raised doubts about Lin Ning's donation amount. After all, he didn't have a check. Words alone aren't credible. Similar incidents had occurred at previous charity galas. For the sake of a good reputation, some companies had exaggerated their donation amounts, only to later find various excuses to wriggle out of them. After gaining fame, he immediately turned his back and denied the debt. Is this young man also planning to operate this way? In response to these doubts, Lin Ning did not argue. He simply told the person in charge of the event, "Call the account manager and ask him to check the account. I estimate the money should have arrived by now." What? The person in charge was stunned upon hearing this. Over 500 million. Did you directly transfer it in cash? He didn't dare to delay and quickly called the account manager to have him check the account. Chapter 189. Sanjian Heavy Industry. Although his mother repeatedly urged Lin Ning to sleep in and not get up too early, and last night they had been through intense battles, he still got up early. There was no choice. He was young, and his body was resilient. On the other hand, Yin Jiawen was suffering from severe back and leg pain and couldn't get up at all. Lin Ning felt sorry for her and told her to rest a little longer. After getting up, brushing his teeth, and washing his face, Lin Ning signed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Sign-in successful. You have obtained 45 shares of Sanjian Heavy Industry, and the relevant documents have been placed in the temporary warehouse. Please check them as soon as possible. The system is quite powerful today. Sanjian Heavy Industry is one of Japan's top enterprises, covering fields such as machinery, shipbuilding, aerospace, electricity, and transportation, holding a significant position in Japan. In fact, many military products in Japan are manufactured by this company. The system actually helped him obtain nearly half of the equity, which is truly gratifying. He felt ecstatic in the bathroom. However, thousands of miles away in Kyoto, Japan, in a towering building located in the most prosperous area, in a luxuriously decorated office on the top floor, Takeda Ichiro, the chairman of Sanjian Heavy Industry, looked at the documents just placed on his desk with a gloomy expression. Chapter 190. Are you Lin Ning? Since his father said so, Lin Ning stopped worrying. Every family has its own life. Next, Lin Ning chatted with Lin Feng. The doctor in charge of the ward came over and informed them that Lin Feng could be discharged in 2 days. This news made the whole family very happy, especially Lin Feng. After lying in the hospital for a few days, he was a bit concerned about school matters. Although he had been calling the school every day since waking up, he still felt a bit uneasy. Colleagues from the school who wanted to visit him were all rejected by him. In Lin Feng's heart, school was the most important. Everything else could be put aside. This school had been the focus of his life's efforts. Lin Ning told him that the expansion plan for the school had already been submitted to the leaders, and once the leaders reported it upwards, it would go through the approval process. By then, the old neighborhoods nearby would be demolished, and the former neighbors could take this opportunity to improve their living conditions. Some nearby neighborhoods had houses that were decades old and were already considered dilapidated. This news made Lin Feng even more excited. He wished he could fly to school immediately. But without the doctor's permission, he still had to stay in the hospital for 2 more days. Chapter 191. You can't bear my anger. Hearing the commotion, the bodyguards quickly stepped aside. An elderly man, white-haired but spirited, was walking over with the support of a middle-aged man and had an imposing presence. What do you want? Lin Ning asked with a slight frown. I heard you hit my dear grandson yesterday? The old man smiled slightly, seemingly asking casually. But Lin Ning could hear the suppressed anger in his calm tone. This was a case of hitting the younger one, and the elder came to seek justice. Lin Ning understood. Yesterday, at the venue, he had heard people privately mention that the head of the Wei family was very protective, especially since the young man he hit was the old man's favorite grandson. If the elder did not intervene, he would have doubted it. That's right. Lin Ning nodded readily. What do you want? State your terms. Lin Ning had no good impression of the Wei family. If it had been that way, young master, he would have definitely beaten him first before discussing anything. You are young and quite arrogant. The Wei family elder tapped his cane and coldly snorted in public. Not only did you break my grandson's arm, but you also shattered his nasal bone and trampled his face. Chapter 192. A dramatic change in the Wei family. What did you say? Is the news reliable? Why have those companies suddenly stopped cooperating with us? They will have to pay a hefty compensation for breaching the contract. The middle-aged man hung up the phone, just about to report the situation to his father when the phone rang again. "It's me, what is the matter?" "What?" The middle-aged man suddenly lost his composure and shouted. "The relevant authorities want to seal up our hotel? On what basis? We have always abided by the law, and all inspections have passed. How can they just seal it up? Someone reported us for unsanitary conditions?" "Damn!" The middle-aged man jumped up. "Our hotel's clean floors can reflect a person's shadow. To say we're unsanitary is ridiculous. I'll go reason with them." "The hotel will be temporarily closed for business," the middle-aged man said helplessly. Hearing this, Lin Ning couldn't help but smile happily. Next, the middle-aged man's phone kept ringing. One bad news after another. His face turned as black as ink. However, the head of the Wei family, who had seen great storms, managed to keep his composure. Chapter 193. $1 million red wine is no different from grape juice Zhao Peng treated, so the entrance fee had already been paid in advance. Under the guidance of the staff, the two went directly to the reserved private room. Since this was Zhao Peng's last night as a single man, he specifically booked a luxurious large room. Real leather sofas, a super large TV wall, high-end audio equipment, and a private bathroom. The room fee for one night would exceed 10,000. It was clear that Zhao Peng was willing to spend a lot to have a great time. Shortly after they arrived in the private room, 3 other young men of similar age arrived. These people were Lin Ning's closest companions in Shuqing. One of them, named Zhao Yang, was Zhao Peng's cousin, a tall and thin guy wearing glasses who spoke slowly, giving off a cultured vibe. The other 2 were of similar height, one named Sun Bin and the other Li Jiadong. All 3 of them worked in Shuqing and were still unmarried. Among the 5 of them, Zhao Peng was the first to get married. Upon seeing Lin Ning, the 3 greeted him warmly. "Although it has been many years since we last met." Upon seeing each other, several people still felt a very familiar connection, without any sense of estrangement. Once everyone arrived, they began ordering drinks. Chapter 194. Shatter my family's belongings. Must compensate 50,000. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ning smiled and said, "It's settled. The day after tomorrow you will get to taste the finest red wine. And see how it differs from $6 grape juice." "Really?" Lin Ning's words left Zhao Liang and others in disbelief. That wasn't just grape juice. It was red wine worth over 1 million yuan. Only 100 bottles are produced each year. Lin Ning actually claimed that the winery sent him 1/5 of their stock, which amounted to over 20 million yuan, equivalent to more than 100 million in Huaxia currency. Don't they need to sell it? As far as they knew, Lin Ning was just working in Zhonghai. How could he have such influence to have a foreign winery give him over 100 million worth of wine? They had barely taken a few sips and were already this drunk? Before the gathering, Zhao Peng had Ti informed them of Lin Ning's background, which is why they thought this way. Zhao Yang and others didn't look down on Lin Ning. They just felt his claims were too outrageous to believe. Seeing the expressions on the 3 faces, Lin Ning didn't continue speaking, casually inviting everyone to drink and have fun. Zhao Yang and the others took Lin Ning's words as drunken bragging and didn't take them to heart. Chapter 195. Again, I haven't finished hitting yet. Lin Ning wielded 2 electric batons, moving like a ghost among the crowd. No one could touch him, nor could anyone withstand his electric batons. The sounds of ouch echoed as the group of security guards kept falling to the ground as if they were being harvested like wheat. In less than 3 minutes, the KTV hall was filled with writhing, screaming security guards. The suited supervisor turned pale, looking at Lin Ning as if he had seen a ghost, filled with terror. Seeing that no security guards were left standing, Lin Ning stopped and brought the 2 batons together. Sparks of blue electricity crackled continuously. 2 security guards underfoot still tried to struggle, but were quickly subdued by Lin Ning. Instantly, they lay on the ground convulsing. The supervisor's scalp tingled in fear. "If you don't come any closer," he warned Lin Ning, who was slowly approaching, trying to suppress the urge to flee. "I haven't finished yet. Keep calling for more people." Lin Ning rested the electric baton on his shoulder and coldly smiled at the supervisor. "Isn't this the Wei family's territory? Call them immediately. Tell them to send more people. The more the better." Chapter 196. Chapter 196. His fury you cannot bear. Until a few left and arrived at the parking lot in front of Lin Ning's vehicle. They still hadn't reacted. "Sun Bin, I'm not dreaming, right?" Zhao Liang asked, still shaken. Just now Lin Ning took down over 200 people by himself? "Yeah, I didn't expect it either," Li Jiadong replied, patting his chest, his heart still racing, his face filled with disbelief. Though Zhao Peng had some understanding of Lin Ning's background, he only knew he was wealthy, never realizing he was also so capable in a fight. Lin Ning. Zhao Peng raised his hand to pat Lin Ning on the shoulder, but stopped mid-air and finally exclaimed, "You really opened my eyes today." "Hee, just a small matter." Lin Ning replied nonchalantly, "It's getting late. Let me take you all back." After saying that, he turned and saw his Lamborghini Veneno. Laughing again, "I forgot. This car only seats two. How about this? Everyone take a taxi back. I'll cover the fare." Seeing this incredibly flashy supercar belonged to Lin Ning, they were all astonished again. However, after witnessing the shocking scene just now, they felt a bit numb. Chapter 197. To root out the weeds. Wei Zhong was shocked to hear the other party's words and quickly asked who the Wei family had offended that required them to be exterminated. "It's a Mr. Lin. You should know who he is." Wei Zhong was completely stunned upon hearing this. He never expected that the young man who had hospitalized his son had such immense power. He could truly bring the Wei family to utter ruin. In an instant, sweat soaked his back, chilling him to the bone. The Wei family head hadn't slept either. Overnight, he had developed many more wrinkles. His eyes were dull, as if he had aged 10 years. Seeing Wei Zhong lost in thought after hanging up, he hurriedly asked, "Son, did you find out who is against us?" "Dad." Wei Zhong replied with a bitter smile, "It's the young man who injured your precious grandson." "What?" The Wei family head was shocked, then showed an expression of disbelief. Shaking his head vigorously, "Impossible, it can't be true. You saw how young he is, probably not even 30. How could he have such power? He must have a powerful backing. Investigate, keep investigating. I need to know who the Wei family has offended." Chapter 198. The Arrogant Convoy. After hearing Lin Ning's words, Wei Su straightened up and asked him, "Mr. Lin, does this mean you don't plan to let our Wei family go?" "Not exactly," Lin Ning smiled. "As long as you give up everything and leave Shucheng, I can spare you. I might as well die." Wei Su raised his voice, trembling all over. "Then go die." Lin Ning's gaze turned cold. "I have ways to make your Wei family disappear without a trace. Do you want to try?" Their eyes met in the air, neither yielding. In the end, it was still Wei Su who conceded. He glanced complexly at Wei Zhong and Wei Xian, then sighed. "Mr. Lin, you win. Our Wei family will leave Shucheng." "Dad, Grandpa, no." As soon as Wei Su said this, Wei Zhong and Wei Xian changed their expressions drastically and spoke up to stop him. "Dad, the Wei family was built by you. It's your life's work. You can't just give it up." "Yes, Grandpa, we can't." Wei Xian shouted from his wheelchair. He had been used to a life of luxury, with supercars and beautiful women always at his beck and call, surrounded by a host of followers, living like a groom every night. Chapter 199. Sun Ying's Disappointment. Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhao Peng also leaned over. When he saw the neatly arranged convoy in the video, he recalled what Lin Ning had said last night. His heart raced and his breathing quickened. Zhao Peng pointed to the video screen, swallowing hard before saying with great difficulty, "This convoy, I might know whose it is." "Whose?" The two women turned their heads in unison to look at Zhao Peng. "If I'm not mistaken, this is Lin Ning's convoy." "Lin Ning? Your friend?" Sunya and Sun Ying exclaimed in unison. "He is so amazing that he can get such a team?" Sunya asked doubtfully. Having met him a few times in Zhonghai, the young man is calm and composed, owning a 5-star hotel like the Westin, and seems to be a rich kid, leaving a good impression on Sunya. However, she still found it hard to believe that he could assemble such a team. "Come on, stop guessing. My godfather has his phone number. Just call him and ask," Sun Ying reminded her from the side. "Right, darling. Hurry up and make a call to confirm," Sunya said, waking up from her thoughts. Chapter 200. The team sets off seeing such a young man step out of a luxury car. Everyone felt not just envy, but a sense of awe. Just as Lin Ning got out of the car, the doors of 10 Rolls-Royces opened simultaneously, and dozens of people of various appearances stepped out of the vehicles. They stood behind Lin Ning alongside Yifeng. These people, both men and women, were all elites from various industries that Yifeng had recruited during this time. In the future, these individuals would form the backbone of Lin Ning's empire. Yifeng brought them to Shucheng to use the opportunity of receiving the Wei family's assets to train them. Their appearance left the onlookers in shock. Lin Ning led these people into the hospital. They arrived at Lin Feng's hospital room. Dad had already changed into his own clothes, and his daily necessities were packed, waiting for Lin Ning to take him home. Chun Sifong was also recovering well and would be discharged with them. The elite team sent by the Zhao family didn't provide much help this time, but Lin Ning kept a note of the favor. After settling the bill, everyone left the hospital. The Zhao family returned to report, while Lin Ning took his family back to the villa. The Wei family's assets were numerous and involved many industries, making the takeover a physically demanding task. Chapter 201. Doubts dispelled. Seeing Zhao Peng stunned, Lin Ning smiled. He took a few steps forward and patted Zhao Peng on the shoulder. Why are you still standing there? Get in the car quickly. Did you really get 10 Rolls Royces? Although Zhao Peng had seen the cars in the video and confirmed with Lin Ning, the moment these cars appeared before him, an overwhelming sense of luxury hit him, almost suffocating him. When he was chatting with Sonia the day before, his hesitation stemmed from worry. He had already canceled the originally agreed-upon convoy, but he couldn't be sure Lin Ning would actually lend him these cars. After all, the entire convoy was worth at least over 100 million. Even though he had a good relationship with Lin Ning and Lin Ning agreed to help him, who knew what might happen at the last moment? So, until this moment, when Lin Ning and his luxury car, convoy, truly appeared before him, his anxious heart finally relaxed. Lin Ning's pat also woke him up. Okay. Zhao Peng hurriedly nodded, his mouth breaking into a wide smile. A convoy of 10 Rolls Royces for the wedding. Chapter 202. The wedding disturbance. Zhao Peng, acting like a gentleman, helped Sonia down from the Lamborghini Veneno. He stood tall, smiling and nodding to those around him who wished them well. At the same time, the fireworks that had been prepared went off with a bang. Children covered their ears, squealing as they ran under the adults' legs, prompting a mix of laughter and scolding. The two newlyweds entered the hall, and thunderous applause immediately erupted, as if it would lift the roof off. At the same time, soft and beautiful music began to play. Two exquisitely cute flower children, one boy and one girl, holding small baskets filled with fresh flower petals, walked ahead, scattering the flowers into the air, which then fell to the ground, creating a long aisle of petals. Sonia, a well-known female entrepreneur in Shucheng, despite not being able to invite the chairpersons of major companies like the Wei family, Sihai Group, or Longting Chamber of Commerce, had her partners and industry insiders present. There were also leaders from relevant departments, guests from Zhao Peng's side, and relatives from both sides. A total of over 40 tables were set up, nearly filling the hotel's largest banquet hall. Chapter 203. Cutting off the roots. At this point, Zhao Peng had fully reacted. He stepped between Chao Kuei and Sonia, glaring at Chao Kuei. Chao Kuei was intimidated by Zhao Peng's fiery gaze, his hand frozen in midair, unable to lower it. Seeing that the other party was intimidated, Zhao Peng turned to Sonia and asked, "What is going on?" Sonia bit her lip tightly, tears welling in her eyes, but she said nothing. Sun Ning quickly came over to support her mother and asked, "Mom, what is going on?" Just explain it to Zhao Peng. If things weren't clarified, today's wedding might not proceed. Sun Ning was also confused. She knew Chao Kuei, who had been a good friend of her mother's for many years and had always taken care of their family. But she had always regarded Chao Kuei as an uncle, and there had never been anything inappropriate between him and her mother. Why did he suddenly say such things while drunk today? Sonia looked helplessly at Sun Ning, tears finally streaming down her face. She knew that if this matter wasn't explained clearly, it would definitely not end well. Not only was Zhao Peng watching, but all the guests were also watching. Chapter 204. Paying the price. Sonia trembled violently, her legs weakening, nearly falling down. The people who had clearly expressed their alliance with Chao Kuei were her longtime partners, and she never expected them to betray her at such a critical moment. This made Sonia's heart ache more than being scolded or slandered. She clutched her chest with both hands, her body curling up. It seemed that all her strength had been drained by the voices ending their cooperation. If Zhao Peng hadn't supported her, she would have already collapsed. At this moment, Chao Kuei, stimulated by alcohol, had fallen into a frenzied state. Especially seeing Sonia's fearful and helpless expression, it made him tremble with excitement. "You filthy bitch," Chao Kuei pointed at Sonia, cursing harshly without Lao Zi. "You are nothing. What Lao Zi gives you, you can have. If he doesn't give it to you, you can't take anything away." Sonia burst into tears. Sun Ning was anxiously beside her, but there was nothing she could do. Zhao Peng held his beloved tightly, softly comforting her. The surrounding guests, witnessing this scene, shook their heads in helplessness. Chao Kuei is quite a prominent figure in Shucheng, and no one is willing to offend him for a small company like Sonia, which is worth only about 10 million. Chapter 205. Chow Kuei, you've hurt me. Damn, this is extortion. I'm gonna call the police. I must call the police and have the security department come and arrest you. Chow Kuei shouted angrily. Upon hearing Lin Ning say that over 1,000 yuan couldn't even cover a glass of wine, the onlookers were also secretly astonished, and their gazes towards Lin Ning showed some dissatisfaction. A glass of red wine that costs over 1,000 yuan certainly exists, and there are quite a few varieties. However, no one believed that someone like Lin Ning could afford to drink such wine. Those who are qualified to drink such wine are all from prestigious families, surrounded by crowds wherever they go, with a large entourage. They all thought that Lin Ning was just trying to take the opportunity to extort Chow Kuei. Extortion? Lin Ning couldn't help but chuckle at Chow Kuei's words, shaking his head as he said, "You're such a small character. I could crush you with a single finger. Do I really need to go through all this trouble to extort you? What big talker?" Chow Kuei sneered. "A glass of wine costing over 1,000 yuan. And you still say it's not extortion? I'm calling the police right now. If you don't tell the truth, someone will make you tell the truth." Saying this, Chow Kuei took out his phone and started dialing. However, at that moment, Zhao Peng, who was hugging Sunya, noticed that the wine bottle in Lin Ning's hand looked particularly familiar. Chapter 206, A 1,000-Mile Dash. After that, these people had nothing to do with it. With the presence of the two great figures, Su Ming and Mu Yi, the guests in the hall basically ignored Chow Kuei and his group. Lin Ning, along with these two, was invited to the table of the most distinguished guests. The guests originally seated at this table immediately and willingly gave up 3 spots. The wedding proceeded very smoothly. The guests who had initially come just to join in the fun began to look at Zhao Peng and Sunya with admiration. With the backing of the Sihai Group and the Longting Business Association, there was no way Sunya's company wouldn't take off. And Zhao Peng, although just a small employee of some company, had such a terrifying brother, so no one dared to belittle him anymore. Previously, everyone thought he was living off Sunya. Now they realized that he had climbed up the big tree. Everyone's attitude towards them had drastically changed. Just as the banquet was nearing its end, Lin Ning suddenly received a phone call. This call made his expression become serious, and after greeting Zhao Peng, he hurriedly left. Su Ming and Mu Yi, not knowing what had happened, quickly followed him out. The two caught up with Lin Ning outside and asked, "Brother Lin, what is wrong?" Chapter 207, Family Outing. After breakfast, the leader who supported Lin Ning's school project called. He said that the opposing leader had encountered problems, and everyone else was now trembling in fear. With no one opposing anymore, Lin Ning's project was able to proceed smoothly. Lin Ning immediately shared this news with his dad, which made Lin Feng smile all day long. Seeing everyone so happy, Lin Ning suggested that the family go out for a trip. This suggestion was immediately supported by his mom, Gao Mei, and his wife, Yin Jiawen. Although Lin Feng was reluctant to go, he could not resist the persistent persuasion from the two women and had to give in. There is a specialty in Shucheng that is rare not just in other parts of China, but also in the world. Many people are crazy for this specialty, and countries hope to spend vast sums of money to obtain it. However, this specialty has always been borrowed, but never sold in China. It is a cute animal that is furry and black and white. On the outskirts of Shucheng, there is a breeding base for them, which is also one of the most famous tourist attractions in Shucheng. Lin Ning decided to take everyone there for a visit. After all, although his parents were from Shucheng, they had never seen such adorable animals in person. Chapter 208. They bully your son. Seeing it was a child, Yin Jiawen didn't pay much attention and gave him a warning look before turning back to laugh with Gao Mei and Lin Feng at a cute action of a panda. Perhaps seeing that she didn't make a fuss, the child became even more brazen. Just as Yin Jiawen turned back, the child's hand once again went to her sensitive area. "What are you doing?" This time, Yin Jiawen wasn't magnanimous and turned to scold him. "I didn't do anything." The child pretended to look innocent. "I warn you, if you dare to touch me again, I will tell your parents." Yin Jiawen warned fiercely. "Don't talk nonsense. Which of your eyes saw me touching you? Be careful. I'll sue you for defamation." The child not only wasn't afraid, but also turned the tables on her, making Yin Jiawen quite angry, her face turning red. The people around understood what was going on, and seeing that the child was not small, they started to criticize him. Because Rose was a woman, she was currently the personal bodyguard of Gao Mei and Yin Jiawen. She was also very angry about the child's bad behavior and was just about to go over and teach him a lesson when suddenly 4 or 5 women squeezed in from the side. Among these women, some were older, looking over 60, while the youngest was just in her 20s. Chapter 209. Keep an eye on your child. Are you Mr. Lin? Wang Dongsheng exclaimed in disbelief. Oh, you know me? Lin Ning looked at Wang Dongsheng in surprise, unfamiliar, with no impression. Hee. I also attended the last charity gala and was fortunate enough to see Mr. Lin generously donate 500 million for charity. I truly admire you. Wang Dongsheng flattered, shaking his head. 500 million? For charity? As soon as he said this, the crowd gasped in shock. Their gazes towards Lin Ning were filled with astonishment and envy. 500 million is something an ordinary family wouldn't spend in a lifetime, yet he casually donated it for charity. How wealthy must he be? At this moment, some people suddenly remembered that the two beauties whom this middle-aged man had made kneel and apologize seemed to have come with this young man. Thinking of this, many felt a thrill of excitement at the prospect of a good show. The middle-aged woman sitting on the ground saw her husband suddenly chatting enthusiastically with a young man while ignoring the two women, feeling a bit angry. She couldn't help but urge, "Honey, don't just chat. The people who bullied your son haven't been punished yet." Chapter 210. Zheng Jiuyang's Worries. After Lin Ning and the others had lunch at the picnic area in the base and played for half a day, they started heading back around 4 in the afternoon. By the time they got home, it was already getting dark. The villa area originally had few people, and at this time, there were even fewer pedestrians and vehicles. However, the road home was now completely blocked by 2 cars that had crossed over. 7 or 8 people stood in front of the cars, led by a tall, vigorous old man with a bushy beard who looked very fierce. Chen Sifang parked the car, got out, and took 2 steps forward. Seeing the situation, he couldn't help but frown. "Friends, blocking the road like this isn't right. Please clear the way, we need to pass. Stop talking nonsense, you are Lin Ning's people, right? Tell him to come down." The old man looked at Chen Sifang with disdain and said contemptuously. The old man spoke with great arrogance, and Chen Sifang smiled slightly, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to move forward. At this moment, Lin Ning also got out of the car and shouted, "Sifang, wait." Upon hearing this, Chen Sifang stopped. Lin Ning walked over and asked the old man, "Who are you? We don't know each other, do we? You little brat, you hit my Zheng family-s people, and you think you can just say you don't know us and get away with it?" The old man sneered. Chapter 211. Lin Ning arrived soon, except for Zheng Ming. The other elders of the Zheng family arrived. However, one by one, they looked drowsy, yawning continuously, clearly just being woken up from bed. "Big brother, what time is it? You woke us all up, what's the matter? Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you know is to sleep. Don't you realize that our Zheng family is facing a great disaster?" Looking at his brother's lazy demeanor, Zheng Jiuyang was furious. If they weren't all old men with beards, he would have kicked each of them and thrown them into the water to wake them up. "Big brother, stop exaggerating," the third elder laughed dismissively, nestled comfortably on a soft sofa. "Our Zheng family is one of the 10 great families in Zhonghai, deeply rooted, with the strong support of the hidden family. The Zhuge family, who would dare to touch us? Aren't they afraid of breaking their teeth?" "Exactly. The third elder is right," the second elder said, holding an exquisite snuff bottle, sitting back on the sofa and enjoying a puff. "Big brother, you shouldn't be so suspicious all the time. Learn from your younger brother. Relax and enjoy life. Big brother, ever since that Zheng Qinqiu was beaten, your spirit has been a bit off. You're worried because he is your own grandson." The fourth elder chimed in. Chapter 212. The fall of the Zheng family with so many people surrounding Lin Ning and the help from young Master Ming. Zheng Jiuyang felt emboldened. At this moment, he finally understood that the restlessness in his heart had always come from this young man in front of him. The dignified head of the Zheng family was actually frightened by a young man he had never met, which left Zheng Jiuyang feeling more ashamed and furious at losing face. "Lin Ning, I want to see how you run now," Zheng Jiuyang sneered. "Today, the new and old grievances between the Zheng family and you will be settled." "All right," Lin Ning replied, cracking his knuckles with a calm smile. "Since you want to settle it, let us do it." With that, Lin Ning lowered his head, and his body shot towards Zhuge Ming like lightning. He aimed to capture the leader first. In his perception, this person exuded the strongest aura. If the others were like sparks, then this person was the flame. But to Lin Ning, whether it was sparks or flames, they were all trash in front of his blazing fire. Zhuge Ming, full of bravado, didn't even see Lin Ning's movement clearly before he took 2 punches and a kick. Each had felt like being rammed by a heavy tank at full speed. His proud, protective inner energy shattered like a bubble under such overwhelming force. Chapter 213. The Light of Home. A warm harbor Lin Ning was only responsible for fighting, and naturally, someone else would happily take care of the aftermath. On Zhuge's side, Zhao who patted his chest, assuring that the opponent wouldn't have any excuses to cause trouble again. After all, Zhuge Ming was only injured and not in any life-threatening danger. Sitting on the plane back to Shucheng, Lin Ning found it amusing. In just a few days, this transport plane used for large equipment had become his private plane. The plane had ample space and long range, but it couldn't compare to the comfort of commercial airlines, nor did it have attractive flight attendants. So, he called the Anthony Aviation Bureau to ask if they could renovate the cabin to enhance comfort, like the U.S. Air Force One. Such a small request was certainly no problem for a world-renowned aircraft design company. Moreover, Lin Ning's plane had more space than Air Force One, making the renovation very simple. It just needed to go back to their manufacturing plant since it couldn't be done in China. As long as it could be modified, Lin Ning didn't care where it was done. After Lin Ning got off the plane in Shucheng, the plane immediately took off again. Chapter 214, signing with a lithography company that night, was very warm. Lin Ning didn't do anything bad. He just held Yin Jiaowen and rested peacefully. When he woke up in the morning, his girlfriend was still fast asleep. Lin Ning quietly left the bedroom and went downstairs, where he saw Gao Mei busy in the kitchen making breakfast, while his father, Lin Feng, was watering the flowers in the yard. The two small yards of the villa were already filled with many flowers. At this time of year, most of the flowers were in bloom, competing for beauty, filling the air with fragrance. After greeting his parents, Lin Ning went to the backyard and called the CEO of Zhongwei Technology. "Mr. Zhong, are you looking for me?" The attitude of Zhang Mai, the CEO of Zhongwei Technology, was extremely respectful on the phone. This was his boss, a terrifying existence whose word could make him lose his job, so he had to serve him carefully. "Let me ask you, do you have contact with the CEO of NMSL?" Lin Ning asked directly, without pleasantries. "Of course," Zhang Mai replied. "Our company's lithography machines are imported from their company, and we've had many dealings." "That's good," Lin Ning nodded. "I'm giving you a task. Find out the CEO of NMSL's entire schedule for today, and I want the most detailed information." Chapter 215, signing again, obtaining the Blackwater Fund. However, moving NMSL to China was an exceptionally challenging task. Not to mention whether Tulip Country would allow it. Just the transportation process was a nearly insurmountable difficulty. So many machines, materials, and personnel, just thinking about it was overwhelming. Lin Ning thought for a long time and didn't come up with a good solution, deciding to put aside for now. When the time comes, there will be a way, he thought. After all, living people can't be suffocated by their own urine. At worst, he could spend money to hire a fleet of ships to bring everything back. Due to offshore oil extraction, ships were getting bigger and bigger now. 10,000-ton vessels were just the beginning. Lin Ning had seen on TV that the largest ships could transport entire offshore platforms without disassembling them. So, using such ships to transport lithography equipment would probably be a piece of cake. With a backup plan in mind, Lin Ning stopped worrying and went out to chat and have fun with his parents and Yin Jiaowen in the hall. However, soon the phone rang again. This call was from the CEO of NMSL. Perhaps because he had dealt with China often, this guy spoke Chinese fluently. He apologized for not answering the call at first, explaining that he had an urgent matter and attended a very important meeting. Chapter 216, signing in again, meeting Mr. Lin from Caribbean Cruise Company. "Hello, Mr. Lin." The Huaxiao person hurriedly rolled up the small flag and tucked it under his arm before respectfully introducing himself. "My name is Gao Xiong, just like you. I'm also Huaxia." When he said this, Gao Xiong's eyes were bright, shining with admiration. "I thought the Huaxia hero who acquired NMSL would be an old man, but I didn't expect you to be so young." "Thank you." Lin Ning reacted calmly to Gao Xiong's compliment. "Hee. Our chairman John Wilson specifically asked me to pick you up and has already booked a hotel for you. Please follow me." Saying this, Gao Xiong opened the car door and invited Lin Ning to get in. Since Lin Ning was only staying in the Tulip Country for a few days, he didn't have much luggage. After everyone got in the car, the driver started the vehicle and slowly drove out of the airport. Looking out the window, the night scene of the foreign land was not much different from that of his home country. Bright lights and flashing neon. The commercial center was bustling with people, very lively. The vehicle soon stopped in front of a hotel with a very luxurious facade. "Mr. Lin, we have arrived." After getting out of the car, Lin Ning glanced at the hotel's name, paused slightly, and then a playful smile appeared on his face. Chapter 217. Everything is ready. The exhibition begins. Lin Ning did not know about Douglas's little schemes, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. For him, the most important thing right now was to bring NMSL back to Huaxia. He would not hesitate to sacrifice the entire Caribbean cruise company for it. After dealing with the cruise matters, Chun Sifang knocked on the door, then came in and said to Lin Ning, "Boss, the CEO of NMSL has arrived. Let him in." Lin Ning said as he tidied up his clothes a bit. Chun Sifang nodded and turned to leave. Before long, he returned to the room, followed by an elderly white man, probably between 55 and 60 years old. He had a head full of white hair, but a rosy complexion, exuding a vibrant aura. Once he entered, he warmly approached Lin Ning, took the initiative to shake his hand, and said, "Boss Lin, hello, I am John Wilson, the CEO of NMSL. You can call me John. Welcome to Lagong City for NMSL's annual product exhibition. This is my company. I should kind of take a look." Lin Ning nodded with a smile. "I wonder if our company has any new products this year?" Chapter 218. I want to change the rules. "Of course it's mine," Lin Ning said with a half smile as he looked at the vice president of Gaoji Electric. Gaoji Electric really is a bit outrageous. As a company that shares the same roots with Huaxia mainland, they should be helping each other. But who would have thought they would turn their elbows outwards, willingly becoming sycophants? Lin Ning had long been displeased with this company. He didn't have the ability to teach them a lesson before, but now, with NMSL, he essentially had them by the throat, so he naturally wanted to give them a wake-up call about who their friends and enemies really were. The vice president of Gaoji Electric sat heavily in his seat, and after just a few seconds, he found his back completely soaked with sweat. His heart and eyes were filled with fear and unease, staring tightly at Lin Ning's back, his brow furrowing into a big knot. Who exactly is this young man? What was his background? Unfortunately, apart from Lin Ning, no one could answer this question. The others also sat up straight, each with their own hidden agendas, redirecting their attention back to Wilson. All right, NMSL has just changed its equity, and I believe under the careful management of the new owner, NMSL will definitely reach new heights. After Wilson's grandiose speech, he announced that the exhibition officially began. Chapter 219. I won't sell the lithography machines. Watching numerous big shots open their mouths one after another, their tones soft yet filled with dissatisfaction and warnings. Lin Ning simply smiled and remained silent. After everyone finished speaking, Lin Ning glanced around the conference room, his gaze landing on Wilson. "What do you think?" "For the sake of the company, I agree with everyone's opinions," Wilson said. "Good," Lin Ning nodded. Upon hearing this, the others immediately became happy, thinking that Lin Ning had compromised with them. Who would have thought that Lin Ning would suddenly change his tone and say, "Since everyone thinks the same, I have decided to cancel this exhibition. This year, all lithography machines will no longer be sold to you." "What? What did you say?" Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. "Boss, you can't do this," Wilson said angrily. "You can't push NMSL into the fire pit because of personal emotions. If the lithography machines are not sold, NMSL's funds will break, and it will go bankrupt. As the CEO of NMSL, I absolutely cannot allow you to be so willful." "Who said I want to sell the lithography machines?" Lin Ning teased. "I only said that these machines want to be sold to you this year." Chapter 220. Compromise. You can sell one extra to Zhongwei Technology. The representative from Sihong Group's remarks shattered the newly formed alliance into pieces. "Well, Mr. Lin," the representative from NISO Group quickly stated, "we at NISO only need 2 lithography machines. The remaining one can be given to Zhongwei Technology. In this way, Zhongwei Technology will have 2 units." At this point, Lin Ning turned his gaze to the representative from Gaoji Electric, who has always held the largest share every year. The representative from Gaoji Electric's eyes flickered, not daring to meet Lin Ning's gaze. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Lin, in the spirit of being fellow Waxians, we Gaoji Electric only need 5 high-end lithography machines. You could dispose of the remaining 5 units as you wish. How about that?" This way, Huaxia's share of lithography machines suddenly increased to 7, nearly half. Lin Ning nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "Everyone, see how good this is? Negotiating amicably is much better than arguing and fighting." Yes, Mr. Lin is right." Everyone wore bitter smiles. No one dared to confront this young boss anymore. Lin Ning's earlier decision truly frightened all the big shots. Chapter 221. Yilia. Lin Ning followed the beautiful waitress upstairs, entering a luxurious hall. Many people had already gathered here, each with an extraordinary demeanor, smiling warmly, mingling in groups, raising their glasses and chatting, showcasing their opulence. After bringing Lin Ning here, the beautiful waitress excused herself. He took a glass of wine from a waiter and wandered around aimlessly. There were many familiar faces, representatives from Gaoji Electric, Sihong, and Gu Di and other groups had come to the banquet. There were quite a few people surrounding them, like stars surrounding the moon, all smiling brightly. However, when they saw Lin Ning, their expressions turned grim. Although they continued to smile, their smiles were pale and stiff. Lin Ning didn't make things difficult for them. After greeting them, he left, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, Wilson accompanied a middle-aged man, who was around 40 to 50 years old and quite portly, into the venue. The moment this man appeared, the previously noisy hall fell silent. All eyes were on him as he walked through the crowd and stepped onto the podium. Wilson followed closely behind, wearing a spirited smile on his face. Chapter 222. The mayor wants to see you. Caney was even more alarmed and asked, "Who on earth are you? Are you really going to meddle in my family affairs?" "My name is Lin Ning. As for whether I will meddle in your family affairs, that depends on what this beautiful lady has to say." Lin Ning smiled. "If this lady says I don't need to be involved, I will apologize and leave immediately." At that moment, although Yulia still looked a bit shaken, there was more determination in her expression. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Sir, please save me. I don't want to go back to that devil side." "As you wish." Lin Ning nodded, then turned to Caney and said, "Did you hear that? You're not welcome here. Please leave." "Bastard." Caney was furious, sizing Lin Ning up and sneering. "Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like this? I don't care who you are. I only know you are obstructing our dance. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, Lin Ning increased his grip and Caney's eyes widened in shock. He felt as if his wrist was caught in an iron hoop, slowly tightening. The sound of bones cracking was clearly audible, and a piercing pain shot through his wrist. Chapter 223. Threat. Haha. Lin Ning chuckled after hearing this. "Mr. Mayor, just say what you want directly. Going around in circles like this is tiring for both of us. I'm a straightforward person. I call it as I see it." "Gladly." The mayor gave Lin Ning a thumbs up. "Then I'll be straightforward. The Tula government hopes to fully buy back the shares of NMCell company that you hold. Of course, we will compensate you at 20 of the market price, which is a very reasonable price." The mayor of Lugong City smiled and said, "As far as I know, you've only been the owner of NMCell for 2 or 3 days. You can turn around and make a 20 profit. This deal seems very favorable for you." The mayor's persuasion was subtle. "What if I don't want to sell?" Lin Ning smiled. "Haha." The mayor also laughed, his expression strange. "If Mr. Lin doesn't plan to sell the company, I can't guarantee that the environmental department, tax department, safety department, fire department, and others want to come to have a chat with you. Moreover, you should know that most of NMCell's employees are locals. They might prefer to work for a domestic company." Chapter 224. Caney's fear. Although Edward was tall and strong and the captain of the Black Water Fund with exceptional skills, he was still an ordinary person and couldn't withstand a sheer number of opponents. Under the frenzied attacks of the thugs, he was quickly cut a few times and hit with a few sticks. Blood streamed down his head, and his clothes were torn. He was swaying and looked like he was about to collapse. Yulia was pale with fright, tightly gripping Lin Ning's sleeve and urging him to back away. Lin Ning smiled and patted Yulia's hand reassuringly before stepping behind a thug who was enjoying the fight. He agilely dodged several swinging sticks and then reached out to grab the thug by his collar. In the next moment, the thug felt as if he was soaring into the clouds, flying over the heads of others. Lin Ning's movements were incredibly fast, so quick that others couldn't react in time. There was a loud crash as the person Lin Ning threw collided heavily with the wall of the hotel behind him and then slowly slid down to the ground, unconscious. Everyone was stunned, and the 2 thugs closest to Lin Ning quickly reacted, yelling and swinging their knives and sticks as they charged at him with fierce expressions. Chapter 225. Check-in. Sky Eye System. Once Caney had walked far away, Edward signaled Lin Ning to get into the jeep that his subordinate had driven. At that moment, Yulia excitedly ran over, particularly thrilled by Lin Ning's heroic act of driving away the bad guys. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. "All right, enough talking. Get in the car. I'll take you to a safe place." Lin Ning smiled and waved, interrupting Yulia's chatter as he led her to the jeep driven by Edward's subordinate. These people had come with Edward to attend the banquet, but had not entered, waiting nearby for Edward's instructions. After receiving his signal, they wasted no time and drove over immediately. It took no more than 5 minutes, but the fight was already over. This left them in shock. unable to believe their eyes. The people Edward brought had fought pirates at sea for many years and had extensive combat experience. Usually, battles would last at least several dozen minutes, if not hours. Even street fights typically lasted a good 10 minutes. But when they drove over, what they saw was a scene of peace, aside from a few people lying at the hotel entrance, indicating that there had indeed been a fight just moments ago. There were no other signs of conflict. Chapter 226. Moving the lithography machine company to Huaxia, these functions were simply unbelievable. After reviewing all the introductions, Lin Ning couldn't wait to test each feature. First was the reconnaissance subsystem. Lin Ning sent out a command in his mind. In the next moment, a 3D version of a planet appeared before him. Most of the planet's surface was covered in blue. Lin Ning thought for a moment. View the topography of Lagong City. As soon as he finished speaking, the planet in front of him suddenly zoomed in, and a real-time map of Lagong City appeared before Lin Ning. He continuously issued commands, and the map kept enlarging. Eventually, the scale in the lower left corner of the map changed to a terrifying 102, meaning that the precision of the map provided by the sky system reached 20 centimeters. This was terrifying. This meant that the map's precision would allow the owner to see every face on the map, every movement of every person, and it was in real time. Now, Lin Ning could see a street in Lagong City bustling with people and traffic, though it was just a silent image. What would happen if it were combined with drone reconnaissance? Lin Ning was very excited. He issued another command. Chapter 227, Battle. The Eye of Heaven displays its might. The mayor of Lagong City and Wilson received the news only at night. By the time they rushed to the dock in a panic, the ocean oasis had already left the dock and was slowly sailing towards the sea. Edward's warship remained faithfully stationed nearby. Where's the maritime squad? Where's the maritime squad? The mayor's face turned red with rage. Wilson stood beside him, looking at the ocean oasis, which was larger than a castle, with disbelief in his eyes. This is impossible. This is impossible. Wilson shook his head desperately, as if trying to shake off the scene before him. Unfortunately, the opposite happened. The sound of the ocean oasis's horn echoed from the darkness, as if mocking his foolishness. At that moment, several small boats appeared on the sea, braving the waves, quickly heading in the direction the ocean oasis had departed. However, in the face of such a massive vessel, the small boats were utterly ineffective. Boom, boom, boom. With several deafening explosions, water columns erupted, and the small boats vanished without a trace. Sweat poured down the faces of the mayor and Wilson. Mayor Wilson, I truly feel honored that both of you came to see me off so late, Lin Ning said, genuinely surprised. Chapter 228. No return without a gift. The entire warship felt like a hell on earth. As countless crew members on the warship cried out and jumped into the icy sea, shouting for help. Watching the scene unfold, Edward was completely dazed. His crew members all rushed to the deck, staring wide-eyed at the warship that was slowly sinking to the ocean floor. They say seeing is believing, but tonight, they truly could not believe their eyes. A warship with a displacement of several thousand tons, fully armed, was effortlessly sunk right before their eyes, without the enemy firing a single shot. Everyone turned to the top deck, looking at Lin Ning, who stood against the wind. The young man had his hands behind his back, his clothes rustling in the night breeze, with a calm and deep gaze that carried a smile of absolute control. This scene was deeply etched in the hearts of Edward's crew members, a memory they would never forget. On the ocean oasis, the employees and family members of NM Company who followed Lin Ning had also gathered on the deck, watching in awe as everything unfolded before them. Just moments ago, they had seen the approaching warship aim its cannons at them, but there had been no orders to stop or surrender from their side. Chapter 229, Divine Punishment. Return. At this moment, everyone's hearts fell as the flame descending. Meanwhile, the citizens of Lagong rushed out of their homes, looking up at the sky, as if divine fire was descending from the heavens. A sense of destruction loomed over Lagong City. Many were horrified, shouting loudly and fleeing in all directions. The mayor of Lagong and Wilson stood at the dock, watching the divine wrath descend from the sky, unable to describe the feelings in their hearts. The speed of the flame was incredibly fast. Soon, the people on the ground could hear the tremendous roar. The ground began to tremble slightly. The previously calm sea surface also stirred up waves, restless and agitated. Boss, what is this? Edward stammered, unable to articulate his words. Divine punishment, Lin Ning said in a deep voice. As his words fell, The flame landed on the ground, right where the NM company was located. Now, that place was deserted, with only large buildings showcasing the former glory of NM. Boom! A sound like the collapse of heaven and earth exploded in the ears of the citizens of Lukon. At the same time, a massive cloud of dust surged into the sky, obscuring the sun and spreading outward at lightning speed. Chapter 230. SOS at Sea. The large ship, laden with various equipment and talents, sailed into the ocean. The sea stretched endlessly, glimmering in the light, refreshing to the mind. After a long day, most people had already fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Ning stood alone on the deck, showing no signs of fatigue. Time had passed midnight, and the system refreshed. Sign in, Lin Ning silently thought. Sign in successful. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Lin Ning's mind. Congratulations to the host. You have signed in and obtained the Valaris Offshore Drilling Platform Group Company. Upon hearing the sign-in information, Lin Ning frowned slightly. He knew nothing about this company, not even having heard of it before. So, he took out his phone and searched online, only to discover that this company was actually the largest offshore drilling platform company in the world, valued at over 100 billion meters. Given the increasing demand for oil in recent years, this company had also become one of the most profitable, with annual profits reaching 20 billion meters. And just like that, such a company was easily acquired by the system. Lin Ning's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, in a luxurious hotel in the gambling city of Lavish, United States, in the most extravagant presidential suite. Chapter 231. Pirates, of course. The first mate nodded without hesitation. Just a bunch of pirates, he chuckled easily, then turned to a strong crew member beside him and said, You take 5 crew members, get on a small boat, and check it out. If there are a few pirates, just disperse them. If there are many, send the information back, and I'll send reinforcements. Yes, first mate. The named crew member stood at attention and saluted. Should I report to the captain? No need. The first mate waved his hand dismissively, laughing. Just a small group of pirates. The captain is still resting. There's no need to disturb him. Fighting pirates is what we do best. This area had never been known for pirate activity. They were probably just a group of scattered mercenaries. If we can't handle such a trivial matter, how can we mix under Captain Edward? And don't forget, the boss is watching us from another ship. We must show our professionalism and let the boss see. The first mate clenched his fist excitedly. Last night, Lin Ning had fully tamed these unruly men. Yes, first mate, we guarantee to complete the mission. Chapter 232. The boss has arrived. Just as everyone on the platform was sinking into despair, Tony suddenly ran out of the office, excitedly shouting, We've made contact. We made contact. There's a ship nearby, and they promised to send someone over immediately. What kind of ship? On the once lifeless drilling platform. It seemed to be infused with new energy, and everyone began to perk up. I don't know. I didn't have time to ask. Tony shook his head. It is estimated to be a passing merchant ship, the drilling platform manager speculated. Tony, hurry back and send another message. Tell them that the pirates here are very fierce, and that they should not come here, but take a detour. Manager, it's not easy to get a response. How can you make them avoid us? Someone questioned angrily. The one responding to us is a merchant ship, and they probably have no weapons. Even if they come, what can they do? The manager retorted, These bandits may have accomplices. If the merchant ship rashly comes over and gets targeted by the pirates, wouldn't that be our fault? Are we just going to wait here to die? I don't want to die. I have a wife and children waiting for me to come home and reunite with them. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Chapter 233. The pirates flee. Meanwhile, Lin Ning was still sitting in his room, leisurely enjoying breakfast. As one of the largest and most luxurious cruise ships in the world, the Ocean Oasis had an astonishing kitchen setup. It offered the most comprehensive range of flavors globally. You could find anything you wanted to eat. Lin Ning's breakfast was a typical Chinese meal. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, and tea eggs. The freshly ground soy milk filled the room with a fragrant aroma. And paired with a fried dough stick, it was truly a delicacy. As Lin Ning enjoyed his meal, there was a mysterious smile on his face. In fact, before Edward S. Warship received the distress signal from the drilling platform, the powerful Sky Eye system had already detected the platform and the group of pirates, relaying the information back to Lin Ning. According to the analysis from Sky Eye, the target of this group of pirates was not the Ocean Oasis, but rather the drilling platform. Lin Ning was slightly surprised to find out that the drilling platform was actually owned by Valaris Company, which had just been assigned to him by the system. This meant that these clueless pirates were targeting Lin Ning's asset. Lin Ning found it amusing. It was such a coincidence. Chapter 234. Epilogue. In a luxurious room at a hotel in Lavish, the former CEO of Valera's company watched a video sent by the pirate Black Knight on his computer showing bizarre scenes. Like the Black Knight, he was sweating profusely and his legs felt weak. In this maritime confrontation, he hadn't even seen who the opponent was. A shell and a large number of bullets had been intercepted. One of Black Knight's subordinates had mysteriously been knocked into the sea. An invisible enemy is the most terrifying. The former CEO of Valera's sat on the sofa, his eyes filled with fear and shock. A strong sense of crisis suddenly surged within him. Just then, the crisp ring of a phone startled him, almost causing him to throw the phone away. Looking at the unfamiliar number on the screen, he took a deep breath to calm his nervousness and fear before pressing the answer button. "Hello, who is this?" He tried to soften his tone, so the other party wouldn't pick up on anything. "Mr. Aaron, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Ning." A young man's calm voice came from the phone, sounding as if they were chatting casually. Lin Ning? Aaron tried to recall. This was clearly an Eastern name he had never heard before. Chapter 235. The fleet appears. Disputes arise that day. Lin Ning was bored, checking the surrounding situation through the sky eye while chatting with Yin Jiawen. Now he no longer needed to make phone calls to chat. He could send a drone, which could both protect his family and serve as a means of communication. Yin Jiawen informed him that the school renovations had begun. With the leadership's care, the demolition work around the school was progressing smoothly. Following Lin Ning's instructions, they provided the highest level of compensation, ensuring everyone benefited without worrying about saving money for him. The system was constantly signing contracts with various companies. And Lin Ning now had so much money that he couldn't spend it all. He had never calculated how wealthy he actually was. As they chatted and expressed their longing for each other, the Sky Eye system sent him a low-level warning. Warning: a large warship fleet has been detected 100 nautical miles away, expected to meet us in 8 hours. Immediately, a three-dimensional image was projected in front of Lin Ning by a drone. A complete aircraft carrier fleet appeared in the image, with the flag of the United States flying high, ostentatiously showing no intention of hiding itself. Chapter 236. Battling the aircraft carrier. Lin Ning walked out his room, looking down at the two groups arguing on the lower deck, red-faced and stubborn, neither side backing down. He spoke lightly. "Who wants to leave?" Upon seeing Lin Ning, both sides immediately fell silent. In the hearts of everyone on the ocean oasis, Lin Ning had been revered as a deity, and no one dared to question him face to face. The earlier argument had occurred because Lin Ning had not appeared, compounded by the pressure from the distant aircraft carrier fleet and the overhead fighter jets, which had caused him a panic. Seeing that no one was speaking, Lin Ning nodded in satisfaction. "We are about to enter the territory of Huaxia. I have received news from Huaxia that they have dispatched a fleet to welcome us there. As for the American fleet chasing us from behind, you don't need to worry. I assure everyone that they will not cause us the slightest harm. If they dare to fire, I will leave this fleet at the bottom of the sea forever." Lin Ning spoke decisively and with confidence. The crew of the Ocean Oasis and the employees and families of NMCell all looked at him with admiration. He truly had that kind of confidence. Chapter 237. Crushing victory. The second warship was done for. Next came the third and fourth. Regardless of the type of warship or its displacement under this invisible attack, the only difference was how long it took to sink. When the seventh warship slowly sank into the sea, half of the entire aircraft carrier fleet had been lost. The commander of the aircraft carrier fleet completely collapsed. He no longer had the courage to continue and ordered the fleet to flee immediately, as fast as they could. As for the order from the United States to intercept Lin Ning's fleet, it had long been thrown out of his mind. All the warships, upon receiving the commander's order, turned around and fled without hesitation. They had long been scared out of their wits by this strange attack. With not even a shadow of the enemy in sight, how could they resist? What drove them to despair was that they couldn't even escape. Just as all the warships turned around, another warship was sunk, with all crew members falling into the sea, their fates unknown. Panic further spread through the aircraft carrier fleet, with two warships colliding in their frantic escape, catching fire, exploding, and sinking without Lin Ning needing to lift a finger. Including the aircraft carrier, there are a total of 14 various types of warships, and now only 5 remain. Chapter 238. Back to Zhonghai. Lin Ning couldn't refuse, so he gave the old general an apologetic look and followed the two men. This time, the three didn't go to any fancy places but casually found a small tavern to drink and chat. The tavern wasn't too crowded, but the food was quite good. The three of them drove a car and parked right in front of the tavern. Once the food and drinks were served, Jiang Tua opened a bottle of wine, poured some for Lin Ning and Zhao Hu, then raised his glass and said to Lin Ning, "Brother Lin, it's truly a great fortune to know you." "What do you mean?" Lin Ning smiled and asked. "To be honest, Brother Lin, do you know how much our family has expanded during this time?" "How much?" Before Lin Ning could finish asking, Zhao Hu, who was sitting next to him, couldn't wait to inquire. "3 times a full 3 times?" Jiang Tua excitedly extended 3 fingers. "Our family was originally ranked 9th on the list of the top 10 wealthy families in Zhonghai. But in just this short month since knowing Brother Lin, our family's market value has tripled, reaching 700 billion. We have moved up to 4th place on the list. Now, I am the absolute next head of the Jiang family. My position is secure, and no one can shake it." Chapter 239 Green Tea. Although the small tavern was small, it was quite well equipped. The girl didn't lower her voice. Instead, she spoke even louder. "Is this how you treat your girlfriend?" The girl stepped forward, asking aggressively, "You can't even spend a little money, and you bring me to this low-class place. I don't want to eat here. It's filthy and smells bad." The girl wore a disdainful smile on her face. Stung by her words, the boy's face turned red and hot. "Believe me, the food here really tastes good. You won't be disappointed," the boy stubbornly explained. "Humph." The girl rolled her eyes, dismissively saying, "Good food? You're kidding. In such a dirty place. What good food could there be? Can it compare to a 5-star hotel or a Michelin restaurant? A loser is just a loser, with no standing at all." The girl looked at the boy with cold eyes. "With someone like you, it's no wonder you can't find a girlfriend. You'll be single for life. Just marry the 5th girl." The girl angrily scolded, her ample chest rising and falling, and under the loose t-shirt, the movement was quite eye-catching. The boy was so enraged that he opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Chapter 240 Zhang Yang's wife is pregnant. Lin Ning glanced at the displayed number and answered the call. "Hey, Lao Lin, do you have any money? Lend me some." As soon as the call connected, Zhang Yang's anxious voice came through. "What's wrong?" "Take your time," Lin Ning asked calmly. "My wife is pregnant and is currently at the hospital for an examination, but the money on the card is insufficient, so I'm looking to borrow some from you." "I'll pay you back as soon as I get home," Zhang Yong explained. "Which hospital is your sister-in-law in?" Lin Ning asked. "Zhonghai International Hospital. This is the best private hospital in Zhonghai, and my sister-in-law specifically wanted to come here for the checkup. She doesn't trust other hospitals." "Zhonghai International Hospital?" Hearing the name, Lin Ning smiled and said, "What a coincidence. Brother Yong, send me your account number, and I'll transfer the money to you. First, pay the fees, and I'll come by shortly." "All right," Zhang Yong agreed, and quickly sent over an account number. After transferring 10,000 yuan to that account, Lin Ning turned to Zhao Hu, who had been by his side, and smiled. "Brother Hu, I have some personal matters to attend to. How about we meet another day?" "What another day?" "The day after tomorrow. I'm taking you to our family headquarters. There will be plenty of opportunities to drink then." Zhao Hu patted Lin Ning's shoulder and laughed heartily. Chapter 241 Dispute. The girl's face was a bit pale, but she looked fairly energetic. After resting for a few minutes, Zhang Yong took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, security department? The money on our card has suddenly disappeared. Could you please come over to check?" Hearing that Zhang Yong had really called the security department, his in-laws suddenly changed their expressions. His mother-in-law even jumped up from her chair, snatched Zhang Yong's phone, and laughed into the receiver. "Haha, sorry, my son was just joking. It's nothing, really." After saying this, she shot a fierce glare at Zhang Yong, angrily sat down, and handed the phone to Zhang Yong's wife, not returning it to Zhang Yong. "Mom," Zhang Yong helplessly shouted. "What are you doing? Our money is gone, and I'm calling the security department to report it. Why are you stopping me?" "Report what? Report what?" His mother-in-law was furious. "So you think you're capable now, huh? It's just a little money missing. Is it that serious?" The way his mother-in-law downplayed it made Zhang Yong feel increasingly uneasy. "Mom, what are you talking about? Our money is down by hundreds of thousands. Now, there's only a few thousand left. This is not a small amount. This money is meant for my wife's childbirth and living expenses." Chapter 242 Big Loser. Lin Ning shook his head and sighed, saying, "Brother Yong, do you know that you pour your heart out for someone, and they just see you as a big loser, a fool? What do you mean by that?" Lin Ning's words suddenly made Zhang Yong's expression change. "Explain yourself." "Zhang Yong, don't listen to his nonsense," Zhang Yong's mother-in-law interjected. "He's just jealous of your happiness, having a wife and children, and wants to break up your family." Really? Zhang Yong asked, puzzled. Haha, brother Yong, you know what kind of person I am, right? Lin Ning smiled slightly. You've met my girlfriend. Moreover, with my status, if I want women, I just have to say a word. And even a top star would rush to my bed. Do you think I would be jealous of you? Zhang Yong thought deeply and agreed. As far as he knew, Lin Ning was the owner of a Westin chain hotel, which had countless assets both domestically and internationally. His net worth must be over hundreds of billions. Dating a few female stars wouldn't be a big deal. So what do you mean by that? Realizing this, Zhang Yong furrowed his brows. If it wasn't jealousy, then what he said seemed a bit strange. Chapter 243. My brother is here, but I have no money left. Zhang Yong's wife was about to cry. I don't even have money for the prenatal checkup, so how can I have money for my brother's betrothal gift? Go borrow some. Zhang Yong has so many friends. Just borrow a little from each one, and you'll have enough, she replied. By the way, wasn't a friend of yours the one who helped you during your wedding? He even sent you to the hotel by helicopter. He looks quite wealthy. Ask him for some. He is so rich. 100 or 80,000 shouldn't be a problem. This way, not only will you have the money for your brother's bride price, but we'll also have money to support ourselves. The two had long forgotten about Lin Ning's presence. Dad, Mom, how can you make us bear so much debt? How are we supposed to live? Why can't you live? There is an English teacher who owes several hundred million in debt, but isn't he's still living well? If you can't make it, it's because you're not capable. Who can you blame? Zhang Yong's mother-in-law retorted sarcastically. Mom, he is him, and we are us. What you are doing is going to drive your daughter to death. Zhang Yong's wife was furious. What am I forcing you to do? Don't speak so harshly. Zhang Yong's mother-in-law glared at her and said, I raised you this big. You eat my food and wear my clothes. And now when I ask you for some retirement money, it's forcing you? It really makes me sad. Chapter 244. Are you trying to kill me? Lin Ning slowly raised his head and smiled slightly at the fierce man. Are you sure you want to break my arms and legs? Lin Ning was not afraid of this group of rabble, not to mention using the heavenly eye system. Even his own strength could completely crush them. Until now, Lin Ning still didn't know how strong he was. Among all his opponents, the strength of the cunning wolf was the highest. But he couldn't withstand a single punch from Lin Ning. That impressive young man from the Zhuge family didn't even see his shadow clearly before he was knocked out. As for the ordinary people in front of him, in his eyes, they were just a bunch of ants that could be crushed with a finger. However, what he didn't expect was that when he raised his head, the originally arrogant and fierce man actually changed his expression dramatically. You're Mr. Lin Ning? He said in shock. You know me? Lin Ning was also taken aback. Haha, our president has long sent your photo to all the members, instructing us to treat Mr. Lin with courtesy and absolutely not to provoke him. Seeing Mr. Lin is like seeing our President Zhao. Isn't that right, brothers? Chapter 245. The life and death of my brother-in-law is unknown. Lin Ning watched Zhang Yong's parents help each other leave, feeling a wave of sadness. Mr. Lin, I apologize for today's incident. Please don't take it to heart. If you're still angry when that guy recovers, I will bring him in front of you, and you can personally vent your anger. The fierce man from the Longting Chamber of Commerce stood in front of Lin Ning, cold sweat on his forehead. Behind him, 40 to 50 muscular men stood neatly in 2 rows, behaving as obediently as elementary school students in class. Forget it. Let's just let this matter pass. Lin Ning waved his hand casually, then took out his phone, glanced at the man, and said, Hand over your phone. What for? The man was terrified and fell to his knees. Mr. Lin, please have mercy. Don't hold this against me. I'm just a rough man. I don't know the rules. Please spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother, a newborn baby, and a depressed wife. If something happens to me, they won't survive either. Mr. Lin, I beg you to let me go. The fierce man knelt on the ground, crying with snot and tears, looking extremely miserable. Chapter 246. Zhang Yong's child cannot be saved. After you left, his son called a big brother over and said he wanted to beat me. Lin Ning explained slowly. As a result, I don't know how it happened, but that big brother ended up beating him badly, and now he is still inside being rescued. Lin Ning spoke lightly, but Zhang Yong felt that this matter was not simple. At this time, he also noticed the rescue room next door, where people were coming and going with serious expressions. And the situation was even more serious than on his side. Mom, what exactly is going on? I really don't know anything. Zhang Yong was completely confused. Just a few minutes ago, my brother-in-law was full of energy. How did he end up being pushed into the rescue room in the blink of an eye? Wasn't he supposed to go look at houses with his girlfriend? You ask him, it's all his doing. Zhang Yong's mother-in-law sat on the ground. pointing at Lin Ning and accusing him. But she didn't dare to look Lin Ning in the eye, her gaze darting around. Lin Ning, what exactly happened? Zhang Yong pressed on. The situation is just as I said earlier. Lin Ning shrugged. Zhang Yong opened his mouth to ask. At this moment, a nurse ran out from the rescue room and shouted, Zhang Yong, who is Zhang Yong? I am, hearing the nurse call him. Zhang Yong hurriedly raised his hand to signal and quickly walked over. Chapter 247, Rescue at all costs. Rescue with all efforts, spare no expense, mobilize all hospital resources. If your medical skills are insufficient, then go to other hospitals to invite experts. If the doctors in Zhonghai are not good enough, then invite doctors from the capital. If they can't do it either, then go abroad and find the best doctors in the world. At this moment, a strong voice came from the side. Everyone turned to look and saw a confident young man walking over. This young man was Lin Ning. Who are you? The leading doctor glanced at Lin Ning and frowned. My name is Lin Ning, Lin Ning said calmly. Lin Ning? I haven't heard of it. The leading doctor thought for a moment and asked, Are you a doctor too? I'm not a doctor, Lin Ning smiled and said, I know nothing about medicine. If you're not a doctor, then hurry up and get lost. Don't be so arrogant here. Upon hearing that this kid was not a doctor, the doctor became impatient. You think it's easy to invite experts? They all need face. Who do you think you are? The doctor looked down on him. My name is Lin Ning. Lin Ning introduced himself again. If you haven't heard of my name, then I suggest you call your dean and see if he has heard of this name. Chapter 248. The hospital needs to be reformed. Lin Ning's words shocked the doctors and nurses at the door of the rescue room, causing them to tremble in shock, because they found that when Lin Ning was speaking, Dean Zhou was listening very attentively and nodding frequently. The medical director standing beside him was even taking notes seriously in her work record book. This was not just recognition. It was as if a subordinate was listening to a superior's arrangement. They didn't expect that this young man, who always had a calm expression, would have such great influence. Is he from one of Zhonghai's wealthy families? It seems that only this reason can explain why Dean Zhou is so respectful in front of this young man. After all, Zhonghai International Hospital has also received donations from some prominent families. These families are wealthy, and the amount of donations is often in the hundreds of millions. Even Dean Zhou is cautious in dealing with these families and wouldn't easily offend them. However, just as everyone was thinking this, the head of the group of doctors at the door of the rescue room suddenly remembered something. He turned to the person beside him and asked, I remember our hospital was acquired by a mysterious wealthy person, right? Chapter 249. A 10-kilometer-long gold mine. Are you afraid? Seeing Lin Ning get out of the car, Martin rushed over immediately. Mr. Lin, the room has been arranged for you, with a wide view and beautiful scenery. Martin was introducing while looking around at Lin Ning. What are you looking for? Lin Ning asked. Where's your girlfriend? Why didn't she come with you? Martin asked in confusion. She's in my hometown. She didn't come this time. Lin Ning smiled. So that's how it is. Martin nodded thoughtfully. Boss, please follow me. As he spoke, Martin personally led Lin Ning into the hotel. The two arrived at the top floor of the hotel, in the room with the best view. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, they looked down at the night view of the Pujiang River. The lights of the small boats on the river sparkled like stars, shining with enchanting brilliance. From a distance, it gave a feeling of being above the starry sky. After settling Lin Ning in, Martin took his leave. Although he had a bit to drink with Zhao Hu and Jiang Tuo in the evening, thanks to the system enhancing Lin Ning's physical condition, he felt completely refreshed. Pulling a chair over casually, Lin Ning started today as check-in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained ownership of a gold mine in northern Beringia. Chapter 250. The girl in red Jiang Tuo personally drove Lin Ning and Zhao Hu to Zhonghai International Airport. Staff from Zhonghai Airlines were already waiting there. The journey was smooth, and Lin Ning and Zhao Hu boarded the flight to the north ahead of others. Sitting in an almost empty cabin, Zhao Hu sighed. Brother Lin, thanks to you, I get to enjoy VVVP service today. He shook his head and said in the past, when I went back to the family, I had to queue with ordinary passengers. It's never been this comfortable. Lin Ning was chatting with Yin Zhaoan on his phone and smiled without looking up. That's easy. I'll ask Zhonghai Airlines to elevate your status to the highest level. In the future, at Zhonghai Airport, you can use our internal passage and board the plane an hour earlier than ordinary passengers. Really? Zhao Hu beamed upon hearing Lin Ning's words. He had been in Zhonghai for many years and had many friends. Many people were racking their brains to get the super VIP qualification from Zhonghai Airlines to boost their status. But as the second largest airline in China, They were quite proud. Becoming their super VIP customer was not just about money. It required a comprehensive assessment. Chapter 251. He can't go in thinking of this. A fiery image of a girl in red popped into his mind. With her personality, she might indeed get into an argument with the inspectors. Just thinking about this girl made Zhao Hu's head ache. He didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly opened the car door to get out, forgetting to ask Lin Ning how he knew so much. After closing the car door, he smiled at Lin Ning, who was sitting inside. "Brother Lin, you sit for a bit. I'll go ahead and take a look, and I'll be back soon." "Go ahead," Lin Ning nodded. Zhao Hu hurried along the mountain path. Along the way, many members of the Zhao family greeted him, but he just nodded and smiled without stopping. Halfway there, he indeed heard the sound of a dispute. In the distance, a large crowd had gathered. Hearing that familiar voice, Zhao Hu shook his head with a bitter smile and quickened his pace. "Miss, it's not that we're making things difficult for you. You know that the clan leader and the elders have given orders that any uninvited outsiders are not allowed to enter the Zhao family villa at this time. We are just following orders, and we hope you can understand." "Understand?" In the crowd, a girl dressed entirely in red, with fair skin and a tall figure, was glaring angrily at the two Zhao family staff members. "I can't understand." Chapter 252. In front of the Zhao family, with the Zhao family's young lady no longer blocking the way, vehicles coming in and out returned to order. After Lin Ning passed through the checkpoint, car after car sped past him and Zhao Hu, returning to the family. After walking more than 10 meters, Zhao Hu finally reacted, smacking his forehead in frustration. "Look at my memory." He smiled apologetically at Lin Ning. "It's still a bit of a distance to the family villa. We need to take a car to get there. I was just thinking about some things and got a bit distracted." Zhao Hu quickly apologized to Lin Ning. Others might not understand, but Zhao Hu knew very well that this young man was a significant figure in the family and absolutely could not be offended. "It's fine." Lin Ning waved and smiled. "I don't think it's too far. The scenery here is nice. Let's walk slowly." "All right." Zhao Hu sighed with relief. "I'll accompany you." The two strolled leisurely. Zhao Hu acted as a temporary tour guide, explaining the more interesting spots in the valley to Lin Ning. Lin Ning nodded frequently, appearing to listen attentively. In fact, he already had a complete and detailed map of the valley in his mind, including some extremely secretive places. Chapter 253. "I don't care about secret recipes, Elder Zhao. What's going on?" Zhao Hu finally steadied himself and blurted out, "Mr. Lin is our esteemed guest." At this moment, the commotion at the entrance also caught the attention of those waiting in line behind. Everyone was surprised to see the elder, who seemed to have been asleep, suddenly open his eyes. The old man didn't respond to Zhao Hu's question, but instead scrutinized Lin Ning up and down with bright eyes. Then, in the eyes of everyone who could hardly believe it, he respectfully bowed to Lin Ning. "Zhao Sholi thanks you for your great kindness." The Zhao family members behind the old man also bowed respectfully to Lin Ning after Zhao Sholi. "Old man, please get up. It's just a small matter. You don't need to take it to heart." Lin Ning quickly helped Zhao Sholi up. He didn't dare to truly accept the elder's bow, as it could shorten his lifespan. Likewise, Lin Ning understood why the old man would bow so deeply in front of everyone. It was simply because the prescription he provided to the Zhao family had started to take effect. Lin Ning was right. It was indeed due to the prescription. The complete ancient recipe he provided had allowed the Zhao family, which had been stagnant, to slowly enhance the strength of its members. Chapter 254. 2 flowers with a grand celebration tomorrow. Zhao Weijia was busy to the point of pulling his hair out. Many things required his personal oversight and decision-making, leaving no room for negligence. Regarding Lin Ning, he genuinely hoped to befriend him. At the very least, they couldn't become enemies. Moreover, he had prepared a big gift, a huge surprise for Lin Ning. However, he simply couldn't find the time and could only continue to have Zhao Hu accompany Lin Ning after repeatedly apologizing. He urged Zhao Hu to treat Lin Ning with the highest standards of the Zhao family, ensuring he felt the warmth of being at home. Zhao Hu nodded in agreement. In fact, without the clan leader having to say much, just seeing Lin Ning casually give him such a significant credit, Zhao Hu felt he should treat Lin Ning like an ancestor. Just moments ago, he noticed that the clan leader's tone had softened considerably while speaking to him, even giving him a sense of being on equal footing. The ancient prescription was something he had personally handed over to the family, and he knew that through this recipe, the family had made unprecedented breakthroughs in their research. However, Zhao Hu still didn't have a clear sense of how much value it had brought to the family. Nevertheless, upon meeting the clan leader and the powerful elder outside, Zhao was also surprised to find that at least the aura of these two had become more serious. Chapter 255. The Black Tower Man. As the two walked and chatted, Lin Ning realized that the Zhao family estate resembled a small city. The services provided for dining, accommodation, entertainment, and daily life were truly comprehensive. However, most of the service staff were Zhao family members. Just from this estate, Lin Ning had a profound sense of the Zhao family's prosperity. Watching the little children running around with various toys and snacks, laughing and playing, Lin Ning couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be to have a house like this in the future, surrounded by children. However, as much as he thought about it, achieving that was quite difficult. The grandiose notion of, give me a woman, and I can create a nation was just fanciful thinking. Even if a woman gave birth continuously, how many children could she have in a lifetime? While Lin Ning's thoughts wandered, suddenly the world in front of him darkened as a man over 2 meters tall, resembling an iron tower, blocked their path. Lin Ning frowned as a hidden drone swooped down from the sky, its dark barrel aimed at the man's vital points. However, the man didn't even glance at him, his fiery gaze fixed on Zhao Hu. Chapter 256. The martial arts hall. When Lin Ning raised these questions, Zhao Hu merely smiled and did not answer directly. Just as Lin Ning was about to press further, an exaggerated voice suddenly came from behind. "Oh, isn't this our top-ranked brother Taizhu?" The voice was arrogant and frivolous, which was quite unpleasant. Zhao Taizhu's face turned pale as he glared fiercely at the incoming person, saying in a deep voice, "Zhao Peng, are you itching for trouble again? Oh, I'm so scared. With the strength of a top-ranked, how dare I provoke you?" The visitor, instead of backing down, mocked even more. "But I heard that brother Zhao is strong, yet as timid as a mouse, unwilling to go to the secret battlefield, instead applying to be transferred to Zhonghai. That's a place of debauchery, and I heard the women there are quite skilled. Be careful, brother Zhao might end up drained, going from over 200 pounds to just 100, successfully slimming down." His words instantly triggered a burst of laughter, mixed with the shy giggles of girls. Lin Ning turned around to see 7 or 8 elegantly dressed men and women surrounding a stern-looking man, laughing and joking as they approached. Chapter 257. The confrontation. Zhao Taizhu completely ignored the clown. As he entered the martial arts hall, all attention shifted to Zhao Gang. He sensed the aura of a strong opponent emanating from Zhao Gang, a fierce and sharp presence. Zhao Gang had no intention of hiding his strength. His eyes fixed intently on Zhao Taizhu as he approached. He could feel that Zhao Taizhu, like an unyielding rock weathered by time, was perhaps not weaker than him. Zhao Gang's eyes widened with rising combat spirit. It had been a long time since he encountered a worthy opponent, filling him with excitement. The once warm martial arts hall's temperature suddenly dropped, and the air exhaled by many turned to frost. The girls who came with Zhao Bao were underdressed and huddled together, shivering from the cold. Although Zhao Bao was a bit of a wastrel, he had some strength and managed to stay close to his cousin for now. But he too was trembling, his lips turning purple, and his clothes were torn by Zhao Gang's fierce aura. Despite the awkwardness, he truly felt his cousin's strength. In contrast, Zhao Taizhu appeared unremarkable, walking towards the arena like an ordinary person without a weapon. Chapter 258. Unstoppable force. The sudden change made Zhao Hu feel anxious. Coupled with his recent injuries, he couldn't hold back any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. It splattered on the ground, resembling a blooming red rose, but with dark hues that were hard to look at. His face turned pale with shock. From such a distance, he was already injured. To put hypothetically, even if his strength was inferior to Zhao Taizhu's, he believed the difference wasn't vast. If he was hurt, how much pressure must Zhao Taizhu, the direct target of Zhao Gang's attack, be under? He couldn't imagine it, and his heart raced in his throat, but he didn't dare to shout a warning. He could only clench his fists tightly and tense his body, staring fixedly at Zhao Taizhu, as if that could transfer his strength to him. However, facing Zhao Gang's attack, Zhao Taizhu showed no fear, his eyes bright and filled with fighting spirit. "Come on," he shouted, his momentum surging, like an unyielding rock at the edge of a cliff, unmoved by the winds and frost. Zhao Taizhu crossed his arms and stepped forward, charging directly at Zhao Gang's hand strike. Chapter 259. He stands tall like a mountain. Zhao Gang changed his moves, and Zhao Taizhu responded in kind. The two exchanged blows at an incredible speed, trading 10 moves in the blink of an eye. The thunderous sounds echoed endlessly. The entire martial arts hall shook, debris flying, and dust rising. The commotion inside the hall drew attention from outside. Someone pushed open the door and walked in, only to be hit on the forehead by a flying rock. A lump the size of an egg immediately swelled up. The person clutched their head, screaming as they ran out, embellishing the situation inside. At that moment, most of Zhao Bao's companions, having regained consciousness, dare not stay inside any longer and helped each other to escape. They emerged in tattered clothes, covered in blood, some with broken limbs. Seeing their miserable state caused even more chaos in the street. Although some girls were momentarily exposed, no one had the heart to appreciate it. Some rushed to help, while others called for help. In the Zhao family estate, the security department was ineffective. Soon, a team of young people in law enforcement uniform arrived. What happened? Why are you all injured? The leading squad leader was a man in his 30s. Seeing the scene, he first ordered the team to disperse and calm everyone down, then called over the less injured from Zhao Bao's group for questioning. Chapter 260. Lin Ning takes action. Dust settles. Today's match was incredibly exciting. Lin Ning stood between Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Gang, holding on to Zhao Taiju's fist with one hand and grasping Zhao Gang's palm with the other, casually chatting as if he were relaxed. Meanwhile, both men felt a storm of turmoil inside. Their battle was perilous, leaving no room for a third person to intervene. Even the clan leader would have to think twice before stepping in. Yet, this young man effortlessly separated them at the peak of their battle, and remarkably, neither of them was injured. This indicated that the young man's strength far surpassed that of both men. Even surpassing the patriarch is unpredictable, because the patriarch cannot easily separate them. Who are you? Zhao Gang has always lived at the headquarters. Even if he doesn't know everyone, he must know a strong person like Lin Ning. Unless the other party is not from the Zhao family at all. Could it be a spy sent by another family, wanting to disrupt the clan celebration? Thinking of this, Zhao Gang's expression changed dramatically, and he opened his mouth to shout. Lin Ning looked at Zhao Gang's expression, his eyes deep and transparent, with a smile that seemed to see through everything. Chapter 261. Go to the secret realm battlefield. That's where your world is. You will understand later. Zhao Yang's gaze swept over Zhao Gang and Zhao Taizhu without saying much. The two knew this might involve clan secrets, and although they had many doubts in their hearts, they did not continue to ask. Since no one was hurt, today's matter ends here. Regardless of who won or lost, they cannot seek trouble with each other in the future. Do you hear me? Especially you. Zhao Yang pointed at Zhao Gang and warned fiercely. If you seek trouble again, I don't care if the patriarch protects you, I will definitely cripple you. Zhao Gang's expression stiffened, and he quickly nodded in agreement. By the way, what happened just now? You two had the power to destroy this martial arts hall. Why were you both unscathed? Calm down, Zhao Yang remembered to ask. The Zhao family martial arts hall was built using special techniques and is hard to destroy so severely. The scene just now, where the walls of the martial arts hall directly exploded, made Zhao Yang's heart race. He asked himself, even if he tried his best, he couldn't do that. To remain unharmed under such power, Zhao Yang found it incredible. After all, Zhao Gang and Zhao Tieju's strength was evident before him. Chapter 262. The Lei Family and Apple Mobile Phones. Brother, do you really not need me there? Zhao Taizhu asked. No need. Zhao Hu shook his head. Go to where you should go. Improving your strength is the best help for me. Well, Zhao Taizhu ultimately made up his mind. Then I will go get the application form back and fill it out again. I am going to the secret realm. After Zhao Taizhu left, Lin Ning walked side by side with Zhao Hu. What exactly is the secret realm you just mentioned? Lin Ning couldn't help but ask. This is the first time he has heard of this place, and it seems very important to the Zhao family, with terrifying enemies inside. Everyone has curiosity, and Lin Ning is no exception. Actually, this place is also a secret for ordinary people in the Zhao family. Zhao, who stepped aside to let a group of young people run past, and said, but you will soon become a high-level member of the Zhao family, and you can inquire about these matters. Let me tell you a bit in advance. With Zhao Hu's explanation, Lin Ning realized that the world is vast, and he was just a frog at the bottom of a well before. The secret realm is another small world. Saying it's small only means its area is not as large as Earth, but everything inside is the same as the world Lin Ning is in. Chapter 263. Lei Chenggong is to be impeached. With the planning of Lei Chenggong, a marketing expert, when Lei's first mobile phone was launched, it naturally became a hot seller. The following few mobile phones also had explosive sales and reputation. In just a few years, the market value of Lay Group skyrocketed as if it had taken a rocket, breaking through the sky. Now, Lay Group's total market value is around 700 billion, and converting to 30 equity, it is 210 billion. Calculating this, Lin Ning was taken aback. Wow, the system is too ruthless. In the blink of an eye, it dug a piece of meat from Lay's hands, and you could still see the bones. Now the boss of Lay must be in pain. However, what Lin Ning didn't know was that at this moment, Lei Qinggong was not in the mood to consider how much meat he had lost. He was sitting in an incredibly luxurious and huge study, staring intently at a projection the size of a cinema screen, his brows furrowed into a frown, with a half-burnt cigarette hanging from his mouth. The room was filled with smoke, making it suffocating. The ashtray was stuffed full of cigarette butts. The screen displayed an email from abroad. This email was co-signed by the 4 largest investment institutions. The content was to impeach Lei Qinggong, hoping he would retire soon and hand over power to others. Chapter 264, New Allies. Lei Qinggong's face turned pale, and his fists involuntarily clenched tightly. The other party was not wrong. Although Lei Group had a high market value and abundant cash flow, he was just a chairman. It seemed like a high position with great power, but in reality, many things had to be handled cautiously. For example, the mobilization of cash flow was not something he could decide alone, especially for large amounts of cash flow, which had to be submitted to the board for discussion and approval before implementation. But in the current situation, would these people from the US give him time? Of course not. These people came prepared. Their purpose was to force Lei Qinggong to step aside and replace him with their own people, achieving control over Lei Group. Why are you doing this? Lei Qinggong asked. What benefit does it bring you to force me out? You don't need to worry about that. The CEO of the U.S. investment company did not answer. As long as you obediently listen, issue a public announcement stating that you voluntarily resign. We will leave you an honorary chairman position at Lei Group with unchanged benefits. How about that? The CEO of the U.S. investment company threw out a temptation. Chapter 265. Who opposes, who supports? Manage the company? I'm not interested in that. Didn't boss Lei manage the company well before? Why is there such a problem? Lin Ning was puzzled. I just want to receive dividends every year and be a happy landlord. That would be great. Lei Qinggong's heart completely relaxed. To be honest, Mr. Lin, I currently have several Lei investment companies causing trouble, led by the U.S. investment company. They're using the large amount of stocks they control to exert pressure on me, forcing me to resign. I have too few stocks in hand and lack decisive power. Since Mr. Lin does not intend to manage the company, why not give your decision-making power to me? You just need to check your bank card every year to see if the dividends have arrived. Lei Qinggong lowered his posture and spoke to Lin Ning in an almost pleading tone. No problem. Lin Ning did not hesitate and directly agreed. After all, Lei Qinggong's management ability and vision were beyond doubt. He started the mobile phone company from scratch and developed it to this scale in just a few years. To Lin Ning, who was a business novice, Lei Qinggong was an expert in this area. Chapter 266, Zhao Family Celebration. The more Lei Qinggong looked, the more shocked he became, gasping for breath. All the information introduced was about Lin Ning. China Ocean International Trade Center, China Ocean Financial Commercial Street, Westin Chain Hotels, Supercar Club, offshore drilling platform. Lei Qinggong was even shocked to see Sikorsky Aircraft Company and Blackwater Fund, which further stunned him. These are American companies, and they have many connections with the U.S., always working for the U.S. It's no wonder that Lin Ning could take such companies under his wing. It's no wonder he looks down on his Lei family group. Perhaps, just like what the other party said during the call, buying shares in your company is just for fun. While Lei Qinggong was shocked, he could only manage a bitter smile and a sense of relief. Yet, there was also a hint of secret delight in his heart. He looked up, scanning the faces of those in the video. Each one looked like a wilted eggplant, listless. Not only were they listless, but their eyes also showed endless fear and panic. Especially the CEO of the American investment company. He was sweating profusely, his hair nearly covering his eyes. He stared intently at his phone screen, feeling colder with every glance. I wonder if you all have any opinions? Lei Qinggong smiled. Chapter 267. The Blonde Man, a grand celebration, slowly unfolded before Lin Ning. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air, firecrackers went off, and the crowd was bustling. The Zhao family's 60th anniversary celebration indeed opened people's eyes. In addition to traditional performances like dragon and lion dances, there were also opera and musical performances. However, all the performers were from the Zhao family themselves. Not a single actor, singer, or internet celebrity appeared, nor were there large groups of reporters watching. No wonder ordinary people are completely unaware of the existence of the four major hidden families. It turns out they do not promote themselves for some reason. Although there were no entertainers present, the political circle had countless heavyweight figures in attendance. Lin Ning saw several leaders who often appeared on television. Each one held a high position, capable of causing a 7-magnitude earthquake in Huaxia with a stamp of their foot. Yet at this moment, these people stood beside the patriarch of the Zhao family, approachable and chatting happily. Laughter occasionally reached Lin Ning's ears as they watched various performances. The Zhao patriarch was smiling more than ever, his face radiating supreme pride. However, Lin Ning keenly noticed that there was a hint of bitterness hidden within the patriarch's smile. The entire celebration was set to last for 3 days. Chapter 268. Father-daughter conflict. The atmosphere in the hall was tense for a long time. Finally, Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and spoke first. Dad, Mom, this is my boyfriend, Eddie from the US. Eddie, this is my dad and mom. Hello, uncle and aunt. The blonde handsome guy, referred to as Eddie by Zhao Wuji, smiled and bowed with a classic Western gentleman's gesture. Humph. Zhao Weijia snorted coldly, her gaze turning icy. But she said nothing. Mrs. Zhao opened her mouth, but, seeing her husband's extremely unpleasant expression, she said nothing, only sighing deeply and looking at her precious daughter with pain. Dad, whether you agree or not, I have decided that Eddie is the husband of my life. I will not marry anyone else. Zhao Wuji straightened her long neck and said affirmatively, I brought him here today not to ask for your consent, but to formally notify you. As soon as Zhao Wuji said this, Mrs. Zhao's face filled with sorrow, and she couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Seeing Mrs. Zhao like this, Zhao Wuji also felt very upset, but for the sake of love, she could only harden her heart and pursue her own happiness. Slap! This statement from his daughter made Zhao Weijia's face darken, and he trembled all over. Chapter 269. The appearance of the Blood Clan, however, to everyone's surprise. When Zhao Weijia struck down, nothing happened. In fact, the surging power Zhao Weijia had just displayed was now completely gone, and his body began to tremble slightly. At that moment, he felt utterly weak, unable to muster any strength, and his eyelids felt as heavy as if they were burdened with 2,000-pound weights. Zhao Weijia stumbled back a few steps and fell into a chair, his face changing drastically. He pointed at the blonde, handsome guy and angrily shouted, Who exactly are you? What have you done to me? Seeing this scene, Zhao Wuji's expression also changed. She had just been at odds with her father, but after all, blood is thicker than water. Seeing her father suddenly change, she looked worried and turned to the blonde guy. Eddie, darling, what did you do? Huh? Eddie, shaking off his previous lethargy, laughed wildly. Because of the argument between the father and daughter in the hall, the Zhao family members guarding outside had now retreated to the courtyard. The patriarch was the strongest man in the Zhao family, and after obtaining the ancient secret recipe, the patriarch's strength had advanced even further. They did not believe that even if a conflict arose, the embroidered pillow brought back by the young lady could pose any threat to the patriarch. Chapter 270. Mushroom Cloud, let her go quickly. Zhao Weijia panicked. I tell you, what you want is not a treasure, just a recipe. It's useless once you take it away. Really? I hope you're not lying to me. Eddie smiled wickedly, and the strength in his hand not only didn't lessen, but rather increased. Zhao Wuji rolled her eyes, desperately grabbing the arm of the Blood Clan Eddie, her feet continuously kicking. Let her go! I beg you, let her go. Seeing his daughter being tormented. At that moment, Zhao Weijia, the patriarch of the four major hidden families of Huaxia, showed none of the powerful demeanor of a strong man, only the helplessness of a father. I will give you what you want. We have some research insights and results that we can offer you. Just let my daughter go. I'll give you whatever you want. Okay, the Blood Clan Eddie nodded with a smile. You can call someone to have them bring the items over. After I verify the goods, I will naturally return your daughter to you intact. Okay, I'll call someone right now. Saying this, he raised his voice, Come. But before he could finish, Lin Ning spoke up. Wait. He glanced at Zhao Weijia and shook his head with a smile. Patriarch Zhao, have you asked for my opinion about handing over that item and research results to him? Chapter 271. Surrounding after the previous shock and panic at this moment, the Blood Clan Eddie also calmed down. He felt that he seemed to be uninjured, and everything that had just happened felt like an illusion. Eddie continued to grip Zhao Wuji's neck, pulling her to stand between him and Lin Ning, hiding completely behind the girl. Only a pair of crimson eyes peeking out between her long hair. He stared intently at Lin Ning, gritting his teeth and laughing. I didn't expect I misjudged you. You actually have such powerful strength. To be honest, I'm very scared right now, scared to the point of almost wetting my pants. Eddie laughed maniacally. But what does it matter how strong you are? The Zhao family's young lady is in my hands. Bastard, let our young lady go, and I'll spare your life. The filthy Blood Clan, take your hands off our young lady's noble body, or else you'll pay for it. Blood Clan, don't be so stubborn. Do you really want to go to war with the Zhao family? Many elders began to scold loudly. These elders, all over 60 years old, looked amiable with their white hair, but when it came to scolding people, they were absolutely unyielding. Chapter 272. Rebirth and Destruction, what are you crying for? Hurry up and give me what I want. From a distance, the seemingly forgotten Blood Clan impatiently shouted. Yes, yes, quickly bring me the copy of the secret formula. And also bring the newly researched spirit medicine from the family. The muddled Zhao family head suddenly realized upon the Blood Clan's reminder and hurriedly commanded the elders guarding outside. However, some of the more mature elders felt it was inappropriate and wanted to stop him. But Zhao Weijia rudely interrupted. What do you mean, bud? Hurry up and do as I say. First rescue my daughter. Seeing the family head angry, even those with doubts below dared not say much. A few elders turned around and hurriedly left. Just then, Lin Ning spoke again. Wait, I am truly disappointed in your Zhao family. You still pride yourselves on being a 1,000-year-old family, guarding the world. A mere Blood Clan can leave you helpless and at a loss. It's truly laughable. Now, I officially announce that I am retracting the secret formula I granted to the Zhao family. All copies must be destroyed, and all research results must also be completely destroyed. Chapter 273. Master of the World fell silent, not a sound to be heard. Everyone looked incredulously at the spot where the Blood Clan man had disappeared, now empty. Only the dust occasionally blown by the wind hitting their faces could convince them that the scene just now was real, not an illusion. Thud! The first elder to be affected by the white light suddenly knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, like a child who had suffered a great grievance and was being comforted. The others looked at each other, seeing fear and shock in each other's eyes, unable to believe what had just happened. Zhao Wuji had already run back to Zhao Madam's side. The mother and daughter embraced and wept, the experience just now feeling like a lifetime ago, leaving them both terrified. Family head Zhao Weijia sat down in the rubble, looking completely bewildered. Many clan members looked at him with more dissatisfaction and disdain. His performance just now was truly poor, and he hardly resembled the head of a prominent family. Everyone began to think that perhaps it was time to change the family head. Looking at Zhao Weijia, who still did nothing even after everything settled, a respected elder of the Zhao family had no choice but to step forward to take charge. Chapter 274. You saved my life, how could it be? Zhao Yinqing was taken aback. Please wait a moment, master. Regardless of whether Lin Ning accepted him or not, Zhao Yinqing naturally called him master. He knelt and stepped back a few paces before daring to stand up. Turning to point at the elder he referred to as Little Liuzi and shouted, Little Liuzi, come here. Hearing the elder's call, Little Liuzi hurriedly got up from the ground and ran to Zhao Yinqing's side. What do you want? I ask you, what happened to the Zhao family today that made the master unhappy? Zhao Yinqing asked coldly. Little Liuzi felt ashamed. I don't really know the specifics of what happened tonight. Fool! Zhao Yinqing scolded mercilessly. Aren't you the family head? No, Little Liuzi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then who is your current family head? Zhao Yinqing asked. It's Zhao Weijia. Little Liuzi pointed to the Zhao family head, who was also kneeling not far away. Zhao Yinqing walked a few steps to Zhao Weijia and coldly asked, You're the family head? Yes. Zhao Weijia was very nervous inside. This ancestor is a legendary figure in the Zhao family, with unparalleled talent and skill. Back in the day, his strength was unmatched not only within the Zhao family, but even among the four great families. Chapter 275. The magical card. Hearing Zhao Yinqing's explanation, Lin Ning felt it made sense. Ever since signing in one day, the system had enhanced his body, and it seemed his strength was growing stronger day by day. Moreover, he often had some strange ideas popping up. It was as if these were innate, just now remembered. His annihilation of the strange wolf, defeat of Zhuge Ming, and today's so-called enlightening experience all stem from these thoughts. It seems I really am a treasure boy. Get up, thinking this. Lin Ning waved his hand to Zhao Yinsheng, who was still kneeling on the ground. Since you insist so much, I will temporarily accept you. I won't retract the ancient secret formula. One is a gift for meeting you, and the other is compensation for the damage to your family's courtyard. However, your family needs to be properly organized. Just look at how weak you've become, like little chicks unable to withstand the wind. You still claim to have a secret realm battle? I see this secret realm battle is just a child's game. It's ridiculous that you've been at it for over 1,000 years. Chapter 276, Another World Following Zhao Yinsheng. Accompanied by a group of high-ranking Zhao family members, Lin Ning arrived at a building over 10 meters high. This building was square and entirely made of concrete, without any markings or windows. Only a large iron door was installed in the center. Surrounding the building were many members of the Zhao family's enforcement team, preventing others from approaching. The guard was very strict. Entering the building, Lin Ning saw a door emitting a blue glow, continuously rippling like water, standing 7 or 8 meters tall and 6 or 7 meters wide. This is the entrance to the secret realm, Zhao Yinsheng introduced. Lin Ning approached and slowly touched the blue glowing door. There was no obstruction. His hand passed through the door, but he did not appear on the other side, which was very strange. Can I go in now? Lin Ning asked. Yes, this door poses no danger and cannot be destroyed, which is why we built this building. It is not to protect the door, but to prevent whatever is inside from escaping, Zhao Yinsheng explained. Understood, I'll go take a look. After saying this, Lin Ning stepped forward, and his entire being disappeared into the blue glowing door. Chapter 277, A Crushing Battle. Watching the two traces in the forest draw closer like snakes, Lin Ning felt a bit nervous, his palms sweating. Although his strength was great, what was about to appear before him was another kind of creature, and both sides would fight to the death, leaving no room for retreat. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, so he felt a bit tense. However, the surrounding warriors seemed to be accustomed to it, looking relaxed, even chatting and laughing. Hey, I say, it doesn't seem like there are many of those green-skinned monsters coming. This might just be a suicide squad, right? Recently, they have been sending small groups over to die, and I don't know what they are thinking. These green-skinned monsters have no brains, only know how to act recklessly. After so many years of fighting, why haven't they been wiped out yet? They also have women, and they can reproduce just like you. They have no brains either. Someone looked at the person asking questions with disdain. A newcomer? Just arrived? Please guide me more, senior. I dare not claim guidance. Just watch. This little number is not worth watching. We might not even need to take action. Just treat it as watching a spectacle. What's wrong? The newcomer was puzzled by this statement, but the person beside him, mysterious and inscrutable, patted his shoulder and smiled without saying a word. Chapter 278. I want to have a child with you. Even more bizarrely, the ground, which had been completely normal, suddenly roiled after being soaked in the blood of the monsters. It was as if it had come to life. The soil and stones underground flipped up, pressing the monster's flesh and blood-soaked soil and stones underneath. In just a few breaths, the empty space in front of the city wall returned to its previous calm, as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for the faint, peculiar smell of blood still lingering in the air, Lin Ning would have really thought he had just had a dream. This world is truly too strange. Even the system seems unable to penetrate it. At this moment, the girl in white lightly tapped her feet, expressionless, returning to the base of the city wall, and flew up like a cloud again. Landing on a protruding stone on the wall, her skirt was gently blown up by the wind, and Lin Ning noticed that the girl was barefoot. A faint fragrance spread across the city wall, and everyone was intoxicated by it. White as snow, barefoot like jade. Miss C, you've stolen our credit again today. Someone called out in dissatisfaction. The girl turned her head and glanced at the speaker, her watery eyes devoid of emotion. If you have the ability, come and steal it too. Chapter 279. No children, no rest. However, Zhao Yinsheng found it strange that he did not hear the sound of ice spikes piercing flesh. Instead, there was a clang, followed by the sound of ice spikes being blocked by something and then falling to the ground and shattering. There are also bursts of gasps and sounds of people taking a sharp breath. Zhao Yinsheng opened his eyes in confusion, only to see the ice spikes had fallen to the ground and shattered into several pieces, while Lin Ning was unharmed, still calm and composed as before. This unbelievable scene did not cause much commotion. People had already become numb to it. The man chosen by Miss C is indeed impressive. Lin Ning's physical strength not only did not make Miss C back down, but instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement. I admit, you are strong, stronger than me. But I still stand by my words. I want to have a child with you. Aside from that, I won't have any other entanglements with you. Lin Ning was frustrated. Was she treating him like a breeding stallion? He was a bit unwilling without love involved. He wasn't lacking in women and had no interest in this iceberg. So Lin Ning smiled and said, in that case, please find someone else. I cannot accompany you. After saying that, he turned and left. Chapter 280, Flying to North Berlia. The person on the other end of the phone spoke very vividly, and Lin Ning couldn't help but laugh after hearing it. All right, all this talk about gold everywhere. I think you're just afraid of dying. No, boss, everything I said is true. Absolutely no exaggeration, or else you can punish me later. The person on the phone hurriedly explained. I understand. You don't need to worry. I've made arrangements. Those people outside can't get in. I'll head to your location immediately. You must calm the employees down and ensure nothing goes wrong, Lin Ning said. Oh, boss, have you arranged everything? Did you send someone over? If not, can you have them contact me? The people at the mine are in a panic. I need to comfort them. No need. Just know that those robbers can't get in. Lin Ning ignored the other person's request. I'm setting off now, goodbye. After hanging up, Lin Ning turned to Zhao Yinsheng, who had just come out of the light gate, and said, prepare a car. I need to go to the bear country. Okay, Zhao Yinsheng said without further ado, leading Lin Ning toward the Zhao family garage. Miss C followed closely behind. Lin Ning frowned and stopped. Say, miss, I'm going abroad for business. It would be inconvenient for you to follow. Chapter 281, The Werewolf Appears. The beautiful girl in white thought for a moment and coldly said, my name is Si Xiaoqing. Which Qing is it? Is it the Qing from Sunny Day? Lin Ning asked with a shameless smile. Si Xiaoqing frowned slightly and answered impatiently. That's a nice name. Qing means sun, fiery, and warm. But why are you so cold? Men prefer passionate and fiery types, like bikini girls. Have you ever seen one? Lin Ning continued to joke. Mind your own business. Si Xiaoqing's brow twitched a few times, and the temperature in the plane quietly dropped. Don't be so cold. Men don't like that. Lin Ning smiled and said. Oomph. Si Xiaoqing coldly snorted and turned her head, ignoring him. The beauty retreated, but Lin Ning had no intention of letting her go. Since you've boarded my plane, you have no choice. Lin Ning's unscrupulous gaze roamed over Si Xiaoqing. A beauty is a beauty. Not only is her appearance stunning, but her figure is also exceptional. Because of her martial arts training, Si Xiaoqing is not only tall, but also has smooth, firm skin. Although she wears an ancient white long dress, her rounded, elastic long legs cannot be concealed, making one's blood rush. Chapter 282, Panic. The people in the gold mine had been tormented by the group of robbers outside to the point of being somewhat neurotic during this time. They arranged for people to keep watch overnight every day and equipped them with high-power binoculars. Any movement across the way would cause a commotion and panic, even if someone just came out to urinate. The people in the gold mine originally planned to escape, but the surrounding area was a barren frozen soil zone, with nothing but loose stones and some shrubs that were not afraid of the cold. With a good vision, one could see movements 10 miles away. Moreover, the people surrounding them were all tall and fierce-looking, clearly not to be trifled with. Even the women inside looked very sturdy, with terrifying patterns painted on their faces and bodies. Therefore, the people in the gold mine did not dare to run and could only stay in the mine area. Fortunately, this was a gold mine. Not only did they have a guard team, but they also had quite a few weapons. No matter how fierce those people were, they were still human, and these weapons could exert a certain level of deterrence. So even though they were surrounded, they did not act rashly, only organizing a few small-scale charges. The people in the gold mine managed to hold out thanks to the terrain and weapons. Chapter 283, The Clash Between Man and Wolf. The leader of the robbers reached into the soft fur of the giant wolf, squinting his eyes as he assessed the unfriendly-looking black Hummer, and asked, Who are you? A figure jumped down from the Hummer, the boots on their feet crunching on the hard frozen ground. On the wall, the fat man who had narrowly escaped wiped the sweat from his face. When he saw the person getting out of the car, he exclaimed in joy, Boss. It's the boss. The boss is here to save us. His words acted like a shot of adrenaline. And the people who had been waiting for death like walking corpses immediately perked up, each one leaning over the wall to catch a glimpse of the boss's appearance. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Lin Ning was not tall or particularly strong, dressed in low-end casual clothes that only added to his ordinariness. Is this the boss? Some on the wall rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. So young. Did he come alone? Where's the main force? After a brief moment of surprise, fear returned. The boss came here alone? Wasn't that a death sentence? With that small frame, he could be devoured by the giant wolf across the way in no time. Just then, two more figures got out of the car. Chapter 284. Take a spear from me. The giant wolf was pinned to the ground, struggling in vain, its mouth full of mud. At this moment, there was a stir in the crowd on the opposite side. A woman nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a strapless top and leather shorts, with a curvy figure and healthy, wheat-colored skin that glistened, sprinted out. This woman had strange tattoos that spread across her body, covering half of her face. She swung her long, straight legs, the muscles well-defined, and brandished a giant axe over 1 meter long with blades on both sides, roaring as she charged at Zhao Yinsheng with great momentum. As soon as this woman appeared, the giant wolf, which was being held down by Zhao Yinsheng, began to struggle even more fiercely, its front paws digging into the ground, creating a large pit beneath it, emitting low, whimpering sounds. Since its mouth was pressed into the mud, it couldn't open its jaws. Seeing this, Lin Ning wanted to step in to help. But just as he took a step forward, the usually cold Si Shaoqing waved her hand, and an ice spike appeared in front of him, its tip pointed at him. Lin Ning could only force a smile and stop. Si Shaoqing snorted, her delicate foot tapping the ground lightly. Her body floated forward like a cloud, her skirt flying, resembling a fairy descending to earth. Chapter 285. The army of the Great Bear Empire has arrived. Si Shaoqing let out a delicate hum, and her snow-white face flushed slightly before quickly fading. Her small mouth opened slightly, and a thin trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her lips. Si Shaoqing quickly wiped away the bloodstain and looked up at the figure in the sky, her eyes igniting with fierce flames. Zhao Yinsheng staggered backward several steps before steadying himself, his face turning red as he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with black. Instead of looking weak, he appeared invigorated and inexplicably relaxed. After over 60 years of living in darkness, although his strength had improved significantly, there were still many hidden dangers in his body. This moment had removed many of those ailments, further enhancing his strength, and the ultimate limit of breaking through the final step of humanity was no longer out of reach. Meanwhile, the werewolf pack was shaken by this voice, collapsing in disarray. Many werewolves fainted directly, and more knelt on the ground, prostrating themselves in submission. The leading werewolf was particularly affected. Its war hammer was shattered, and the fragments caused blood to flow profusely from both the werewolves and the giant wolf, as if a rain of blood had fallen. Chapter 286. A one-sided battlefield. The iron tide rolled in, and everyone felt the ground shaking. Small stones bounced up like ping-pong balls. Lin Ning still stood beside the deep pit made by the werewolf leader, watching as the Great Bear Empire's army showed no signs of stopping, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. At that moment, boom, 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 thousands of light beams suddenly shot out from the void. Military vehicles were accurately struck by the beams, exploding. The vehicles were blown to pieces, flames shooting up into the sky over 10 meters high, and debris flew everywhere. As for the soldiers inside the military vehicles, they were completely obliterated. Over 200 military vehicles were rendered useless after the first round of drone strikes. The remaining vehicles were left stunned by the sudden assault, driving around like headless flies. In the fire and smoke, the road was completely obscured, and in the chaos, many vehicles collided with each other. What is going on? Who is attacking us? The Eye of Heaven systems strike deliberately avoided the command vehicle. Therefore, the command vehicle suffered little damage, only being bumped a few times by flying debris and slightly blackened by smoke. Chapter 287. Treating the injured. Boom, boom, boom. Crash, crash. Right in front of the commander, various parts on the aircraft began to move. In just a few seconds, it transformed into something else. Two thick, curved legs supported a massive body. Its wings were folded behind it. On either side of the body, two appendages resembling human arms extended. The difference was that the ends of these arms were two rapidly spinning Gatling guns. The dark gun muzzles pointed directly at the commander's face, and a cold mechanical voice emanated from this steel beast. "You are under arrest. Put down your weapons." As these words fell, more aircraft appeared from the sky, slowly descending. They surrounded all the surviving soldiers. The sky was densely packed with aircraft, numbering over 1,000. Even around the commander, dozens of aircraft were present. The Great Bear Empire's commander looked around, seeing that all the vehicles he brought had been destroyed, and there were fewer than 100 soldiers left. He forced a smile, lowered his head in despair, and let his arms drop. He sat down on the ground as if all his strength had been drained away. Chapter 288. Conspiracy. After saying this, Lin Ning turned to leave. The Great Bear Empire's commander, Dong Dong, tried to say something else. Suddenly, the drone transformed into a robot, and the right Gatling began to spin rapidly, spewing forth a deadly fire. The commander's body was instantly torn to shreds. Zhao Yincheng, standing nearby, felt his eyelids twitch. Lin Ning's ruthless decisiveness made him feel a bit scared. Si Shaoqing, on the other hand, felt nothing much. After all, she had killed countless alien monsters in the secret realm. For her, this kind of scene was just a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. All her thoughts were now focused on Lin Ning. The continuation of her family line was more important than anything else. Because the entire Si family was one of the 4 hidden families in Huaxia, she was the only remaining member who could conceive and bear children. The soldiers of the Great Bear Empire, who had survived the assassination of their superior, were all lying on the ground, trembling like chaff. Each of them was being watched by at least 5 drones, and the threat of death made everyone too afraid to lift their heads. Take these people to the gold mine and lock them up with the fat man, Lin Ning instructed. He was not a bloodthirsty demon and would not kill the innocent indiscriminately. Chapter 289. Signing in to obtain a different space. Lin Ning was the first to be targeted and could not escape. Of course, he did not want to hide. With the incredible signing in system and the powerful heavenly eye system, his own strength was nearly invincible. At least, he had not encountered a worthy opponent who could force him to fight at full strength. If he hesitated in the face of danger, he would truly not be a man. In this world, he was confident that he could compete with anyone or any group. Only by showing the strength of his fist could he make others think twice before bullying him. He no longer wanted to live a life where he was looked down upon. However, regarding the conspiracy theories about the gold mine, he still needed to wait for the werewolf leader to wake up to confirm whether the information was correct and to talk to the commander behind him. It seemed that there was a common, unseen hand stirring the situation behind these two. The gold mine had no shortage of gold. Therefore, when the procurement team arrived in town, they were warmly welcomed by everyone. Knowing that the boss had arrived, the procurement team spent lavishly, sparing no expense, leaving the town's merchants overjoyed. Fine wines, bread, various meats, and vegetables were loaded onto 10 trucks, nearly emptying the entire town. Chapter 290. Draining the gold mine. Expanding the different space, an unbelievable scene occurred. Just as the black cloud column descended onto the gold mine, the earth trembled and cracked. Huge chunks of or flew out from the massive fissures. They disintegrated in the air, then condensed into shining gold bars, flying towards Lin Ning. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. As the gold bars flew beside Lin Ning, they vanished instantly, as if by magic. The 5-kilometer-long or belt cracked open with countless fissures, and more or rich in gold flew into the air, transforming into priceless gold under a strange force, landing on Lin Ning, or kept flying out. And the refined gold formed a golden ribbon in the air, one end connected to the gold mine and the other end to Lin Ning. What on earth was happening? At this moment, the entire mining area was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Such extraordinary methods were shattering everyone's worldview. Lin Ning, however, wore a smile as the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Absorb enough gold, expanding the different space. Chapter 291. Is there a traitor in the Zhao family? With the help of the subordinate caring for the female werewolf, he stumbled over to Lin Ning and knelt down, thanking Lin Ning for sparing his life and for taking in his kin. You don't need to thank me, Lin Ning smiled and said. I just want to know why you attacked my gold mine. The werewolf leader glanced around, feeling uneasy. The fat man understood and quickly waved his hand, pushing the onlookers far away. He initially wanted to invite Zhao Yincheng and Si Shaoqing to join them, but seeing that the two didn't move and the boss didn't object, the fat man said no more and discreetly moved to a farther spot, ready to await Lin Ning's summons. Once everyone had dispersed, the werewolf leader began to recount everything that had happened. It turned out that they had originally lived in the Great Bear Empire, with a small portion residing in the surrounding vassal states. To survive, they formed a team specifically to help people resolve various disputes, act as bodyguards, collect debts, and even as enforcers. Gradually, they made a name for themselves. One day, a commander from the Great Bear Empire suddenly approached him and told him about a Zhao family in distant and mysterious Huaxia, which had existed for over 1,000 years and was one of the most powerful families in Huaxia. Chapter 292. The Werewolves Pledge Allegiance, Yes. Zhao Yinsheng replied loudly and then stood up to go make a phone call. Meanwhile, the werewolf leader's gaze remained fixed on the medicinal wine left by Zhao Yinsheng. Is this useful for you? Lin Ning kicked the wine bottle and asked. I feel it is useful. The werewolf leader nodded, his eyes filled with fervor, almost as if he wanted to drink it immediately. He felt lucky and even a bit grateful to that commander from the Great Bear Empire. If he hadn't encouraged him to bring his kin to seize the gold mine, how could he have met the owner of the medicinal wine? From Lin Ning and Zhao Yinsheng's conversation earlier, he gathered that this wine was produced by them. Now, his resentment over being injured had completely vanished. He was brainstorming how to obtain the medicinal wine. Buying it with money was impossible. If he had money, he wouldn't need to resort to robbery. Should he sell himself and his kin instead? The werewolf leader secretly glanced at Lin Ning, who was wearing a gentle smile, appearing kind-hearted. After injuring him and his kin, he even treated their wounds, showing that he was not a ruthless person. Now, the werewolf clan was on the brink of extinction due to genetic issues and external enemies. Chapter 293. Si Shaoqing has grown stronger, having accepted the loyalty of the werewolf clan. Lin Ning no longer imprisoned these people. The werewolves became loyal guards, alleviating the awkwardness of the fat man's insufficient manpower and low strength. The fat man and his subordinates were ordinary people who previously had no idea that creatures like werewolves existed in the world, let alone have seen a man with Lin Ning's explosive combat power. He was deeply impressed by Lin Ning, although he always called him boss. He had already regarded Lin Ning as his master in his heart. The fat man had been running the gold mine for a long time and had become exceptionally skilled at reading people. He noticed that the man and woman who came with the boss had combat abilities that were definitely above that of the werewolf leader. Moreover, the beautiful woman seemed to have some ambiguous relationship with the boss. The two had been alone in a room last night. A lonely man and a woman. With a spark of passion, if nothing had happened, the fat man would never believe it. This could possibly be the future boss's wife. So the fat man's attitude towards Si Shaoqing was extremely enthusiastic, bustling around and attending to her attentively. Those who didn't understand might think the fat man had taken a liking to her. The fat man adjusted his mindset. He ranked the people beside Lin Ning, with Si Shaoqing undoubtedly taking the top spot. Chapter 294. The gold mine becomes a base. Lin Ning looked at the girl in front of him, his gaze slightly intense. The aura emanating from the girl was much stronger than yesterday. Moreover, her originally cold aura seemed to have warmed up, though he couldn't tell if it was just his illusion. However, from the smile on Si Shaoqing's face, it seemed to have more softness and less chill. Could an increase in strength really change a person's character? Lin Ning couldn't figure it out. His strength had been forcibly raised by the system, so he was completely clueless about the intricacies involved. But before he could think further, the faint smile on Si Shaoqing's face suddenly vanished, returning to her previous aloof demeanor. She pointed her toes to the ground, her body shooting out like a ghost. In an instant, she was in front of Lin Ning, and without saying a word, her delicate, smooth finger pointed straight at Lin Ning's forehead. The cold intent from Si Shaoqing's fingertip condensed into an incredibly hard ice needle that could pierce through steel. And, without hesitation, it stabbed downwards. Si Shaoqing's movement was extremely quick, just a blink of an eye. However, Lin Ning's face showed no signs of panic. He still wore a smile, as if everything was under control. Chapter 295. The Ma family in the capital city. The gold mine tunnels were intricate and complex, and even the chubby man, who was as familiar with this place as his own home, got lost several times. If it weren't for the werewolf's keen sense of smell, they would have probably had to dig their way out. They also inadvertently tested the firmness of the system's enhancements. Zhao Yinsheng and the werewolf couldn't move it at all. The instrument's test readings were nearing the explosion point, startling several experts. This meant that this gold mine had truly become their natural base. As they walked the 5-kilometer distance, the group observed the tunnels, and the experts were curious about everything. Ultimately, they only returned in the evening. The experts immediately went back to their small rooms to start drawing diagrams, and dinner was sent in by Lin Ning. The next morning, Lin Ning got up to check in. Ding, congratulations to the host. Check-in successful. Acquired a mansion in the capital city, Zijin Mountain Villa. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Ning was momentarily stunned. Then he happily laughed. Zijin Mountain Villa was famous in China. It was a resort that reportedly cost a total of $5 billion for construction and decoration alone, not including the land transfer fees. Chapter 296. Lin Ning is not simple upon seeing the newcomer. The old man's tightly furrowed brows relaxed instantly. The stormy anger vanished in an instant, replaced by a doting smile. The others were taken aback at the sight of the young man, a flicker of shadow crossing their eyes. "Grandpa," the man called out as he entered. "Ah, my dear grandson is here. You look so happy. You must have good news. Share with Grandpa, and let him be happy too." The old man transformed from a furious figure to a kind elder in the blink of an eye. "Hee, Grandpa. I've learned something from a friend that concerns our Ma family, so I hurried over to tell you." The young man chuckled lightly, casting a contemptuous glance at the few people standing awkwardly nearby. Startled, the group felt a sense of impending doom and quickly lowered their heads, not wanting the young man to see their true thoughts. "Oh, what is it? You seem so eager. I suppose you rushed back to tell Grandpa as soon as you heard it concerned the family, right? Our Yuan is thoughtful. Unlike this group of useless people who only know how to eat, drink, and have fun, neglecting family matters." The old man patted the young man's shoulder, his eyes filled with unspoken satisfaction. Chapter 297. The Ma family begins to move. "Who is it?" Ma Wenshan asked, intrigued by Ma Yuan's teasing. Others leaned in, eager to hear, ready to strike if Ma Yuan revealed information they already knew, determined not to let him shine in front of the old man. "He is a foreign elder from the Zhao family. Reportedly has entered the Elder Council," Ma Yuan declared proudly. Upon hearing this, the room went silent. Ma Wenshan nodded solemnly, saying that's right. Zijin Mountain Villa is not something a mere kid can take on. Even if he has so many businesses at home and abroad, it's still far from enough. Who do we Ma family think we are? We are a super family that can influence a country. Ordinary people don't even qualify to know we exist. If he doesn't have a strong backing, he could never take the villa, even if I gave it to him. He wouldn't have the guts to accept it. However, I'm a bit puzzled. The Zhao family and we have always kept to ourselves, and as fellow hidden families, why would they suddenly take action against us? Chapter 298. Night fragrance at the North Beria gold mine base. The supplies purchased by Yi Feng had arrived. A light pickup truck was filled to the brim with antiques, calligraphy, everyday items, and food and drink. Yi Feng had even thoughtfully packed a few bottles of wine from the vineyard, aged over 10 years, with a rich aroma. Although they weren't top-notch wines, they were still quite valuable, and most importantly, they couldn't be bought with money. The batch of red wine Lin Ning had sent to Zhonghai World Trade Center was left untouched, mainly because it was too expensive, and Yi Feng was a bit reluctant to part with it. After the group unloaded everything from the pickup, Lin Ning checked each item, nodding as he went. Yi Feng was indeed meticulous, leaving no detail overlooked, having prepared everything imaginable. With the werewolf clan under his command, Lin Ning's available manpower had significantly increased. However, he still felt somewhat uneasy about the Zhao family. An ancient family with a 1,000-year heritage had its pride and dignity. How could they willingly and steadfastly depend on him for just one matter? Just looking at the chaos caused by the ancient secret recipe, he understood that the Zhao family was deeply intertwined, with numerous branches fighting for fame and profit, and they were not a united front. Chapter 299. At the door of Night Fragrance, the guards approaching with guns ignored Lin Ning, who still wore a calm smile. He knew that the news of him becoming the true, behind-the-scenes boss of Night Fragrance hadn't reached the regular employees yet. So, he shifted slightly, reached down, and was about to take out his phone to call Jeslovsky. However, his movement was misunderstood by the guards. The two guards shouted nervously, warning Lin Ning not to move. Lin Ning smiled slightly and said, "I'm just getting my phone." After saying that, he raised his hand, indeed holding a phone. The welcoming staff and guards let out a sigh of relief, lowering their guns. Lin Ning dialed the number provided by the system. Within seconds, the call was connected. An impatient voice came from the other end, mixed with deafening music and women's laughter. "Jeslovsky, this is Lin Ning. I'm right at the entrance of the Night Fragrance nightclub. Come out and meet me." Lin Ning checked into the Night Fragrance nightclub only this morning, so he did not inform anyone of his whereabouts. In a luxuriously decorated private room in the Night Fragrance, dozens of people, both men and women, were gathered. Chapter 300. Jace's fear. Upon seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, feeling a chill run down their spines. This stranger was incredibly fierce, daring to easily knock out two security guards right in front of Jace, the general manager of Night Fragrance, and even broke the leg of one of his capable subordinates. All this happened while all three were armed. Lin Ning's movements were so swift that no one could react in time. In the blink of an eye, all three were down. The chilling scream of the man whose leg Lin Ning had broken jolted the stunned crowd awake. The surrounding dozen or so security guards immediately raised their guns and surrounded them. But as soon as they took a step forward, they felt a chill at their necks. Sharp ice picks were pressed against the carotid arteries of each guard. The ice picks floated silently, shimmering with colorful light under the neon glow. The guards dared not move, a bone-chilling cold coursing through their veins, making them feel as if their bodies were about to freeze. The back door of the Hummer was opened, and a stunningly beautiful woman, as cold as an ancient glacier, slowly stepped out and stood beside Lin Ning. Chapter 301. Having fun with the commander of Garage City after listening to Jace's nervous work report, Lin Ning flicked his nails, raised his eyelids, and smiled. Well done. I'm very satisfied with your work. I hope you continue to work hard and don't let me down. What? Jace was dumbfounded, his eyes wide in disbelief. He had prepared to face the wrath of his new boss's provocation, but to his surprise, the new boss not only didn't scold him, but also said a few encouraging words. This made Jace feel a sense of lucky escape, increasing his respect for the new boss. Old boss, Jace was almost moved to tears. It's fine, keep up the good work, Lin Ning waved his hand, stopping Jace from continuing to express his loyalty. As the owner of Night Fragrance, keep it confidential. You did well at the door. Lin Ning smiled. I know you've been operating in Garage City for many years, and you have connections in both the legitimate and underworld. I would like to meet Mr. Commander of Garage City. I wonder if you could introduce me? Boss, of course you can meet the commander, but what identity do you plan to use? Jace replied. You might not know, but this commander is like an emperor in Garage City. Ordinary people cannot meet him. Jace sighed. Even the emperor of the Bear Empire has to make an appointment to see him. Chapter 302. Dark Alley. Part 1. Jace, what's going on? Lin Ning frowned and asked. He had expected to give each of them a separate room, but did not expect to be misunderstood. Before Jace could explain, Lin Ning figured it out. He chuckled to himself. Jace, you think too shallowly of me. Does having a beautiful woman beside a successful man necessarily imply some unspeakable secret? I don't care what others do, but I, Lin Ning, am not that kind of person. He was about to ask Jace to book another room when the usually cold and unsmiling Si Xiaoqing spoke up. I don't need a bed. You can sleep. After saying that, she expressionlessly pulled up a chair, walked to the window with a great view, sat cross-legged, and naturally placed her ancient wooden-sheathed, long sword on her lap. Boss, look at this crafty Jace. He can now see that there's seemingly nothing inappropriate between our boss and this extraordinarily beautiful woman. Moreover, with her cold demeanor, she might just freeze the boss's parts. A passionate woman is the true favorite of men. Chapter 303. Dark Alley. Part 2. The other courtesans trembled in fear upon hearing this voice, bowing their heads and retreating to the sides. The old priest approached the woman in black with a calm expression, a kind smile on his face, resembling a benevolent elder. He sized up the woman in black and nodded. Miss Qingchuan Fangzi, you're a bit late. Things have changed. The woman in black raised her head, revealing a pair of clear eyes. These eyes were pure, seemingly untouched by any dust, and seemed to reflect the innermost thoughts of a person. Even the old priest felt his breath quicken upon seeing those eyes. The belt around his waist immediately began to float with starlight, rapidly drawing a complex and strange six-pointed star between the two. The old priest instantly regained his composure. His expression darkened, and he said displeased, Miss Fangzi, we are clergy members of the Holy See of America, so do not go too far. If you disrupt our unity, even if you are the saintess under Amaterasu, you will not be able to withstand the wrath of our presiding judge. He, the woman referred to as Fangzi, pouted. That so-called presiding judge of yours is just a turtle, a cowardly mouse. Chapter 304. Discussion after arriving at the hall and joining Zhao Yinsheng and others. Jace arranged a sumptuous breakfast. The werewolves had been starving for over 10 days at the gold mine. Now seeing so much delicious food, they ate without any decorum, resembling a pack of hungry wolves. Lin Ning only had a little. He seemed to have caught a slight cold, so his appetite wasn't great. After eating a bit, he stopped and watched the werewolves eat with interest. Si Xiaoqing, like an ordinary woman, had an appallingly small appetite. Lin Ning looked at her enviable height and the graceful figure wrapped in her clothes, not understanding how someone could grow like that. Can one grow up like this without eating? Jace stood nearby, acting as a waiter, diligently running back and forth, refilling food, with a pleasant smile on his face. Only Zhao Yincheng was normal. Both his eating actions and appetite were like that of an ordinary person. Half an hour later, everyone had their fill. Jace led everyone to the largest and most luxurious private room in the Night Fragrance nightclub, which would serve as their temporary meeting room. Lin Ning wasted no time and recounted all the interesting things he had heard and seen the previous day. Chapter 305. Commander of Garage City, after basking in the sun and sleeping all afternoon, then drinking a pot of hot water and making several trips to the restroom. Lin Ning finally felt a bit clearer-headed by evening. He was secretly amazed, not expecting Si Xiaoqing's ability to create cold to be so strong. Even with his inhuman physique, he felt such a significant impact. For others, they would silently die from hypothermia, simply put, freeze to death. This method was indeed a deadly weapon for killing and robbing, leaving no traces. Jace had prepared a custom business car early on, parked at the entrance of Night Fragrance. To avoid drawing attention, he deliberately parked the car at the back door and found a skilled driver. After all, he couldn't let the boss drive himself. That would be too embarrassing. As for Lin Ning's Hummer, it was sent to the repair shop. On the pickup truck, Jess took the initiative to choose a few exquisite and unique little items that had never been seen in Garage City, placed them in the car, and wrapped them beautifully. He even thoughtfully put little heart cards on each package to introduce what was inside. With such arrangements, Lin Ning was extremely satisfied. Having a resourceful butler meant he didn't have to worry about everything, making life much easier, and he estimated he could live a few more years because of it. Chapter 306. You have no choice. After Jess finished the introduction, Lin Ning stepped forward, right between Si Xiaoqing and the commander, blocking the commander's brazen gaze. Lin Ning had been a bit worried earlier, fearing that Si Xiaoqing would explode under the pressure. Given her fearless personality, she probably didn't take this so-called commander seriously. Fortunately, Lin Ning was relieved to see that their heart-to-heart talk that afternoon had worked. Si Xiaoqing didn't explode. However, he sensed the tension in the air and knew Si Xiaoqing had reached her limit. So he quickly used Jess's completed introduction as an opportunity to block the commander's gaze. Lin Ning pretended not to have seen her and nodded in greeting to Qing Chuan Fangzi. Qing Chuan Fangzi also smiled back elegantly, like a classical lady. The charm she had exhibited the previous night was nowhere to be found at this moment. Lin Ning was somewhat shocked by the change in Qing Chuan Fangzi's demeanor, wondering if she had some special talent in this regard. However, it wasn't the time to think too much about it. There would be plenty of opportunities to interact in the future, and he could study it then. After greeting Qing Chuan Fangzi, Lin Ning smiled at the well-known and powerful commander of Garage City. At the same time, Zhao Yincheng stepped forward and handed Lin Ning a small, unique leather suitcase. Chapter 307. The Emperor's envoy. The lobby on the first floor was very lively, with both men and women dressed to the nines, dancing gracefully to the accompaniment of music. Si Xiaoqing's stunning beauty, set against her simple attire, appeared even more natural and unadorned, overshadowing all the heavily made-up women around her. Countless men were captivated by her, their gazes lingering on her. Some bold men even deliberately approached her, attempting to brush against her. Si Xiaoqing's skin tightened, and the temperature around her suddenly dropped, a chilling aura erupting from her body and spreading outward. The floor emitted cracking sounds as a layer of frost appeared visibly, spreading with the cold air. Previously, in the secret realm, no one had dared to stare at her so brazenly, as those who had done so had lost their sight. Si Xiaoqing was already seething with anger from her earlier encounter with the commander in Garage City. Now, with this provocation, she was about to erupt like a collapsing glacier. However, a warm hand, like the sunshine of the Maldives, grasped her cold and smooth hand. Immediately, a warm current surged from the other person's hand through Si Xiaoqing's small hand and up her arm, breaking apart the layers of ice within her with overwhelming force. Chapter 308. Secret talks. The Emperor's envoy stood at the door, loudly cursing, saying all sorts of unpleasant things without any restraint. Those watching the commotion frowned, feeling a cold sweat for this envoy. The last person to dare insult the commander like this was probably 10 years ago. That person later disappeared without a trace. And the investigation by the security department lasted 2 years without any leads, as if they had evaporated from the world. In the end, The security department had to conclude the investigation as a missing person case. However, it was rumored that the commander had killed that person. This matter was left unresolved. And since then, no one dared to insult the commander in public again. But today, another fearless person had appeared. Yet this person's identity was different from the previous one. As the emperor's envoy, he naturally had confidence, and the commander probably wouldn't dare to offend him easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't be avoiding him. The envoy cursed until he was hoarse, but no one responded. Besides the onlookers, there were only security personnel maintaining order. Although these security personnel had grim faces, angrily staring at the envoy with a desire to tear him apart, none of them moved. They simply surrounded the envoy, trapping him like a cage. Chapter 309. Arrangements back at night fragrance. Zhao Yincheng asked with some concern, "Master, is this envoy reliable?" Zhao Yincheng said this while Si Xiaoqing looked at him with confusion. "We told him everything we know. If he goes to report us, we'll be in trouble." "What? Are you scared?" Lin Ning smiled at Zhao Yincheng. "Scared? When have I ever been scared?" Zhao Yincheng's face turned red, and he straightened his neck, seemingly still upset about Lin Ning misunderstanding him. "As long as you're not scared." Lin Ning smiled at Si Xiaoqing and explained, "On one hand, I'm trying to win over Kai, and on the other hand, I'm sharing the intelligence we've gathered with this envoy, all to stir up the waters. If the waters are too clear, there will be no fish. If Garage City remains stable, those petty people won't expose themselves. I want to create total chaos in Garage City. Only when the waters are muddied can I fish in troubled waters without being discovered. I need to do these two things and spread the news that the Emperor is about to send troops. Jess, you handle this. Have your people be clever and quietly spread this message." Chapter 310. The chaos begins. Qing Chuan Fangzi reported the chaos on the ground to the thin man. "Damn it. Miss Fangzi," the thin man's tone was cold and eerie, like a snake's tongue moving over skin, sending chills down one's spine. "Yesterday, when you reported to me, everything was going smoothly. How did it turn into this today? Did you do something that alerted Kai?" "Sir, I didn't do anything. Everything was done according to Amaterasu's instructions." "Please investigate, sir." Qing Chuan Fangzi was so frightened that she knelt on the ground, trembling all over, not even daring to raise her head. "Then what is going on? Didn't you notice anything at all?" "Sir, everything was normal yesterday. Commander Kai had already agreed to our demands. But I don't know why the news reached the Emperor of the Bear Empire. Was everything really normal yesterday? Did nothing strange happen?" The thin man frowned and asked. "I just remembered," Qing Chuan Fangzi suddenly said. "Yesterday when I met Commander Kai, there was someone who claimed to be the chairman of the Kron Anthony Design Bureau. Who went to see the commander? There were 3 people in total, all of them Chinese. The chairman was a very young guy named Lin Ning, and the other 2. I could sense a kind of pressure from them. They probably aren't ordinary people." Chapter 311. The advanced troops arrive under Kai's orders. A squad of city guards departed from the barracks, arriving in various corners of Garage City in transport vehicles to maintain order. The roads leading out of the city were completely blocked by barricades and spikes. Soldiers held rifles with ammunition, and various heavy weapons were set up at the intersections, all exuding a murderous aura as if facing a formidable enemy. They ignored those who had already left the city, but the crowds yet to depart were ruthlessly driven back by the soldiers. The city was filled with cries and chaos. On some of the roads out of the city, ordinary citizens even clashed with the soldiers. These soldiers, expressionless, opened fire, and many people died unjustly. The remaining individuals dared not resist any longer, obediently returning to their homes. Garage City was shrouded in sorrow, with everyone cursing Kai fiercely. His reputation had plummeted to an all-time low. Inevitably, these words reached Kai's ears, carried by representatives from the 3 major families of Garage City. The 3 family heads arrived together, hoping to persuade Kai to open the roads leading out of the city, offering to donate half of their wealth to him. They believed that by jointly pressuring Kai, he would surely yield, or at least make concessions. Chapter 312. Assassination. Although it was already bright outside, most people in the camp had not yet risen. Only the patrolling soldiers shouted slogans, marching back and forth in the camp. A small, thin man from the Tianzhou Society, accompanied by several members, quietly slipped in. They crossed multiple layers of security and arrived at the temporary command center. In front of the command department, 2 fully armed soldiers stood straight, vigilantly watching others pass by. Inside the command center, voices of discussion could be heard. The thin man hid to the side, observing for a few minutes, then gestured behind him. Immediately, two masked individuals emerged from behind him. Sneaking up to the entrance of the command center, they took advantage of a moment when the station soldiers were slightly distracted. The two suddenly sprang up, covering the soldiers' mouths and swiftly slashing their necks with short knives. A stream of blood erupted, gushing out like a burst dam. It flowed down the soldiers' necks, soaking their clothes and running down their pant legs, wetting the ground. The two soldiers' eyes widened in shock, their faces filled with horror, struggling desperately and attempting to scream. However, the hands locking their necks from behind were like iron pincers, rendering them completely immobile. Chapter 313. The storm approaches. Lin Ning watched the scene unfold in the Bear Empire's military camp clearly. Several reconnaissance planes captured the situation from different angles, detailing every moment. Even the methods used by the thin man from the Tianzhou Society during the killings in the command center were recorded. It could be said that Lin Ning was very familiar with these people, more so than they were with themselves. However, that was not enough. The fire was not big enough yet. Lin Ning hoped that this battle would expose all the demons and ghosts, allowing him to catch them all in one net. At the same time, he wanted the United States, Japan, and the Bear Empire to completely sever ties, so that he and his homeland could benefit as the fisherman. Although he had not communicated in advance with a high-ranking leader he had spoken to by phone when he acquired the NM Cell company, he believed that once things erupted here, the leader's sharpness would lead to action. Lin Ning, Zhao Yinsheng, Si Shaoqing, and Jess were gathered together for breakfast when the Bear Empire's envoy, looking gloomy, hurried into the dining hall and walked straight toward them. With a slap, the envoy slammed a piece of paper down beside Lin Ning, angrily shouting, "Damn it! This is simply too outrageous." Chapter 314. The killing awakening from sleep. It was already the next morning. The sun was shining brightly, and the air was fresh. If it weren't for the shadow of war hovering over Garage City, today would surely be another beautiful day. However, for Lin Ning, regardless of how the external environment changed, every day was a beautiful day. Waking up in the morning, Lin Ning signed in as usual. The system provided him with a message: New World Analysis complete. Please begin sign in. New World? Lin Ning scratched his head, taking a while to remember. A few days ago, when he entered the secret realm, he seemed to have triggered some functions of the system. At that time, he vaguely heard the system's prompt, but he was curious about what the secret realm was like, so he didn't pay attention. After these few days, it seemed the system's task was completed. However, the system only provided this information, and Lin Ning had no idea what exactly was analyzed or what changes the system underwent. But he didn't care. After all, the system was his, and as long as he could sign in normally, it didn't matter what he signed in for. Signing in, Lin Ning softly called out. He felt the surrounding space shake violently, as if there were a risk of collapse. Lin Ning's heart raced, and then a brilliant light filled his vision, shining in red, yellow, brown, green, and blue, dazzlingly bright. Chapter 315. Being targeted, the two sides in Garage City began to fall into a stalemate. Although the Tianzhou Society and the Holy See had fewer numbers than the Bear Empire's secret troops, they were very familiar with Garage City and had the city guard's cooperation. With the advantage of timing, location, and support, they had a slight upper hand in the fighting. Commander Kai of Garage City, accompanied by Qingchuan Yoshiko, frequently appeared in public and held numerous meetings to soothe the emotions of the wealthy and civilians in the city. Under the pressure and appeasement policies, order in Garage City gradually restored, with more and more foot and vehicle traffic reappearing on the streets. However, it could no longer compare to the prosperity of a few days ago. Nevertheless, with the assistance of the Japanese Tianzhou Society and the American Holy See, and Japan's promise to send troops to assist Kai under suitable conditions, while the U.S. requested to station troops in the North Belize Sea later, Kai was increasingly confident about the future of Garage City. He hardly worried about the impending Bear Empire army, living each day in joy and laughter. The envoy, however, was in a state of frustration, repeatedly seeking Lin Ning's help in mobilizing his subordinates. Lin Ning readily agreed, but delayed taking action, citing his unfamiliarity with the environment as a reason and claiming his ability to help was limited. Chapter 316. The situation stabilized as the weather was clear and sunny. Today was one of the few good weather days in North Belia each year. Under normal circumstances, Garage City and its outskirts would be bustling. However, in the face of the threat of war, no one had the mood to go shopping or entertain themselves. Aside from necessary daily needs, everyone stayed in their rooms. praying to various deities to ensure they wouldn't encounter trouble in the war. For Lin Ning, this had no impact. He began signing in as soon as he woke up. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the AQ United Petroleum Company. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Ning was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. The Abu Dhabi United Petroleum Company is currently the largest oil company in the world, controlling nearly 70% of global oil resources. It can be said that whoever controls this company can hold the economic lifeline of the world. Previously, this company was always in the hands of the Abu Dhabi royal family, which had maintained close relations with the United States. This allowed the U.S. not only to obtain high-quality crude oil, but also at a lower price than other countries. Moreover, they indirectly controlled the Abu Dhabi royal family, deciding who to sell oil to and who not to sell to. Chapter 317. Cutting off the U.S. food supply. After ending the call with the first Secretary of China, Lin Ning continued to dial the phone of the president of Abu Dhabi United Petroleum Company. His employer had unexpectedly changed overnight, and the president was in the office, lost in thought, especially after learning that the new owner was a young Chinese person, making him even more anxious. After all, he was a white person, unsure if this new Chinese owner would trust him. The position of president of Abu Dhabi United Petroleum Company was not only prestigious and sought after, but the headquarters was also located in the most prosperous desert pearl in the world. Here, beautiful women were everywhere, and one could be a groom every night, making it a true paradise for men, hard to leave. Therefore, this president was worried about being dismissed in favor of a Chinese person. After all, there were a few competent Chinese individuals under him who could easily take his position. When he received Lin Ning's call, he was trembling and almost dropped the phone. Lin Ning sensed the other person's nervousness and couldn't help but smile faintly. There's no need to be so scared. As long as you obediently follow my instructions, your position will not change. Yes, whatever you need, Chairman, just command me, and I will do my utmost to accomplish the task. Chapter 318. We're the boss. When Abu Dhabi United Petroleum Company publicly announced an immediate halt to supplying crude oil and any related petroleum products to the U.S., it caused a huge uproar worldwide. The U.S. president was so furious that he overturned a table in his office. The president's assistant called the Abu Dhabi royal family to inquire about the situation, only to be told that the Abu Dhabi Oil Company was no longer theirs. The U.S. quickly conducted an investigation and discovered that Lin Ning not only controlled the Abu Dhabi United Petroleum Company, but also had control over the Blackwater Fund and Sikorsky aircraft within the U.S. Shocking insiders. The former is involved in military industry, producing various military aircraft used in various scenarios, including medical rescue and communication, as well as overseas warfare, even being fitted onto some small aircraft carriers. If this company were to tamper with the products provided to the U.S., the consequences would be unimaginable. As for the Blackwater Fund, it collaborates with certain prominent individuals or departments in the U.S., helping to deal with disobedient partners or opponents. Matters that the state cannot intervene in are all handed over to this company. It can be said that this company holds a wealth of internal secrets of the U.S., and if some secrets were to be disclosed, the U.S.'s international reputation would be greatly affected. Chapter 319. Anxious. The entire world was in turmoil. Far away in northern Burlia, Lin Ning, after receiving a warning from China, did not take it to heart. His current strength was immensely powerful, not to mention the incredible sign-in system helping him. Just the Eye of Heaven system alone was nearly invincible. With the help of the Eye of Heaven, Lin Ning's network of informants could almost cover every corner of the earth. As long as he wanted, he could know what anyone was dreaming about. Moreover, the Eye of Heaven system also contained endless drone prototypes that could be modified in various directions. Additionally, the technologies studied in the Eye of Heaven regarding space technology and exploration and collection technology obtained from sign-ins would bring earth-shattering changes to this world. Lin Ning inquired about the progress of these technologies, which were nearing completion. It was estimated that in a few days, they would truly be revealed to the world, changing it forever. The army of the Bear Empire, after a day and night of forced march, had already joined forces with the advanced troops. A large number of trained soldiers and military equipment had completely surrounded Garage City, with layers of defense inside and out. The city's garrison was fully deployed at the city's edge. Chapter 320. Leisurely. Lin Ning, the tone of the old soldier, was already very disrespectful to the commander of Garage City. An A beside one commander frowned, opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately sighed softly. All of this was caused by the commander himself. As the closest person to the commander, what could he say? What reason did he have to look for excuses for this situation? The only thing he could do was remain silent and not say a word, waiting for the commander to appear before making a decision. At this moment, Commander Kai was, as they thought, with Qing Chuan Islanzi. But their conversation was not as intimate as imagined. What's going on? Kai looked at Qing Chuan Fangzi, his face turning red. It's such a mess outside. The Bear Empire's army is well-trained and well-equipped, and my army has been retreating all along, unable to fight back. Just a day later, the outermost defenses have been breached. Those were your Japan's defense experts, who personally flew here to devise a defense plan. At that time, they confidently claimed that the system they designed for me was absolutely world-class. Not to mention the army, even a fly couldn't get through. Chapter 321. Lin Ning begins to act. What do you mean by that? The envoy was taken aback and couldn't help but ask. If your emperor truly wants to save this city, then send more secret troops over to eliminate those from the Amaterasu Association and the Holy Church. This way, you can both intimidate the enemy and weaken their strength, making them realize that your Bear Empire is not to be trifled with, and they will retreat. By then, what kind of waves can a lone commander of Garage City make? Mr. Lin, this idea of yours is not that the Bear Empire hasn't considered, the envoy said with a troubled expression, but recently the internal situation in the Empire has not been stable, with all sorts of rumors flying around. The Emperor has left most of the secret troops to deal with those people and really can't spare more manpower. Mr. Lin, China and our Bear Empire have always been mutual supporters, like brothers. I come this time as a representative of the Emperor, hoping that Mr. Lin can lend a helping hand to relieve our urgent situation. Please rest assured, our Emperor will not treat you unfairly. After saying this, the envoy looked at Lin Ning eagerly, his eyes filled with pleading. Chapter 322. Entering the Commander-S mansion. As Lin Ning stepped into the Commander-S mansion, he suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes. A shadow abruptly bulged up from the floor, transforming into a masked figure dressed in tight black clothing, holding two sharp and gleaming daggers, aimed directly at Lin Ning's heart. The suddenness of the attack caught others off guard, but Lin Ning remained calm. At the moment the black-clad figure appeared, he threw a punch. Before the daggers could even graze Lin Ning's clothing, his fist had already landed on the black-clad figure's chest. With a muffled thud, the figure's chest caved in instantly, not even letting out a sound, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mush, breathless. Just as the first black-clad figure fell, two more appeared, completely wrapped in black tight-fitting suits, revealing only their eyes. The ferocity in their eyes was unmistakable. Without saying a word, one brandished a gleaming long knife, flashing with cold light, and slashed violently towards Lin Ning. If the appearance of the first black-clad figure was sudden, with Si Shaoqing and Zhao Yincheng not yet having entered the Commander-S mansion, then when these two black-clad figures showed up, the two had already prepared themselves. Chapter 323. The mechanical army, although Ku Yi and Qing Chuan Fangzi were shocked by the footage appearing on the screen, they still felt Lin Ning was talking nonsense when he said he would make them both give up hope. The two of them couldn't help but snort coldly at the same time, looking at the screen with confusion. However, upon looking, they were immediately taken aback. It was unclear who was holding the camera, but it was steady and clear, capturing angles that were quite clever, sometimes even zooming in on the soldiers' faces in the heat of battle. Yet, when Lin Ning uttered the words attack, the camera angle suddenly elevated and the view kept shrinking, revealing an increasingly wider range. Everywhere was filled with flames and the sounds of battle, the ground soaked in blood, with various shapes of bodies lying on the ground, motionless, showcasing the endless brutality of war. Just as everyone was trying to make sense of it, a horrifying scene unfolded. In the footage, there were originally only two sides battling, but suddenly, countless drones and armored robots appeared densely on the periphery. As soon as these steel beasts emerged, before the soldiers on the battlefield could react, they unleashed an endless torrent of flames. Everyone watching this scene widened their eyes in shock. Chapter 324. This woman is a demon. As the flames of war subsided, Garage City gradually returned to its former tranquility. Tonight, the people of Garage City and the entire world could finally sleep soundly. As for the future of Garage City, no one cared. A city on a barren wasteland didn't attract much interest. Lin Ning's terrifying mechanical army had also vanished without a trace. Only the soldiers on site had truly witnessed it, and some had even recorded videos. However, when the videos were later opened, they were found to be completely blank, with no images or sounds. Relying solely on the accounts of tens of thousands of people, such an unbelievable event was hard for anyone to believe. The leaders of the Tianzhou Society and bishops of the Holy See, captured by the mechanical army, were brought to the commander's mansion. The two looked lifeless, their eyes vacant like walking corpses. They had originally thought their power was top tier in the world, revered and feared in Japan and America, able to decide others' fates with a word. Even in front of national leaders, they held their ground, feeling as if the world was beneath their feet, overflowing with superiority. But today, their sense of superiority was thoroughly crushed underfoot by an unbeatable mechanical army. Chapter 325. Bargaining. Zhao Yincheng wanted to retort, but was interrupted by Lin Ning. Xiaoqing was right. This woman was a disaster, and just now, even I fell for her tricks. Lin Ning said with some trepidation, if we keep her, she will definitely bring us greater calamity. Xiaoqing's actions have alleviated our concerns. Besides, she isn't a key figure. With the remaining 3 men delivered to the Emperor of the Bear Empire, we will have room for bargaining. Upon hearing Lin Ning's words, Zhao Yincheng, despite his thoughts about the woman, felt it inappropriate to voice them. The tragic state of Qing Chuan Fangzi frightened Ku Yi so much that he kept retreating, his face filled with terror. At that moment, the envoy entered with a military officer dressed in uniform, solemn and about 50 years old. Upon seeing Lin Ning, the envoy no longer acted with arrogance. He bent his body slightly, wearing a fawning smile. The military officer behind him had a similar expression, showing no overt flattery, but his eyes flickered with unease. The overwhelming mechanical army on the battlefield and their destructive offensive tactics filled this seasoned veteran, who had dominated for decades, with a deep sense of helplessness. Chapter 326. New technology. With the big picture settled, Lin Ning believed that the emperor would make the wisest choice. After all, his mechanical army was not to be underestimated. Back in Night Fragrance, Lin Ning enjoyed a hot bath, then video chatted with Yin Zhaowen for a while, sharing their heartfelt feelings before peacefully going to sleep. In the video, Yin Zhaowen mentioned that everything was going smoothly in Shucheng, and her parents wanted to visit the capital. Lin Ning replied that it was no problem once he wrapped up matters here. He would also go to the capital to spend some quality time with his parents and Yin Zhaowen. The next morning, Lin Ning woke up and the sign-in system refreshed, allowing him to continue signing in. Ding! Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. You have received a Huaxiazun commercial office building, and the relevant materials have been placed in the temporary warehouse. Please check it out promptly. Huaxiazun. While Lin Ning took out the materials provided by the system to look over, he recalled some information about Huaxiazun. This building is located in the central business district of the capital, over 500 meters tall, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people for work. It was named Huaxiazun because its design resembled an ancient zun, a ceremonial vessel. The construction cost of this building was considerable, and land prices have been rising continuously over the years. Now Huaxiazun's value exceeded 50 billion, a significant fortune. Chapter 327. Returning to the capital, the 2 captives from Japan and America caught by Lin Ning were extremely important figures for the Bear Empire and could not be lost. Therefore, to prevent those 2 countries from sending people to rescue them, the Emperor of the Bear Empire dispatched dozens of elite secret troops to escort the 2 to the capital for trial. Lin Ning also sent Sandoz along with his kin to assist in escorting the prisoners. Meanwhile, the new city lord of Garage City was extremely busy, handling various tedious affairs. With hardly any time to eat or use the restroom, the Tianyan system, based on the exploration technology provided by the system, successfully developed new machines for geological exploration to detect the storage conditions of underground mineral resources. The technology surpassing this world for hundreds of years is present in Northern Beria, which has vast territories and many places with harsh geological environments unsuitable for human survival. However, for the machines provided by the Eye of Heaven system, the severe weather has no effect on them at all. Under Lin Ning's orders, the Eye of Heaven system dispatched 10 mineral exploration aircraft to conduct a thorough survey of the entire Northern Beria region. With everything in Garage City back on track, Lin Ning had nothing else to do but wait for the emperor and the new city lord to finish their business so he could sign a secret tripartite agreement with them. Chapter 328. Invitation? A stepping stone? Although Si Shaoqing had long coveted Lin Ning's body due to her family's responsibility for continuation, she had tried several times to conquer him by force, but was always overturned by Lin Ning. The power Lin Ning displayed was increasingly formidable, beyond her imagination. So Si Shaoqing had completely given up on the path of force. She wanted to become Lin Ning's woman, and after observing him for a long time, she realized that he actually preferred gentler girls. However, for over 20 years, she had only focused on cultivation and had never had any intimate contact with a man. So she didn't know how to please Lin Ning. Now, when she heard Lin Ning say he was going to pick up his girlfriend, who was coming with his parents, she felt a tightness in her heart and inexplicably felt some pain. The atmosphere in the car became heavy, and Si Shaoqing slightly lowered her head, her slender fingers stroking the bracelet Lin Ning had given her, and suddenly the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. Her face revealed a charming smile, like 100 flowers blooming. Soon, the car arrived at the airport, and since there was still some time before the plane landed, they stopped in the waiting area. Before long, the plane landed, and the passengers began to walk out. Chapter 329. Hand over the invitation. However, with Lin Ning's current status, whether he had this invitation or wanted to expand his connections in the capital city was irrelevant to him. If someone in the capital learned of his true identity, they would surely rush over to flatter him. But since the property manager personally brought him this invitation, it wouldn't hurt to accept it out of courtesy. It was also a good opportunity to take Yin Jiawen to experience the lifestyle of the upper class in the capital. Thinking of this, Lin Ning smiled slightly and said, "Thank you. I will definitely attend." As he spoke, he reached out to take the invitation. Just then, a well-groomed young man, reeking of alcohol and dressed in designer clothes worth over hundreds of thousands, rushed past him, holding onto a girl in her 20s, adorned in a revealing top and a super short skirt. As they passed by, the young man suddenly exclaimed and turned his head, staring intently at the invitation. "Is this the invitation to the business association? I've been wanting this invitation for a long time, but unfortunately, I've never received one from the association due to my bad relationship with the person in charge." Chapter 330. The War of Two Women begins. The Son of Heaven? Lin Ning coldly laughed. "Even if the King of Heaven comes, he still has to kneel in front of me and beg for mercy." After saying that, he swiftly moved in front of Qinglong and grabbed his arm. Before Qinglong could react, Lin Ning exerted force. With a crack, Qinglong let out a loud scream. One of his arms hung limply, having been brutally broken by Lin Ning. That wasn't all. With another exertion of force, Qinglong fell to his knees in front of him. Qinglong's female companion was so frightened that her face turned pale and she screamed. The property manager, witnessing this scene, also turned pale with fear. He didn't expect his new boss to be so bold as to actually break Qinglong's arm. After all, Qinglong was the infamous subordinate of the Son of Heaven, who had deep roots in the capital and was said to be able to speak with high-ranking officials. Although Qinglong was just a subordinate, the saying goes that you must respect the master even when dealing with a servant. The boss breaking Qinglong's arm right after mentioning the Son of Heaven was nothing short of slap in the face to the Son of Heaven. Chapter 331. The Capital City Banquet. Watching Si Shaoqing, who walked down from the business car with a smile and stopped beside Lin Ning. Even though she didn't make any other moves, it deeply stimulated Yin Jiawen. "What exactly do you want to do?" Yin Jiawen pulled Lin Ning closer to her and asked warily. "I don't want to do anything," Si Shaoqing said, raising her delicate fingers and gently brushing a strand of hair away from her face with a playful smile. "This invitation only invites one guest, but it doesn't say how many female companions can come, does it? If you can go, why can't I?" Yin Jiawen's anger flared, firmly staring at Si Shaoqing. "I am his girlfriend, so I have the right to attend the banquet. What about you? What identity do you plan to use, a waitress?" Yin Jiawen smiled triumphantly. "I am Lin Ning's personal assistant. Wherever he goes, I must follow. If he wants to do something to me, I have no right to resist. Right, Boss Lin?" Lin Ning, caught between two stunning beauties, was nervously listening when the fire of war was about to burn on him. He quickly changed the subject. "Haha, ladies, the dinner is about to start, and if we don't leave soon, it will be too late." Chapter 332. How is it her? With two stunning beauties accompanying him, Lin Ning no longer paid attention to the piano girl. He looked around and found that there were quite a number of guests tonight. all of whom appeared refined and elegant, exuding a cultured demeanor. The women were dressed to the nines, competing for attention at the banquet. Although familiar faces inevitably engaged in warm greetings, Lin Ning keenly noticed a hint of scrutiny in their eyes. Despite the large crowd at the banquet, Lin Ning, being new, didn't know anyone. Meanwhile, Yan Jiawen and Si Shaoqing beside him attracted the attention of many men. Some approached under the pretext of making acquaintances, hoping to learn more about the two beauties. However, with both women tightly holding on to Lin Ning, these men ended up with nothing but embarrassment and had to leave awkwardly. Thanks to you two, I'm quickly becoming the enemy of all the men at the banquet. Lin Ning rubbed his nose and smiled wryly. What are you afraid of? That's your charm. Otherwise, why are we all around you and not other men? Are you scared? Yan Jiawen scoffed and laughed disdainfully. Scared? What am I afraid of? Even if all the men here see me as an enemy, I, Lin Ning, will still laugh and talk, eat and drink as usual. As he spoke, he laughed heartily, reaching out with both hands to wrap around the slender waists of the two beauties. Chapter 333. A Rage for the Beauty. At this moment, Yilin's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, her expression one of anger and sadness. Son of heaven, I have already said that I am me. And the Yi family is the Yi family. Do you really have to resort to such unscrupulous means to obtain me? Even if you have my body, you will not have my heart. I beg you, let me go and spare the Yi family. Let you go. Watching the goddess, who had just moments ago looked so aloof and cold, now with tears streaming down her face and a look of panic. A wave of satisfaction surged in the heart of the emperor. He threw back his head and laughed loudly, saying, as the emperor, I have never given up on anything I desire. If I cannot have it, I will destroy it. The emperor stepped forward, hooking his finger under Iren's chin and lifting it forcefully, greedily gazing at her delicate features. The aggressive look in the emperor's eyes made Iren shudder all over, wishing she could push him away immediately. But thinking of the threat the emperor posed to the Yi family, Iren felt powerless to resist. All she could do was cry. In her heart, another man's figure involuntarily surfaced. Ha! No matter how virtuous you are, you still have to obey in front of me. The emperor laughed heartily. Then his laughter turned serious as he focused on Iren's soft, red lips, slowly leaning in. Chapter 334. The three great families raged. The two murderous glares behind Lin Ning sent chills down his spine, gently pushing away the warm and soft figure in his arms. Lin Ning asked, Missy, what are you doing in the capital, and why are you here playing the piano? Actually, our Yi family is a family in the capital. I'm just accompanying my parents to do business over in Zhonghai, Iren explained. Our family has encountered some difficulties, so we returned. As for playing the piano here. Saying this, Iren smiled bitterly and tucked her loose hair behind her ears. The president of the Chamber of Commerce promised to help the Yi family, so I consider this a way to repay a kindness. I just didn't expect that this person called the emperor would keep pestering me. The president was afraid he would cause trouble, so he didn't send him an invitation, but who knew he would still barge in. If it weren't for you today, I really wouldn't know what to do. As she spoke, Iren's eyes reddened again, like raindrops on pear blossoms, evoking pity. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one dares to bully you. Not to mention the emperor. Even if his father came, I would protect you. Iren nodded gently, wanting to lean on him again. Just then, two suppressed coughs filled with rage came from behind. Chapter 335. The saintess of the Si family, how bold. Si Shaoqing shouted angrily, her face showing frost, causing the temperature in the entire hall to plummet. She was about to engage, but was stopped by Lin Ning, raising his hand. I'll handle this battle myself. Lin Ning licked his lips, a devilish smile crossing his face. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from him, and he vanished. The next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded in the banquet hall. Lin Ning transformed into a shadow, dashing into the group of burly men like a flash of lightning. Cries of pain echoed from the crowd. The 30 or so subordinates brought by the head of the Sun family were sent flying like bowling pins, crashing to the ground in various positions. In that moment, Lin Ning became an invincible war god. No one could withstand his punches or kicks. In less than a minute, all the burly men who charged at Lin Ning lay on the ground, none surviving. The hall fell into silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, frozen in place, as if they had turned into wax figures. The emperor was also dumbfounded, his expression as if he had just been hit by a truck. The head of the Sun family stared in horror at Lin Ning, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 336. After the young, comes the old DeSantis of the Xi family? What is that? Lin Ning looked at Xi Xiaoqing in confusion, just about to ask when he heard a loud thud. Turning his head, he saw the president of the capital's Chamber of Commerce kneeling on the ground in fear, trembling all over. Forgive this old man for not recognizing the saintess and for any rudeness. Please bear with me. At this moment, Lin Ning also reacted and clapped, smiling. I almost forgot you are a member of one of the 4 hidden families of Huaxia. I'll give Zhao Yinqing a call and bring him here. Let us see if that so-called emperor still dares to act arrogantly in front of me. Haha. Saying this, Lin Ning took out his phone and called Zhao Yinqing. This guy was hiding in a hotel watching TV, and as soon as he heard his master summon him, he immediately took a taxi and rushed over. Master, who dares to disrespect you? Where is he? Just wait and see if I don't take care of him. As soon as he reached the 2nd floor, Zhao Yinqing rolled up his sleeves and shouted. His voice was loud, and everyone heard it. The emperor and the 3 family heads were huddled together discussing how to resist Lin Ning's commercial attacks when they heard this and frowned, shouting, "Who is so unruly to dare to shout here? Oh, little brat, do you dare to provoke your ancestors? Looking for a fight, are we?" Chapter 337. Punishment. What do you think? Zhao Yinqing stood where the old man had just been, smiling calmly, exuding an aura of superiority. The old man said nothing but scrutinized Zhao Yinqing from top to bottom. The more he looked, the wider his eyes grew. An incredulous expression on his face became more apparent. On the 2nd floor, the emperor saw that his ancestor had just clashed with the person attacking him, and then fell silent, feeling anxious. He stood on the 2nd floor, urging ancestor, "Beat him to vent my anger. Look, my face is all swollen from his beating." "Shut up," the old man shouted loudly, causing the emperor to retract his neck in fear and dare not speak further. But inwardly, he was unwilling, glaring at Zhao Yinqing with resentment, gnashing his teeth. The others on the 2nd floor were also confused about the situation and dared not speak, quietly waiting. Although there were 400 to 500 people in the hall, it was silent, and one could hear a pin drop. Half a minute later, the scene that unfolded almost made everyone's eyes pop out. The old man called by the emperor threw away his cane, excitedly took a few steps to Zhao Yinqing, and with a thud, knelt before him. Tears sparkled in his eyes as he loudly proclaimed, "Master, I didn't expect it to be you." Chapter 338. Little sister Xiaoqing Lin Feng had been pampered since childhood, treated as a treasure by everyone, and had never experienced such pain. His cries of agony sent chills through the little friends he brought, making them tremble uncontrollably. After fewer than 50 strikes, Lin Feng could no longer scream, collapsing on the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Lei didn't call for a stop, and the burly men in black didn't dare to either. After 80 strikes, Lin Feng completely passed out and was directly sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. "All right, this matter ends here. No one should mention it again." Lin Ning stood up, beckoning a few beauties to leave the banquet, respectfully seeing them off. Lin Lei initially wanted to catch up with Zhao Yinqing and show some respect, but Zhao Yinqing didn't pay much attention to Lin Lei, only leaving him a contact number before hastily following Lin Ning out. Once Lin Ning and the others drove away, Lin Lei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though he hadn't seen his master Zhao Yinqing for over 60 years, standing in front of him still made him feel an immense pressure. This pressure was insurmountable for Lin Lei, like towering mountains, and he had no courage to resist. Apart from the unintentional aura emanating from Zhao Yinqing that made Lin Lei hesitant to act rashly as his disciple, he naturally knew that his master was the highest-ranking member of the hidden Zhao family. Chapter 339. The Call of the Chief. This. Lin Ning rubbed his nose, not daring to look at Xi Xiaoqing's pitiful eyes. This little girl, who used to be as cold as a snow mountain, has now learned to act cute. He must hold on and not be defeated by these sugar-coated shells. However, it was getting harder, his body was becoming hotter, and he was losing control. Along the way, under the relentless bombardment from the 2 beautiful women, Lin Ning gritted his teeth and held the last line of defense. But ultimately, after returning to the hotel, Lin Ning and Xi Xiaoqing were still locked in a room by Yin Zhaoan. When they entered, Xi Xiaoqing's face was so red it looked like it could bleed. Yin Zhaoan then went to Xi Xiaoqing's original room. They said nothing throughout the night, but the temperature on their floor was several degrees higher than on other floors. The next day, when Lin Ning and Xi Xiaoqing arrived together at the hotel restaurant, all eyes suddenly focused on them, and everyone gasped in awe. So beautiful, people exclaimed sincerely. At this moment, Si Shaoqing was radiant, her skin glowing with a sheen, and her beautiful eyes seemed to hold a pool of spring water, delicate and enchanting. Chapter 340. Signing with Suatua Group. Lin Ning had a pleasant conversation with the chief. The chief tried to learn more through indirect questions, but Lin Ning kept his mouth shut, joking around without revealing anything. However, this meeting reassured the chief about Lin Ning. After all, someone who could quietly consume tens of thousands of people posed a serious threat if they had ill intentions towards China. So the chief had to be cautious in inviting Lin Ning for this meeting, as it also served as a test. If Lin Ning had any harmful thoughts towards China, he would be eliminated immediately. Therefore, the chief specifically set a trap in this small courtyard and deployed several experts to lure Lin Ning over. As the highest official of China, even though he admired Lin Ning's actions, he had to do this. Fortunately, through this contact, the chief learned more about Lin Ning and understood that he would not do anything to jeopardize China's stability and peace. He might even help China if needed, which greatly reassured the chief. After their conversation, the chief personally saw Lin Ning out and arranged for a car to take him back to the hotel. Once Lin Ning's car left the courtyard, he recalled all the micro-drones and sent them back to the Tianyan system. On the way back to the hotel, the Tianyan system sent Lin Ning an image. Chapter 341. A Trip to Japan. Come in. A stern voice sounded from within the room before the kimono-clad elder could knock. The elder quickly pulled open the door curtain and quietly stepped inside, kneeling before a middle-aged man who was drinking tea. What is it? The middle-aged man asked. Master, something bad has happened, the elder said in a panic. The Suatua group has been forcibly acquired. What? The middle-aged man trembled, spilling tea all over himself as he raised the cup to his lips. Is this true? Absolutely true. This is the equity transfer agreement. The elder respectfully presented a stack of documents with both hands. The middle-aged man took it, opened it, and quickly scanned through it, becoming increasingly shocked. His face filled with disbelief, his hands trembling. Why? Why has my Suatua group been fully acquired without my knowledge? Why? The middle-aged man shouted, feeling a surge of blood rising, and he couldn't hold back a mouthful of black blood that spewed out, staining the agreement, shocking the elder. Master, are you okay? The elder hurriedly stepped forward to support the swaying middle-aged man. Chapter 342. A distinguished guest arrives. Kyoto, Japan, can be considered a shopping paradise, bustling with people of various skin colors. After finishing their meal, Lin Ning and the others did not return to the hotel, but instead wandered around the mall. He was not in a hurry to meet with the various consortiums. After all, the agreement had already been signed. These people couldn't do anything. And even if things turned sour, Lin Ning was not afraid. His mechanical army was no joke. They kept shopping until the evening. And even Si Shaoqing began to complain of tiredness before Lin Ning slowly made his way back to the hotel. At this point, the area around the hotel was surrounded by hundreds of men in black clothes and pants, looking fierce, with various tattoos visible on their wrists. They frightened the hotel guests so much that even taxis dared not come too close. As soon as Lin Ning got out of the car, hundreds of eyes turned to him, with some people reaching into their clothes, glaring at them. A bunch of rabble. Si Shaoqing rolled her eyes, flipping her palm to reveal a burst of cold air in her delicate hand. Just as she was about to unleash it, Lin Ning caught her and shook his head with a smile. There are people waiting for us inside. Let's go. These guys won't dare to act rashly. After saying that, he took Si Shaoqing and Yin Jiaowen towards the hotel. Chapter 343. The Amaterasu Society. Lin Ning's cold gaze swept past the smug Teofumi Morita, not moving an inch. Zhao Yinsheng crossed his arms, looking disdainful, and also remained still. Only Yin Jiaowen felt a bit worried when she saw hundreds of strong men in black rush into the hotel. But seeing Lin Ning so calm, her nervousness eased somewhat. At that moment, a sword-like sound, akin to a dragon's roar or a tiger's howl, rang in everyone's ears. Simultaneously, the temperature in the hotel lobby dropped sharply, and a layer of white mist appeared. Toyofumi Morita was horrified to find that one of the beautiful women who entered with Lin Ning had an ancient long sword in her hand, exuding an aura of antiquity and vastness. The sword was unsheathed, bright as water. Si Shaoqing swung the sword towards the rushing men in black, and a visible ripple emanated from the sword's body. In an instant, it passed through the bodies of the black-clad men. Boom! All the floor-to-ceiling glass in the lobby shattered. The shards flew like sharp daggers, piercing the nearby black-clad men. At least half of the black-clad men cried out in pain, losing their combat ability. The other half had their clothes shredded by the sword energy and were injured by the sword energy released by Si Shaoqing, falling to the ground. Chapter 344. The Enchanting Woman. The once proud and arrogant Teofumi Morita, upon seeing this woman, lost all his arrogance. With a respectful smile, he bowed and said, "I am Toyofumi Morita of the Morita family, and I hope to meet the chairman." "My master is in seclusion and does not see anyone," the enchanting woman replied coldly. But I have urgent matters." Toyofumi Morita's face changed dramatically. "Nothing can be done." The stunning woman waved her hand impatiently. "You have delayed my master's cultivation, and you can't afford the consequences." However, Takufa Morita was unwilling to give up and wanted to say something more. The stunning woman glared, and an immense pressure directly forced him to close his mouth. After hesitating for a long time, Takufa Morita finally sighed and decided to turn away. Just then, an old voice came from the largest stone cave. "Yushio, let him in." Hearing this voice, Takufa Morita was overjoyed. The stunning woman was somewhat reluctant, but did not dare to disobey the voice. She just grew colder in expression and stepped aside to give way. Takufa Morita quickly bowed to the stunning woman and then hurriedly passed through, heading towards the stone cave. Upon entering the cave, the stunning woman followed him immediately. Chapter 345. Signing in at the iron-making consortium of Wa Kingdom, Takufa Morita did not dare to delay. Returning to the hotel overnight to relay the old man's words to Lin Ning verbatim. After listening, Lin Ning's expression did not change much, only letting out a light laugh. Looking at Takufa Morita with a half-smile. 3 days, I can wait, but I don't know if you all can. It's just 3 days. Our Great Wa Empire can certainly wait, Takufa Morita scoffed. All right, Lin Ning clapped his hands. Since you can wait, I will meet with the president of the Amaterasu Society in 3 days and see what abilities he has. However, I have also said that every time you resist, you will have to bear the consequences. Since Lin Jun has agreed, I will respond to the president then. Takufa Morita seemed not to have heard Lin Ning's warning. Smiling confidently, nodding at Lin Ning before turning to leave. "Honey, these Wa people are really too despicable," Si Shaoqing said with her brows furrowed. "What 3 days? I'm going to turn Kyoto upside down right now and make them bow down obediently." Saying this, the ancient long sword appeared in her hand again, exuding a chill. Zhao Yincheng, standing beside her, also grinned, rubbing his hands. "Missy is right. Let us stir up Kyoto and see if they dare to be so arrogant." Chapter 346. Signing in at 2 consortiums, there was nothing much to do during the day. After breakfast, Lin Ning took a few people to stroll around Kyoto. Hearing that the iron-making consortium was now his as well, the 2 women's eyes lit up, and they generously showered him with kisses. They even encouraged Lin Ning to work harder and try to bring the entire Wa Kingdom under his name. Lin Ning smiled, indicating he could give it a try. The thought of a country becoming one of his companies made Lin Ning feel a bit excited. If the sign-in system could really work as he wished, then the idea of turning the Wa Kingdom into one of his companies would definitely come true. After a whole day of wandering, even Lin Ning felt a bit exhausted. The key was that the 2 ladies had bought a lot of things, almost emptying out the major stores. Lin Ning and Zhao Yincheng simply couldn't carry everything. So in the end, they had no choice but to find a large RV to follow along, which could hold their things and allow them to rest when tired. That night, Lin Ning did not wait until midnight to sign in, but instead slept until dawn the next day. Struggling to get out of bed, Lin Ning leaned on his waist and limped to the bathroom. Si Shaoqing was too fierce. Thinking back on it gave him lingering fears. If he wanted to continue the family bloodline, there was no need to push himself to the limit, right? Chapter 347. Ruthless suppression. Are you Lin Ning? An old man surrounded by a crowd did not speak, but a middle-aged man in his 40s beside him, with the typical arrogance of the Wa people, opened his mouth. "How dare you speak to my master in such a tone, seeking death?" The other party was arrogant, and Zhao Yincheng responded with even more arrogance. He shouted angrily, his figure flashing, and in an instant appeared in front of the speaking middle-aged man, under the gaze of everyone. Even the president of the Amaterasu Society did not react in time. Zhao Yincheng threw a punch, powerful enough to even explode the air, creating sharp whistling sounds. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, and the oncoming gust of wind made him feel suffocated. But he had no time to react and could only instinctively raise his arms and cross them in front of his chest. Lin Ning's purpose in coming was to show these self-righteous frogs in a little color. He had secretly deployed drones all over the Wa Kingdom, unafraid of these people turning hostile. So he did not stop Zhao Yincheng's actions but stood with his hands behind his back, watching coldly. Bang! Zhao Yincheng's punch landed solidly on the middle-aged man's arm. Crack! The arm bone broke, and the middle-aged man let out a scream, being sent flying by Zhao Yincheng's punch, soaring over the heads of the Wa people for dozens of meters before crashing heavily onto the hard ground. Chapter 348, letting off a dazzling firework thud. A young man in his 20s behind the president of the Amaterasu Society couldn't take it anymore and knelt on the ground, crying out loudly. Lin Ning glanced disdainfully at the young man and ignored him. Under Lin Ning's relentless pressure, everyone from the Wa side was now pressed against the stone wall with nowhere to retreat. Do you submit? Lin Ning's gaze swept over everyone, and no one dared to meet his eyes. Even the stunning woman, at this moment, had retracted all her pride and coldness. Her beautiful body pressed tightly against the stone wall, her big eyes brimming with tears, looking like a frightened little rabbit. The president of the Amaterasu Society had a complex expression, his lips tightly sealed, his confidence ruthlessly shattered by Lin Ning. Facing the godlike young man, the president sighed deeply, just about to speak, when a rumble of cars came from afar. Soon after, a large number of soldiers in military uniforms, armed with firearms, appeared on the small road leading to the platform. These soldiers had stern expressions and swarmed in, surrounding Lin Ning and the president of the Amaterasu Society. The dark muzzles of guns were aimed at everyone. At that moment, an officer among the soldiers walked over, pointed directly at Lin Ning without saying a word, and shouted, "I suspect you have intentions of stealing our national secrets. You are under arrest." Chapter 349, the movement of all sides at this moment. In a certain extremely secret underground space in the suburbs of Kyoto, Wa Kingdom, the surrounding walls were covered with densely packed screens, and dozens of men and women in military uniforms were busy and orderly operating at the control panels in front of the screens. The images on the screens showed missile silos opening one after another, and missiles were slowly pushed out, like drawn swords pointing at the sky. "Report, sir. All missiles are in position, waiting for orders. Launch." "Yes." As the operator pressed the red button, the missile bottoms began to ignite, shaking the earth. The commander who issued the launch order fixed his fierce gaze on the giant screen in front of him, a cold smile on his face, and said in a deep voice into the phone, "Minister, the missiles have been launched. Everything is going smoothly. These arrogant Huaxia people will surely face the punishment of our country's powerful military might." "Well done," the minister said with a look of satisfaction. "After the mission is accomplished, I will report to the emperor and commend you." "Huh." The commander of the secret base was overjoyed, standing with his feet together, chest out, and slightly bowing his head. Just at that moment, alarms suddenly blared within the base. "What happened?" the commander shouted. Chapter 350, Check-in, Japanese Shrine. Hearing the high-ranking official say this, the others finally felt relieved. "Since that's the case, can we let this person hand over the technology he possesses to the country? If that's the case, our Huaxia will definitely become the most powerful country in the world. If it were you, would you hand it over?" The high-ranking official chuckled mockingly. The person speaking awkwardly smiled and fell silent. "As long as he is here, it is the fortune of our Huaxia. No one is allowed to force him to do anything he is unwilling to do for any reason. As long as he doesn't intend to subvert Huaxia, everything is up to him." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others in the conference room changed dramatically. Is this going to put that person above the entire country? Everyone understood that Huaxia is not equivalent to the state. What honor this is. However, after the high-ranking official finished speaking, he fell silent, and even if the others had many questions, they did not dare to ask further. These people silently remembered this young man who had been granted such great power by the high-ranking official, in case they accidentally crossed paths with him in the future and offended him. They had never seen anyone who dared to confront the Japanese and American powers directly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, while the Huaxia high-ranking officials were discussing Lin Ning, the American high-ranking officials were in chaos. Chapter 351, Japan's surrender. The Japanese shrine is a spiritual symbol for the Japanese people. It houses the tablets of all the significant figures in Japanese history. Normally, as long as Japan does not perish, the shrine will not encounter any problems. However, today, under Lin Ning's bug operation, the spiritual belief of the Japanese people simply fell into his hands. Even if the Japanese do not acknowledge it, legally speaking at this moment, Lin Ning holds absolute control over the Japanese shrine. He can demolish it if he wants, or burn it if he wishes. Just as the wish fulfillment card took effect, the official managing the shrine jumped up from his desk. With a twisted expression, he seemed as if he wanted to devour the person reporting to him. What did you say? Our shrine has now become that person's property? Although he did not name anyone, both he and his subordinate knew who that person was. Yes, the subordinate of the shrine official was also sweating profusely, panic-stricken. What happened? How could our shrine become that person's property? What about the land and asset department? Have you contacted them to find out which bold person dared to make the decision to hand over the shrine to the Huaxia people? The shrine official questioned. Chapter 352. Assassination. Yi Feng was overjoyed upon hearing this, his body trembling with excitement. Lin Ning's words made him understand that he was being treated as one of their own and could freely use these resources. A feeling of being willing to die for a confidant surged in Yi Feng's heart, and his eyes turned red, nearly shedding tears. All right, stop being so sentimental. Get to work. Lin Ning smiled slightly. Yes, boss. Yi Feng wiped his eyes and turned to leave. He first contacted the Ma family. Hearing that Lin Ning was willing to meet them, the Ma family was very pleased and immediately arranged a time. However, this timing was entirely under Lin Ning's control. He could meet with the Ma family leader whenever he wanted. Currently, even though the Ma family is one of the 4 hidden families in Huaxia, controlling immeasurable wealth, they had to bow their heads in front of Lin Ning. In recent days, intelligence about Lin Ning had been continuously gathering in the Ma family, causing them great fear. They had taken in the Zhao family, which was originally on equal footing with them, as subordinates. It was said that the highest-ranking and most powerful ancestor of the Zhao family willingly became Lin Ning's servant, slaughtering that group of foreign people without any ability to fight back in the secret realm. He even went to Garage City and made a treaty with the emperor known for his iron-fisted rule, handing over the entire North Beria Plateau. Chapter 353. Lin Ning's strength. Just at this critical moment, Si Xiaoqing's pretty face turned cold, and she shouted. An ancient sword suddenly appeared in her hand, and a sound that shook the heart, like a dragon's roar, rang out as the sword was unsheathed. Just as Director Qian was about to pull the trigger, Si Xiaoqing appeared in front of him, flicking her sword, and the micro-submachine gun flew into the air. Following that, Si Xiaoqing reversed the sword handle and struck heavily at Director Qian's heart. Director Qian let out a scream, his eyes rolling back, and he fell to the ground. Bodyguards rushed up from behind, and a dozen people immediately pinned Director Qian down tightly, rendering him unable to move. At this moment, Director Qian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. What are you doing? Let me go. Let you go? You want us to let you assassinate the high-ranking official? Someone reprimanded sternly. What? Director Qian shouted and struggled desperately. Impossible. I was nurtured by the high-ranking official. He has shown me favor. How could I want to harm him? Huh. Still talking about favor. Turns out to be a wolf-hearted and dog-liver thing. The bodyguards pressing down on him not only didn't ease up, but pressed even tighter. Chapter 354. The last madness of the Yi family. After hosting Lin Ning and his group and sending them off, the high-ranking official gathered everyone again. He once again solemnly warned everyone that they must not have any conflict with Lin Ning. After the incident at the airport, these people had a deeper understanding of Lin Ning's terror. Therefore, no one felt that the high-ranking official was exaggerating. After the banquet, Lin Ning suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a property in the capital, which was the Zijin Mountain Villa. He had so many properties under his name, both domestically and internationally, that he couldn't keep track of them all. The last time his parents came, he didn't take them to see it, and today he happened to have nothing to do, so it would be good to inspect it directly, and he wouldn't have to stay in a hotel. As long as Lin Ning was happy, no one had any objections. So the driver checked the navigation and headed straight for Zijin Mountain Villa. Zijin Mountain Villa is located in the northwest corner of the capital, covering over 1,000 acres, with beautiful lakes and mountains, making it an excellent place for leisure, summer retreats, banquets, and meetings. Therefore, it is bustling with visitors all year round. However, the current general manager of Zijin Mountain Villa was somewhat distressed. Recently, The villa had suddenly changed owners for some unknown reason. As for who it was sold to, he was not sure. But he did know that the person taking over the villa was named Yi Feng, a former member of the Yi family in the capital. Chapter 355. Roadblock. Zijin Mountain Villa was crowded with people, making a loud commotion that could be heard from quite a distance. The road leading to Zijin Mountain Villa was blocked, with countless vehicles trying to enter the villa forced to stop, stretching for several hundred meters. Lin Ning's convoy came to a stop. Hearing the sounds of an argument at the entrance of the villa, Lin Ning couldn't help but furrow his brows. What's going on? Mr. Lin, it seems like there are some guests arguing at the entrance of the villa. I'll go take a look. The driver quickly got out of the car and jogged over. A few minutes later, he ran back and reported to Lin Ning outside the window, reporting to Mr. Lin. There are a few guests who feel that the service at the villa is poor and are causing a scene. Poor service? Lin Ning sensed that there might be some conspiracy behind this. When he returned from Japan, Yi Feng had specifically taken a day to report on the operational status of Lin Ning's properties. He particularly mentioned the Purple Gold Villa because it was once a property of the Ma family, which Lin Ning had forcibly signed over. Yi Feng had also reminded him, worried that the Ma family might retaliate or use other means to reclaim the villa. Regarding the operational status of the Purple Gold Villa, Yi Feng mentioned that the complaint rate was 0 every year and the quality of service was a benchmark throughout Huaxia, with making guests feel at home being just the most basic requirement. Chapter 356. Lin Ning's dominance. Is that the big boss Lin? The executive general manager's eyes lit up. As the executive general manager of the Purple Gold Villa, he certainly knew who the real owner was and had seen Lin Ning's photo. However, he didn't expect Lin Ning to suddenly arrive without notice and was momentarily taken aback. After Lin Ning introduced himself, he realized that this young man with such presence was actually the big boss. Take them all away, Lin Ning commanded. Yes. The executive general manager had long been impatient with these troublemakers, and with the big boss backing him up, he was not going to be polite. Arrest them all. His previously friendly demeanor immediately turned fierce. With a wave of his hand, the eager security guards pounced like wolves, quickly subduing and tying up the troublemakers, leaving no one, not even the women, unrestrained. What are you doing? You're hitting people. Look, the Purple Gold Villa is hitting people. Quickly report to the police, notify the reporters. They're hitting people. The troublemakers shouted and struggled desperately. Don't touch me. If you touch me again, I'll sue you for harassment. The women protested vigorously, pointing at the security guards and shouting loudly. Chapter 357. Meeting the Ma family. When Lin Ning took the two women downstairs to the restaurant for breakfast, everyone felt their breath catch upon seeing Si Shaoqing and Yin Jiawen. So beautiful. Are they fairies descended from heaven? With flawless skin, graceful figures, and shy faces. Every part of the two beauties was perfect. Any movie star or world-class model would feel ashamed in their presence. The legends of beauties from 500 years, 1,000 years, or 3,000 years were all overshadowed. In the entire restaurant, only Zhao Yinsheng, who was strong and had some self-control, retained a bit of rationality and wasn't completely captivated by the beauty of Si Shaoqing and Yin Jiawen. The other men had utterly lost control, excitedly drooling and showing expressions that were hard to praise. Just as the room full of men seemed ready to recklessly pounce, Lin Ning happened to cough. Though the sound was not loud, it was like a morning bell or evening drum, waking all the dazed men from their stupor. Terrified, they quickly shifted their gaze elsewhere, no longer daring to look at the two women. Lin Ning sat down with Yin Jiawen and Si Shaoqing, and a female server approached, her eyes slightly dazed, shocked by the beauty of the two women. Chapter 358. Secret Realm Strategy. Mr. Lin, you are right. Ma Boyang's expression darkened as Lin Ning spoke. The people in the secret realm have been getting restless lately. According to our intelligence, the indigenous people from the secret realm are mobilizing forces from all directions toward the front line, and it seems to be very urgent, as if they are preparing for a large-scale attack on our fortified positions. After more than 1,000 years of warfare, our people have suffered countless casualties, and now we are at a critical point where we have no extra manpower to send for support, Ma Boyang said with concern. The indigenous people of the secret realm are cruel and love to fight. If they break through the human defenses and enter our world, the consequences will be unimaginable. Speaking of which, what exactly is this secret realm? Why can't we completely eliminate them? Lin Ning asked curiously. Is it only Huaxia that has entrances to the secret realm? Of course not. Ma Boyang smiled and explained. There are multiple entrances to the secret realm. Besides Huaxia, there are places in other countries that are connected to the secret realm, and there are also legacy families like ours guarding them. However, they are currently also short-handed and cannot provide support. Chapter 359. Yin Jiawen is kidnapped. The public release of the design blueprints made the technology sector in Huaxia realize that this was an opportunity. While producing mechs according to the blueprint requirements, they also organized a large number of high-tech talents to study the blueprints. The research results were remarkably effective, providing many insights that led to breakthrough progress in numerous research projects that had long stagnated. They immediately applied their research findings to the mechs, gaining new inspiration through practice. This cycle continued, and Huaxia's technological strength progressed at an unprecedented pace. All of this, of course, was conducted under strict confidentiality. The United States was still unaware that while they were focusing on Lin Ning, Huaxia's national strength had gradually caught up and even surpassed them. When Huaxia reappeared before the world, it was already a lion armed to the teeth. After the airport assassination incident, the troops sent by the United States to Huaxia were unwilling to accept defeat. They quickly devised a new combat plan. Lin Ning was very strong, and they couldn't take action against him. Si Xiaoqing and Zhao Yinsheng were also not easy to deal with. The only ordinary person around Lin Ning was Yin Jiawen. So they planned to kidnap Yin Jiawen to force Lin Ning to comply. Chapter 360. A net to catch them all. The blonde beauty finally reacted. She realized the strength of the person before her, and her gaze became wary. The others felt a chill in their hearts and involuntarily took a step back, each adopting a defensive posture. Seeing this, Lin Ning coldly smiled. A bunch of cowards, is this all the courage you elite Americans have? Lin Ning, I warn you, don't act rashly. Don't forget, your girlfriend is still in my hands. They had planned well to capture Lin Ning's woman and use her as leverage to make him obey. But who knew that when truly facing Lin Ning, they felt guilty. It was as if they were confronting a prehistoric beast, and their minds were in disarray, completely forgetting their original plan. Hee, Lin Ning said lightly. You think you can threaten me with my girlfriend? You're thinking too simply. The blonde beauty suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis. Her expression changed, and she instinctively raised her hands while shouting, "Hurry up and keep an eye on that woman." However, as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ning had already appeared before her like a ghost. Chapter 361. Go to meet the in-laws after everyone had left. Lin Ning looked at Yin Jiawen and said, "Wife, I've been busy these past few days and neglected you a bit. I'm really sorry." "Husband, don't say that." Yin Jiawen immediately covered Lin Ning's mouth, her eyes filled with infinite tenderness. "I understand your intentions. I'm already very touched that you came to save me." "Hee. You are my wife, of course. I have to save you." Lin Ning smiled slightly, took Yin Jiawen's hand, and said, "Since there's nothing much going on these days, let's go visit my future in-laws." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Yin Jiawen's pretty face turned red as she lowered her head. The two walked out of the villa hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, and got in the car to return to Zijin Mountain Villa. As for that group of Americans, they were naturally taken care of by the country, so he didn't need to worry. Meanwhile, the Americans were in chaos. The elite troops they sent to Huaxia suddenly went silent, which made the higher-ups in America anxious. Time and again, they clashed with this young man named Lin Ning, and the end result was that America was left speechless, unable to voice their grievances. A carrier fleet was destroyed, a military base was wiped out, and a large number of elites went missing. Even in the garage city of the Great Bear Empire, they suffered severe setbacks. Chapter 362. Something came up. A voice responded from inside the room, and a middle-aged man who looked about the same age as Yin Jiawen's mother came out. He paused for a moment upon seeing Yin Jiawen. "Wenwen," the middle-aged man instinctively called out, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. This beautiful girl, who seemed almost otherworldly, looked very much like his daughter. Although she didn't look exactly the same, the features, expressions, and smiles from over 20 years of living together had been deeply engraved in the middle-aged man's heart, to the point where he could recognize his daughter just by the sound of her footsteps. Even though the middle-aged man was convinced that this girl was his daughter, he still hesitated to acknowledge it. She was just too beautiful enough to make his heart race. "Dad, it's me, I'm Wenwen. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Yin Jiawen smiled as she jumped next to her father, her laughter bright and charming. Seeing her behave just like his daughter, Yin Jiawen's father finally confirmed it was indeed his daughter. He muttered in disbelief, Daughter, how did you change like this? Isn't being prettier good? Yin Jiawen tilted her head and said playfully. Chapter 363. Restaurant conflict from the outside. The restaurant was quite busy. Once inside, it became apparent that there were many people, of all kinds, all dressed very neatly. As Lin Ning and Yin Jiawen walked in, they attracted everyone's attention. All the men in the restaurant were stunned. Then came a chorus of gasps. Countless men's ears perked up at the sight of the women beside them. Even the male server's ears were grabbed and twisted hard by the female server beside him. The pained male server yelled out, finally snapping out his days. The two were seated under the guidance of the female server and ordered several dishes. Once the food arrived, they began to eat and chat happily. Lin Ning said something that made Yin Jiawen laugh uncontrollably, her laughter ringing like silver bells, tickling the hearts of the men around them. Ignoring the angry glares from their female companions, the men secretly cast envious looks at Lin Ning, wishing they could take his place. Generally, under the glaring eyes of their partners, most men dared not act on their envy, merely indulging in a fleeting glance at Lin Ning. But there were some who were bolder. Soon, a young man dressed extravagantly waved at the server. Chapter 364. The arrogance of the Shi family. Young Master Shi's grandfather and father were accompanying a distinguished guest from the capital when they received a phone call that made them furious. How dare someone harm your descendants in Linhai? I'm truly astonished. The guest from the Shi family chuckled with interest upon hearing the news. The guest was around 50 years old, seated in the middle, while the head of the Shi family, the unfortunate young Master Shi's father and grandfather, stood respectfully beside him. Elder Ma, forgive me for the disturbance. The head of the Shi family suppressed his anger and forced a smile. No worries. Let's discuss our matters later. First, let's go see how the child is doing. Elder Ma waved his hand with a smile. All right. Hearing that the child had been hospitalized due to an attack. Both young Master Shi's grandfather and father were anxious and wished they could fly to his side immediately. However, with the distinguished guest present, they dare not show too much urgency. Now that the guest had spoken, the two were eager to rush to the hospital where young Master Shi was being treated. This unfortunate young Master Shi had already woken up, but his whole body was wrapped tightly like a zongzi. His once handsome face was now disfigured, making him look miserable. Upon seeing his grandfather and father enter, young Master Shi's eyes widened as he struggled, mumbling incoherently, but unable to form a complete sentence. Chapter 365. Elder Ma. Let's change partners. Lin Ning glanced at Ma Changyuan and smiled. Do you know me? Yes, Ma Changyuan replied respectfully. A few days ago, you discussed matters with our family head, and I was fortunate enough to listen in. I greatly admire Mr. Lin's exceptional talent, so I have a deep impression of you. Ma Changyuan's respectful attitude shocked and flustered everyone in the Shi family. The head of the Shi family quickly asked quietly, Elder Ma, may I ask who this is? Ma Changyuan's expression darkened as he coldly replied, You truly are ignorant. You don't even know the famous Mr. Lin. I really don't know how you became the richest in Linhai City. Elder Ma, please help introduce me. Despite being reprimanded by Ma Changyuan, the Shi family felt they were too inferior to express any dissatisfaction and remained smiling. Elder Ma, do you know the Shi family? Lin Ning asked. Mr. Lin, I'm not familiar with the Shi family. Ma Changyuan quickly replied. Your plan requires contacting various industries across Huaxia, so the family head sent me to Linhai to find partners. I just arrived today and have never interacted with the Shi family before. Ma Changyuan quickly distanced himself from the Shi family. Chapter 366. A surprise from the Zhang family. What did you say? The head of the Zhang family was startled, quickly standing up and incredulously shouting at the servant who rushed in. The servant was sweating profusely, out of breath, but wore an excited smile. Hearing the family head's question, he answered loudly again, Family head, Elder Ma from the Ma family in the capital is outside our door and wants to see you. He has important matters to discuss with you. Elder Ma? The head of the Zhang family paused for a moment, then realized and hurriedly ran outside, adjusting his clothes as he shouted, Quick! Everyone come with me to welcome Elder Ma. The Zhang family members with real power in the conference hall were all excited. A large group stood up and rushed out right behind the family head. Everyone's face bore the joy of being hit by a pie falling from the sky. This was the elder of the Ma family, personally paying a visit. Although this elder from the Ma family also went to the Shi family. That was because the Shi family went to the airport to personally welcome him, which was not comparable to a personal visit. Therefore, the Zhang family members, including their family head, were a bit dazed with excitement, hardly believing that such good fortune had come to them. The elder from the Ma family must have come for the cooperation matter. Chapter 367. Aunt, no one is blocking your way now, Mom. Don't panic, what happened? Yin Mother's words caused Yin Jiawen's expression to change drastically, and without caring that she was in the Zhang family, she stood up and walked out. Soon, Yin Jiawen returned, pale and with tears in her eyes. She hurried to Lin Ning and said with a choked voice, "Husband, my dad, don't panic. Take your time. What happened to Uncle?" Lin Ning gently patted Yin Jiawen's shoulder and comforted her softly. "My dad had a dispute with someone at the hotel and is now unconscious. I don't know the specifics," Yin Jiawen choked out. "Let us go. We need to check on him right away," Lin Ning said in a deep voice, then turned to look at Elder Ma and the Zhang family head, offering an apologetic smile. "Gentlemen, I have an urgent matter at home that requires my attention. You can discuss the cooperation matter amongst yourselves. Mr. Lin, the cooperation doesn't hinge on this day or half a day. I'll go with you to take a look. Perhaps I can help." Ma Chuanyuan also stood up. "I'll go too. Our Zhang family has a few friends in Linhai who can be useful at a critical time." The head of the Zhang family seized this great opportunity and also stood up. "All right, then I appreciate both of you." Lin Ning thought for a moment and did not refuse their company. Chapter 368. Yin father critically ill. The atmosphere in the hospital room was tense. Nurses and doctors were coming in and out more frequently, each with a stern face. Through the glass window, people outside could see several elderly experts with white hair gathered together discussing, but their expressions were anything but relaxed, with some shaking their heads frequently. Yin mother and Yin Jiawen seemed to be affected by this atmosphere, looking at Yin father on the hospital bed, both covering their mouths and quietly crying. At this moment, the hospital director also stopped saying anything. He paused for a while and walked in. The director approached the experts and joined the discussion. However, the more they discussed, the worse his expression became. Finally, he sighed deeply and slowly walked out of the ward, followed by several elderly experts. "Doctor, how's my dad?" Yin Jiawen, supporting her mother, stumbled to the director and asked urgently. The director took off his mask, his brows furrowed, and his expression somewhat troubled. After glancing at Lin Ning, he sighed and said, "Miss Yin, Mrs. Yin, I'm very sorry. We have organized the best team of experts for consultation and used the best equipment and medicine. But Mr. Yan's condition has not improved. We have done our best. I'm truly sorry." Chapter 369. Struggling to save a life at this moment in the hospital's emergency room. Everyone was sweating profusely, surrounding Yin father and, following the director's instructions, doing everything possible to prolong the patient's life. However, despite their efforts, Yin father's condition was deteriorating. From the outside, the rise and fall of his chest were no longer visible, and his body was starting to lose temperature. On the nearby equipment screen, the heart rate appeared very infrequently, and the beats were extremely weak. Yin father's life was like a candle flame in a storm, violently shaking, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. Because the person the director had mentioned had not yet appeared, everyone could be sure that the patient could not be saved. But they still did not dare to give up. The director is really something. The patient is like this, yet he still doesn't give up on treatment. We work hard, and the patient suffers. What is the point of doing this? The most ridiculous part is that the family isn't even here. If the family had been here all along, it would have been worth it to offer them some comfort. But we are fighting to prolong the patient's life. And the family doesn't know where they went. Who are we saving this for? This is truly ridiculous. A young nurse, drenched in sweat and exhausted, finally couldn't help but complain. "How would I know? It's all the director's orders. We don't have the right to question it. We just do, as the leadership says." Chapter 371. Attempted assassination. A person who had already been declared dead by medical equipment was suddenly revived after this handsome young man gave him a few injections and punches. And he was now very healthy. This was no longer a miracle. It was a divine act. All the doctors were wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. Yin Jiawen covered her mouth, looking at her father who had come back to life, tears of excitement welling up in her eyes. Lin Ning, her man, truly did not disappoint her. Yin mother let out a loud cry, rushing over and vigorously pounding Yin father's chest, crying and scolding. "You old man, I told you not to be disobedient. How many times have I told you not to get angry with others? Look how dangerous it is today. If something were to happen to you, how would we, a mother and daughter, survive?" After hitting him, Yin mother buried her head in Yin father's arms, crying uncontrollably completely unconcerned about the many people standing in the ward. Yin father felt a bit embarrassed, his face slightly reddened, gently patting Yin mother's shoulder. Lin Ning silently removed the silver needles from Yin father, carefully putting them back in the box, then waved his hand, leading the doctors out, leaving only the Yin family to express their heartfelt feelings. Chapter 372. Killing blow. He threw a punch that smashed into the building wall, and his fist sank right in, with debris flying everywhere. Then Lin Ning slightly exerted his arms, and his whole body soared into the air, floating upwards. After rising 7 or 8 meters, he showed signs of exhaustion. However, Lin Ning remained calm and kicked out with one foot, striking the wall of the building and creating a large hole. Using this momentum, he continued to ascend, alternating between kicks and punches. The reinforced concrete, which could withstand a magnitude 10 earthquake and might not even be penetrated by missiles, felt as soft as tofu under Lin Ning's hands and feet. With each smash, a hole was made. With each kick, another hole appeared. Lin Ning steadily climbed toward the rooftop. Fortunately, it was midnight, and the streets were very sparse with vehicles and pedestrians, coupled with the dim light. No one witnessed his actions. Otherwise, it would have caused quite a shock. At this moment, on the rooftop of the over 300-meter-tall building, a strong man dressed in all black and wearing sunglasses was carefully observing Lin Ning's direction through the scope of a sniper rifle. Seeing Lin Ning climb up the wall in an unbelievable manner startled this battle-hardened assassin. Chapter 373. Old grudges and new hatreds. Lin Ning checked and found that the other 3 people who were not tempted by the bounty were all of Chinese descent. 1 woman and 2 men. Among them, the female assassin was ranked first on the assassin leaderboard, known as the Queen of Assassins. This surprised Lin Ning and sparked a strong curiosity about her. Looking at the address provided by the Eye of Heaven system, he discovered that this female assassin lived in Zhonghai, and her hidden identity was that of an ordinary company employee, very inconspicuous. What made Lin Ning feel he must meet this most powerful woman in the assassin world was that the company she used to conceal her identity was located in the Zhonghai Global Trade Center. That was the first loot he had signed in, and it left a deep impression on him. So he felt that there must be some kind of connection between this woman and him. In contrast, the other 2 top Chinese assassins, also ranked in the world's top 10, did not pique his interest as much. However, Lin Ning still hoped to meet these 2 to see if there was any gain. Before binding the sign-in system, he was just an ordinary person with little understanding of this world. But after this period of exposure, he found that this world was far more exciting than he had imagined. Chapter 374. I'll join to make up the numbers after saying this. Lin Ning's gaze fell on the head of the Zhang family. Although Lin Ning's expression was calm and gentle, the head of the Zhang family felt an unmatched pressure suddenly descend upon him, a chill involuntarily rising from the depths of his heart, causing goosebumps all over his body. Mr. Lin, may I ask what you need? The head of the Zhang family smiled even more brightly, his tone more respectful, and he bent lower. I need you to handle things here, Lin Ning said with a smile. No problem, no problem, it's a small matter. I assure you, nothing has happened here. Everything is normal. The head of the Zhang family quickly replied. This person originally had an identity that could not be exposed. I suspect he sneaked in or used a fake identity, and he is a foreigner. As long as we handle it slightly, we can do it without anyone knowing, and there will be no trouble. After saying this, the head of the Zhang family waved his hand, and several people immediately came up behind him, skillfully starting to deal with all the things left by the assassin. Lin Ning watched for a moment and nodded in satisfaction. These people were clearly professionals, not only quick, but also well-equipped with various devices and drugs. Chapter 375. War begins. The head of the Zhang family's luxury car was parked downstairs. All the way, he kept making phone calls, mobilizing troops. Since getting to the entertainment street required crossing Linhai City, it wasn't a short distance. Because it was still the dark night before dawn, there weren't many cars on the road, but even so, they would still need about 2 hours to reach their destination. Mr. Lin, I've arranged everything. A total of 300 subordinates are on their way to the entertainment street. The head of the Zhang family reported cautiously after giving orders. Okay, I understand, Lin Ning replied lightly and stopped speaking. The car fell into silence. However, not long after, the head of the Zhang family's phone rang again, startling him. What is it? The head of the Zhang family glanced at Lin Ning, who was lost in thought, and asked in a low voice. Patriarch, it's bad. We've arrived at the entertainment street. but the road has been sealed off by the military. Our people can't get in at all, one of the Zhang family's subordinates reported in a panic. What? The military has sealed the street? This is impossible. With such a big operation, how come we haven't received any news? The head of the Zhang family reprimanded. Really, patriarch, more than 100 vehicles came, and we circled around the entertainment street. It's full of soldiers and all the roads are blocked. We really can't get in, the person on the other end of the phone said with a crying tone. Chapter 376. If I had known today, I wouldn't have done it after a night of revelry. The pedestrians wandering the entertainment street were still in a daze. They hadn't noticed what was happening outside until a group of fierce-looking, weapon-wielding big men charged towards them, causing them to react with sharp screams. However, these fierce men were not targeting the people on the street. The big men rushed past the pedestrians, then scattered into dozens of small teams, rushing into the entertainment venues on both sides of the street. Soon, sounds of cursing, arguing, and the noise of fighting erupted from inside. The tranquil and peaceful atmosphere of the entertainment street was shattered in an instant. Many men, disheveled and with various tattoos, stumbled out of the entertainment venues, cursing as they fled. Immediately after, the Zhang family's subordinates came out wielding weapons, striking at the first group of fleeing people. This scene covered half of the entertainment street. On the other half of the entertainment venues, the bouncers, hearing the commotion outside, also rushed out. Seeing their people being beaten, they quickly went back to grab weapons and join the fight. Chapter 377. Returning to Zhonghai after venting this breath, Lin Ning got into the car and left. He didn't say how to deal with the Shi family, but he knew that with the intelligence and wisdom of the head of the Zhang family, he would certainly spare no effort in beating down the drowning dog. Coupled with Ma Changyuan's assistance, the Shi family wouldn't be able to make any waves anymore. At this moment, the sky was brightening. Although Lin Ning hadn't slept all night, he was still in high spirits. In the car, he received a call from Yin Zhaoan. Yin Zhaoan woke up and, not seeing Lin Ning, felt a bit worried, so she called him. Don't worry about me. I'm out handling some matters just finished, and I'm on my way back. Lin Ning comforted her softly. The two chatted all the way, and time passed quickly. Upon returning to the hospital, Lin Ning saw Yin Zhaoan, as well as her father and mother. Yin Zhaoan's father had fully recovered, looking healthy and radiant. The attitudes of Yin father and Yin mother towards Lin Ning were even more enthusiastic than yesterday. If yesterday they regarded him as a rival competing for their daughter, today they treated Lin Ning as a son. They were extremely satisfied with the relationship between their daughter and Lin Ning. With a noble identity, superb medical skills, and such youth, his future was undoubtedly limitless. Finding a son-in-law like him would be incredibly difficult. Chapter 378. A life of winning. By lying down, the plane landed steadily at Zhonghai Airport. Families from all over came to welcome him, and the exit was crowded. With more than 100 people, everyone craned their necks in anticipation. Lin Ning's name had already resounded throughout Zhonghai, and everyone wanted to get close to him, including the 10 major families of Zhonghai. Before Lin Ning emerged, all eyes were focused on a young man standing at the front, proud and arrogant, filled with envy. Since the first heir of the Jiang family, Jiang Ta, became friends with Lin Ning, the Jiang family had risen rapidly, jumping from the lower ranks of the 10 major families to the top position. The original first family, after investigating the relationship between Jiang Tuo and Lin Ning, dared not compete with them, and instead handed over several lucrative projects to show goodwill. If the first family did this, the other families were even more unwilling to be left behind. Unable to contact Lin Ning, they were also eager to connect with the Jiang family. Thus, other families showcased their abilities, eagerly trying to win over Jiang Tuo. With the support of all the major families, Jiang Tuo had become the leader of the younger generation in Zhonghai. He hadn't seen Lin Ning for a long time, and the thought of meeting him soon made Jiang Tuo tremble with excitement. Chapter 379. King of Assassins Lin Ning shrugged off the people welcoming him and secretly left the airport through another exit. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Global World Trade Center. This building was the first place Lin Ning signed in, so he had a deep emotional connection to it. However, he had been too busy later on, entangled in various matters, and had visited here only a handful of times. Lin Ning did not expect that the infamous and world-renowned king of assassins, the Black Scorpion, would be hiding here. Indeed, the greatest concealment is often in plain sight. Neither her enemies nor competitors would suspect this place. With a sigh, Lin Ning walked towards the building. The current Lin Ning revisiting the old haunts, was entirely different from the down-and-out young man struggling to make a living back then. Now he controlled trillions in assets, had met many world-class big shots, and his eloquence and insight were incomparable. Standing there, he naturally emanated an impressive aura of a superior, making people instinctively want to worship him. So many white-collar workers hurried past Lin Ning, their eyes briefly scanning this extraordinary young man. Men felt jealous, while women were excited. When the building security guard saw Lin Ning, he immediately stood at attention. Chapter 380. I want to kill you. Is it really that hard to find you? Lin Ning shrugged, smirking playfully. Because they were too close, their bodies inevitably brushed against each other with Lin Ning's movements, making the girl feel uncomfortable inside. Especially since her legs were in a split position, it was even more embarrassing. Let go of me, the girl exclaimed in a low voice. I can let you go, Lin Ning replied with a smile, but you have to tell me all your information. Didn't you already find out everything? The girl frowned. That's different. Lin Ning shook his head and smiled. I want to hear it from you directly. Shameless. The girl's expression changed slightly, and she glared at him with furrowed brows. Hee. Lin Ning chuckled, saying nothing, just taking another step closer. A tingling sensation washed over the girl again, and she couldn't help but shout, quickly covering her mouth. Her face turning red as she glared fiercely at Lin Ning, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Unfazed by the girl's murderous glare, Lin Ning asked, Will you tell me? If not, we can continue, but I assume this place, although remote, won't always be empty, right? If someone sees us, will you kill me to silence me, or will you run away? Chapter 381. Eyebrow grooming Lin Ning did not leave, but casually found a chair to sit down, taking a keen interest in the advertising company. The girl who had just reminded Xuem Mengmeng returned to the front desk, busying herself. Meanwhile, a small butterfly flew down from the air and landed on the window of the advertising company. In Lin Ning's view, a scene appeared. In the scene, a well-dressed woman in her 30s was standing in front of Xuem Mengmeng, pointing her manicured finger at her and scolding her with spittle flying everywhere. She criticized Xuem Mengmeng for lacking discipline, leaving her post for too long during work hours and not bringing her phone, threatening fines and so on. The clarity of the image was very high, almost capturing every detail. Watching Xuem Mengmeng's dazed expression as she was lectured by an older woman who was pompous and verbose, Lin Ning found it amusing. Who would have thought that such a seemingly delicate and weak girl would be a top assassin on the underground world's assassin list? If Xuem Mengmeng were to strike out in anger, the older woman wouldn't even know how she died. Truly, ignorance is bliss. However, Lin Ning also admired Xuem Mengmeng. To hold such a high status in the underground world and willingly work as an ordinary receptionist in this small advertising company was impressive. Chapter 382. Strolling Xuem Mengmeng worked as a receptionist in this building, so she naturally knew manager Zheng. Seeing how respectful the property manager of the building was towards Lin Ning, she was very surprised. Lin Ning nodded to Zheng Yiming and said, Let's go. After speaking, Lin Ning walked forward without looking back. Although Xuem Mengmeng felt puzzled, she couldn't ask too many questions at this moment and could only mechanically follow him. Turning a corner, Xuem Mengmeng suddenly tugged at Lin Ning's sleeve. You're going the wrong way. The elevator is over there. She pointed in another direction. That's right. Lin Ning smiled at her and said lightly, Just follow me. Continuing forward, they quickly arrived at a closed elevator. There was no one else around, and Xuem Mengmeng watched as Lin Ning took out a golden card and swiped it on a sensor next to the elevator door. The number indicating the floor lit up instantly, leaving Xuem Mengmeng somewhat shocked. How do you have a VIP card for this building? Because I'm the owner of this building, Lin Ning laughed heartily. When the elevator arrived, he took her inside and headed to the top floor. The entire top floor was an office area. Chapter 383. My agent as Lin Ning entered the lobby, Jiang Tuo happened to look over. Their eyes met, and Lin Ning smiled and nodded slightly. Jiang Tuo excitedly broke away from the rich second-generation crowd surrounding him and hurried toward Lin Ning, saying excitedly, Boss, you're back. Lin Ning nodded. You look revitalized. It seems you've been doing well in Zhonghai lately. Hee. It's all thanks to the boss's nurturing and Brother Ye's guidance. Otherwise, I would still be that troublemaker, the spoiled rich kid who causes chaos everywhere. How could I become the heir of the Jiang family? Moreover, boss, do you know that the Jiang family is now the #1 family in Zhonghai? In the near future, we will become the top family in Huaxia, Jiang Tuo said, his blood boiling with excitement, his eyes shining with admiration for Lin Ning. That's right, that's right. Work hard, and let's make the Jiang family the world's #1. Lin Ning patted Jiang Tuo on the shoulder, encouraging him. Lin Ning valued Jiang Tuo, the first subordinate to follow him, because he was a person who valued loyalty and righteousness. Just as the two were chatting, the rich second-generation young men who had originally surrounded Jiang Tuo all gathered over. Lin Ning's appearance had long been deeply etched in their minds. They knew that this incredibly young man before them was a significant figure. Anyone who could establish a connection with him would be riding the wave of success. Even a pig could fly. Chapter 384. Disruption at the venue. Just as everyone was enviously watching the proud Jiang Tuo, thinking about how to please him to secure orders, a voice suddenly rang out inappropriately. Who are you? Standing so high and pointing fingers, my neck is already sore. Come on, introduce yourself. Let Grandpa see if you have 3 heads and 6 arms. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Who had such audacity? Was he out of his mind? How dare he speak to Lin Ning like that? He must not know how to write the word death. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. The speaker was a young man in a plaid shirt, tight-fitting cropped pants, slick-back hair, and wearing sandals. Moreover, he had a Patek Philippe watch worth over $1 million on his wrist and 7 rings on his 10 fingers, diamonds, emeralds, sapphires, and rubies, all sparkling brilliantly under the lights. This guy had a smirk on his face, eyebrows raised, and was puffing on a cigar, glaring at Lin Ning. He also had his arm around a curvaceous, raggedly dressed girl who looked no older than 20, heavily made up. Chapter 385. Beach Barbecue. Lin Ning moved swiftly, using his shoulder to bump, knee to jab, and punches to strike, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Several burly bodyguards were sent flying like bowling pins, twirling in the air before crashing down with a thud. The entire hall was suddenly silent. Only the groans of the fallen pay fan and a few bodyguards could be heard. Lin Ning, as if nothing had happened, clapped his hands and said, "Take these people to the hospital. Let the doctors take good care of them." After saying that, he pulled Yan Zhao in and walked out of the hall. Throughout, Shui Mingming said nothing, just followed Lin Ning closely, curiously observing this man. Watching him point out strategies, commanding with flair, and acting decisively, she unwittingly began to feel a strange sensation towards this mysterious man. For over 20 years, this was the first time she had such feelings for a man, making her want to get closer and understand him like a moth to a flame, regardless of the consequences. Once outside the hall, Yan Zhaoen rubbed her flat stomach and complained, "I'm starving. Why didn't we eat before leaving? I've been waiting here dry for half a day and haven't even had a sip of soup." Hearing Yan Zhaoen's slightly complaining words, Lin Ning laughed heartily, not minding the people following behind, and wrapped his arm around her waist, saying, "There are too many people here, it's noisy. Can you eat under these conditions?" Chapter 386. Ning, is that you? The ingredients prepared by Chun Long were abundant, featuring a rich variety of meats, seafood, and vegetables. The entire beach was empty except for the 3 of them, with only the sea breeze blowing and the waves gently rustling. The night sky filled with stars like countless gems embedded in a black curtain, serene and deep, full of mystery. Dining in such an environment whetted one's appetite. Coupled with Lin Ning's excellent barbecue skills, Yan Zhaoen and Shui Mingming were shouting with joy, their hands and mouths covered in oil. Laughter rang out like silver bells on the beach. Yan Zhaoen, ever restless, ran towards the sea, turning on a flashlight on her phone to shine around, only to return with a disappointed face, sighing, "Didn't they say there were seals here? Why haven't I seen any? Look carefully, maybe they ran to another place." Lin Ning skillfully flipped the skewers on the grill and smiled. "You mustn't shout so loudly. Seals are timid. If you scare them away, you won't see them anymore." "Nonsense. Am I that scary?" Yan Zhaoen playfully glared at Lin Ning before turning and running off again to search for seals. Taking advantage of Yan Zhaoen's departure, Shui Mingming approached Lin Ning. Chapter 387. "President Jiang sent me to protect you. It's me. You're not dreaming." Lin Ning held Iren's hand as she touched her face and gently said, "Aren't you in the capital? How did you end up here and nearly drowned?" Upon hearing Lin Ning's question, Iren's surprised expression turned panicked immediately. "Ning, quickly save my parents. Someone wants to kill them." As soon as Iren finished speaking, both Lin Ning and Shui Mingming's expressions changed dramatically. Lin Ning quickly hugged Iren and leaned forward to pin her down. At the same time, he grabbed Yan Zhaoen's hand and pulled her down onto the beach as well. "Don't move." Lin Ning shouted, firmly holding down the two beauties. Meanwhile, Shui Mingming dashed out towards the darkness. Tat tat tat. The previously quiet and peaceful night was shattered by a sudden burst of gunfire. Rapid and dense. Bullets rained down like raindrops from all directions, hitting the beach, splashing up large clouds of sand in front of Lin Ning and behind Shui Mingming. The enemies were in the dark, while Lin Ning and the others were in the light. In a rush, they had no idea where the enemy was or how many there were. Shui Mingming did not charge straight in, but instead slithered like a snake across the beach, dodging the incoming bullets while searching for the enemy's whereabouts. Chapter 388. Farewell, Crown Prince. Okay. Lin Ning nodded and said to the commander, have your people check around to see if there are any survivors. Yes. The commander saluted again and turned to leave. After he left, Lin Ning looked at Shui Mingming and asked, did you find anything out? I did, Shui Mingming replied expressionlessly, wiping the blood off a dagger on the sole of her shoe. These people are all death warriors from a family with the surname Pai. They were supposed to protect a young master, but it seems that this young master was beaten by someone and couldn't take it, so they sent someone over. By the way, this young master Pai is the same person you beat up in the hotel lobby, right? Shui Mingming looked at Lin Ning and said with a playful smile, this kid is truly audacious. I was just giving him a minor punishment out of respect for his elders, and he actually dared to use a gun. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Lin Ning smiled coldly, his gaze darkening. At this moment, Jiang Tao also drove over, parked the car, and hurriedly ran over. Upon seeing Lin Ning, he immediately approached and began to check him over. Boss, are you okay? Are you hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital? Chapter 389. The prince pleads for mercy in a panic. The prince ran to the back of the yacht. Those he brought with him were either thrown into the sea by Lin Ning or beaten to the point of losing their ability to resist. Now, the prince was all alone, trembling in fear at the sight of Lin Ning. Run, go ahead and run. Lin Ning slowed his pace, slowly approaching the prince with a half smile. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll jump. The prince, in a state of panic, climbed onto the railing, 1 foot outside and 1 foot inside, shouting, jump. If you have the guts, jump. Lin Ning chuckled. Let me tell you, there are sharks in these waters. If you jump in, your body will be torn apart by the sharks and devoured, not even leaving a bone behind. Lin Ning's words frightened the prince, making him even paler. He leaned over to look down, unable to see clearly through the dark water surface, and seemed to spot a few dark shadows swimming by. Terrified, the prince quickly pulled his head back, gripping the railing tighter. What do you want to do? The prince was crying, tears streaming down his face. You should understand my purpose here, right? Lin Ning sneered. I understand, the prince quickly nodded. Chapter 390. Yilin confesses. However, Yilin seemed not to have heard this. Her beautiful eyes rippled like water as she looked steadily at Lin Ning, slowly walking toward him step by step. Having died once, Yilin seemed like a different person. When she sent her parents away, she had already made up her mind to win over Lin Ning tonight. The torment of longing was too painful. Lin Ning, fearless of anything, dared to curse at the American big shots. But facing Yilin, he felt a bit nervous and didn't dare to make eye contact with her. I have nothing to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Ning awkwardly smiled, trying to slip away. Stop. Lin Ning's feet halted, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Standing in front of Lin Ning, Yilin looked at him affectionately and softly said, Am I not pretty? Pretty, like a fairy descending to earth, Lin Ning stammered. Is it because I'm not gentle enough? Yilin pressed closer. That's not it. Their faces almost touched. A faint fragrance wafting into Lin Ning's nose, causing his face to turn slightly red, sweat beading at his nose. Is it because I lack femininity? Yilin's lips parted slightly, her breath fragrant. If Miss Yilin lacks femininity, then all the women in the world lack femininity, Lin Ning complimented. Chapter 391. 100 Charm Lin Ning? Young Master Pai blinked, a flash of lightning racing through his mind. He finally remembered. While overseas, a respected elder in his clan had once called him to specifically mention a certain matter. A young man with the surname Lin had bombed the American military base in Japan, forcing the Japanese prime minister to bow down and admit fault. Becoming close friends with the top leaders, and all the ministerial big shots treated that person with respect. The elder had specifically advised young Master Pai that if he were fortunate enough to meet this Mr. Lin upon returning to the country, he must lower his stance. Make friends if possible, and if necessary, use all clan resources. Even if there was no chance to befriend him, he must never be an enemy. The armed force sent to attack Lin Ning was specially allocated to young Master Pais used by the clan. because young Master Pai was coming to Zhonghai. And Lin Ning happened to be in Zhonghai as well. The Pai family had dispatched their most elite armed force to Zhonghai for young Master Pai to befriend Lin Ning. Who would have thought that through a twist of fate, this armed force would be wiped out by Lin Ning alone? Young Master Pai was not foolish. Seeing Lin Ning standing before him unscathed, he realized his men were all finished. And he had completely offended this major figure whom no one in all of Huaxia dared to provoke. Chapter 392. Fire Extinguishing Expert Dam. Hearing the system's response, Lin Ning couldn't help but shiver. The system is a scam, with such a skill that appeals to both men and women. How can I go out in the future? Lin Ning wanted to cry, without tears, feeling for the first time that having a system was not a good thing. However, what the system said next made Lin Ning feel as if he had suddenly ascended from hell to heaven. Please note, the charm value of the 100 charm skill can be adjusted between 0 and 100. Adjust? Lin Ning's eyes lit up. If this unfortunate skill value could be adjusted, then that'll be fine. But how to adjust it? As long as the host thinks about this skill and silently recites a number, it can be adjusted. The system kindly sensed Lin Ning's thoughts and provided the answer. 0. Lin Ning immediately tested it, silently reciting a 0 in his mind. Next, the bodyguards who had previously looked at him with adoring eyes, ready to serve him, suddenly changed their expressions, their eyes turning into extreme dislike, glaring at Lin Ning as if he had killed their father or taken their wife. Some even clenched their fists, their teeth grinding. It was likely that if Lin Ning were not their boss, and if they weren't bound by contracts, they would have rushed up to beat him up. Chapter 393. Gene Serum. Lin Ning's attention was drawn to the information suddenly sent by the Heavenly Eye. Island. Pirates? What island? What pirates? Master, the last time you brought the photolithography machine back from the Tulip Country, the Heavenly Eye system kindly reminded him, simultaneously pulling up that day's video and transmitting it into Lin Ning's mind. Lin Ning patted his head, finally remembering. He had signed for too many things and couldn't keep track of all of them. Since he had time now, why not take this opportunity to check out the island? Speaking of which, he hadn't been to see the island since he acquired it. Just as he was thinking this, the two beauties emerged from the bathroom. It was unclear whether they had been playing around inside or for other reasons, but both had large wet patches on their chests. Once the thin nightgowns were soaked, they were almost indistinguishable from being transparent. For perfect, full curves were visible, and a faint fragrance filled Lin Ning's nose. Lin Ning's eyes roamed over the two, enjoying the sight. Yan Jiaowen and Yilin noticed Lin Ning's change, giggled, and pulled Lin Ning's hand, pushing him out of the bedroom. Looking at the closed bedroom door in front of him, Lin Ning knocked and shouted loudly, "You guys are so ungrateful. You treated me like that last night, and today you turn your back on me so quickly. It's not like you're killing the donkey after you've used it." Chapter 394. Applying sunscreen. Lin Ning sensed a change in Shui Mingming's aura, knowing that the gene serum had taken effect. However, he was still unsure of how significant the effect was. So he extended his right palm toward Shui Mingming, smiling, "Come on, punch my hand. Let us see what your strength is like now." "Boss, my strength has increased a lot now. I'm afraid I might hurt you with just one punch," Shui Mingming said with a grin while clenching her fist. "Hurt me?" Lin Ning laughed heartily. "You still have 2,000 years to go. Come on, hit me boldly. I won't blame you." "Boss, you must be watching too much Ultraman." Seeing that Lin Ning was persistent, Shui Mingming smiled slyly, clenched her fist, and punched towards Lin Ning's palm. The surging power within her was mobilized and surged towards her fist. However, the strength she had just gained was not well controlled yet. So Shui Mingming did not use all her power, only gathering half of it. But even with just this amount of power, it was already very strong, even breaking the air and producing a series of explosive sounds. The punch was like a flash of lightning. The power contained within it was as heavy as a mountain, smashing towards Lin Ning's palm. With a clap, Shui Mingming's fist was firmly grasped by Lin Ning. Her body remained motionless, and only her palm slid back slightly. Chapter 395. Huaxia Silver Needle. Lin Ning was focused on finishing up Yan Jiaowen's beautiful back. Hearing the noise, he looked over to see Shui Mingming turn sideways, one hand reaching around her back, pretentiously pretending to touch something, but could only reach halfway. The other half was indeed out of reach. Her tan skin shone with a healthy glow under the sunlight, incredibly tempting. But Lin Ning still shook his head and didn't dare to approach. "You can do it yourself, or let Yilin help," Lin Ning said. "I'll do it." Yilin, who was sitting next to Shui Mingming, smiled, and took the sunscreen. Shui Mingming could only pout at Lin Ning, lying down for Yilin to help her. Time passed bit by bit, with 4 stunning beauties accompanying him. Lin Ning did not feel bored at all. At this moment, more and more people appeared on the beach. Many people were drawn over by the sight of 4 rare beauties, their eyes captivated. However, most just looked and didn't dare to get too close. But some people were different. A few white-skinned foreigners suddenly walked over from a distance. They were all men, tall and muscular, with thick chest hair. Chapter 396. Say the seal, such a small thing, made half of my body unable to move? These people did not believe in evil, thinking Lin Ning was exaggerating. They raised another hand, wanting to pull the needle out. If you pull out, you'll be done for, Lin Ning said lightly. Someone was quick, and before they could hear clearly, they pulled out the silver needle that was stuck in their shoulder. As soon as the needle was pulled out, the person collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, unable to move at all. Seeing this bizarre scene, those who were slow to act dared not move. Their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Lin Ning. They immediately knelt on the ground, desperately bowing their heads. Big brother, we were wrong. We shouldn't have provoked these beauties. Please have mercy and spare our lives. At this time, Yin Zhaoan also wrapped herself in a towel, hiding her graceful figure before walking up to Lin Ning and whispering, "Let go. We aren't really hurt. Just teach these people a lesson." "All right, I'll listen to you." Lin Ning glanced at Yin Zhaoan, lifted the fat man out of the pit, and he landed right in front of Shui Mingming. "Apologize, Auntie. I didn't recognize Mount Tai. I offended you. Please have mercy and spare my life." Chapter 397. To the island, Lin Ning picked up a stone, weighed it in his hand, and then threw it into the sky. The strong force made the stone smash through the air like a bullet, producing a deafening explosion and leaving a long white trail. Not long after, a commotion came from outside. Si Xiaoqing emerged from the bushes and immediately spotted Lin Ning. "What happened?" she asked as she walked over to Lin Ning. "This seal is injured," Lin Ning said. Si Xiaoqing looked at the seal, said nothing more, and made a phone call. Soon, a helicopter landed on the beach, and several professional veterinarians in white coats came down from the plane with various medicines, treating the wounds on the mother seal and using special equipment to send the seal family to a professional hospital. After handling the seal situation, it was already quite late. Lin Ning and his party returned to the hotel, and there was nothing else to do but wait for the cruise ship to launch. 2 days later, the cruise ship was repaired. Early in the morning, Lin Ning took the 4 beauties to the dock. Apart from the 5 of them, there was not a single outsider. With Lin Ning's strength, there was no need to bring any bodyguards. However, when they arrived at the boarding area, they found that the way to the deck was blocked by someone. Chapter 398. Hunting. As soon as Lin Ning walked into the cave, he was overwhelmed by a pungent smell that made it hard to keep his eyes open and his brows knitted together. The few beauties following him could hardly bear it, screaming and desperately waving their hands in front of them, turning around and running out without hesitation. Lin Ning quickly waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind blew through the cave, dispersing the foul smell. Only then did Lin Ning step deeper into the cave, approaching the few wild people. Hearing the footsteps, the people lying on the ground struggled to raise their heads, brushing aside the filthy hair blocking their eyes, and became excited upon seeing Lin Ning. "Help! Help me!" Their voices were hoarse and weak. The skin of these people was covered with thick dirt, barely recognizable as white people. Lin Ning originally planned to capture these people for questioning to see who their mastermind was. But after experiencing some events during this time, Lin Ning understood that there were American shadows behind these pirates. The United States constantly accuses other countries of being terrorists, but in Lin Ning's view, the United States is the world's biggest terrorist, a cancer to the world, and if not treated, it will eventually destroy the world. Chapter 399. We believe in the captain. The cheetah struggled desperately, letting out deafening roars from its mouth. But it was useless. Si Xiaoqing held down the cheetah with just one hand, not moving an inch. At first, Yin Zhaoan and Yilin were a bit worried, constantly shouting for Si Xiaoqing to be careful. A few minutes later, the two stopped shouting, lying on the car and watching the cheetah with great interest. Big cat, why don't you just stop moving and beg for mercy?" Yilin softly persuaded. Hee, Yilin, you're so cute. It's an animal, not a person. How could I understand what you're saying?" Yin Zhaoan chuckled. Yilin has a heart of innocence. Very nice. Lin Ning gently patted Yilin's head, smiling to encourage her. Yilin stuck out her little tongue, feeling a bit shy. But the next scene left everyone dumbfounded and shocked. After Yilin said that, the cheetah on the ground really began to reduce its struggling strength, slowly lying down with its front legs stretched out like a person bowing while making whimpering sounds. Look, look, the big cat is really begging for mercy. It can understand my words. Iron jumped and laughed excitedly, her palms turning red from clapping. Chapter 400 Recruitment. Meeting a few minutes later, the effect of the gene potion took effect. The expressions of the beauties changed, and they barely had time to react. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful aura burst forth from the members of the Blood Red Rose team. These auras collided with each other, creating swirling vortices that sliced the surrounding grass and trees into fragments. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, dozens of battlefield robots and drones rushed over, surrounding the beauties, with dark cannon muzzles exuding a sense of destruction that was terrifying. Even though the beauties had greatly enhanced their strength, they were still shocked upon seeing these steel warriors. It made them admire Lin Ning, their new boss, even more, and they were even more devoted. Moreover, the boss had potions that could directly enhance their strength, which was simply unheard of. Lin Ning waved his hand, and these steel warriors silently retracted their weapons and disappeared. Everyone, from now on we are all family, so I won't say too many pleasantries. The reason for gathering you all here is to assign you a challenging task. Please give us your orders, boss. No matter if it's climbing a mountain or going through fire, we sisters will never back down. Chapter 401. Cutting in line. The vehicles were orderly, each driving into the International Conference Center's parking lot according to the staff's instructions. With order comes speed. In fact, many traffic jams are caused by chaos due to people not following the rules. The distance of 500 to 600 meters took about half an hour to cover. Lin Ning was next in line, with a car in front of him. As that car entered the parking lot, a small space temporarily opened up. Just as Lin Ning lightly pressed the accelerator, intending to enter the conference center, a red Ferrari roared in from the side, aggressively trying to cut in front of Lin Ning's car. Damn! Lin Ning exclaimed, slamming on the brakes. His business vehicle emitted a harsh, screeching sound, leaving a black mark on the ground. However, despite his timely maneuver, the two cars were too close to avoid a collision. The front of Lin Ning's car directly crashed into the side of the red Ferrari, creating a very noticeable dent. The Ferrari came to a stop, and a heavily made-up, aggressive beauty in high heels stepped out of the driver's seat. She first looked at the damage on her car, then with a sullen face, approached the front of Lin Ning's car. Chapter 402. Canceling cooperation with the Qian family. Let's cancel the cooperation with the Qian family. In the future, I hope we won't have any business dealings with them. After hearing Jiang Tuo's words, Lin Ning said lightly, Yes, boss, I will notify the Qian family right away, canceling all contracts. We will never cooperate with them in the future. Jiang Tuo felt a chill in his heart, not daring to ask anything, and directly agreed to Lin Ning's request. Boss, where are you now? I'm right at the entrance of the Zhonghai International Conference Center. Then why don't you come in? Jiang Tuo asked, puzzled. Haha, it's not that I don't want to go in. It's that a young lady from the Qian family is blocking my way, insisting that I compensate her for her Ferrari. Lin Ning replied dismissively with a smile. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tuo immediately understood why the boss wanted to terminate the cooperation with the Qian family. Boss, I'll come out to pick you up right away. Please wait. Jiang Tuo hurriedly hung up and ran outside. At the same time, he dialed the phone of the Qian family's elder. Jiang Tuo, I sent my eldest granddaughter to find you to sign the contract. Has she arrived? As soon as the call connected, Elder Qian asked with a smile. Elder, you have a good granddaughter, Jiang Tuo said with a bitter smile. Ha, you flatter me. Elder Qian chuckled on the other end. My granddaughter is good at everything, but she's too proud. Did she say anything in front of you? For my old face's sake, please don't hold it against her. Chapter 403. The Qian family comes to apologize. Thud. The phone slipped from Qian Ruping's hand and fell to the ground weakly. She looked at Lin Ning with a pale face, unable to believe it, and gulped hard, asking bitterly, May I ask, what is your name? My name is Lin Ning. Lin Ning said, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, hands in his pockets, looking at Qian Ruping with amusement. The arrogant and unreasonable woman before him now looked as pathetic as a stray dog. Upon hearing the name Lin Ning, she trembled all over, as if struck by lightning. Stumbling back several steps and sitting down on the ground, she muttered to herself, shaking her head desperately, No, it's impossible. You can't be Master Lin Ning. He is the #1 person in Huaxia. How could he drive an ordinary business car and dress so plainly? You must be lying to me. That's right. It must be Jiang Tuo who found someone to impersonate Master Lin Ning, deliberately blocking my way and crashing into my car, using that as an excuse to tear up our verbal agreement. The goal is not to sign a contract with us, but to give it to your little lover. Exactly. It must be like that. The more Qian Ruping spoke, the more excited she became, seemingly convinced that her self-righteous speculation was the truth. Chapter 404, Do any of the beauties want to be models? Click, click. Although the old man Qian was advanced in age, he still had great strength. With a few strikes of his cane, Qian Ruping's legs were broken. The intense pain made Qian Ruping completely lose her composure, rolling on the ground and howling loudly. Her miserable cries, combined with her bruised and battered appearance, made her look like a devil crawling out of hell. Everyone watching this scene felt a chill run through their bodies, as if they had fallen into an ice pit. The way they looked at Lin Ning, aside from the previous respect, now also had a hint of fear. This young man hadn't moved at all, yet he had made the elderly Qian beat his most beloved daughter almost to death just to seek forgiveness. How powerful was this young man's background? It was simply unimaginable. Elder Qian remained silent, continuing to strike Qian Ruping mercilessly with his cane. With each hit, Qian Ruping let out a wail. The hearts of everyone in the hall trembled, but no one dared to step forward to advise against it. They could only watch as Qian Ruping was beaten to a pulp. All right, stop hitting her. Rest assured, I said this matter is over, and I won't target your Qian family in the future. Today's incident ends here. Chapter 405, You are fired, Yin Jiaowen, see Xiaoqing, and the others turn around. They found that the speaker was a balding uncle in his 50s, dressed in a branded suit, with a big belly. The few strands of hair he had were neatly arranged, stubbornly lying on his bald head. His small, squinty eyes leered at the beauties, as if he wanted to swallow them whole. This immediately caused dissatisfaction among the beauties. Shui Mingming coldly spoke again. We don't have the time or interest to chat with you. Please leave quickly and stop disgusting us here. Saying this, Shui Mingming waved her hand, her face full of disgust. The bald uncle's expression changed drastically and became gloomy. As the owner of a well-known modeling agency in Huaxia, he couldn't say he had connections everywhere, but he was someone who could make waves in the entertainment industry. In the past, those inexperienced young girls would immediately bow down at his feet upon hearing his title, allowing him to manipulate them at will. Unexpectedly, today he lost face in front of a few of the most beautiful and charismatic women he had ever encountered. This made him furious, and he couldn't help but say sternly, You all look good. Are you here in Zhonghai to try your luck and find a way into the entertainment industry? Chapter 406, Planning to shoot a blockbuster after JC left. The bald uncle had finished bandaging his wounds. He refused the doctor's suggestion to get in the car and go to the hospital for further examination. Instead, he struggled to move in front of Lin Ning and suddenly knelt down. What the hell am I seeing things? Why is he kneeling down in front of this young man? I was also a bit confused. The young man-ass woman had hurt this person, and he didn't say anything when JC was here, but now he kneels down in front of him. What kind of divine operation is this? Originally, seeing the injured bald uncle not only did not report the person who hurt him, but also sent JC away puzzled and surprised them. Now seeing the bald uncle actually kneeling in public, they were even more shocked, as if their worldview had collapsed. Could it be that this young man has a particularly strong background? It's possible. No one would do this unless they had hit a hard wall. I could see clearly that the one who was hurt was his brother, and the injury was serious, ruining a lifetime of happiness in an instant, which was no less than the hatred of losing a wife. If he can endure such harm, this young man must be incredibly powerful. While the onlookers were discussing, the bald uncle directly slapped himself hard across the face several times. Chapter 407. I bought the script of the great screenwriter Hua. Lin Ning walked through the crowd that was dancing wildly and arrived at the corner where Jiang Ta was. Jiang Ta was drinking with another man and quickly stood up upon seeing Lin Ning. Boss, you're here. He smiled and introduced. This is the famous Mr. Hua Luo, the top screenwriter in Huaxia. I've heard so much about you. Lin Ning nodded and smiled at Hua Luo. This is my boss, Mr. Lin, Jiang Tua said. Hua Luo didn't dare to be negligent and quickly extended both hands to shake Lin Ning's hand, his face full of smiles. Mr. Lin's name is like thunder to me. Hua Luo didn't know much about Lin Ning's identity. Although he was a great screenwriter in Huaxia, his level was still too low, and he couldn't reach that small group of top people. However, He was quite familiar with Jiang Tuo's identity. As the future heir of Zhonghai's first family, he was a leading figure among the younger generation, with assets exceeding trillions, and his connections were vast enough to be frightening. Yet, such a person stood respectfully in front of Lin Ning, and the expression of awe on his face was not pretended. Therefore, as Jiang Tuo's boss, Lin Ning's strength must be extraordinary, Hua Luo knew without thinking. Chapter 408. From arrogance to shock, but Jiang Tuo was not intimidated by these people at all. With his boss by his side, he felt very confident. He stared back at the young Master Zhang from the capital without backing down, his expression of disdain becoming more evident. Brother Zhang, Hua screenwriter's script is indeed good. If I get to act in it, I will definitely become a big hit. Brother Zhang, please help me out. The young star shook Zhang's arm and acted cute, her tone sweet and sticky, making Zhang feel weak all over. Baby, I'll listen to you, but you have to listen to me later. Zhang's finger hooked under the young star's chin, grinning. Annoying, the young star shyly lowered her head, making Zhang's eyes nearly pop out. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and turned to Hua Luo. Today I'm in a good mood. I want that script of yours. Name your price. His arrogant demeanor clearly looked down on Jiang Ta. Brother Zhang, are your ears deaf? I just said I've already bought Hua's screenwriter's script. Jiang Tuo reminded him unceremoniously. Zhang's hand went to his ear. He smirked. You bought it? Did you pay? Did you sign a contract? Seeing Jiang Tuo silent, Zhang turned to Hua Luo again. Your whole family is in the capital. Chapter 409. Beauty and the Beast. Grandpa. Young Master Zhang shouted in his phone several times, but unfortunately, no one responded. As he watched the phone screen go dark, his heart sank. At this moment, he realized that his grandfather had given up on him. How could this ordinary-looking young man have such great power that just hearing his voice made his grandfather give up on his most favored grandson? Young Master Zhang was puzzled and stared blankly at Lin Ning, who had an expression that was half smiling, half serious. Suddenly, it seemed like a lightning bolt struck in his mind. Mr. Lin? Young Master Zhang's face suddenly turned fearful. Why, you are Lin Ning? Yes, it's me. Now do you remember who I am? Lin Ning smiled. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I was blind and offended you. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Please spare me. At this moment, after recognizing Lin Ning, young Master Zhang no longer had the previous arrogance. He trembled like a frightened kitten in front of Lin Ning, constantly begging for mercy. Seeing how understanding your grandfather is, I'll let you go this time. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Ning said coldly. Yes, there won't be a next time. I'm scared. Chapter 410. You should change your driver. Saying this, the leading ruthless man reached out to grab the dancing girl. The girl screamed in fright and hid behind the bar owner. Get lost. The man slapped the bar owner away and continued to reach for the dancing girl. The girl was trembling all over, her face pale, like a frightened little sparrow. Although there were many onlookers, seeing those strong, fierce-looking men, even those who were indignant didn't dare to step forward. Just as the man's hand was about to touch Lu Yuyan, a hand appeared out of nowhere and firmly grabbed the man's wrist. Damn, who the hell dares to ruin my good time? Struggling a few times, but unable to break free, the man became furious and turned to curse. Let go. The girl doesn't want to accompany you. Why are you being so aggressive? Lin Ning said casually with a smile. What does it have to do with you? The man yelled angrily. You think you're tough? Want to get beaten up? The man glared angrily, but Lin Ning was taken aback. You don't recognize me? Why should I recognize you? Who the hell are you? Well, let's have you recognize me now, Lin Ning said, and increased his grip. Chapter 411. Car accident so handsome. The ride-hailing driver rushed over in 3 quick steps, his eyes sparkling as he touched the Lamborghini's body, as if he were caressing the most beautiful girl. His mouth was agape, unable to utter a word, unable to wait. He hopped into the driver's seat, and the dreamlike dashboard and steering wheel struck him like a heavy blow. Let's drive, Lin Ning said calmly as he also got into the car. Okay, boss, the driver responded, as if waking from a dream. After a long moment, the car still hadn't moved. Lin Ning looked at the driver in confusion. The driver sheepishly smiled and said, Boss, I've never driven this car before. How do I start it? Lin Ning smiled wryly and pressed a button, causing the Lamborghini to roar to life. With Lin Ning's godly driving skills, he was familiar with any car. If it weren't for having drunk a bit, he definitely wouldn't have let someone else drive. After Lin Ning's patient guidance, the driver finally got the car moving, but the speed was simply infuriating. At a speed of 5 kilometers per hour, even on the road, It crawled forward like a snail. Chapter 412. Don't worry about who I am after speaking. The four cars accelerated simultaneously, recklessly continuing to speed on the road. Seeing the cars ahead suddenly speed up, Lin Ning's lips curled into an elegant arc. Damn. If I can't catch up to you, will my godly driving skills become a joke? Lin Ning chuckled coldly and calmly operated a few controls in the car. The already fast Lamborghini Veneno, like it had been injected with adrenaline, suddenly accelerated, boosting its speed by nearly 50. The Lamborghini roared and howled, unleashing its full power. The people nearby couldn't see clearly and were startled. What just rushed past? Was it a car? No, it looked like a beam of light. Get lost. The person who had started asking jabbed his companion. Are you blind? That was clearly a car. With that speed? Are you sure it's not a plane flying too low? The fool scratched his head and said, Do you have such a small plane? The other person didn't want to respond. Lin Ning didn't know what others were saying. He looked down at the dashboard. The speed was already at 230. Fortunately, it was late at night, and there weren't as many cars on the road as during the day, allowing Lin Ning to fully showcase his driving skills. Chapter 413. Just accompany me to film the young man at the forefront opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Just as Lin Ning finished his last sentence, a powerful aura surged towards him. This aura made the McLaren youth's heart tremble. He had never felt this even in front of his father. Only a few years ago, a leader who came from the capital exuded the same aura. This remained fresh in the McLaren youth's memory. Such an aura is not fake. Only those who truly possess unimaginable wealth and power can have it, as it is the aura of a strong person. The young man immediately understood that this person, who seemed to be about the same age as them, was definitely more powerful than they were. Even if they combined forces, they would not be a match for him. To forcefully resist would only bring disaster to their family. Thinking of this, the McLaren youth lowered his head and respectfully said, All right, I'll listen to you. Today, it's all our fault. We will immediately call JC and report everything we did today. We will accept any punishment we deserve and will not use any special means. We will actively compensate for what we owe. Chapter 414. The burden of family continuation is on me. After hearing Lin Ning's words, Si Xiaoqing didn't say much more. She trusted this savior of her family's future very much. Whatever Lin Ning said, she would follow. Since he said not to worry about having a backup plan, he must have arrangements in place. However, Si Xiaoqing felt a bit distressed, gently touching her flat abdomen and silently sighing. Ever since confirming their relationship with Lin Ning, she would cling to him whenever there was a chance. Counting the offerings, she had not been remiss. So why was her belly still flat, showing no signs at all? Could it be that something was wrong with her? Just thinking of this made Si Xiaoqing anxious. The continuation of the family rested on her shoulders. If this 1,000-year-old family were to end with her, she would be the center of the family. These days, the elders of the clan had been calling her almost every day, urging her to hurry up and get pregnant. The immense pressure made Si Xiaoqing feel a bit breathless. The novelty of filming couldn't offset the frustration in her heart. A few girls were sitting aside chattering about the movie, while Si Xiaoqing quietly pulled Yan Zhaoan aside. Chapter 415. Your mouth stinks too much. What if they are all second-rate or third-rate stars, not within your circle of acquaintances? Someone retorted. How is that possible? The drama princess replied indignantly. Such beautiful and graceful women. Even I am attracted to them. As long as they are on TV, they don't need acting skills. Just relying on their looks, they can at least be third or fourth-tier actors. Outside of the 12th tier? Unless everyone in the entertainment industry is blind. Now that you mention it, I think so too. These beauties are all fair-skinned, beautiful and long-legged. They are quite eye-catching. But if they're not stars, why are they at the clinic? Could it be they're also facing fertility issues? Puffed, puffed, puffed. Don't talk nonsense. How could such beautiful women be infertile? That would be a disaster for men. Not only were the women discussing Yan Zhaoan and Si Xiaoqing, but the men's gazes lingered on them as if admiring a stunning landscape. Even though the women beside them shot them dagger-like stares, they remained resolute. Yan Zhaoan, Si Xiaoqing, Yilin, and Xuan Mengmeng ignored these gazes. Upon entering the clinic and looking around, they walked towards the nurse at the reception desk. Chapter 416. Our boss never waits in line. The exquisitely made-up woman screamed in pain, standing up and charging towards Si Xiaoqing. Her hand was raised, but as her eyes met Si Xiaoqing's icy gaze, she immediately felt a chilling sensation like a sword piercing from the top of her head into her body. The exquisite woman's blood felt like it was freezing, and endless fear surged from her heart. Her body froze, and despite having rushed to see Xiaoqing's side, she ultimately didn't dare to strike. Unable to vent her resentment, the exquisite woman redirected all her anger towards the man beside her. She slapped the man in the face and angrily scolded, "Useless thing, marrying into our family but can't do anything. You're really a waste." "What did you say?" The man, embarrassed after being slapped in public, stood up abruptly, his eyes wide like brass bells, staring intently at the delicate woman. "You're staring at me? You dare to stare at me?" The delicate woman stood her ground, pointing at the man and berating him as a son-in-law. "What right do you have to glare at me? You've been in our family for so many years, and my belly hasn't moved at all. You're just a waste. I want a divorce." Chapter 417. You've offended someone. I can't protect you. Looking at the fierce bodyguards who had just been flaunting their power, now lying on the street outside the clinic, screaming in agony. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Even the arrogant bald man and the young woman were dumbfounded. Damn, is this still human? At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the suddenly appearing young man. This man was Lin Ning. "Honey, how come you're here?" Several beautiful women joyfully surrounded Lin Ning, linking their arms with him and smiling. "Haha, I was too bored at home, so I secretly followed you. You guys want to be angry, right?" Lin Ning asked. "Of course not." Yin Jiaowen and the others chimed in. "We didn't tell you mainly because we were afraid you'd worry." Damn! Another blow struck the hearts of all the men. Please be a person. After all this time, these four beautiful women, like fairies, all like the same man. And judging by their friendly demeanor, they clearly knew about it. Envy, jealousy, hatred. The men felt an indescribable sensation in their hearts. The bald man was both shocked and terrified. Chapter 418. 3 minutes to make him disappear from my world. The deputy director's words scared Sun Zhong so much that his face turned pale. Cold sweat pouring down as his body swayed, and he could barely stand. He never dreamed that this young man, who suddenly appeared and defeated all his subordinates with overwhelming force, had such an unfathomable background in addition to his incredible strength. Zhonghai is what kind of place? The second largest city in Huaxia, an international financial center. The highest leader of Zhonghai is definitely one of the most powerful figures in Huaxia, above thousands of people. If he stomps his foot, the entire Huaxia would tremble. Yet, they didn't dare to provoke this young man in front of them. He was just a small billionaire, probably even less than an ant in their eyes. A mere breath could turn him to ashes. At this moment, Sun Zhong felt immense regret. If there were a time machine in this world, he would be willing to give up all his family wealth for a chance to travel through time. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely hold on to this thigh tightly. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world, nor is there a time machine. Just as everyone was still guessing who would be the victor, Sun Zhong suddenly knelt on the ground, crying out loudly, "Mr. Lin, I was wrong. You were right to discipline me. I should have cut in line. I lack public virtue and should be punished." Chapter 419. This grave, is nice you came to this small clinic just for this? Lin Ning widened his eyes, looking surprised. Yes. You know that Xiaoqing's family has only her left in her generation. All the burden of continuing the family falls on her shoulders. Xiaoqing is struggling too. Recently, she has been desperately clinging to you, wanting to get pregnant as soon as possible to prevent the family from dying out. You not only don't feel sorry, but you also seem a bit gloating, which is really infuriating. "I'm not," Lin Ning defended. "I want to help, but I don't know how." Just then, the system suddenly spoke. "Host, a strong curse signal has been detected near you. Please pay attention to safety." Curse. Lin Ning was taken aback, seemingly ignoring the system's warning about his safety and instead focusing on the mention of a curse. What curse? It is a very vicious curse that eliminates the fertility of the cursed person, the system explained. Damn. Does that mean that the decline of Xiaoqing's family and the lack of offspring are due to this curse? Due to insufficient data, the system cannot accurately analyze the curse's impact. A field inspection is needed to draw a conclusion. Chapter 420. This is where my great-grandfather lived. The man in the floral shirt involuntarily stepped back several paces, only stopping when he bumped into his subordinate. However, the feeling of being stared at by an ancient beast did not diminish at all with the increased distance. It felt as if a great mountain pressed down on him. His legs went weak as he looked at Lin Ning in terror, cold sweat pouring down. Thud! The man in the floral shirt suddenly knelt on the ground, throwing his stick aside. His actions left his subordinates dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he was all fired up about leading his brothers to wealth, and having a fun game with beautiful women. And now he had shrunk back? Boss, why did you kneel down? Boss, get up. We can't lose face in front of so many beauties. Boss, are your legs weak? Should I massage them for you? Boss, the brothers are still waiting for you to lead us to make money. Hurry up and get up. Let us rob him. His subordinates expressed their confusion one after another. However, these words sounded like bombs exploding around the man in the floral shirt, frightening him even more. Rob your grandma-ass leg. The man in the floral shirt stood up from the ground and kicked towards his subordinates. Chapter 421. What? Our family is cursed. Since Lin Ning stepped into the Su family courtyard, the system had been ringing madly. Prompt after prompt appeared directly in his mind. Ding, host please note. Strong curse information detected in this location. Ding, host please note. Strong curse information detected in this location. When he reached the courtyard of the Su family's ancestor, the prompt reached its peak. Lin Ning understood that the Su family indeed had a problem. The reason for the lack of offspring was that someone had tampered with it. However, what kind of tampering had been done, he would have to wait until he met the ancestor to possibly find an answer. A group of people approached the old man. The old man, hunched over, was focused on trimming the flowers in front of him, seemingly unaware of what was happening behind him. However, Lin Ning could feel that from the moment they stepped into the courtyard, this old man already knew about them. The Su family, despite having only a dozen members, still ranked among the 4 great hidden families of Huaxia. Every person here had formidable strength that could not be underestimated. However, Lin Ning didn't pay much attention to it. Despite the strong impression the old man gave him, he still posed no substantial threat. Of course, he had also restrained his aura, disguising himself as an ordinary person. Chapter 422. I'm here to lift the curse. Seeing the ancestor getting angry, the other members of the Si family quickly shut their mouths. No matter how much they doubted Lin Ning, they didn't dare to offend the ancestor. Lin Ning, tell me, what exactly do we need to do to lift our Si family's curse? The old ancestor of the Si family looked at Lin Ning eagerly. According to what I know, the source of the curse is right here in your residence. If you trust me, leave this matter to me, and I guarantee that I can help the Si family rid itself of the curse, Lin Ning said with a confident smile. All right, the ancestor nodded without hesitation. I've heard of your reputation. You can hold your ground against the Japanese and stand firm against the Americans. I choose to believe in you. Do as you see fit. I will not stop you. After saying this, the old ancestor of the Si family waved his hand and left the residence with the other members, leaving only Lin Ning behind. Ancestor, what's going on? Someone asked in confusion. This residence is our Si family's ancestral home. How can we let that young punk handle it so casually? What if he accidentally damages something inside? Exactly. Someone chimed in immediately. Ancestor, you really trust people too much. Chapter 423. Become the most powerful man in this world. The gloom that had shrouded their hearts for hundreds of years was swept away, and everyone smiled broadly. Even their stagnant strength seemed to have made some progress. Many elderly people, originally white-haired and wrinkled, appeared rejuvenated, their white hair turning black as if they had become 10 years younger. Haha, our Si family is saved this time. That's right, we owe it all to Mr. Lin. I was just skeptical of him. I feel so ashamed. Xiao Qing has also contributed greatly this time. Yes, if it weren't for our Xiao Qing falling in love with Mr. Lin, we wouldn't know when our disaster would end. Indeed, after so many years, our Si family is finally turning things around. However, Xiao Qing has a heavier burden now. She must get pregnant with our Si family's bloodline as soon as possible so that the Si family can continue to thrive. The oldest ancestor of the Si family nodded as well. What everyone said is correct. Our Si family is turning around. I propose that the position of the head of the Si family be given to Xiao Qing. I agree. Xiao Qing has made such a great contribution to our Si family, so it's only right for her to be the head. I agree too. We are all getting old and should give way to the younger generation. Chapter 424. Beautiful woman, let's add each other on WeChat. After receiving information from the system, Lin Ning looked at the jade talisman necklace hanging around Si Xiao Qing's neck and curled his lips, thinking to himself, trash. Just like the system, he also looked down on this magical necklace. Just as everyone was in an uproar, a phone call came to Lin Ning's mobile phone. He excused himself to the elderly and stepped outside to answer the call. Jiang Tua, what's the matter? Boss, everything is ready for the movie. We are currently in the casting stage. I've been telling screenwriter Hua that the female lead is set, but screenwriter Hua is still not at ease and is urging me to let her see the female lead as soon as possible. Boss, would it be convenient for you to bring the sisters to the film company? All right, Lin Ning thought for a moment and nodded. I don't have anything going on right now. I'll go to the company tomorrow. Okay, I'll go arrange it. Jiang Tuo hung up the phone and got busy. Lin Ning returned to the room and mentioned the meeting with the screenwriter. The prospect of becoming the lead in the movie excited the several beautiful women. That day passed quickly, filled with eating, drinking, and hanging out with Yin Jiaowen, Si Shaoqing, and others. The next day, the first thing Lin Ning did was sign in. Chapter 425. How can there be such scum in the film industry? Directly rejected. A flicker of anger flashed in CEO Zhao's eyes. He suppressed his anger and continued to smile. Ladies, do you know who I am? Seeing no one respond, CEO Zhao continued speaking to himself. I'm the art director of this film company, and my brother is the chairman. With one word from me, I can make you famous, and with another word, I can make you never rise again. How about it, ladies? From your outfits, you must be here to audition. CEO Zhao's smiling eyes roamed over the graceful figures of Yin Jiaowen, Si Shaoqing, and others, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. Add me as a friend. As long as you are willing to have dinner with me and discuss the meaning of life, I'll ensure you all have roles in this film. How about it? Isn't this a good deal? Exhausted from hustling around for auditions and seeking fame, now there was a golden opportunity. It all depended on whether they were willing to seize it. Do you know how much the investment for today's audition film is? I'm afraid you'll be scared if I tell you. The total investment is $3 billion. Even if you just play a small role, you'll definitely be famous. Chapter 426. The man the beautiful woman is holding looks familiar. Jiang Tuo glanced at Xiao Ping and smiled. So, it's CEO Xiao. I remember. How are the actor auditions prepared for today? The big boss is coming, so there must be no mistakes. Don't worry, I've been busy with the chairman for several nights. And everything is arranged perfectly. There won't be any issues, Xiao Ping said, smiling to take credit. Very good, Jiang Tuo nodded, then said. Why didn't CEO Xiao park in the parking space, but instead left it on the street? Mr. Jiang, there's a kid parking casually here. I'll have the security chase him away. After saying this, Xiao Ping quickly waved his hand, and several security guards moved toward Lin Ning. Jiang Tuo stood up from the car and looked in the direction of Xiao Ping's gesture. When he saw the person Xiao Ping was referring to, his face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly shouted, Stop! Everyone stop! Caught off guard by the loud shout, Xiao Ping and the security guards froze, looking at Jiang Tuo in confusion. Jiang Tuo jumped out of the car, pushed past the security guards, and directly approached Lin Ning, bending down and bowing. Boss, why are you here so early? Boss. Chapter 427. Quickly catch my brother. Wow, I didn't notice until you mentioned it. Isn't this the art director, CEO Xiao? Wow, it really is CEO Xiao. What's wrong with CEO Xiao to be carried like this? He looks limp. Could it be that something happened? The crowd was abuzz with discussion, their faces showing fear. Don't talk nonsense. I think CEO Xiao just fainted, nothing serious. Is there anyone who can go ask what happened? Everyone looked at each other, all confused. A popular female star, Sun Hong, in front of the crowd, also saw this scene. She frowned and whispered something to her manager, who nodded and then turned to walk toward Lin Ning. The agent came in front of Lin Ning, extending his hand with an air of arrogance, blocking their way. Stop. What are you doing? Why are you carrying presents, Xiao? Put him down immediately. Lin Ning's expression turned cold at these words as he looked over at the agent. He was already in a bad mood after encountering the foolish Xiao Ping, and now being interrupted by a stranger in public ignited his anger. Chapter 428. Have fun. The speaker was Jiang Tuo. He had remained silent during the previous conflict, just watching from the side. But now this dog of a chairman dared to call for someone to hit the boss. He could no longer hold back and quickly spoke up. President Jiang, when did you arrive? Chairman Xiao crawled over to Jiang Tuo, looking up with confusion. What, did I arrive at the wrong time and ruin your good deeds? Jiang Tuo looked down, sneering coldly. No, Chairman Xiao, I'm really grateful for President Jiang's visit. It brings glory to our company. Chairman Xiao wiped his cold sweat, not daring to meet Jiang Tuo's eyes. Enough with the nonsense. Jiang Tuo snorted coldly. It's a good thing I came now, or I wouldn't have seen how arrogant you've been in the company. President Jiang, you're wronging me. Chairman Xiao wiped his cold sweat and defended. Ever since I became the chairman, I've been diligent and conscientious, treating the company as my home, not daring to slack off for a moment. That's why the company is thriving. Even if I don't have merits, I've worked hard. Chapter 429. Get out quickly, or we'll call security at this moment. In front of a luxurious KTV on Financial Street, three tall, fair-skinned, beautiful women dressed in sexy outfits stood like a stunning landscape, attracting many men's attention. The women seemed accustomed to this situation, showing no discomfort on their faces. Mingwei, did you call Yin Yin? Why isn't she here yet? One girl was fanning her face with a neatly folded handkerchief. Of course I did. I'm back from America specifically to meet you all. How could I not inform Yin Yin? Another girl, who had a somewhat intellectual beauty, smiled gently. That's good, the first girl nodded. We were the closest in school, but it's a pity that after graduation, we've all been busy and haven't seen each other in years. This time, we must drink to our heart's content. No problem. We'll definitely accompany you to the end. The other two girls chimed in cheerfully. Just as they were joking, a handsome guy who had been staring at them for a while took out his phone and walked over. Ladies, I'm the general manager of Shanghai Group, and the chairman is my father. Let us connect on WeChat, the handsome guy said with a confident smile. Chapter 430. Where's my friend's room? Ming Wei and Xiao screamed in fright, immediately hiding and causing the entire private room to descend into chaos. Some KTV staff wanted to come over, but were intimidated by the thugs guarding the door. Yin Jiaowen saw the situation was getting out of control and, not daring to delay, hid in an inconspicuous corner and began calling Lin Ning. The call was quickly connected. Woman, what's wrong? Lin Ning frowned at the noise coming from the phone. Hubby, I ran into bad guys at Haitian KTV. Please come quickly. Before Yin Jiaowen could finish, one of the thugs spotted her. Damn, you dare call for help? You're asking for death. He yelled, rushing over to snatch the phone and smash it on the ground. With a loud bang, Yin Jiaowen's phone shattered into pieces, parts scattering everywhere. The thug wasn't satisfied and stomped on it a few more times until it was completely destroyed. Wenwen, Wenwen, Lin Ning shouted a few times, but there was no response from the other end, and he instantly fell into a rage. Without saying a word, he stood up and walked out. Others didn't understand what was happening, but they could tell Lin Ning was in a bad mood and hurriedly followed him out. Chapter 431. Who is supporting you from behind the Tianyin system projected the layout of Hainan KTV directly into Lin Ning's mind, mapping out a red route. Following the route, Lin Ning quickly arrived at the private room where Yin Jiaowen was. Hearing the indistinct sounds from inside, Lin Ning became even more anxious and was about to enter. Stop. Brother who is working, outsiders quickly get back. Several thugs guarding the door blocked Lin Ning. Get lost, you bastards. Lin Ning was furious and kicked hard. The thugs guarding the door didn't even make a sound before they were kicked to the ground, bleeding and unconscious. Then Lin Ning kicked the door. The two large doors of the private room were instantly kicked down, crashing to the ground with a loud noise. Brother who was happily being served by Ming Wei, feeling ready to explode, but was startled by the sudden commotion, causing him to shrink back. The feeling of having to hold it back was extremely uncomfortable. Brother who was furious and turned to yell, "Which little brat dares to disturb my good time?" Looking to die, before he could see who it was, Lin Ning had already walked up to Brother who, and without saying a word, raised his hand to slap him. Smack. Chapter 432. Biohuman No. One after beating Zhang who until he was nearly silent, Lin Ning said it on to, all right, let's leave it at that. Yes, thank you, Mr. Lin, for your generosity. The old man and the middle-aged man finally dared to stand up, not daring to delay, as they took the half-dead Zhang who out of the private room. Just as they left, the manager of Hainan KTV walked in, trembling with fear. Lin Ning looked at him with curiosity. The manager approached Lin Ning, slapped himself twice, and knelt down, crying loudly. Boss, I'm sorry, I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. I shouldn't have kept quiet about this and shouldn't have concealed it deliberately. Please forgive me and let me go. The manager of Hainan KTV cried and repeatedly bowed his head. Seeing him cry so miserably, Yin Jiaowen felt a bit of pity. After all, the manager hadn't really helped Zhang who do anything bad. He was just afraid of the other party's intimidation. So she spoke to Lin Ning. Hubby, let it go. The manager has it tough too. Hearing Yin Jiaowen say this, Lin Ning, who had been cold and silent, finally nodded. All right, for my wife's sake. I'll let you off this time. Chapter 433. Tang Jia's house is a bit expensive, not bad. Lin Ning looked at the hole in the wall and nodded in satisfaction. Although Biohuman No. 1's strength was still a bit inferior to his, it was still considered top-tier combat power in this world. Just right. Since Si Shaoqing was pregnant and no longer suitable for fighting, having Biohuman No. 1 protect her was perfect. As for whether the other women would feel jealous, Lin Ning was very confident in his own charm. Several sisters will definitely get along harmoniously. Moreover, he has now passed the manufacturing technology of bioengineered humans to the Sky Eye system, so it is estimated that they will soon be able to produce them in bulk. By then, each person can just get one. Just as he was thinking, the outer door was opened, and Yin Zhaoen's sweet voice came in. "Honey, are you awake?" Before Lin Ning could react, Yin Zhaoen's surprised voice came again. How did this wall get damaged?" "Honey, are you okay?" Immediately followed by a flurry of footsteps. Yin Zhaoen, Si Shaoqing, Yilin, and others entered the bedroom. Everyone found a beautiful woman without clothes appearing in Lin Ning's bedroom, and several women's expressions immediately darkened. "Honey, who is she?" Yin Zhaoen asked, pointing at bioengineered human number 1. Chapter 434. Spending 800 million casually amidst laughter, they arrived at the sales office. As expected of a top-tier property, even the sales office was decorated in a resplendent and luxurious manner. As soon as they entered the sales hall, a staff member in uniform approached them with a warm smile. "Hello, are you here to look at houses?" The staff asked politely. "Yes," Lin Ning nodded. "Please introduce your best house." "Sure, sir." The staff member immediately beamed with delight at Lin Ning's words. Although Lin Ning was only wearing ordinary casual clothes today, he was incredibly handsome, and with Yin Zhaoen, Si Shaoqing, Yilin, and Shui Meng, as well as the stunning looks of bioengineered human number 1, their presence was commanding. With handsome men and beautiful women, no one dared to underestimate them. There were also many other clients dressed in brand-name clothing looking at houses, who were shocked by Lin Ning's confident words and turned to look at him. "Wow, that guy's so handsome. Really, I've never seen such a handsome guy before. What should I do? My heart is racing so fast. I can't help it either. I really want that guy's phone number to see if I can get a little too close to him." Chapter 435. "Mr. Lin, would you like a black card?" "Well, 800 million isn't too much," Lin Ning said nonchalantly, pulling out a bank card from his pocket. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. What Lin Ning pulled out was just an ordinary free debit card. This doesn't match the identity of a big shot at all. For someone who could spend money lavishly and had a grand demeanor, shouldn't they have nothing but a black card and no other inferior cards? This is not scientific. Among everyone, a middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he saw the ordinary card in Lin Ning's hand. Although it wasn't a black card, the manager of Tang Jia Yiping still respectfully took it and handed it to the prepared finance staff. The finance staff was also cautious, not daring to breathe as they swiped the card on the register. With a light ding, indicating a successful payment, the register spat out a receipt, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yay! Seeing this scene, the nervous staff member, whose face was flushed, relaxed his tightly clenched hands. The 4 houses sold for a total of 6 billion, and his commission reached 15 million, which was quite a substantial amount. Chapter 436. Gene enhancement drug formula. Is this 1 billion to be kept in your bank continuously? Lin Ning frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. Although a billion wasn't much to him, he was still a bit unwilling if it had to remain in the account. He was also thinking that since the black card had so many functions, could he get one for each of his wives? But that would be 5 billion, which is not a small sum. There's no strict requirement. Tong Aigua smiled slightly, as long as Mr. Lin ensures that this amount remains in the account for 3 months each year. 3 months? Lin Ning pondered, nodding. He could accept not using 5 billion for 3 months. All right, then give me a black card, but not just one. I want 5, one for each of my women. Okay, no problem, Tong Aigua said, his eyes squinting into slits from smiling. I'll have the finance staff bring the black cards over right away. 5 black cards mean 5 billion. Although this money wouldn't stay in the account all the time, having it sit there for 3 months each year would still be a considerable income. Tong Aigua was very confident that with 5 billion used in 3 months, he could earn several hundred million or even over a billion. Chapter 437. Swiping the card, the staff at the Bugatti dealership was a bit excited, trembling as they carefully brought over the black card. Their cautious and reserved demeanor was as if they were holding fragile diamonds. Finance swiped the card. The staff could barely articulate, struggling to express themselves. The finance staff also didn't dare to be negligent, gently swiping the black card on the register, moving lightly and attentively as if afraid of damaging the card. Ding! A soft sound indicated a successful payment. At this moment, the top configuration Bugatti Veyron, worth over 10 million, became Lin Ning's new vehicle. Are there any other models of this brand that you like? Lin Ning casually took back the black card and turned to ask the others. I don't really like it. It feels too technological. I want a sporty McLaren. Yin Jiawen replied, shaking her head. I'm not a fan either. I want a Rolls-Royce, dignified and atmospheric, Yilin added. Seeing that both of them didn't like this brand, Lin Ning turned his attention to Shui Mingming. This girl had just become his woman last night, so he must reward her well. Honey, I want a Hummer. I just saw a civilian Hummer dealership over there. Chapter 438. Continuing to swipe the card via room, Shui Mingming slammed the accelerator to the floor. The intense vibrations under her feet made her tremble with excitement. Last night, after several rounds with Lin Ning, she admitted that his strength was incredible, but nothing made her feel as excited as this moment. Ha, I'm coming, Shui Mingming shouted, releasing the handbrake and clutch. The Hummer shot out like a cannonball, bursting out of the sales hall amidst everyone's panic, making a beautiful drift on the street, kicking up a cloud of dust, and quickly disappearing from sight. Watching Shui Mingming's fiery demeanor, Lin Ning, Yin Jiawen, Si Shaoqing, and Yilin exchanged smiles and then quickly walked out of the Hummer sales hall. From a distance, they saw Shui Mingming had parked the car at another 4S shop and was waving at them. The few of them hurried over and found it was a Ferrari dealership. Sister Wenwen, I think a Ferrari matches your temperament perfectly, Shui Mingming said with a smile, jumping down from the car and grabbing Yin Jiawen's hand while pointing at the Ferrari dealership. Because Yin Jiawen was the first to get to know Lin Ning and establish a relationship, everyone else respectfully referred to her as sister. Chapter 439. I won't fight for this car. Gao Xiao, it's not that I look down on you, but can you afford this Porsche? Yes, Gao Xiao. You should be clear, this car is a concept limited edition, priced at 67 million. I heard that your recent investment failed, causing your family to lose quite a bit of money, and many people in the Gao family have grievances against you. How can you still afford to buy a car? Could it be that the money lost by the Gao family has become your personal property? Sun Xiao, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. You need to be responsible, do you know that? Haha, Gao Xiao, are you threatening me? Whether it's a threat or not, you know in your heart. Hee. If you want to keep something hidden, you must not do it yourself. You know what you've done? I thought Gao Xiao would find a place to hide, but I didn't expect him to be so high profile, bringing a web celebrity to buy a car. It seems he really has too much free time on his hands. Sun Xiao, you're talking nonsense. The young man called Gao Xiao turned pale with anger. His eyes widened as if he wanted to charge at Sun Xiao, but was firmly held back by the little web celebrity beside him, leading him out of the Porsche dealership, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Coward! Sun Xiao looked at Gao Xiao's departing back, pouted, and turned to the staff beside him, saying, I'll take this car, make sure no one scratches it, or I'll come after you. Chapter 440. Lin Ning drew a circle with his right hand. After a round in the car city, only Lin Ning didn't buy a car. However, he already had a Koenigsegg gifted by the system, so it didn't matter whether he had one more or one less car. The main purpose of today was to make the four beauties happy. As the richest man in Huaxia and even the world, his women must also have luxury cars and designer clothes corresponding to their status. Otherwise, if it gets out, people will laugh at him for only making women pay, without knowing how to give back. With the cars ready, Lin Ning got into Yin Jiawen's Bugatti, waved his hand, and laughed. Let's go. We're heading to the commercial street next door to continue shopping. Indeed, Zhonghai is the economic center of Huaxia and a world-class shopping paradise. On both sides of the commercial street, located in the most prosperous area of Zhonghai, buildings stand tall, reaching the clouds. The commercial street is bustling with people, creating a deafening noise. Here, various luxury cars are everywhere, as common as bicycles. The luxury cars of the four beauties do not stand out in such a place, and they no longer attract large crowds' attention. This allowed them to stroll more leisurely, feeling less tense and restrained. After parking the car in a public parking lot, Yin Jiawen, Si Shaoqing, Yilin, and Shui Mingming surrounded Lin Ning as they walked toward a luxurious shopping plaza. Chapter 441. Can look but cannot take pictures. At the same time, behind Xiaowen were 7 or 8 staff members from a store. As soon as they appeared, they became busy, wearing fresh white gloves. They took out all the watches Lin Ning had just selected from a counter. One by one, they were neatly arranged on the counter, like soldiers ready to be inspected by a general. Lin Ning didn't even look, casually picking up a women's watch, taking Yin Jiawen's wrist and gently putting it on her. Then he picked up another one for Si Shaoqing. Soon, Yilin and Shui Mingming also had watches on their wrists. Is it pretty? Pretty. Thank you, husband. The beauties looked at the watches on their wrists, reluctant to part with them, and each gave Lin Ning a wet kiss. Finally, Lin Ning also chose a men's watch to wear, while the rest were packed by the store staff into 4 large bags, which they then took away. After exiting the watch store, they continued to stroll down the commercial street. Soon, a designer clothing store attracted the attention of many beauties. The reason was simple. Outside the store stood a very cute, fluffy cartoon doll, a mischievous bear, energetically trying to attract customers. Wow, sisters, look, what a cute doll. Chapter 442, Danden's Chill. The mischievous bear was startled and quickly turned around, seeing behind it a young girl dressed exquisitely with heavy makeup, looking quite good, but with narrow eyes and thin lips, giving off a harsh impression. Next to her stood a big man wearing large sunglasses, a small watch, and a thick chain with dragon and tiger tattoos on his arms. At this moment, the girl was glaring at the mischievous bear with an unfriendly expression. When she saw it turn around, she immediately pointed at the bear and yelled, "Can't you see such a big person like me? You stepped on my foot with your eyes wide open. Are your eyes for eating shit? You ruined my diamond-studded crystal sandals. What do you say we should do about it? I'm sorry. I didn't notice. I'm really sorry. I'll clean it for you right now." Seeing the situation between the two, the mischievous bear knew it couldn't afford to offend them, quickly apologized, knelt down, and took out a small handkerchief to wipe the shoes. "Hey, what are you doing?" Unexpectedly, the girl suddenly pushed the mischievous bear's hand away. "Get your dirty hands off. My shoes are made of real gold and silver diamonds. Even if one is missing, you can't afford to pay for it." "Then what should I do?" the mischievous bear said aggrievedly, with a girl's voice inside. Chapter 443. Tell me, who dares to bully you? In the eyes of others. After Xuan Mengmeng kicked the lead man away, she lightly tapped the ground with her toes, performing a beautiful 360-degree spin, kicking the second person away. Her long black hair flew wildly in the air, looking graceful and cool. At the same time, biohuman number 1 also moved. Her actions were not as graceful as Xuan Mengmeng's. She just slightly bent her body and shouted, charging forward like a war machine. Standing at 170 centimeters tall, with a slender and proportionate figure, she rushed forward with an unstoppable momentum. The ground trembled slightly with her advancing steps, as if one had just taken a train around a sharp turn, feeling a bit unsteady. All the onlookers gasped in horror. What kind of energy was hidden in that small body? In the blink of an eye, she reached behind a thug with a fierce expression, who was raising a knife to slash at Xuan Mengmeng. As soon as they made contact, there was a loud bang, and the man seemed to be hit head-on by a speeding truck, flying into the air and tumbling endlessly, his limbs twisting into shocking shapes, blood gushing from his mouth. And he fell to the ground motionless. Everyone gasped in shock, their fearful gazes converging on biohuman number 1. Chapter 444. You are not human. Yudao Entertainment? Pink Family? Lin Ning touched his chin, a playful smile appearing on his face. "Let's go. Get in the car. I want to see what this Yudao Entertainment is capable of." After saying this, Lin Ning turned and returned to the clothing store, buying all the clothes that the beauties had their eyes on, then drove away with Zhang Yuding. On the way, Zhang Yuding still felt a bit anxious. "Brother Lin, why don't we just forget it? I heard that the chairman of Yudao Entertainment has connections in both the black and white markets, and there's big capital backing them. We can't compete with them." "Can't compete?" Lin Ning sat in the passenger's seat, hand behind his head, leaning back in his seat with a calm smile. "Ting Ting, it's been a while since we last met. Your brother is no longer the same brother he used to be. A small Yudao Entertainment is nothing to me." However, Zhang Yuding wanted to persuade him, but was interrupted by Lin Ning waving his hand. "There is no however. Those who dare to bully me must be prepared to face the consequences." Lin Ning's domineering words left Zhang Yuding speechless, and she could only sigh and close her mouth. Less than an hour later, Lin Ning and others got out of the car in the parking lot of the building where Yudao Entertainment was located. Chapter 445. Could be the lover of a rich man? Zhang Yuding spoke passionately, but received no response. Outside the office, the Yudao Entertainment staff, after a moment of pause, resumed their busy work as if Zhang Yuding didn't exist at all. Zhang Yuding was so anxious she was almost in tears. Hee. Sun Yusheng loosened his tie slightly, walked over, and closed the door, with a confident smile that suggested he was in control of everything. He looked at Zhang Yuding and said, "Miss Zhang, I don't know what misunderstanding we have between us, but it's okay. I'm magnanimous. I can overlook everything you've said as long as you persuade your friends to sign with my company. I can make you the female lead in the next movie. How about that?" "Impossible." Without a second thought, Zhang Yuding firmly rejected, "I will never collaborate with a hypocritical jerk like you." You dare insult me? Seeing Zhang Yuding's refusal, Sun Yuxing tore off his disguise and sneered. Don't you know who I, Sun Yuxing, am? If you don't give me face, don't expect to survive in the entertainment industry. Believe me, no one will dare to cast you in a film. Chapter 446. Lin Ji's confident it's people like you who have made the entertainment industry a mess. So many people look at us girls with strange eyes. You should reflect on yourselves. Watching the awkward expressions of Sun Yuxing and Vice President Wang, Zhang Yuding felt a sense of relief. Yes, Ms. Zhang is right. It's all our fault. We will never dare again. We will ensure fairness and justice and purify the entertainment industry, starting with myself. Although Vice President Wang scoffed at Zhang Yuding's words internally, he still pretended to reflect tearfully and made a promise. He was determined that once they passed this hurdle today, their company would never invest in any TV or film featuring Zhang Yuding again. Although they would lose a pretty girl, there were plenty like her in the Chinese entertainment industry, so it was not a loss at all. Their lives were more important. However, Vice President Wang was mistaken. Lin Ning had no intention of letting him go, even though Vice President Wang begged for mercy with his head bowed and tears streaming down his face. Lin Ning still took out his phone. Hello, President Jiang. Do you know about Youdao Entertainment? Good. I am ordering you to make this company and all its investors disappear from the land of China immediately. Chapter 447. Auction. Hello, Jiang Tua, what's up? Lin Ning answered the phone. President Lin, I've basically secured all the medicinal materials you wanted, Jiang Tua said hesitantly. But the most important one, the medicinal material used as a drug guide, is not available on the market, no matter how high I raise the purchase price. What should we do? Without this medicine, my experiment cannot succeed. Lin Ning frowned and said in a deep voice, President Lin, you don't need to be too anxious. Although bulk purchases are unrealistic, I have found out where this medicine can be tracked down, Jiang Tua replied with a smile. Where? Hurry up and tell me, no matter the cost. I must get this crucial medicine. Lin Ning clenched his fists, speaking with determination. President Lin, tonight there will be a large auction at the Century Grand Hotel in Zhonghai, and I have learned that the medicinal material you need will be present at the auction. Really? Then there's no time to waste. Let's hurry over. We mustn't let this medicine fall into someone else's hands. It is extremely important to me. After saying that, Lin Ning turned to arrange for Yan Zhaowen and the other three girls to take Zhang Yuding back to Tang Jiaipin, while he went to the auction with Biohuman number 1. Chapter 448. Dragon Scale Herb, over 20 tall and hot models, dressed in high-slit cheongsams, walked gracefully onto the stage, each holding a tray. Everyone looked at the trays, but unfortunately, all of them were covered with red cloth, adding a layer of mystery. The beauties took a turn on the auction stage before leaving, with only the one at the front remaining on stage, smiling at the guests. Host, stop keeping us in suspense. What is the auction item? Reveal it quickly. That's right, don't think that by bringing a few beautiful women, our attention will be diverted. Unfortunately, you are mistaken. We are not here for flirting, but for your early publicity. Hurry up and start the auction. We are not here for useless things. Don't need to come here to get women. The crowd below was noisy, but the host remained calm, smiling slightly and making a downward motion with both hands. Once the hall gradually quieted down, the host finally spoke. Dear guests, please be patient. The first auction item will be revealed shortly. As the host's words fell, he suddenly lifted the red cloth covering the beauty's tray. Chapter 449. Who are you? Listening to the discussions among the guests below, the host smiled. You are correct. This is indeed a medicinal material called dragon scale herb. This herb is extremely rare, often taking decades to find a single plant. The functions of dragon scale herb are numerous. It can strengthen the body and prolong life. Most importantly, it has the effect of replenishing energy and nourishing the essence, allowing you to regain your vigor, making it easier for your partners to be devoted to you, and having 7 times in one night is no longer a dream. At this point, the host wore a knowing smile. The guests below also chuckled knowingly, sharing an unspoken understanding. Host, since this dragon scale herb is so powerful, what is the starting price for this auction? The starting price for dragon scale herb is 10 million, and each bid must not be lower than 10 million. Now I declare the auction to begin. The guests, already stirred up by the host's eloquence, immediately raised their paddles as soon as he finished speaking. This guest bids 20 million. Another person raised their paddle. 30 million. Thank you for your enthusiastic participation. Your partner will definitely appreciate your purchasing skills. Chapter 450. I must have it, who I am is not important. Lin Ning smiled faintly and said, What matters is that this is an auction, and anything goes to the highest bidder. You two fighting here doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Although Lin Ning's tone was aggressive. The overwhelming strength he displayed made both Hu Xiao and the old man hesitant to make any rash moves. The young man was not wrong. This is an auction. Whoever bids the highest gets the item. If you don't have money, you might as well leave quickly to avoid embarrassment later. The old man stroked his beard and chuckled. Umph, old thing. Do you think my Beijing aristocratic alliance will lose to you just because you have more money? Today, I'm giving this brother some face and won't hold it against you. Let's follow the auction rules. The highest bidder wins. I bid 2 billion. After Hu Xiao said this, he directly raised the price of the dragon scale grass to an even higher amount. Hearing this price, the old man's expression didn't change much. He sneered and raised his hand, shouting loudly, Our 8 provinces martial alliance bids 3 billion. 1 for billion. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Hu Xiao immediately added another billion, glancing at the old man with a look full of ridicule. Chapter 451. Everyone has grown stronger, little brother. You have great ambition. Our martial alliance will definitely come to pay a visit in the future to regain face for today. Farewell. The old man from the martial alliance also gave Lin Ning a cold smile, then cupped his hands towards the host and turned to leave the auction. Their goal was this dragon scale grass. Since they couldn't obtain it, there was no point in staying here. I announced that the final winner of the dragon scale grass is Mr. Lin. After Hu Fei and the martial alliance left, everyone's gaze focused on Lin Ning. The host didn't waste time asking for higher bids, but directly dropped the hammer. After paying on the spot, Lin Ning watched as the beautiful woman brought the dragon scale grass to him, took a deep breath, picked it up, and left the auction. Biohuman number 1 remained silent, following Lin Ning like a shadow. As for what other good items were left after the auction, they were no longer important to Lin Ning. The other medicinal materials for configuring the gene potion had already been collected by Jiang Tua and placed in the warehouse. Therefore, after obtaining the dragon scale grass, Lin Ning didn't delay and drove straight to the warehouse. The warehouse for storing medicinal materials was located at the dock in Zhonghai. Under the guidance of a Jiang family staff member, Lin Ning arrived at the warehouse entrance. Chapter 452. A breakfast worth hundreds of thousands. Are you sure you won't deliver? After hearing the report from the Eye of Heaven system, Lin Ning couldn't help but sigh. This Eye of Heaven is truly remarkable and against the odds. Not only did it perfectly configure the gene potion, but it also developed a basic version in a short time. This perfectly solved the troubles he had just faced. There are still 8 bottles of the genuine gene potion left, which can be reserved for his closest people. The basic version of the gene potion can be mass-produced because the materials are easy to find and the production line is relatively easy to set up. The humanoid battle armor is about to hit the market. To pilot this kind of armor, the physical fitness requirements for the pilot are also high. The minimum standard is that of a fighter pilot. But how many fighter pilots are there? Not only is selection difficult, but the training costs are also staggering. It takes tens of thousands of people to produce one qualified pilot. In fact, piloting a fighter jet isn't particularly difficult. The main issue is the physical fitness aspect, which is too demanding, and most people are eliminated during the physical examination phase. With such powerful effects of the genuine gene potion, Lin Ning believes that the effects of the basic version won't be too low either. By then, if everyone's physical fitness in all of China can reach the standard of a fighter pilot, it will be a terrifying thing. Chapter 453. It's fine if you don't go. You'll be fired immediately. Half an hour later, a man and a woman pushed a food cart and stood at the entrance of Tangjia Yiping community. Both of them were foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes, high noses, and fair skin. The man was older, looking to be in his 50s, dressed in a clean chef's outfit. The young woman was very young, also with long golden hair, and, compared to the old man, she was much shinier. One looked like an old salted meat, and the other like a ripe peach. The young girl appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with big, bright eyes that looked even more sparkling than those of a Huaxiao person. Uncle, this manor is so beautiful and magnificent. The old man pushed the cart filled with food. The girl linked her arm with the old man's and, admiring the stunning scenery outside Tangjia, expressed her heartfelt admiration. Anna, this is the most luxurious place in Zhonghai, where dignitaries and nobles reside. Of course, it can't be compared to ordinary places. When we meet the guests, you must be polite and can't throw a tantrum like a child, understand? Your mother entrusted you to me, so I have a responsibility to teach you. Oh, I know. My dear Uncle James, I won't cause you any trouble. I'm not a 3-year-old child. The blonde beauty Anna shook James's arm and acted cute. Chapter 454. I want to buy your restaurant, although the women around Lin Ning were all very outstanding, making Anna feel somewhat embarrassed. Having grown up abroad and being exposed to her own culture made her unwilling to give up so easily. The originally proud little princess became very gentle and diligent today. Like a butterfly, she flitted joyfully around the dining table. Especially the service she provided for Lin Ning was immeasurable. James watched in astonishment, as if he didn't recognize Anna anymore. Half an hour later, Lin Ning and the others finished breakfast. After burping and wiping his mouth with a napkin, Lin Ning leaned back in his chair, satisfied. It must be said that this Michelin 3-star rating was indeed not undeserved. The flavors of these dishes were superb. He felt a bit unsatisfied with the meal he just had. However, since it was breakfast, there weren't too many varieties of dishes. Boss, are you satisfied with our restaurant's dishes? Seeing that they had finished eating, James specially asked. Not bad. The flavors of your dishes are indeed good. Lin Ning nodded and smiled, then asked, how much is it in total? When he ordered, he only focused on how good the food was and didn't pay any attention to the price. It's a total of 237,000 yuan. Here is the bill. May I ask if you will pay by card or bank transfer? Hearing Lin Ning's inquiry, James took out the prepared bill and handed it over. Chapter 455. Liking you is your fortune thinking of this. Lin Ning smiled slightly and said to Anna, Miss Anna, please rest assured. Buying the Michelin restaurant is just a trivial matter for me. You don't need to worry about whether I will lose money. Just go back and tell the restaurant owner about this news. Then Anna thanks Mr. Lin in advance. Western women are enthusiastic and generous, showing no concealment about their feelings. Hearing that Lin Ning would definitely buy the Michelin restaurant, Anna excitedly jumped up again. Her 2 white, lotus-like arms directly wrapped around Lin Ning's neck, and with a kiss, she left a clear lip print on his face. Only after kissing did Anna realize that it was a bit abrupt. She and Lin Ning were not familiar at all, and under the gaze of so many eyes, even though she was bold, she couldn't help but blush deeply at that moment. Without saying a word, she covered her face and ran outside. James saw this and chuckled, quickly bowing to Lin Ning before pushing the empty cart away to leave. After both of them left, Lin Ning felt a burning sensation on his back. He turned around, gave Zhu Mei an awkward smile, and spread his hands, saying helplessly, Ladies, you all saw it. She approached me first. I didn't do anything. Chapter 456. I'm here to find Anna as soon as he finished speaking. 4 burly men surrounding Lin Ning grinned maliciously and moved closer. There were many onlookers in the community, but no one dared to step forward to stop them. One of the big men suddenly clenched his fist and swung it towards Lin Ning's head. The punch was as fast as a shooting star, exuding a fierce aura. Zhang Yuding screamed in fright, wrapping her arms around Lin Ning and burying her head in his chest, not daring to look. Lin Ning showed no fear, a slight smirk appearing on his lips, revealing a hint of cold cruelty. At the same time the big man swung his fist. Lin Ning also raised his foot and kicked out. Lin Ning's kick was powerful and decisive, directly striking the big man's stomach. The nearly 90-kilogram body was surprisingly sent flying. Face down, crashing to the ground without even a grunt, knocked out cold. This kick stunned the others who were about to act. The young man holding flowers was also dumbfounded. Wow, is this still a human? Who would dare to make a move now, ending up like him? Lin Ning coldly pointed at the person lying on the ground. With that, the others' faces changed drastically, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Seeing that he had intimidated them, Lin Ning stopped his assault and instead pulled Zhang Yuding towards the young man. Chapter 457. Michelin 3-star restaurant acquisition after sending the former restaurant owner away. Lin Ning asked Anna to gather all the middle and upper management of the restaurant for a brief meeting. There wasn't much important to discuss. It was just to announce the change of restaurant ownership. Many mid-level leaders were shocked upon hearing the news, looking at the young new owner in front of them, with various thoughts crossing their minds. However, when they heard Lin Ning announce that everyone as positions would remain unchanged and that their base salaries would increase by 20, they immediately erupted in deafening cheers. In an instant, everyone developed a sense of trust in Lin Ning. Anna looked at Lin Ning with admiration, feeling that although he was young, his charisma was stronger than that of many older, more experienced individuals. Having just taken over the restaurant, he quickly established authority in the hearts of the employees, a skill that many lacked. After stabilizing the employees' morale, Lin Ning dismissed them and reminded Anna about the breakfast delivery before leaving the restaurant. Back at Tang Jia Yipin, Yin Jiawen, Si Xiaoqing, and Shui Mingming were all gathered in Yilin's room, laughing and joking. Lin Ning leaned in to take a look, and the room was decorated in an antique style, with cushions, a coffee table, and several leisurely landscape paintings hanging on the walls. Chapter 458, Yilin's Comeback. First live stream begins. The explosive animation immediately captured everyone's attention, and the public screen was flooded with messages. Wow, the 9 dragons pulling the curtain. This is amazing. Is this the legendary highest promotion from the platform? 9 golden dragons, blinding my titanium alloy eyes. What is going on? I was watching a girl dance, and now I see this? Quick, let us see which big shot streamer has arrived to warrant such a grand welcome. As soon as the 9 dragons pulling the curtain appeared, it startled everyone. Curiosity was piqued, and many viewers streamed into Yilin's room. The popularity of Yilin's live stream surged at an astonishing rate. 10, 100, 1, 0, 0, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0, 100, 0, 0, 0. In just 5 minutes, the live stream attracted 200,000 viewers, transforming from an unnoticed small stream into one of the hottest streams on the platform. Wow, the girl in this live stream is so beautiful. I love it. As expected of the highest honor of the 9 dragons pulling the curtain, the platform did not disappoint me. Chapter 460, Sister Lily makes an appearance. Dare to PK? The audience in the live stream was entranced, and word of mouth spread, bringing even more viewers into Yilin's stream. The online count skyrocketed like a rocket. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million. This was an astonishing number. If this number were associated with a super female streamer, it wouldn't be too surprising. However, Yilin hadn't streamed in a long time, and previously had only a few hundred viewers. Unexpectedly, her first live stream after returning attracted so many viewers, while Lin Ning's support played a role. The main reason was still Yilin's outstanding appearance and skills. Otherwise, she wouldn't have drawn such a crowd. While Yilin's stream was lively, other streamers' rooms became desolate and empty. Haha, Sister Lily's performance today was fantastic, no doubt about it. I'm sending 10 yachts, brothers, stay in formation. Sister Lily is my eternal goddess. I don't have much money, but here are 5 yachts as a token of my appreciation. Hee, as the #1 supporter, I can't fall behind. 10 rockets launched, don't think it's too little. Sister Lily was one of the platform's super female streamers, and although her room had few viewers today, various small gifts still flew in. Chapter 461, a mysterious rich man appears in the live stream, although Yilin couldn't see what the fans in Sister Lily's live stream were saying. But she could hear Sister Lily's voice, and with her fans reporting the situation on that side, along with the sudden drop in online viewers, it made Yilin a bit anxious. After all, Sister Lily was a well-established top-tier streamer, and whether it was stirring emotions or skirting the platform's rules, her methods were incredibly smooth. Yilin was no match for her at all. Her popularity had been continuously declining. Although some fans were desperately trying to keep her in the live stream, quite a few of Sister Lily's old fans had still left. Damn it, a bunch of fair-weather fans. Just a moment ago, they swore they would be Yilin's loyal supporters, and now, with just a flick of a finger over there, their souls were gone. Are they even men? Exactly. Although I'm a man, I despise such men. I support Yilin, and we will not take a step back. We will fight to the end. I'm right here in the live stream. That's right, Yilin's stream is scary, but the remaining fans are all loyal supporters, ready to compete with Sister Lily. Support. Even though we don't have wealthy big shots here, we have many more people than they do. Even if everyone contributes $1, we can outnumber them. Let's go, sister. Chapter 462. One-hit kill. What is going on? Am I seeing things, or is the system bugging out? Everyone felt incredulous. This is truly a comeback. The last sliver of health has completed an astonishing turnaround. Could it be that there's a super big shot hidden among Yilin's fans? Just as everyone was puzzled, Yilin's spaceship stopped. Then a visitor ID appeared on the screen, followed by 2 words, just this. Holy shit, what the hell is this? Everyone was shocked, their eyes nearly popping out when they saw those 2 words. Such simple words expressed the opponent's disdain, contempt, indifference, arrogance, and domineering attitude to perfection. There were no other words to replace these 2. Upon seeing these words, Yilin's eyes lit up, her face flushed with excitement, her body trembling slightly. Honey, you finally made a move. At this moment, she felt enveloped by a warm feeling that brought her endless security. Being this man's woman is truly a blessing. The sudden turn of events left Sister Lily and some of her supporters a bit flustered. What is happening? Who is this person? And how did they suddenly help the other side fill their health bar? Chapter 463. Trouble in the restaurant. In an instant, no one on the platform was typing, as if time had come to a standstill. Everyone in Sister Lily's room looked disheveled, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow an egg, with expressions of disbelief. Sister Lily herself had a dark expression, gritting her teeth for a long time without saying a word, and in her anger, she directly shut down the live stream. Oh, we won. That was amazing, an incredible turnaround. Yes, it was so thrilling. I almost couldn't catch my breath. Thankfully, our Yilin has such a powerful protector who turned the tide in an instant. I totally agree. This ID big shot is simply incredible, fighting Sister Lily single-handedly. That's right. Our victory relies entirely on this ID big shot. I wonder if the big shot still needs any charms hanging on their leg? Can the big shot get to know me? I'm a girl. I can cook and keep the bed warm, and I sound nice when I call out shy. What are you thinking upstairs? It's obvious that this big shot likes our Yilin sister. One should have self-awareness and not humiliate themselves. Is that not so? Compared to the gloomy atmosphere in Sister Lily's livestream, Yilin's side was bustling as if it were New Year's. Chapter 464. 30 million compensation. Working capital for the restaurant. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Lin Ning walked over, patted Anna's arm, and comforted her. Others quickly shouted, Boss, hello.